in the snow-capped mountains of northeast China deep within a dark cave. Cang Nian squirmed his small body, still dazed and confused, wondering where he was. Cang Nian tried to recall his memories. He vaguely remembered being hit by a speeding truck while crossing the road while looking at his phone. How could he have survived being struck by a truck at full speed? Could it be that he was some kind of Superman? Cang Nian wondered in confusion. But then he felt the space around him suddenly shift and tumble, as if the whole world were convulsing. Suddenly the obstruction pressing against the top of his head vanished, and the space wrapping around him grew considerably wider. But before he could stretch his body, another convulsive tumbling came, and an intense, squeezing sensation pressed in from all sides. He felt as though he were a sausage being squeezed out of its packaging, sliding out with a slippery pop. In the next instant he felt himself land on the ground. The surrounding air turned cold at once, but it was still tolerable. Immediately after, an irresistible, yet extraordinarily gentle force swept over him, arranging him carefully. As he landed, the binding wrapping around his body was loosened. Then the heavy, warm breathing along with some sticky moisture made him suddenly understand that some enormous creature was licking his body. This made him immediately freeze, trembling in place, not daring to move at all. At this moment, he wanted to open his eyes to observe his surroundings, but discovered that his eyelids seemed glued shut. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open them. The licking force on his body had not stopped. After removing the bindings on him, the great creature cleaned his entire body thoroughly. "Oh whoa! Oh whoa!" While Cang Nian trembled in place, a babyish howling cry reached his ears. A warm, narrow space being squeezed out, being licked clean of bindings. He had not died, but been reborn as an animal. This babyish cry struck Cang Nian like lightning, connecting all his previous sensations together into a coherent picture. Thinking this way, the obstruction that had pressed against his head and then vanished should have been the cub lying beside him. However, because the cries of mammal cubs all sound quite similar, he could not tell what species his sibling beside him was. Rustle, rustle. While he was still wondering, the sound of bushes shaking came from outside the cave. But the next second, the large tongue that had been licking him suddenly stopped, and a terrifying roar erupted toward the cave entrance. This sound made Cang Nian feel as though his liver and gall were about to shatter. He could even hear the roar echoing far into the distance. It was a tiger. This roar made Cang Nian certain that the great creature that had been licking him was absolutely a tiger. And this great creature was undoubtedly his mother in this reborn life, a tigress. Although he had not been reborn as a human being, reborn as a tiger was already quite fortunate. It was far better than being reborn as a rabbit or a mouse. At least he would not have to worry about being hunted by creatures other than humans. Such reasoning made Cang Nian feel considerably more at ease. To live a second life was already extremely fortunate, and to be reborn as a tiger at the top of the food chain, what more could one possibly ask for? A woo, a woo, a woo. At this moment, the little tiger cub beside him began howling again. Then Cang Nian felt the large creature before him lie down, and the smaller cub nearby slowly crawled over. Soon the sound of suckling could be heard. Although he had just been born, and his eyes could not open, his eyelids were only a thin layer, so he could sense changes in light. That little tiger cub had gone to drink milk. His limited 5 senses allowed Cang Nian to reconstruct what had just happened. But due to his human psychology, he could not quite accept drinking tiger milk. Yet hearing the sound of vigorous suckling, a physiological hunger stirred within him. Forget it, if he did not drink milk, he would surely starve to death. He had already been reborn as a tiger, so why be so squeamish about it? After only brief hesitation, Cang Nian cast aside his human shame and began crawling unsteadily toward the sound of suckling. But as soon as he tried to crawl, he felt incredibly weak. Every step forward felt as though his entire body were filled with lead, requiring immense effort. But having already died once, and out of cherishing this hard-won second chance at life, Cang Nian pushed forward with all his might, forcing himself to crawl all the way to his mother's side. By now he was already panting heavily, as if fire were burning in his lungs. A clear chime sounded in his mind. Ding. Crawled 1 meter. Crawling skill proficiency increased by 1. 1 out of 100. A completely emotionless voice suddenly echoed in Cang Nian's mind. What the heck was that? Wait, could it be a system? This startled Cang Nian at first, but then his shock immediately turned to joy. As expected, rebirth comes with a system as standard equipment. System, quickly tell me what functions you have. Cang Nian urged excitedly in his heart. However, the voice from before did not sound again. System, say something. This made Cang Nian panic, shouting desperately in his mind. As expected, the voice did not respond again, as if it had all been just an illusion. Am I so desperate for a system that I'm hallucinating? Cang Nian could only mutter dejectedly and unwillingly in his heart. But the hunger in his belly could no longer be endured. He could only set this question aside for now. He pressed himself against his mother's soft belly, and guided by his instinctive sense of smell, found the nipple. Without any more hesitation, he steeled himself, opened his mouth, latched onto the nipple, and tried sucking once. It was delicious. He had expected tiger milk to taste very gamey, but instead it bloomed with unparalleled sweetness in his tender mouth. He figured this must be because a tiger's taste buds differed from a human's, making the milk taste exceptionally sweet to his current palate. Without further shame, Cang Nian sucked vigorously. Unconsciously his belly grew round, and full his hunger was sated, and a feeling of strength filling his entire body followed. Ding! Drank 100 milliliters of milk. Drinking skill proficiency increased by 1. 1 out of 100. Just as Cang Nian felt utterly satisfied, and was about to lazily rub his full belly, that completely emotionless voice sounded once again. Not a hallucination. There really is a system. It just has no intelligence, no human-machine interaction. Cang Nian no longer doubted, but began analyzing in his mind. However, crawling being considered a skill is one thing, but drinking milk can also be counted as a skill. Cang Nian's mouth twitched a couple of times, somewhat speechless. But now was not the time to complain about the system. Feeling the strength filling his body after eating his filled, Cang Nian once again began crawling unsteadily. This time, although still equally strenuous, his crawling was somewhat more stable than before. Ding! Crawled 1 meter. Crawling skill proficiency increased by 1. 2 out of 100. Hearing this punctual system notification sound, Cang Nian could not help but break into a smile. So my golden finger is this system panel. Performing corresponding actions will be quantified and reflected immediately, with instant feedback on the improvements. After experimenting a little, Cang Nian nodded his small head, feeling he had initially uncovered the system panel's function. Although it looked like a useless recording board at first glance, upon closer thought it was not that simple. He had clearly sensed it just now, when crawling the second meter. It was still laborious, but more stable. So as long as he completed a stage of tasks, he could obtain corresponding improvements. Did that not mean that as long as he continuously completed tasks, he could steadily strengthen himself? Right now he had only accumulated 2 meters of crawling, and even that made his crawling more stable. So once he completed crawling 100 meters, would the system panel's note experience a qualitative leap? Similarly, since crawling and suckling could both be judged as skills, what about swiping claws? Pouncing? Those could most likely also be judged as skills. In that case, as long as he continuously completed the skills he wished to enhance, the corresponding skills could steadily improve. If there was no upper limit, then as long as he was diligent enough, he could definitely grow rapidly. Although tigers were at the top of the food chain, even adult Amur tigers were not without rivals. Brown bears, those massive creatures, could in extreme cases grow considerably larger than Amur tigers. Although it lacked some agility, it was undoubtedly a formidable rival capable of threatening tigers. Furthermore, he was still just a cub now. The tigress must go out to hunt to replenish her nutrition after giving birth, otherwise the 2 siblings would have no milk to drink. Although the tigress as an adult tiger was certainly the sovereign of the surrounding territory, her scent would cause most creatures to instinctively keep their distance. But what if some brazen creature took advantage of the tigress going out to hunt to come eat him? This was not Cang Nian being paranoid. It was a real consideration. After all, if he remembered correctly, the survival rate of tiger cubs successfully growing up was roughly 30 to 50%. For Amur tigers, it was the lowest among them, only 30%. Among those, quite a few were cases of other creatures taking the opportunity, while the mother tiger was hunting to eat the tiger cubs. Therefore, in order to survive, Cang Nian decided he must make good use of his golden finger to become strong as soon as possible, so as not to become one of those cold numbers outside the survival rate. And now, looking back, the tiger cub born earlier than him had taken much less time to crawl to the tigress to drink milk. And when drinking milk, Cang Nian had also touched the tiger cub beside him, and could clearly feel that the other's bone frame was considerably bigger than his. No wonder he was so frail. All the nutrition had been sucked away by the fellow next door. Thinking of this, he could not help feeling a bit of lingering fear. He had only managed to crawl to the tigress to drink milk after exhausting all his strength. Had the distance been any longer, he would not have been able to get any milk at all. He had seen documentaries before mentioning that some particularly proud tigresses after giving birth would let the cubs crawl to them to drink milk rather than carrying the cubs to their bodies to nurse. This was to test whether the cubs were healthy. If a cub was truly so frail that it could not crawl even a short distance, the tigress would abandon such a sickly one. Such a cub, even if carefully nurtured, might still die young. Better to discard it before emotional bonds formed, lest it waste precious milk. The weak do not deserve to survive. Cruel indeed, but this is the survival wisdom etched deep in the genes accumulated over countless millennia of tiger reproduction. Otherwise, a frail cub dragging down the tigress might cause even the healthy cub to fail to survive. In that case, I will grind hard, use my golden finger, and make myself strong. Otherwise, if the tigress still saw him as so thin and weak, looking like he could die at any moment, she might develop the idea of abandoning him. Thinking of this, Cang Nian made up his mind. Although his belly was warm with milk, and he wanted to sleep, he forced himself to stay alert, and continued crawling on the ground. Ding. Crawled 1 mi crawling skill proficiency 1. 3100 ding. Crawled 1 mi crawling skill proficiency 1. 4100 ding. Crawled 1M, crawling skill proficiency 1. 5,100. After what seemed like an endless while, Cang Nian felt utterly exhausted, and the system panel showed that his crawling proficiency had also accumulated to 5. At this point he could clearly feel that his crawling was no longer so shaky. Although he still shuffled forward with his belly against the ground, it was still a bit faster than when he had just started. However, after such a bout of exercise, the energy recovered from that one feeding had also been completely depleted. Although it was only a short distance of 4 meters for a newborn tiger cub, it was already a considerable amount of exercise. Fortunately, when he felt his strength failing, he crawled toward the tigress, and the tiger cub's naturally powerful sense of smell allowed him to easily do this, even with his eyes still unopened. Without a second thought, he bit down on a nipple and began to suckle vigorously. Having experienced nursing once already, he no longer had any resistance in his heart and drank milk with complete peace of mind. Watching Cang Nian, whose size was clearly smaller than the other tiger cub, come to nurse for the second time so quickly, the tigress felt a bit puzzled, but also considerably relieved. It seemed this little one, who looked emaciated and likely to die young, had a very strong survival instinct. Perhaps he could be raised after all. The first time Mother Tigress had made up her mind, as long as this little one did not lose his will to live, she would do her best to raise him. At worst, she would just go out to hunt a few more trips and stock up on milk. She was the unchallenged queen at the top of the food chain in this forest. The young tigress had her own pride. Her first litter only had 2 cubs, and she would definitely be able to raise them both. Ding. Drank 100 milliliters of milk. Nursing skill proficiency 1. 3,100. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Cang Nian's mind, making him nod in sudden understanding. He had been wondering earlier how the nursing skill counted as improvement. Now it seemed it was the increase in appetite. When he had nursed for the first time, he was starving to the point of almost dying, but after drinking 100 milliliters, he was already completely full. This second nursing, the system notification showed 100 milliliters as well. But he was not yet completely full. He could still suckle a couple more times. How long had it been? It was definitely not normal appetite growth. It was an improvement brought by the system. Thinking of this, he became even more satisfied. The greater the appetite, the more energy he could store, and the faster he would grow. This was indeed a very useful skill. When the time came that he could eat meat, he could eat even more. But Cang Nian was confident. By then all his skills would have improved to far above ordinary tiger standards, and he would never have to worry about food. He would definitely grow into a tiger king, unprecedented in history. Ding. After digesting 100 g of food, the proficiency of the digestion skill increases by 1. 1100. With the end of his second feeding, a new system notification echoed in Cang Nian's mind. If digestion is indeed a skill, will I be able to process food faster from now on? Not bad, not bad. Once I strengthen this ability, I'll be able to eat more and digest it more efficiently, which should lead to remarkable growth. The discovery of yet another new skill filled Cang Nian with delight, and he nodded in satisfaction. HNN. But right then, having just finished eating and drinking his fill, Cang Nian was about to continue training his crawling proficiency when a sudden urge rose from his lower body. He needed to defecate. This was a natural physiological function, and he felt no embarrassment about it. However, after crawling to one side and straining, he discovered he simply couldn't produce anything. This sent a tremor of panic through him. What's going on? Could it be that I didn't develop properly in Tiger Mom's womb? Did my anus fail to open? Cang Nian thought with a mix of despair and helplessness. Ayo. Yet as he wrestled with his predicament, a faint youthful cry drifted from somewhere nearby. It was the little tiger cub born before him. Then through his eyes' sensitivity to light and his hearing, Cang Nian detected that Tiger Mom, who had been resting nearby, had risen and was making her way toward that cub. Soon after, Cang Nian heard the sound of licking, the contented whimpering of the little tiger cub, and some indistinct rustling noises. Wait, is Tiger Mom helping the little cub defecate? I remember now. Many animal cubs born just 1 or 2 months ago can't defecate on their own and need their mother's help. This realization suddenly clicked for Cang Nian. This was scientific knowledge he'd come across while browsing videos in his past life, and now with a real example it instantly came back to him. Thinking of this, Cang Nian also began to let out his own cries. Over there, Tiger Mom, who had just finished helping a little tiger cub, hurried over to Cang Nian's side. Instantly, he felt a weight lift from his body, an overwhelming sense of relief. Ding. After one bowel movement, the proficiency of the defecation skill increases by 1. 1100. Ding. After one urination, the proficiency of the urination skill increases by 1. 1100. At this moment, a system notification chimed, making Cang Nian's lips twitch involuntarily. I can accept breastfeeding counting as a skill, but do even defecation and urination qualify as skills? What good would practicing these 2 skills even be? Should I be shooting poop like archery and blowing wind like thunder? Cang Nian couldn't help but grumble internally. Yet before long he sensed that these skills might actually prove useful after all. After all, he currently couldn't even control his own excretion, and without external intervention this condition would persist for at least 1 to 2 months. If these could be considered skills, they could theoretically be trained and improved upon. As his excretion frequency increased, he should be able to master voluntary bowel movements more quickly. Although as a young tiger cub having Tiger Mom lick his hindquarters to assist with excretion was perfectly natural, it would still be better to cause her less trouble and spare himself any embarrassment. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Cang Nian, now in optimal condition after finishing his milk and completing his bodily functions, resumed crawling. The harder he worked now, the stronger he would become. With this dedicated cultivation system at his side, every effort he invested would be faithfully converted into personal strength. Naturally, he was quite inferior to the other tiger cubs born alongside him, whether brothers or sisters, being considerably smaller in size. In that case, the clumsy bird must take flight first. Ding. Crawling 1M. The proficiency of the crawling skill increases by 1. 6,100. Ding. Crawling 1M. The proficiency of the crawling skill increases by 1. 7,100. Ding. Crawling 1M. The proficiency of the crawling skill increases by 1. 8,100. After an unknown duration, Cang Nian began to hear several system notifications echo in his mind. With each increment in proficiency, Cang Nian felt his crawling becoming slightly more stable and his limbs growing marginally stronger. This only fueled his excitement. Training honed not only the physical body but also tested the spirit. During the fatigue phase of intense exercise, each movement became a form of torment. So when willpower falters, a whisper emerges from within, tempting one to stop and rest. Cang Nian now endured such torment and trial, his body trembling, breath ragged, muscles aching. Yet the system's feedback prevented him from being overwhelmed, transforming suffering into a stimulant for his spirit as he pressed forward with determination. Roar! But just as he was deep in his training, a low growl erupted from behind, startling him violently. Then a warm breath brushed against the back of his neck. Immediately he felt a powerful, yet gentle force firmly grasp the back of his neck, substantial compared to his own frame. In the next instant, a wave of weakness overwhelmed him. Instinctively, he curled his limbs and small tail inward, his entire body going numb, and then he was lifted into the air. A gentle breeze swept past, and Cang Nian gradually regained sensation, feeling himself land smoothly. Moving slightly, Cang Nian noticed a small body with similarly short fur beside him. Through his partially opened eyelids catching dim light, he could make out a massive figure settling down nearby. Did I crawl too eagerly and get carried too far, so Tiger Mom brought me back? After reviewing the sequence of sensations he'd just experienced, Cang Nian suddenly understood. There was no way around it. He hadn't opened his eyes yet, so his perception of the outside world relied primarily on hearing, with only vague impressions filtering through from the dim light passing through his still closed eyelids. However, upon checking the system panel, he saw his crawling skill proficiency had reached 10,100, and he nodded with satisfaction. On his first attempt after birth, he had only managed 2 meters before exhausting his stamina. The second time he crawled 3 meters and completed his second feeding. Now during his third attempt he had covered a full 5 meters. There was no doubt that this significant progress was a direct result of the system's influence. At this rate he could cover 10 meters on the first day, and within a week, or perhaps even less time, he could max out his crawling skill proficiency at 100. He wondered what would happen once he reached maximum proficiency. Would he suddenly be able to walk? Cang Nian eagerly anticipated the possibility. However, feeling his weary body and overwhelming drowsiness, Cang Nian decided against continuing his training. He was still quite frail and possessed limited stamina. Furthermore, he could sense the light outside the cave growing dimmer, indicating that night was approaching. As a young tiger cub, he should maintain proper habits and get adequate rest when darkness fell. With this thought in mind, Cang Nian moved toward Tiger Mom and deftly latched onto her teeth, sucking with determination. Before sleeping, he needed to fill his stomach first. Ding! After 12 hours of sleep, proficiency in the sleeping skill increased by 4,100. The moment Cang Nian woke the next day, a system notification sounded in his mind. With the precedent of excretion counting as a skill from before, he found it unremarkable that sleeping had also become one. Each 3 hours of sleep adds 1 layer of proficiency. The rate at which this skill accumulates should be similar to drinking milk. But what effect will it have when it levels up? Could it mean better sleep quality? Cang Nian calculated briefly, then habitually pondered what he could do with this new skill. Gurgle. However, a loud rumbling from his abdomen interrupted his thoughts, reminding him that he was hungry again. This was perfectly normal. Not only was he still growing as a little tiger cub, but even back in his past life as a human, sleeping for 12 hours straight would leave one ravenously hungry upon waking. Without hesitation, he scurried over to his mother tiger and latched onto her teat, suckling vigorously. Ding! After consuming 100 milliliters of milk, proficiency in the milk drinking skill increased by 4,100. Because he had drunk milk once the previous night before falling asleep, his proficiency in the milk drinking skill now stood at 4,100. At this point, his siblings nearby seemed to have been awakened by the sound of Cang Nian nursing. They grumbled and staggered to their feet, also shoving their way over to the udder to drink eagerly. Cang Nian did not stop after accumulating 400 milliliters. He continued suckling. Through several feeding sessions, his capacity was gradually increasing. Though the improvement was not dramatic, each session was slightly more than the last. Cumulatively, he had reached 400 milliliters, and then drank another 50 or so milliliters before finally stopping. After his meal satisfied and satiated, Cang Nian resumed his disciplined routine. A day's work begins in the morning. He needed to seize every moment during this early stage of growth and grow stronger. Otherwise, given that his frail little body was significantly smaller than that of his siblings at birth, who knew when Mother Tiger might decide she could not raise him and abandon him. He was merely a tiny tiger cub. Without Mother Tiger's protection, he would undoubtedly perish. Therefore, he needed self-discipline. He needed to train. Only by growing strong could he survive peacefully in the perilous jungle. With these thoughts filling him with determination, Cang Nian happily went back to crawling about. After a night's rest, and with his crawling skill proficiency already at 10,100, he now crawled more powerfully and steadily than before. At this moment, his sibling tiger cubs were also well fed. But being only a day old, they were far from opening their eyes, so they could not perceive what Cang Nian was doing. Newborn tiger cubs are incapable of reflecting on the significance of surrounding sounds, scents, or light. Therefore, after eating their fill, they simply curled up on the spot and fell back into a deep sleep. Tigers are animals with enormous sleep requirements. Adult tigers sleep or doze for 14 to 16 hours each day, while newborn cubs need even more, up to 20 hours of sleep daily. Seeing Cang Nian finish nursing and immediately begin crawling around restlessly, Mother Tiger felt a certain bewilderment. What an excessively active little cub this one is. Nevertheless, it was a good sign that the tiger cub could move. When Cang Nian was born the day before yesterday, Mother Tiger had worried he might not survive, given that his body was noticeably smaller than that of the firstborn cub. Now, seeing him both eating and crawling, she figured there was no real problem. As long as he did not crawl out of the cave, Mother Tiger would not interfere. The previous night, it was precisely because Cang Nian had crawled too enthusiastically without regard for direction that Mother Tiger had to retrieve him from right at the cave entrance. Gurgle. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from Mother Tiger's abdomen, causing Cang Nian to turn his head involuntarily. However, his still closed eyes could only perceive faint reddish-white light, leaving him unable to make out anything clearly. But the rumble from Mother Tiger's stomach filled him with concern. Mother Tiger is hungry, isn't she? True enough, although tiger childbirth is not as arduous as for humans, she has been unable to hunt for 3 days before and after giving birth. It must be 4 or 5 days since she last ate. If I recall correctly, wild tigers generally hunt once a week. But their hunting success rate is only 30 to 50%. They cannot afford to wait until they are starving before attempting to hunt. If Mother Tiger does not go hunting now, she will miss the window when her physical condition is optimal. If she fails even twice, she may never succeed in hunting again. Cang Nian pondered anxiously. There was no doubt about it. Mother Tiger needed to eat. If she did not, all 3 of them, mother and cubs, would starve together. But he had only just been born a day ago. Not only did he lack any ability to defend himself, he had not even opened his eyes yet. If any moderately large predator invaded the tiger den, he would be as good as dead. And in the wild, such animals were plentiful. Foxes, wild wolves, leopard cats, leopards, wild boars. These carnivorous and omnivorous creatures could only whimper and flee when faced with an adult tiger, yet they could easily kill a helpless cub like him. Moreover, these animals shared the same motive for killing tiger cubs. Although tigers rarely prey on other carnivores, the mere existence of a tiger represents a takeover of resources in a given territory. Compared to other carnivores, tigers are larger and require more nutrition. If a territory is occupied by a tiger, the prey available to other carnivores is significantly reduced. Thus, eliminating tiger cubs in the cradle has become a tacit consensus among these carnivores. At this realization, Cang Nian began to tremble with fear. Once Mother Tiger left the den to hunt his 2 siblings, and he would lose all protection. Any medium to large carnivore wandering in would be a fatal blow. Yet he could not stop Mother Tiger from hunting. Otherwise, as her hunger and weakness grew, all 3 would perish together. Furthermore, did he have the ability to prevent Mother Tiger from hunting anyway? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and behind his sealed eyelids, Cang Nian saw Mother Tiger's massive body rising to its feet. Sure enough, Mother Tiger was going to hunt. But then Cang Nian was taken aback. Mother Tiger was not heading toward the cave entrance where the light came from. Listening to her nearly silent footfalls, she was actually walking deeper into the cave. After a few steps, Mother Tiger stopped, and then Cang Nian heard the sound of splashing water. Phew. She's just drinking water then. Cang Nian breathed a slight sigh of relief, though he did not fully relax. Although Mother Tiger was drinking water now, that did not mean she would not go hunting later. Hunger accumulated relentlessly with time, and Mother Tiger would eventually have to hunt. The only question was whether it would be today or tomorrow. But right then something felt wrong to Cang Nian. Splash. A violent splashing sound erupted, followed by a trickling of water dripping onto the stone floor of the cave. Seconds later, an intense metallic scent of blood reached his nose, and Cang Nian was utterly stunned. Turtle. This is too smart. Could Mother Tiger have become a spirit? With such a commotion, how could Cang Nian not know what had happened? Clearly this was the cave that Mother Tiger had carefully chosen to give birth to her cubs. Not only was the temperature suitable and the ventilation good, but there was also a pool deep inside. And Mother Tiger had just pulled a prey carcass from the pool. The strong smell of blood emanated from the corpse. Undoubtedly, this was preparation Mother Tiger had made before giving birth. She knew she would be unable to hunt for a while. Even after delivering the cubs and recovering her strength, the tiny tiger cubs would still be too vulnerable for her to leave safely. So before giving birth, Mother Tiger not only caught prey to sustain herself during labor, but also hunted again specifically to store the uneaten prey in the cave's pool. Based on the ambient temperature, Cang Nian could roughly judge that it was May or June. Although it hadn't gotten hot, yet fresh meat left exposed to the air would certainly spoil within a week. By submerging the prey carcass in the pool, the cold water isolated the heat and air, greatly extending its preservation time. Even if it made the meat's surface pale and stiff, it was far better than rotting. With such a clever mother, my growth should be much smoother. Thinking this, Cang Nian felt relieved. At this stage, he was still very weak, and his survival depended entirely on Mother Tiger. But with Mother Tiger being so smart, there was nothing to worry about. Knowing that after giving birth it would be hard to leave the cubs, she had hunted extra beforehand and stored the prey for emergencies. Such intelligence was incredibly rare among animals. This act by Mother Tiger directly delayed her first hunt after the cubs were born by about a week. At this rate, by then I'll definitely have maxed out my crawling skills proficiency and maybe even have my eyes open. Not that I can defend myself, but at least I'll be able to detect danger earlier and call Mother Tiger back from hunting nearby by roaring. Mother Tiger's clever advanced planning made Cang Nian rethink his strategy. Right, my safety depends on whether Mother Tiger can come to the rescue in time. Since that's the case, I should practice my crying for help. Following this line of thought, a flash of inspiration struck Cang Nian. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Given the increments in proficiency from the crawling skill, even if he maxed it out, he would probably only manage to crawl without dragging his belly. In that case, during Mother Tiger's first hunt outside the cave, if any predator threatened the two cubs' lives, he wouldn't be able to resist or even escape. Thus, the crying roar that could summon Mother Tiger became paramount. The louder and more penetrating the roar, the more likely Mother Tiger would hear it while hunting nearby, increasing the chances of being saved. If his roar was only as loud as a kitten's mew, he might as well wait to die. Roar. With that thought, Cang Nian opened his tiny tender mouth and let his soft vocal cords produce sound. However, after 2 seconds, no familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Was it too quiet? Cang Nian wondered suspiciously. Roar. Then he used all his strength, opening his mouth wide and straining to produce the loudest sound possible. Ding. Baby roar. Once baby roar skill proficiency 1. 1100. Finally, just as Cang Nian was about to run out of breath, the system prompt came belatedly. Cough. Baby roar. I know my roar doesn't have the majesty of the king of beasts yet, but calling it baby roar is just too embarrassing, isn't it? The flamboyant skill name nearly made Cang Nian sprain his waist, and he couldn't help complaining inwardly. However, he now understood that compared to skills like crawling 1 meter, drinking 100 milliliters of milk, or sleeping 3 hours, a roaring was much easier to gain proficiency in. So the system probably made it harder to meet the conditions for roaring to prevent him from leveling it up too quickly. Otherwise, if any random roar counted, he could max out the roaring skill in just 2.5 minutes. Recalling yesterday, he had roared quite a few times, but none triggered the system prompt clearly because the volume wasn't enough. But even if it takes all my strength to meet the condition, leveling up the roaring skill is still much easier than other skills. Cang Nian swallowed his saliva and decided to rest a bit before roaring again. If he didn't rest, he felt that roaring at full strength might damage his throat, which would be counterproductive. But just then he suddenly felt a huge shadow moving through the light, filtering through his pale eyelids. By now Cang Nian was no stranger to this. It was Mother Tiger. But the next second, Mother Tiger's massive head. After a night of digestion, the nutrients from the milk he had drunk yesterday were fully absorbed, leaving only waste, which Mother Tiger helped him expel. Ding. Poop. Once poop skill proficiency 1. 2100. Ding. Pee. Once pee skill proficiency 1. 2100. The system prompts arrived as expected, leaving Cang Nian utterly embarrassed. Looks like my roar just now made Mother Tiger think I needed help with my business, so she came to help. Thinking this, Cang Nian felt both embarrassed and moved. In his past life, he was an orphan with no family, so he had never experienced maternal love. Though animals can't speak, their emotional expressions are more direct. This meticulous maternal love warmed Cang Nian's heart. When I grow up and Mother Tiger is old and unable to hunt, I will make sure she always has prey to eat. Cang Nian resolved firmly. For animals, prey is the best reward. With that in mind, after finishing his business, Cang Nian continued to be disciplined. Since Mother Tiger didn't need to go hunting for a while, he could focus on strengthening his body. Set a small goal: max out the crawling skill proficiency to 100 within 5 days. So Cang Nian wasted no time and began crawling with all his might. Ding. Crawl 1 I crawling skill proficiency 1. 11,100. Ding. Crawl 1 I crawling skill proficiency 1. 12,100. Listening to the system prompts in his mind and feeling his body growing stronger bit by bit, Cang Nian crawled even harder. Ding. Crawled 1 meter crawling skill proficiency 1. 99,100. Ding. Crawled 1 meter crawling skill proficiency 1. 100,100. Ding. Congratulations, host. The crawling skill proficiency has reached full value, and the skill has evolved into creeping. Huff. Finally maxed out the proficiency. Is this a qualitative change? Cang Nian panted heavily, but felt a surge of power rising from within his body, making his weak limbs grow strong, and his heart was filled with immense joy. It was the 5th day since his birth. Without any slackening, he had maxed out the proficiency of the crawling skill in just 5 days. This was actually not difficult to achieve because the system's upgrade mechanism did not grant a one-time boost. Only when proficiency was maxed out, every time a system prompt was triggered, there would be a slight improvement. Therefore, on the first day, he could only crawl 10 meters. On the second day, Cang Nian could crawl 15 meters. On the third day, he could crawl 20 meters. Thus, on the 5th day of his birth, he finally maxed out the crawling skill proficiency. As expected, there is a qualitative change. Although I am still a cub, my limb strength now can support my belly off the ground, truly achieving quadrupedal creeping. After resting a bit, Cang Nian got up again, and for the first time stood up to creep. Although still trembling for a little tiger cub at this stage, it could be considered a remarkable feat. After all, ordinary tiger cubs needed nearly a month to creep on all fours, but he had managed it in less than a week. The tiger mother beside him, watching this lively baby stand up and walk, a smile appeared on her proud and beautiful face. She didn't remember how long it took her to walk as a cub, but the larger cub beside her still couldn't walk. Instead, the little one who seemed destined to die at birth had learned to walk first, which filled the tiger mother with great delight. Indeed, her own cub would never be inferior. She must have been able to walk this early back then too. Thinking this, the tiger mother couldn't help but use her big paw to nudge the larger tiger cub beside her. The larger tiger cub awakened from its sleep, let out a confused whimper, wiggled its bottom, and curled up to sleep again. Looking at this inactive tiger cub, the tiger mother felt a sense of frustration. If this cub could be as active as Cang Nian, it would surely learn to walk early too. It's not like she lacked milk for the two brothers. However, thinking of this, the tiger mother couldn't help but glance at the waterhole. The food she had prepared was supposed to last her half a month, but now it had only lasted 5 days. After eating all the food, she was already feeling a bit hungry. It seemed the two tiger cubs were too voracious. She would have to go hunting earlier than planned. However, she wasn't too worried. She was the queen of this forest, and now that her postpartum body had recovered, hunting was a piece of cake. She planned to go hunting tonight after dark. Although tigers are not strictly nocturnal, their night vision is excellent. Based on her past experience, the tiger mother believed that hunting at night would have a higher success rate. Meanwhile, Cang Nian was extremely puzzled. Why haven't I heard any system prompts after walking several meters? Is the system broken? Cang Nian thought doubtfully. Although he had no ruler and hadn't even opened his eyes, he couldn't judge distance accurately. But the interval of the system prompts allowed him to roughly perceive how far he had crawled. After the crawling skill evolved into creeping, he felt he had crept about 7 or 8 meters, yet no system prompt came. With suspicion, Cang Nian continued to creep. After the crawling skill proficiency was maxed out and underwent a qualitative change, his limbs became even stronger. Originally, crawling 10 meters was about 1/3 of a day's exercise, taking roughly 2.5 hours. But now 10 meters took only about 10 minutes, a very significant improvement. Ding. Crept 10 meters, creeping skill proficiency 1. 1,100. At this moment, a system prompt finally arrived, belatedly, making Cang Nian's spirits soar. I see. Now creeping 1 meter is far too easy. If the experience bar were still this length, I could max out this advanced skill in no time. So now 1 unit of proficiency requires creeping 10 meters, and to max it out would require 1,000 meters. For me now it's not too easy, but not too difficult either. Cang Nian nodded his little head, analyzing. Although the experience bar was longer, Cang Nian was not discouraged at all. The evolution of crawling to creeping showed that his potential for growth was far from limited to this. As long as he worked hard enough, he could become stronger. If after maxing out the crawling skill proficiency, nothing else happened, that would be the truly disappointing thing. Now this was just what he wanted. The qualitative change from maxing out crawling skill proficiency made my limbs stronger. I wonder what qualitative changes maxing out other skills will bring. Then while maintaining his creeping and grinding the creeping skill proficiency, Cang Nian fantasized about the evolution of other skills. The milk drinking skill had already reached 70,100 proficiency. Because his daily exercise was increasing, his appetite was also skyrocketing. With 8 milk meals a day, he was close to maxing it out. However, Cang Nian felt that maxing out this skill would only bring a large increase in appetite, not enable him to eat meat. The digestion skill's proficiency was synchronized with the milk drinking skill. After all, whatever he ate needed to be digested. If this skill underwent a qualitative change, it would likely greatly enhance digestive ability, converting energy faster. The defecation and urination skills were slightly lower, only 50,100. After all, even if Cang Nian wanted to poop 100 times a day, he needed to have something in his stomach to produce. Cang Nian was most looking forward to the qualitative change of these two skills. He had a premonition that after they evolved, he would be able to excrete on his own. This way the tiger mother wouldn't have to frequently help him excrete. Although he had long adapted and felt no shame about it. But it would be good to let the tiger mother do less work. Additionally, after crawling, the skill closest to qualitative change was baby voice, which had now reached 90,100. Before dark today, it should be maxed out. He estimated that after this skill evolved, his voice would become much louder. With this thought, Cang Nian opened his mouth wide, ready to continue grinding the baby voice skill proficiency. But just then he suddenly felt a movement in his eyelids, and a dazzling light pierced through the gap. Sensing this change, Cang Nian was first stunned, then ecstatic, and he strained to open his eyelids. Roar! Then he let out a vigorous roar. Hearing the commotion from his side, the tiger mother quickly trotted over, lowering her head to lick Cang Nian's bottom. This lively little cub often pooped. But Cang Nian didn't wait for the tiger mother to lick his bottom. He turned to face her and lifted his little head. Through the gap in his eyelids, he could faintly see a patch of orange and white on the tiger mother. Seeing this, the tiger mother was first startled, then noticed a glistening moisture between Cang Nian's eyelids. The cub was about to open his eyes. This thought immediately flashed through the tiger mother's mind, and recalling Cang Nian's strange behavior, she lowered her big head, extended her large tongue, and gently licked Cang Nian's little face. Under the tiger mother's licking, the layer of sticky, half-dry and half-wet glue between Cang Nian's eyelids dissolved, and Cang Nian suddenly felt his vision brighten. Finally opened my eyes. This was Cang Nian's first thought. As the sticky film over his eyelids was licked away, Cang Nian unveiled his moist, dark, glistening eyes. The next moment, a sleek, majestic tiger with a coat of black, orange, and white appeared before Cang Nian. Having already braced himself mentally, he felt no fear at the sight of the tiger. Instead, he felt a deep sense of attachment and an irresistible urge to draw close. This was of course his mother. The tigress was even more beautiful than Cang Nian had imagined, her fur bright and vibrant, a testament to her excellent health. Her coat was short, clinging to her body and accentuating the rippling muscles beneath. Though not bulky, her muscles were well-defined and exuded a powerful sense of strength. As Cang Nian studied his mother's appearance, the tigress was also observing him. The more she looked, the more she adored him. The cub had been adorable even with his eyes closed, but eyes are the windows to the soul. Now that he had opened them, revealing those moist, sparkling orbs, the tigress was overjoyed. This was her child, born appearing so frail that he might not survive, yet now thriving under her care. Thinking of this, the tigress couldn't help but turn her head to look at the other cub still sound asleep nearby. She then approached the sleeping cub and, ignoring its slumber, began to lick its face with her large tongue. Whimper, whimper. The cub, awakened by the tigress's licking, whimpered drowsily, completely bewildered. However, after licking it for a while without it opening its eyes, the tigress stopped bothering it. Sigh. This one was born stronger, so why hasn't it opened its eyes yet? The tigress laid down on the ground, gazing at the cub with a worried expression. Meanwhile, after opening his eyes, Cang Nian first surveyed his surroundings. However, he soon realized that something was wrong with his vision. What's going on? How could I be born nearsighted? Cang Nian thought with deep concern. At the moment, he could only see clearly for about 3 meters ahead. Beyond that, everything became extremely blurry. After pondering without result, he had to suppress his worry and look toward the tigress and the other cub, his sibling born from the same litter. Whether by birth order or size, I should be the younger one. But since I opened my eyes first, who gets to be the older brother is no longer up to you. Looking at the sleeping cub, Cang Nian thought with a mischievous smile. However, the other was indeed much larger than him. He examined himself. He was only about half the size of the other. And this was after 5 days of exercise, upgrading his crawling skill to a higher level. If it were 5 days ago, right after they were born, the size difference would have been even greater. This one must have absorbed all the nutrients in mother's womb, leaving me so small and thin. Cang Nian muttered inwardly. The thought filled him with a greater sense of urgency. Born with deficiencies, he would have to work even harder to catch up. Now that his tiger brother hadn't opened its eyes yet, and had no awareness of training, this was the perfect chance for Cang Nian to surpass him. That's right. Cang Nian had already decided he was the older brother. After all, his brother had lower intelligence and opened his eyes later. After a moment of envy and jealousy, Cang Nian got up again and resumed crawling with determination. To become stronger, he had to diligently grind skill proficiency. As the older brother, he should naturally be better than his younger brother. Ding. Crawled 10 meters. Crawling skill proficiency 1. 5,100. As dusk fell, Cang Nian stopped his movements, panting heavily. In less than half a day, aside from eating, drinking, and eliminating, he had devoted all his time to training his crawling skill. Whenever his throat had rested enough, he would also roar with all his might to train his baby voice skill. In just a short while, his crawling proficiency had increased by 5 points, while his baby voice proficiency had reached 98, soon to undergo a qualitative transformation. However, his stamina was nearly depleted, his throat was a bit hoarse, and it was already dark. Time to sleep. With that thought, Cang Nian sidled up to the tigress, expertly latched onto the nipple, and began to suckle. Meanwhile, the other cub, highly imitative, heard the sound of Cang Nian smacking his lips, and also got up to drink. Ding. Drank 100 milliliters of milk. Milk drinking skill proficiency 1. 82,100. When Cang Nian's belly was round and full, a system notification sounded in his mind. Now his appetite had greatly increased compared to when he was born, allowing him to consume over 200 milliliters of milk in one go. As a result, this skill's proficiency increased much faster. But looking at the other cub, Cang Nian felt a bit discouraged. That one was larger and had a bigger appetite. I hope that after my milk drinking skill undergoes a qualitative change, I'll be able to drink more than him, or else I'll always lag behind in size. Seeing this, Cang Nian thought with anticipation. Ding. Eyes open for 3 hours. Eye-opening skill proficiency 1. 1100. Just then another system notification echoed in Cang Nian's mind. So that's it. Newborn cubs don't have perfect vision, it improves over time. 3 hours per proficiency point. That's a similar rate to the sleeping skill. Hearing this, Cang Nian analyzed thoughtfully. He felt his vision had slightly improved, the clear sight distance extended to about 4 meters, beyond which things gradually became blurry. At this point, the other cub, having drunk more, finally stopped suckling, curled up comfortably, and prepared to fall asleep again. In fact, the other cub's sleeping pattern was more typical of a newborn cub. Generally, cubs at this stage sleep nearly 20 hours a day. Cang Nian, who divided his time equally between sleeping and activity, was an anomaly. Whoosh. As Cang Nian was pondering, the tigress suddenly stood up. Then she bent down, lowered her head, and helped the other cub eliminate waste. Then she came behind Cang Nian and did the same. Ding. Defecated once. Defecation skill proficiency 1. 56,100. Ding. Urinated once. Urination skill proficiency 1. 56,100. Immediately 2 system notifications sounded in Cang Nian's mind. No. I didn't cry out, nor did the other cub. Why did mother come to help us eliminate on her own? This seemingly ordinary action, but the unusual timing, made Cang Nian frown, sensing something was amiss. Roar. Cang Nian saw the tigress circle around to face him, letting out a gentle low growl, as if giving instructions. Then she raised her head, stood up, and emanated a sharp aura, staring toward the outside of the den. Seeing this, Cang Nian understood immediately. The tigress was about to go hunting. Ayo. Seeing Mother Tiger step by step walking out of the cave, Cang Nian instinctively chased after her a couple of steps, and let out a roar. Hearing the sound, Mother Tiger turned her head, the sharpness in her eyes fading, as she gazed gently for a few seconds before running off, without looking back. Seeing this, Cang Nian could only stop in his tracks. His own appetite was increasing with the improvement of his milk drinking skill, and the daily exercise far exceeding that of an ordinary tiger cub caused him to consume more energy, thus requiring more milk each day. As for Tiger Brother, he was unusually large in size, able to eat and sleep, and his appetite was estimated to be double his own. So although there were only 2 cubs, both were big eaters, and their consumption was terrifyingly high. Even though Mother Tiger had prepared a prey in advance for emergencies. However, after 5 days since the brothers were born, the stored energy had almost been exhausted. Thinking of this, Cang Nian recalled that during the last feeding, Mother Tiger's belly had already become quite shriveled. By the time he was full, he could no longer suckle any milk. Clearly, to ensure the healthy growth of the brothers, Mother Tiger had to go out hunting tonight. Then I can't sleep tonight, at least not until Mother Tiger returns. Otherwise, if any danger comes, I'll surely die in my sleep. Faced with this sudden situation, Cang Nian could only make a temporary plan, and he dared not practice any skill to increase its proficiency. With Mother Tiger absent, the energy from his recent full feeding was all he had to defend himself. Thinking this, Cang Nian moved closer to Tiger Brother and leaned against him. Although it should be May or June now, Mother Tiger was likely a Siberian tiger living in a high-latitude area. Therefore, the temperature difference between day and night was quite large, and the nights were still somewhat cold. Therefore, leaning against Tiger Brother allowed them to huddle together for warmth. Woo! Sensing Cang Nian's approach, Tiger Brother grunted twice, and then fell back into a deep sleep. It's comfortable not knowing anything without having to be on edge. Watching Tiger Brother, who was completely unaware of the danger of Mother Tiger's departure, Cang Nian's mouth twitched. Then he quietly stared out of the cave, letting his mind wander. After a whole day of self-discipline, Cang Nian's body was already quite exhausted. But now he couldn't expend energy, nor could he close his eyes to sleep. It was no easy task. Simply staring blankly, Cang Nian was sure he would fall asleep without realizing it. However, every slight rustle outside the cave would jolt the increasingly heavy-lidded Cang Nian awake. Ding. Eyes open for 3 hours. Eye-opening skill proficiency 1. 2100. Unconsciously 3 hours passed, and the proficiency of the eye-opening skill increased by 1 level. I wonder how long Mother Tiger's hunt will take. What prey will she catch? I hope she can catch a larger one so that her next hunt can be postponed a bit longer. By then, if I max out the crawling skill to reach a qualitative change, I should be able to run, and my self-defense ability will be much stronger. Cang Nian's mind was filled with random thoughts as he fought against physical fatigue. However, now that the eye-opening skill's proficiency had increased by 1 level, his vision improved a bit. The clear viewing distance reached 5 meters, and he could already see the condition of the cave entrance. Moreover, the depths of the cave were also basically visible. It matched his earlier speculation. Before his eyes had opened, there was a small pool in the back, not very large, only a few square meters in size. But it was more than enough for Mother Tiger's daily drinking, and to store excess prey submerged in the water. Ding. Eyes open for 3 hours. Eye-opening skill proficiency 1. 3100. After another bout of random thoughts, the system prompt sounded again, and Cang Nian couldn't help but frown. Mother Tiger had been out hunting for 6 hours now. Although he didn't know how long a tiger's hunt usually took, Cang Nian thought that 6 hours should be enough, right? Could Mother Tiger have run into some trouble? Cang Nian couldn't help but worry. However, thinking that the Siberian tiger was the absolute apex predator in its ecological environment with almost no animals able to threaten it, he felt a bit more at ease. If danger came, Mother Tiger would surely run away. Moreover, even if she did encounter danger, one roar from her, a tiger's roar shaking the forest, would be heard by all creatures within at least 3 kilometers. To protect herself and Tiger Brother, Mother Tiger likely wouldn't hunt too far away. Since there was no roar, she probably hadn't encountered danger. Cang Nian could only comfort himself with these thoughts. At that moment, he truly felt how tormenting his own weakness was. Once the protection of Mother Tiger was gone, he was left in constant fear. This made him determined to work harder, be more disciplined, and become stronger as soon as possible. The next time Mother Tiger went out hunting, he would not be so helpless. Rustle. At that moment, Cang Nian heard a sound of something passing through the bushes outside the cave. Then an orange-yellow figure approached from afar. Since Cang Nian's vision was still clear only within a range of 5 meters, with everything beyond that blurry, he couldn't make out what the distant figure was. However, the iconic orange-yellow color made him breathe a sigh of relief. It must be Mother Tiger returning. So he sprang to his feet with a swish and eagerly took 2 steps toward the cave entrance. But after just 2 steps, he sensed something was wrong. The orange-yellow figure grew closer, but as it approached, Cang Nian realized it was not as massive as he remembered. Then he saw the orange-yellow figure trotting toward him. When it entered his 5-meter visual range, he was instantly horrified. Damn, it's not Mother Tiger. It's a fox. Cang Nian couldn't help cursing in his mind, his legs nearly giving way as he hurriedly backed away. The orange-yellow figure sharpened from blur to clarity. It was a fox with disheveled fur charging toward him with green eyes. Its orange-yellow coat with black and white patches had caused Cang Nian to mistake it for Mother Tiger. Ayo! While retreating, Cang Nian let out a loud roar. He could only crawl slowly on trembling limbs, unable to run, and certainly couldn't outrun an adult fox. The only hope now was to bet that Mother Tiger was nearby, and that his cries could summon her back. His immature voice rang out as Cang Nian called out with all his might, using the strength of a suckling cub. But in the end, he was still too young, and his voice probably wouldn't carry far. Yet he did not give up and continued to roar loudly. Ayo, ding. Baby voice used once. Baby voice skill proficiency 1. 99,100 ding. Baby voice used once. Baby voice skill proficiency 1. 100,100 ding. Congratulations, host. The baby voice skill proficiency has reached maximum, and the skill has evolved into Baby Roar. Instantly, Cang Nian's roar seemed to break through a thick barrier in his throat, becoming piercing and extraordinarily loud. Knowing the fox was right behind him, Cang Nian let out a loud howl in a desperate attempt to summon the tiger mother back, while scrambling to escape with all his might. However, he had only just learned to crawl, and his steps were far from steady, let alone running. Thus, after tottering a few steps, Cang Nian collapsed to the ground with a thud. No, I must put some distance between myself and that beast, or I'm definitely dead. Even as he fell, the instinct to survive drove Cang Nian to keep moving, belly pressed against the earth, crawling deeper into the cave. Roar! But just then, as he fled in panic, Cang Nian heard a shrill infantile yelp from behind him. Turning his head, he saw that, driven by adrenaline, he had crawled all the way to the pool at the cave's deepest recess. Meanwhile, little tiger, still blind and lying at the center of the cave, remained utterly oblivious to the danger. By fleeing to the pool, he had inadvertently exposed little tiger right before the fox. Moreover, perhaps because little tiger was larger and appeared plumper, the starving fox, its eyes already green with hunger, had shifted its target to little tiger. It opened its short jaws and began to tear into little tiger. How could little tiger, still unable to see, resist a full-grown fox? It could only yelp in terror. Witnessing this, Cang Nian felt a chill run through his entire body, and even his own howls died in his throat. If this continued, little tiger would die. Cang Nian instinctively lifted a paw to step forward, but it hung suspended in midair. He had no means of attack, now not even fully grown teeth. Whether he pounced or bit, it would be nothing more than a tickle to the fox before him. Even if he went forward, he couldn't help little tiger escape the danger. On the contrary, he would only be putting himself in harm's way as well. Just wait a little longer. Just a little longer. Mother tiger will be back. I only need to wait here, and I still have a chance to survive. The fear of death froze Cang Nian in place, unable to move as he watched the fox tear into little tiger. I'm sorry. I have no strength either. I can't save you. I'm sorry. Cang Nian suffered in anguish as he watched, murmuring guiltily in his heart. Roar! But at that moment, from not far outside the cave, a soul-stirring tiger's roar rang out, jolting Cang Nian's spirits. It was Mother Tiger. Hearing that roar, the fox, still tearing at little tiger, shuddered violently. The green hunger in its eyes instantly cleared, and fear crept into its pupils. Without a second thought, it released its grip on little tiger and bolted toward the cave entrance. The queen of the jungle had returned. If it didn't flee now, it was dead. Roar! But the next second, a massive figure charged into Cang Nian's field of vision. It bore the same black, white, and orange fur, yet radiated far more majesty and ferocity than the fox. It was Mother Tiger. Now fury blazed in her eyes. None of the tenderness she showed Cang Nian and little tiger remained. Only surging brutality. Smack! Mother Tiger's paw swung heavily, precisely knocking the escaping fox out of the air. Whimper! The fox let out a miserable squeal, then slammed violently against the cave wall. Cang Nian could see bright red blood splatter across the wall in a radial pattern, like a ripe grape hurled against the stone. Then the fox's pitiful whimper ceased abruptly. Its body slid slowly downward, leaving a trail of blood. With a single blow, Mother Tiger's terrifying strength had killed the fox. Seeing this, Cang Nian was overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. His earlier fear, guilt, and now the joy of surviving a brush with death. These emotions, combined with the fact that he had stayed awake for over 6 hours and was utterly exhausted, caused his vision to go black, and he fainted. I'm alive after all. After an unknown amount of time, when the sun was already high outside the cave, Cang Nian slowly regained consciousness. Then he turned his head to look at the cave wall beside him. The dark red bloodstains there testified that yesterday's crisis was not a nightmare, but reality. Thinking of this, he quickly looked around and saw the lithe, powerful form of Mother Tiger lying gracefully in the cave, grooming her fur. Only then did he feel a sense of safety. Yesterday's experience had made him even more dependent on Mother Tiger. Without her, he was utterly defenseless against any crisis, unable to do anything but howl in fear. He had even been forced to watch as the fox tore into little tiger. Wait, where is little tiger? Could it be? Thinking this, Cang Nian stood up and craned his neck, searching for little tiger. But after looking around, he couldn't find little tiger anywhere, and his heart sank. Even if little tiger had died in the fox's jaws, Cang Nian's own intervention would have changed nothing. Nevertheless, it was because he had fled to the depths of the cave that little tiger had been exposed to the fox. If he had grown normally, he would still be blind and unable to crawl fast, just like little tiger. Then it would have been him who died, wouldn't it? Little tiger had died in his place. Cang Nian felt even more guilty. Whimper! But just then, from the crook of Mother Tiger's arm came a soft, childish sound. Hearing it, Cang Nian's spirit soared, and he scrambled toward Mother Tiger. In his excitement, he stumbled and fell, but he paid it no mind, and immediately got up to continue crawling. Finally, when he reached Mother Tiger, she expertly shifted from lying on her belly to lying on her side, making it easier for him to nurse. This change in position revealed little tiger, who had been tucked under her arm. Whimper! Then Cang Nian saw little tiger squirm his way to Mother Tiger's belly and begin nursing. Little tiger is alive. This dramatic turn of events filled Cang Nian with joy, and he quickly scurried over to little tiger's side. Cang Nian pawed at little tiger's neck, searching carefully. Finally, he found 2 symmetrical rows of small holes on either side of little tiger's throat, so tiny they were nearly invisible unless one looked deliberately. That fox didn't kill little tiger. That can't be. The result left Cang Nian astonished. A full-grown fox savagely biting a newborn tiger cub less than a week old. It might not be an instant kill, but it certainly wouldn't be hard. Yet little tiger was not only alive, but showed no signs of serious injury. Could it be that I'm not the only special one? Is little tiger also an extraordinary cub? Cang Nian pondered suspiciously. As this thought surfaced, he realized that little tiger was indeed abnormal. He was too big. At 5 days old, he was twice the size of Cang Nian, who had a system and was extremely disciplined. Almost as large as a cub over a month old. Whatever, as long as little tiger is alive. Cang Nian shook his head, feeling relieved. If little tiger had truly died, it would have become a lifelong nightmare, trapping him in eternal guilt. Feeling Cang Nian pawing at him, little tiger wiggled his bottom and moved to the other side, as if making room for Cang Nian to nurse. Looking at the endearing little tiger, Cang Nian couldn't help but smile slightly. This time I retreated because of weakness and cowardice. From now on I will train myself even harder. Next time I will definitely protect little tiger. Huff, huff. On the 8th day of his birth, and also the 3rd day since the fox attacked, Cang Nian crawled panting heavily. However, despite the exhaustion, the results were gratifying. Ding. Crawled 10 meters. Crawl skill proficiency increased by 50,100. In just 3 days, he had already raised the proficiency of the crawl skill to halfway. This was all due to the encounter 3 days ago, which intensified his urgency to become stronger. Therefore, over these past days, he had been training most rigorously on the crawl skill, which showed the most obvious improvement. As the proficiency of the crawl skill increased, his limbs gradually grew stronger, and now he could crawl steadily without trembling. Additionally, other unlocked skills were also increasing steadily. For instance, the milk drinking skill had accumulated enough proficiency yesterday to undergo a qualitative change. Although the skill name remained unchanged, the volume of milk required per proficiency level increased from 100 milliliters to 500 milliliters. However, this posed no major issue because after the qualitative change of the milk drinking skill, Cang Nian's appetite indeed increased substantially. Now he could drink nearly 400 milliliters of milk at one time. In this way, when he reached around level 50 of the milk drinking skill, he would be able to drink 500 milliliters of milk per session, and the proficiency advancement would not slow down much compared to before. Meanwhile, the digestion skill had advanced synchronously with the milk drinking skill, undergoing a qualitative change as well. However, the change in this skill was not as intuitive as that of the milk drinking skill. But Cang Nian could clearly feel that he was getting hungry faster. Previously, he needed to drink milk 8 times a day, but now he had to do it 12 times. Moreover, his digestion seemed to convert energy from food more efficiently. Drinking the same volume of milk now supported greater physical activity. To Cang Nian's delight, the advancement of the milk drinking and digestion skills boosted the proficiency grinding efficiency of the pooping and urinating skills. After all, the more he ate, the more he excreted. Now the proficiency of both pooping and urinating skills had synchronously reached level 80, so a qualitative change was just around the corner. Additionally, Cang Nian did not neglect the skill of evolving from a baby coo to a baby roar. As long as his throat rested well, he would let out a full-throated roar. Therefore, the proficiency of the baby roar skill had also been grinded to level 30. Meanwhile, the sleep skill, which hardly existed, could not be accelerated by effort alone. Each layer of proficiency required 3 hours of sleep, and now it was only at level 32. The same applied to the open eye skill, which also accumulated 1 layer per 3 hours of being open, and since it was unlocked relatively late, it was only at level 12 now. However, the advancement of the open eye skill was quite noticeable. Now Cang Nian could see clearly within a range of 15 meters. While exercising and summarizing today's gains, Cang Nian walked towards Mother Tiger. This was how he spent his days. When tired from exercise, he drank milk. When full from drinking, he exercised. When he felt the urge, he would roar to have Mother Tiger assist with excretion. It was somewhat monotonous, but fulfilling nonetheless. My. Just then he suddenly caught sight of a glimmer of dark sheen flashing by. Following the reflection, he spotted younger brother Tiger. After careful observation for a while, Cang Nian finally realized what the reflection came from. It was the slit of younger brother Tiger's eyes. Originally tightly shut, younger Tiger's eyes now opened 2 thin slits, through which his moist eyes could be seen. Roar. Seeing this, Cang Nian called out to Mother Tiger. Ding. 1 baby roar skill proficiency increased by 31,100. To grind skill proficiency, every roar from Cang Nian was exerted with all his might. Thus, not only did he divert Mother Tiger's attention, but also woke up the soundly sleeping younger Tiger. Woken up, younger Tiger grunted twice and wiggled his bottom. Upon hearing Cang Nian's roar, Mother Tiger approached and was about to lick his bottom. However, Cang Nian was prepared. He twisted his bottom to dodge Mother Tiger, then patted younger Tiger's big face with his paws. During this period, Cang Nian finally confirmed that younger Tiger truly was abnormal. Even his advanced milk drinking and digestion skills could not compete with it. It could eat too much. Before opening his eyes, Cang Nian could only vaguely sense that younger Tiger could eat a lot. But after opening his eyes, he realized that younger Tiger was truly a glutton. Having been born for less than 10 days, Cang Nian estimated that younger Tiger weighed about 5 or 6 kilograms, while he himself, despite eating strenuously and burning calories constantly, probably only weighed around 3 kilograms now. This was close to matching a general 1-month-old tiger cub, but in front of younger Tiger, it was completely inadequate. At this moment, Mother Tiger followed Cang Nian's action and looked at younger Tiger, finally, also discovering that younger Tiger was about to open his eyes. Seeing this, Mother Tiger happily approached younger Tiger, lowered her head, and gently licked his chubby little face with her large tongue. In Cang Nian's eyes, younger Tiger's face was indeed big, but in Mother Tiger's eyes it was incredibly tiny. Licked by Mother Tiger, younger Tiger comfortingly grunted. Not long after, the glue-like secretion between younger Tiger's eye slits was licked away, revealing his wet, bewildered eyes, as if still half asleep. However, it indeed was not fully awake. The sudden, unfamiliar sensory input caused younger Tiger's brain to freeze for several seconds. Then it looked at Mother Tiger's whiskers and curiously tried to catch them with its paws. But since birth it had not been active, or as soon as it raised its front paws, its semi-squatting hindquarters could not balance, so it fell onto its back with all 4 limbs sprawled. Watching the adorable younger Tiger, Mother Tiger's face showed a human-like smile as she affectionately licked the fur on its belly. 3 days ago, when she went out hunting, a fox took the opportunity to sneak attack the den, almost causing harm to younger Tiger, which left proud Mother Tiger with lingering fears. Fortunately, her own cub had good fortune and a strong life force. No life-threatening danger occurred. Otherwise, she did not know how sad she would be. This also made her determined that next time she hunted, she must finish quickly. Moreover, to reduce time spent outside after a successful hunt, she should drag the prey back to the den to eat rather than eating her fill outside and then returning. 3 days ago, she had lain in ambush for a long time, and after a successful hunt, she ate heartily on the spot. As a result, when she returned to the den, she only heard Cang Nian's fearful cries for help. However, it was precisely that hearty meal at the time that allowed her to replenish enough nutrition, which enabled her to sustain the terrifying consumption of Cang Nian and younger Tiger. With the help of the system, Cang Nian's growth speed had already exceeded that of ordinary tiger cubs. And younger Tiger, even more so, could eat and sleep like a champion. Together, the two brothers made Mother Tiger feel as difficult as nursing 8 tiger cubs simultaneously. Although this was Mother Tiger's first litter, and she had no prior experience nursing multiple cubs. Thinking of this, the smile on Mother Tiger's face turned into worry. Her last hunting meal was only 3 days ago, and now she felt that the nutrition in her body could only sustain the two brothers for another 2 days. If the children cannot eat, she fears they will starve and not grow properly. If the children eat too much, she must worry that the family's stored food is insufficient. Oh, the worry. It was a modest joy that Tiger Bro had opened his eyes, yet this did not diminish Cang Nian's disciplined training regimen. Each layer of skill proficiency accumulated, each improvement in his physique, made Cang Nian feel his efforts were not in vain. Tiger Bro, now that his eyes were open, seemed to find this new way of perceiving the world both novel and intriguing. Consequently, he no longer slumbered as soundly as before. Instead, his little head would turn back and forth following Cang Nian's every movement. However, there was no sign of him getting up. Being inherently lazy by nature, he simply found it amusing to watch Cang Nian crawl about, though, if it were him, he was certain such constant movement would be exceedingly tiring. All he wanted was to nurse and sleep without exertion. At that moment, hearing Tiger Bro's meaningless whimpers and noticing his eager gaze fixed upon him, Cang Nian fell into contemplation. Tiger Bro's rapid growth must stem from something extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived those fox's savage bites. It was one thing to merely eat and sleep all day before, but now that his eyes are open, he cannot remain so lethargic. I must train alongside him. Otherwise, the next time danger strikes, he'll suffer the consequences. This time he survived only because the fox's bite lacked force and the creature itself wasn't in peak condition. Against more ferocious beasts, survival would be unlikely. I cannot train alone. For a considerable while, my strength won't be enough to directly confront those adult predators. Therefore, when danger arises, flight remains our primary strategy. If I run fast, but Tiger Bro lags behind, he'll be doomed. I must teach him to run swiftly, so we can buy time until Mother Tiger comes to rescue us. After much reflection in Cang Nian's mind, the more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Although he had resolved to protect Tiger Bro before they grew to the size of medium to large dogs, the wild would still harbor many creatures beyond his ability to handle. Thus, prior to that point, the only strategies for him and Tiger Bro to face crises were fleeing and calling for help. Hence, enabling Tiger Bro to run would prevent history from repeating itself. With these thoughts in mind, Cang Nian approached Tiger Bro step by step. Ow! He instinctively let out a cry, hoping to spur Tiger Bro into action. But the outcome was predictable. Tiger Bro couldn't comprehend what Cang Nian was yelping about, just as Cang Nian himself was uncertain of what his cries conveyed. Observing this, Cang Nian tilted his head in thought, then moved to Tiger Bro's rear. He crouched, slightly extended his front paws, and began pushing against Tiger Bro's hindquarters. If verbal communication proved futile, physical gestures would have to suffice. However, Tiger Bro's weight was truly remarkable. Even at just 8 days old, he likely weighed around 6 kilograms. To Cang Nian at present, the weight was utterly immovable. Fortunately, discomfort from being pushed prompted Tiger Bro to tentatively support his plump spherical body, with trembling limbs shuffling forward 2 steps. Seeing this approach worked, Cang Nian exerted himself once more, and Tiger Bro cooperatively shuffled forward another 2 steps. Yet after 2.5 minutes, Cang Nian was nearly exhausted, while Tiger Bro had barely advanced a meter. This creature possessed an exceptionally gentle disposition. He never grew irked regardless of how he was handled, yet his laziness was extraordinary. Without being pushed, he wouldn't move an inch. However, Cang Nian was not one to abandon efforts midway, so he shifted tactics. Walking to Tiger Bro's front, he began moving slowly step by step. He intended to demonstrate the proper way to walk. At the very least, he should crawl on his belly for a couple of rounds. Yet Tiger Bro merely kept his bell-like eyes wide open, following Cang Nian's movements while stubbornly refusing to lift his hindquarters even slightly. This truly exasperated Cang Nian, making him wish he could speak human language right then and there, and that Tiger Bro could understand it, so he could scold the little one roundly. Taking a couple of deep breaths, the more Cang Nian fumed, the more he resolved to simply swipe his paw at Tiger Bro's oversized face. If you refuse to move on your own, then I'll provoke you into chasing after me. Smack! Though still young and lacking in strength, Cang Nian's strike carried full force. For Tiger Bro, also merely 8 days old, it was undoubtedly a sharp blow to the face. Moreover, he took it squarely on the face. Ding! One claw swipe earned a point of proficiency in the claw strike skill. 1100. Just then a system notification chimed, leaving Cang Nian momentarily stunned before euphoria surged through him. This is fantastic. I've finally unlocked an offensive skill. Since transmigrating and receiving the system, every ability he'd unlocked so far had been rather peculiar. Aside from the crawling ability, the rest were nothing but nursing, defecating, and urinating, each more useless than the last. At least they were utterly impractical at this stage. But this claw strike was unmistakably an offensive technique. More importantly, the conditions for gaining proficiency with it were relatively straightforward to meet. It appeared that merely swinging his claws with full force would earn a single point of proficiency. He should be able to max out this initial skill rather quickly. Although the skill's power would inevitably depend on his physical foundation, Cang Nian was confident that through persistent refinement and leveling up, it would become a force to be reckoned with in the future. Furthermore, this meant he could mount some defense during his vulnerable youth rather than relying solely on flight. That said, Cang Nian wouldn't grow overconfident simply because he'd unlocked an attack skill and charge headlong into danger. He was still far too weak for now. When danger struck, flight came first. Only if escape proved impossible would he attempt to strike back, buying time until Mother Tiger could come to their aid. Ow! But just as Cang Nian basked in his excitement, Tiger Bro beside him began crying out in distress. He felt deeply wronged. After all the cooperation he'd shown while playing with Cang Nian, why was he being struck? At that moment, Mother Tiger, who had been resting nearby, heard the commotion and approached from behind Tiger Bro. She assumed he needed to relieve himself. However, Tiger Bro turned his hindquarters away, then looked up at Mother Tiger, whimpering and waving his paws, as if accusing Cang Nian of bullying him. Witnessing this, Cang Nian suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Though his intentions had been pure, to help Tiger Bro build strength so he wouldn't be helpless if crisis struck again. His current actions undeniably constituted bullying. Realizing this, Cang Nian shrank his neck, dreading that Mother Tiger would intervene to discipline him. Yet after hearing Tiger Bro's complaints, Mother Tiger showed no concern. Once she confirmed the 2 cubs weren't hungry or in need of relief, she elegantly flicked her tail and sauntered off to drink at the pool deep within the cave. Following the peril they'd faced during the first hunt, Mother Tiger had grown more vigilant about them, keeping a watchful eye on their every move. Nevertheless, what had just transpired was nothing more than playful squabbling between siblings in Mother Tiger's eyes. This was entirely natural, and Mother Tiger was pleased to witness it. Such interactions would not only strengthen the bond between the brothers, but also subtly hone their hunting instincts. Sensing this, Tiger Bro's whimpering ceased abruptly, leaving him stunned. After a moment's reflection, Cang Nian understood Mother Tiger's hands-off approach to raising cubs, so he approached with a broad grin. Hee, if Mother Tiger doesn't intervene, that means I can train Tiger Bro however I see fit, right? Ow! Upon seeing Cang Nian's wicked smirk, Tiger Bro yelped in terror. Ding! Crawled 10 meters, crawling skill proficiency increased by 1. 60,100. Ding! Swiped a claw once, claw swipe skill proficiency increased by 1. 15,100. Listening to the system prompts in his mind and the pitiful whimpers of Hudi beside him, Cang Nian felt extremely joyful. On the 9th day after birth yesterday, Hu Di had opened his eyes, and Cang Nian began to train him. Other methods had little effect, but swiping claws to hit the tiger was quite effective. Hu Di had a rather timid nature. Even when beaten, he dared not chase after Cang Nian or fight back. Fortunately, such beatings made him understand that he must follow Cang Nian's demands or else he would be beaten again. Thus, through claws and Cang Nian's tireless physical gestures, Hu Di finally understood that crawling behind Cang Nian would avoid a beating, and otherwise he would be beaten. Therefore, Hu Di could only follow pitifully behind Cang Nian's tail, puffing and crawling. What surprised Cang Nian was that Hu Di, who ate a lot and grew fast indeed, didn't eat for nothing. Before, without any exercise, Hu Di struggled to crawl even 2 steps. But after all, his physique was terrifying. Forced by Cang Nian's pats and scratches to train, he quickly unleashed his physical potential. In just half a day, Cang Nian crawled ahead on all fours while Hu Di crawled behind with his belly on the ground. Cang Nian covered nearly 100 meters, and although Hu Di didn't keep up the entire time, he roughly managed half the exercise, crawling 50 meters. This was far stronger than Cang Nian's crawling skill before it evolved into a proper crawl. All one could say was a talent freak incomparable. However, Cang Nian with the system only felt a slight envy. He was born deficient, but with enough self-discipline growing stronger bit by bit, his future potential would definitely surpass that of Hu Di. Meanwhile, the tiger mother resting in the den watched the interaction between the 2 cubs with a doting smile. This was her first litter. At first, when Cang Nian and Hu Di were born, she felt quite bored. Especially as the queen of the jungle, she now had to stay in the den and days while nursing the cubs. But now that both cubs had opened their eyes, it became much more interesting. The interaction between the 2 brothers could relieve the tiger mother's boredom. Moreover, what slightly puzzled the tiger mother was that although Hu Di had a larger build, how was he being suppressed by Cang Nian, who was so much smaller? Among siblings, there is always one that is stronger and more leader-like, becoming the king of their own little group. And the tiger mother recalled that when she was young, she was the king among her litter of tiger cubs. As a female tiger, she was stronger than her 2 brothers when young, suppressing them from the start. However, the genetic disadvantage of being female eventually caused the tiger mother to lose to her brothers when she was 6 months old. But the memories of being suppressed by their elder sister as cubs still made the 2 brothers hold her in awe. Unfortunately, the 3 siblings left their mother when they were sub-adults, each seeking their own territory, and never saw each other again. To reduce the probability of inbreeding, siblings when growing up and seeking territories would instinctively disperse and mate with distant members of the opposite sex, producing healthy offspring. Additionally, this was also to ensure sufficient food. Otherwise, if several adult tigers gathered together, they would be invincible, but the prey within their territory would not be enough to share. Moreover, this would cause a devastating blow to large creatures in the area, leading to mass migrations of large herbivores. Therefore, the even distribution of tigers in the wild was an unwritten rule and tacit understanding among them. Recalling the happy times of her youth, the tiger mother felt a slight confusion. Was she becoming smarter? She remembered that her previous memories before adulthood were all fragmented and blurry, difficult to recall. Yet today, watching the roughhousing of Cang Nian and Hu Di, the images of her early years seemed quite clear. Shaking her head, the tiger mother dismissed these incomprehensible thoughts. Then she looked outside the den. Although last time when she returned from hunting she saw a fox darting out of the den, and Hu Di was whimpering in fear and pain, which still haunted the tiger mother. But there was no choice to nurse the 2 cubs. Hunting could not stop. Otherwise the mother and 3 would all die together. Feeling the meager nutrients left in her body, yet still abundant energy, the tiger mother approached the 2 cubs who had tired themselves out from playing and lay down on her side. Roar! Then she let out a soft roar. Hearing this, Cang Nian and Hu Di both turned to look at the tiger mother. Hu Di paused for a moment, then wiggled his, but happily, and crawled to the tiger mother's soft belly to drink milk contentedly. Cang Nian, however, sensed that things were not so simple. The tiger mother's strategy for raising cubs was mainly free range. If she didn't call, it meant they weren't hungry or didn't need to defecate, and she would never actively feed them. There was only one possibility for her to actively feed. She was about to go out hunting, and before leaving she would feed the 2 cubs full and make sure they emptied their bowels and bladders so that if she didn't return for a while they wouldn't go hungry or hold it in. Roar! Seeing that Cang Nian still hadn't come to drink milk, the tiger mother let out another soft roar, urging him. Hearing this, Cang Nian obediently went to drink, but in his mind, he was thinking about the tiger mother's hunting. Outside it was now noon. Although it was only around June, the day was quite hot. Tigers are nocturnal animals, preferring to hunt after nightfall, but the tiger mother had chosen this time. Clearly this was not because the tiger mother lacked nutrition or energy. These issues wouldn't prevent her from waiting even 8 hours. The tiger mother, having learned from the last time a fox raided the den, planned to go hunting while the weather was hot and many predators were inactive. This way the danger to Cang Nian and Hu Di, who remained in the den, would be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Cang Nian felt a warmth in his heart. The tiger mother had gone to great lengths for their safety, even willing to go against her own hunting habits and racial instincts. This was maternal love, without reason asking for nothing in return, giving everything. If one had to give a reason, it was that Cang Nian and Hu Di were her cubs. I must become stronger. Now the tiger mother protects me and hunts for me. In the future, I will protect her, so she no longer needs to hunt, and will have endless prey. Cang Nian thought resolutely. Soon after Cang Nian and Hu Di had drunk their fill, the tiger mother prepared to lick their bottoms to help them eliminate. However, when it was Cang Nian's turn, he twisted his bottom away. Because an hour earlier, after the tiger mother had helped him eliminate, he had maxed out the proficiency of both the defecation and urination skills. Although the names of the two skills hadn't changed after the qualitative improvement, he could now eliminate on his own. Eliminating successfully without assistance in front of the tiger mother, she immediately showed a surprised and delighted smile. Then without lingering, she ran agilely out of the den. Cang Nian muttered to himself, "It's only been 4 days since the first hunting trip. Could it be that Hu Di and I have grown too big in appetite?" Tiger Mom had gone out hunting again. But after a moment's thought, it seemed to be true. He and Hu Di were only 9 days old, yet one weighed about 3 kilograms, and the other about 6, far exceeding the growth rate of ordinary tiger cubs. Growing bodies require nutrition, so both he and Hu Di had astonishing appetites. As the two cubs grew larger, their food intake increased daily. No wonder Tiger Mom had gone out hunting for the second time in just over a week. Tiger Mom specifically goes hunting at noon. There shouldn't be many animals coming to the den during this time. However, I must not let my guard down. I'll stop exercising now and maintain a good state at all times to deal with potential dangers. Although I have little ability to fight back, at least I can keep up my strength and be ready to flee if danger comes. Then Cang Nian thought it over and prepared himself. So he positioned his head toward the cave entrance, lay down on the ground, and stared outward with wide eyes. Hu Di, seeing that Cang Nian had stopped crawling, flopped down on the ground, as well occasionally glancing at Cang Nian to make sure he was allowed to rest before finally relaxing. He had been training with Cang Nian for half a day and had taken quite a few beatings. Though not particularly bright, he remembered the pain and was now somewhat traumatized. A bit of PTSD. Whoosh, wheeze, whoosh, wheeze. Before long, Cang Nian heard a long, gentle snore coming from behind him. Turning his head, he saw Hu Di lying on the ground, asleep, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, his jaws occasionally opening and closing, as if dreaming of drinking milk. Seeing this, Cang Nian immediately got up, walked over to Hu Di, and raised his right paw. Smack. Ding. Claw strike. Used once. Claw strike skill proficiency 1. 16,100. A full force claw strike landed, accompanied by the system notification sound. Ow. Then struck by the claw, Hu Di jolted awake from his sleep and looked around in confusion. When he saw Cang Nian's familiar face, he suddenly shuddered and scrambled away in panic, crawling with his belly pressed to the ground. This was the conditioned reflex Cang Nian had cultivated in him over half a day. Get hit, then immediately start self-discipline. But that wasn't what Cang Nian wanted now. So he raised his paw and reached out toward Hu Di. Out of the corner of his eye, Hu Di saw Cang Nian raise his paw again. He fearfully shrank his head back and even closed his eyes as if that might lessen the pain. Yet the expected pain never came. Cang Nian's paw did touch his body, but it was a firm press, not a slap. Growl? Cang Nian let out a low growl, signaling Hu Di not to move regardless of whether Hu Di understood. Under Cang Nian's force, Hu Di stopped crawling. But he still kept his head lowered, watching Cang Nian's expression with obvious confusion on his face. Such a different action was beyond the understanding of the young Hu Di. Seeing that Hu Di had stopped moving, Cang Nian relaxed. His intention was very simple. Now that Tiger Mom had gone hunting, though she had specifically chosen noon when few predators would approach the den, that didn't guarantee safety. That was why Cang Nian had stopped training to conserve energy. To guard against potential danger, he also had to stay awake himself. Similarly, Hu Di must stay awake too. Otherwise, if danger came while Hu Di was still asleep, even if he immediately woke him up, he would still be dazed for a moment before realizing he needed to flee, just like before. Last time they encountered a fox with low attack power, so Hu Di's thick hide protected him from serious injury, leaving only a row of tooth marks on his neck. But next time, or even today, if a more formidable predator came, that moment of hesitation could cost Hu Di his life. Therefore, even though training wasn't needed now, he couldn't let Hu Di fall asleep. However, Hu Di couldn't understand Cang Nian's reasoning. Seeing that Cang Nian wasn't making him continue crawling, Hu Di breathed a sigh of relief, and soon his eyelids began to droop again. Seeing this, Cang Nian raised his paw once more and smacked Hu Di. Ow! Then, just like the first time, Hu Di jolted awake from his drowsiness, was dazed for a moment, and then instinctively started crawling. But Cang Nian patiently pressed him down again, making him stay put. After repeating this 5 times, Hu Di finally understood what Cang Nian wanted him to do. So he lay down behind Cang Nian, obediently keeping his eyes wide open, not daring to move or close them. Ding. Eyes open for 3 hours. Eye opening skill proficiency 1. 15,100. With this repeated process, the system notification sounded indicating that Tiger Mom had been gone for 3 hours. Rustle, rustle. Just then Cang Nian suddenly heard a sound of something passing through the bushes outside. Ding. Listening once. Listening skill proficiency 1. 1,100. Another new skill unlocked, but Cang Nian had no time to pay attention to it. He tensed up and stared at the cave entrance. Was it an enemy? But after 2 seconds, Cang Nian saw 2 not very large hooves emerge from the bushes outside the cave. Then a familiar tricolor of black, white, and orange came into view. In Cang Nian's eyes, which now had a clear vision range of 20 meters, the figure was not blurry. It was Tiger Mom. She was carrying a silly roe deer in her mouth as she slowly returned to the den where Cang Nian and Hu Di were. Roar. Only when Tiger Mom entered the cave did Hu Di, who had just opened his eyes, recognize her. He crawled happily and chirped joyfully, as if welcoming her successful return from the hunt. Cang Nian also got up and approached Tiger Mom, roaring softly. For Tiger Mom, who braved the scorching sun to hunt just to feed her cubs, Cang Nian did not hold back his reverence. Seeing her cubs so excited, Tiger Mom reined in her fierce aura and then placed the roe deer she had hunted on the ground. This roe deer was quite large, weighing nearly 40 kilograms. However, the edible meat was probably only about 25 kilograms. Instead of eating right away, Tiger Mom lay down on her side to nurse Cang Nian and Hu Di. Seeing this, Hu Di excitedly crawled to her belly and began nursing happily. Tiger Mom's hunting trip had only taken 3 hours. But for tiger cubs when awake, 3 hours was roughly the interval between meals. Watching Hu Di guzzle down milk, Cang Nian hurried over as well. He was a little hungry too. Mother Tiger returned from hunting, allowed Cang Nian and Tiger Brother to feed until satiated, helped Tiger Brother relieve itself, and only then settled down to eat. With Mother Tiger staying in the den for the next few days, Cang Nian naturally resolved to put Tiger Brother through rigorous training. The presence of Mother Tiger was what gave Cang Nian the confidence to train without worry. Otherwise, on the perilous wilds where danger lurked at every turn, draining one's stamina would be the height of folly. But with Mother Tiger by his side, there were fewer concerns. Given her protective power, anyone or anything posing a threat to him would stand no chance, regardless of whether he was well rested or not. Tiger Brother was not completely dull. He had not forgotten what he learned and gradually understood. When Mother Tiger returned, Cang Nian struck him to make him crawl and exercise. When Mother Tiger was absent, striking him meant he could not sleep. And so Cang Nian pushed Tiger Brother relentlessly, brooking no laziness. Meanwhile, he began to ponder the newly unlocked skill, listening. By all logic, I have been hearing the world around me since birth, save during deep slumber. Why has this skill only now awakened? Perhaps, Cang Nian mused, puzzled. It requires deliberate effort, actively straining to hear distant sounds in order to unlock. And perhaps advancing its proficiency demands the same conscious practice. After some thought, Cang Nian began to grasp the pattern. Previously, his listening had always been passive, absorbing whatever reached his ears. But now, since Mother Tiger's first hunting trip had ended with the fox stealing their home, he had spent this time on guard against sounds from outside. However, there was no immediate opportunity to test the theory, so Cang Nian chose not to waste more time on speculation. Listening was undeniably a valuable skill for sensing approaching threats, but for now, improving his escapability and combat counterattack capability felt far more pressing. That said, should listening ever advance further, it would undoubtedly prove indispensable for vigilance against enemies. Still, in Cang Nian's view, honing his ability to flee and striking back in battle took priority. On the other side of the cave, Mother Tiger devoured her prey with impressive speed. This was the first time Cang Nian had witnessed her eating firsthand. In truth, since his transmigration, counting this instance, Mother Tiger had fed only 3 times. The first time, she had dragged a prepared hunt from the pool deep within the cave. At that point, Cang Nian had not yet opened his eyes. He had only heard the commotion and pieced together a mental picture. The second time was Mother Tiger's first hunting expedition. She had eaten elsewhere and only returned to the den afterward. Cang Nian had observed her slightly distended belly and deduced that the hunt had been successful. This third time, however, may have been different. Having eaten outside previously, Mother Tiger had returned late, and the scent of an adult tigress in the den had faded, perhaps emboldening the half-starved fox to attempt preying on Cang Nian and Tiger Brother. That was precisely why Mother Tiger had resolved to return promptly after future hunts. This time, the hunting ground was likely close to the den, and the prey, a roe deer, a small to medium-sized animal, was manageable. For an adult tigress, such as Mother Tiger, dragging such prey required little effort, which explained why she chose to feed within the den itself. Watching Mother Tiger eviscerate the roe deer and inhaling the rich coppery scent of fresh blood, Cang Nian felt an instinctive stir of desire. It was a craving forged deep within the tiger's bloodline, a longing for fresh meat. Yet he could not yet digest solid food. His tender digestive system would hardly manage raw meat. Moreover, his milk teeth had just begun to emerge. Though faster than the typical tiger cub that sprouts teeth at 2 weeks old, he was still far from being ready for meat. His suckling skill after its recent qualitative leap had accumulated 10 layers of proficiency. 90 more layers remained before the next breakthrough, an estimated 10 days or so. Cang Nian suspected that upon its next qualitative leap suckling would evolve to allow him to consume meat. He would still be under a month old, far earlier than ordinary tiger cubs who only begin sampling meat at around 2 months. That was a remarkable head start. Solid flesh and blood surely held far greater nutritional value than liquid milk, meaning his growth would accelerate even further. Swallowing his saliva, Cang Nian steeled himself with quiet encouragement and resumed crawling with all his might. His crawling skill was nearing 70 layers, approaching the threshold of its next qualitative leap. When that came, his limbs would grow sturdier and his unsteady gait would no longer plague him. Meanwhile, Mother Tiger's feeding pace was astonishing. Watching her up-close, Cang Nian finally understood what devouring voraciously truly meant. A roe deer weighing nearly 40 kilograms was reduced to a bare skeleton in barely 2.5 minutes. Mother Tiger, ever astute, finished eating and immediately exited the den. She fetched a bundle of dry grass in her mouth, then used it to wipe away the remaining bones and blot every trace of spilled blood from the feeding area. She then wrapped the bones in the grass and tossed them far outside the den. It was some time before Mother Tiger returned. Clearly, she had carried the refuse well beyond the den's vicinity. Finally, Mother Tiger approached the pool at the edge of the den, submerged her paws in the water, and returned to the feeding spot to meticulously scrub her paws, ensuring no blood residue remained before going back to the pool to rinse them thoroughly. Cang Nian watched this entire sequence utterly amazed. Is she eradicating the very source of scent so that no predator can track them here once the odor dissipates? In his past life, Cang Nian's knowledge of tigers had been limited, yet he believed that a tigress displaying such calculated caution would rank among the sharpest minds in her kind. This thought only deepened his relief. With a mother as skilled a hunter and so meticulously careful, his path to growth would surely be far smoother. Oh whoa! But behind him, Tiger Brother howled in protest. Naturally lazy, he found the forced exercise genuinely agonizing. Seeing this, Cang Nian approached and delivered a sharp pat to Tiger Brother's hindquarters, urging him to push harder and stop slacking off. Ding! 1 claw strike executed. Claw strike proficiency 1. 17,100. The system faithfully recorded Cang Nian's forceful blow, converting it into skill experience. Oh whoa! Tiger Brother's wails grew even more mournful, yet under Cang Nian's relentless prodding, he crawled faster. Nearby, Mother Tiger, sated and content, watched her 2 cubs with a satisfied expression. She now understood that Cang Nian was not merely playing with Tiger Brother, but deliberately tempering himself. For this, she was deeply pleased. She knew well the stronger they became, the greater their chances of surviving in this jungle. And for a male tiger, mere survival was not enough. In the wild Northeast Asian tiger population, the vast majority of males never earned the right to mate with females and pass on their lineage. Only the tigress of a given territory held such breeding privileges. The more diligently the 2 cubs trained, now the stronger they would grow. Even when they eventually separated, each would have the strength to become a dominant male and secure his own lineage. Cang Nian, however, was oblivious. His disciplined efforts were driven simply by the will to survive, yet Mother Tiger had already envisioned a far-reaching destiny for them. Ding! Crept 10M, Oi creeping skill proficiency 1. 100,100. Ding! Congratulations, host. Creeping skill proficiency has reached max, and the skill has evolved into jogging. On the 12th day after birth, a system notification rang in Cang Nian's mind, filling him with exhilaration. From belly crawling to creeping, and now to jogging, this was the first skill that had undergone 2 evolutions. As the creeping skill evolved into jogging, Cang Nian felt his limbs become noticeably stronger, thicker, and more powerful. Sensing the transformation in his body, Cang Nian could not wait to try running, and he immediately felt the difference from before. Previously, he could only crawl slowly, though any slight increase in speed would cause his limbs to struggle to stabilize his body, making him prone to falling. But now he could jog quite nimbly, covering roughly 1 body length per second. My current body length, excluding the tail, is 30 centimeters. Calculating that 3 seconds per meter, 20 meters per minute, over 1 kilometer per hour. Cang Nian calculated with a delighted expression. However, he knew the actual situation could not be calculated that simply. Tigers are not creatures of endurance. His current top speed could exceed 1 kilometer per hour, but he could not sustain it for long. For prolonged exercise measured in hours, the pace would have to slow to about 1/3 of the top speed. At that rate, he could only cover roughly 400 meters in an hour. Still, that was already quite impressive. According to the previous pattern, the initial skill belly crawling counted 1 meter per proficiency point, while the first advanced skill creeping counted 10 meters per point. So now the second advanced skill jogging should count 100 meters per point, right? If so, the experience bar for this skill would be 100 times 100, which is 10,000 meters. Running 400 meters per hour meant it would take only 20 hours to max out the proficiency. He didn't need too much daily training. 5 hours and 2,000 meters a day would accumulate enough in 5 days. Moreover, as his proficiency grew, his speed would only increase, possibly completing it in 3 or 4 days. Thinking this, Cang Nian began to envision a future where he could run with effortless grace. However, he was not one to merely daydream. He was a man of action. Acting on his thoughts, Cang Nian moved his limbs again, maintaining a jogging pace of 400 meters per hour. But after running for a while, he realized that the expected system notification had not arrived. This panicked him for a moment, but recalling past experience, he gritted his teeth and continued running. Ding. Jogged 1000 m, a jogging skill proficiency 1. 1100. Finally, after 2.5 hours, when Cang Nian was already panting with exhaustion, the system notification belatedly arrived. One proficiency point requires running 1,000 meters. That means the entire progress bar is 100,000 meters. When will I ever finish that? The delayed system notification made Cang Nian's jaw drop. If the system only responded after he completed a certain amount of training and had no interactivity, Cang Nian would have already cursed it aloud. He felt that with his current physical stamina, even if the tiger mother provided unlimited milk, he could only manage about 3,000 meters a day. Tigers are not naturally enduring animals, and running 1,000 meters like this was an enormous challenge for a cub like Cang Nian, and he would have to complete such training 100 times before the skill could advance again. In other words, given his current physical condition, this skill would consume a month of his time. He had only been alive for 12 days. Wait, such a long progress bar. Does it mean that once I finish training the jogging skill and it advances, I will be able to run freely without restraint? After complaining for a while, a sudden flash of insight struck Cang Nian, and he speculated with curiosity. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He could already jog now. Once his limbs grew thicker and stronger, he could run without any worries. And in a month, he would be less than a month and a half old. Ordinary tiger cubs need to grow to 3 or 4 months before they can run at full speed. By that measure, his pace was not slow. Moreover, this was just the initial speed. As his jogging proficiency increased, his speed would become faster, and he might complete the 100,000 meter task in just 20 days. No, the cave is too small. Running in circles is making me dizzy. Maybe I should go outside and take a look. Having resolved to accumulate jogging skill proficiency as soon as possible, Cang Nian felt an urge to go out. The cave where the tiger mother nursed her cubs was not small. Over 10 meters deep and 4 or 5 meters wide, about the size of a normal one-bedroom apartment. But for Cang Nian, who now needed to run thousands of meters, it was too cramped. Moreover, he weighed 4 or 5 kilograms now. Aside from large predators, not many animals would dare attack him. Still, I should first master some attacking ability before going out. After some thought, Cang Nian decided to wait until he was stronger before venturing out of caution. And that would not take long. In recent days, he had been actively using the claw swipe skill, diligently accumulating its proficiency. Now the proficiency of this skill had already reached over 90. As he thought this, Cang Nian turned his head and saw that his tiger brother was lying on the ground, slacking off again. So he slowly approached his tiger brother and swiped a claw at his brother's butt. Ding. Swiped claw once. Claw swipe skill proficiency 1. 93,100. Ow. This strike startled the tiger brother awake, and he began crawling instinctively while yelping. That's right. On the 12th day after birth, the tiger brother had already mastered the ability to creep, no longer dragging his belly on the ground. His natural condition was indeed excellent. He was born with a much higher weight than Cang Nian, and he was extremely voracious, able to digest and absorb everything he ate. Thus his weight was now approaching 10 kilograms. With a stronger body came greater strength, so the tiger brother could creep this early. This made Cang Nian feel quite frustrated. At this growth rate, he would likely never surpass his tiger brother in size. Unless when both brothers reached adulthood and the tiger brother stopped growing, he might be able to catch up and surpass him thanks to the system's limitless potential. However, the tiger brother's exceptional talent was also good news for Cang Nian. At least during his own growth, his brother could keep pace and not fall too far behind easily. The only problem was that the guy was too lazy. If not watched for a moment, he would lie down and slack off. But for Cang Nian, that was actually good news, as it gave him a legitimate reason to beat up his tiger brother. Ow. Ding. Swiped claw once. Claw swipe skill proficiency 1. 94,100. The tiger brother let out another pitiful yowl. Ding. Claw swipe performed once. Claw swipe proficiency increased by 1. 100,100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your claw swipe proficiency has reached maximum, and the skill has evolved into claw strike. Roar. Cang Nian let out a spirited roar. Ding. Baby roar performed once. Baby roar proficiency increased by 1. 45,100. Finally maxed out the claw swipe proficiency. As the system notification faded, Cang Nian felt his previously soft claws grow tougher and even lengthen a bit. Clang. Controlling his claws to extend, Cang Nian could sense that they were no longer mere ornaments, but true, blood-drawing talons. Now venturing outside should be much safer. At least he might have a fighting chance against small predators of similar size. With that thought, he headed toward the cave entrance. Splat! But just as he reached the entrance, a massive figure shot in front of him with lightning speed and pinned him down with a paw. Cang Nian was slightly dizzy from the strike, but unharmed. Looking up, he saw Mother Tiger staring at him sternly, as if warning him not to wander off. Clearly, Mother Tiger worried about his safety and didn't want a 12-day-old cub to leave the cave. It was far too dangerous for such a young one. Regardless of Cang Nian's willingness, Mother Tiger opened her mouth wide, gently grasped the scruff of his neck, and carried him toward the center of the cave. Driven by instinct, Cang Nian curled his limbs and tucked his tail close to his legs, obediently being carried. After a few seconds, Mother Tiger set him down. But how could this quell Cang Nian's determination to go outside? The cave was too small for him now, utterly insufficient. Yet he wouldn't act rashly. First he pretended to yield, getting up and trotting in circles around the cave. When he neared the entrance, Mother Tiger arched slightly, ready to spring up and arrest him. But Cang Nian didn't bolt out. He obediently circled back, as if abandoning the escape attempt. Still, Mother Tiger remained vigilant, watching him run around the cave. Finally, after more than 20 laps, Mother Tiger relaxed, convinced he understood and wouldn't run off. She yawned widely and lay down to sleep. It was the afternoon, the time when felines were most sluggish, perfect for a nap. Seeing Mother Tiger drowsy from the corner of his eye, Cang Nian rejoiced inwardly, but didn't act rashly. After another dozen slow laps, sensing her breathing become deep and steady, he continued running without a change in pace. But when he reached the cave entrance, instead of turning, he dashed straight out. Bursting through the opening, an indescribable sense of freedom surged from his heart. Outside the tiger family's cave lay lush shrubs with no obvious path directly connected to the cave, only a narrow passage squeezed through by Mother Tiger. The ground was not the hard flagstone of the cave, nor moist or dry dirt and dust, but thick fallen leaves, soft as a springy carpet beneath his paws, crunching with each step. Above the shrubs, towering trees with dense foliage filtered dappled light. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, brushing through Cang Nian's fur, bringing a refreshing coolness. So this is the true wilderness. Cang Nian marveled inwardly. No animals were visible yet, but he could hear the intricate chorus of insects in the shrubs. Not lingering too long on the scenery, Cang Nian lifted his paw, ready to squeeze through the gap Mother Tiger had made and explore further. But then he suddenly noticed that the dappled light beside him vanished, replaced by a completely shadowed silhouette outlining a familiar shape. Turning his head, he saw Mother Tiger had somehow appeared right behind him without making a sound, even on the leaf-strewn ground. So this was Mother Tiger's hunting prowess. Cang Nian couldn't help but admire inwardly. A tiger's hunt was essentially 3 steps. First, locate the prey. This required keen observation and ample patience, as almost every creature in the jungle camouflaged itself. Second, approach the prey. Tigers lacked endurance, with bursts of speed lasting only half a minute at most. Although they could reach 20 meters per second, the actual chase distance was only a few hundred meters. Thus, they needed exquisite stealth, creeping close to the prey. The closer, the higher the chance of success. Third, pursue and kill the prey. And Mother Tiger had reached him without his noticing. This was undoubtedly formidable stealth. However, while Cang Nian admired Mother Tiger, her expression was grim. Cang Nian was self-disciplined and clever, rarely needing attention, which saved her much trouble. Yet this obedient cub was now being disobedient, giving Mother Tiger a headache. She had just caught him back to the cave, and he slipped out during her nap. This time she must teach him a lesson, so he remembered not to run off again. Mother Tiger made up her mind. She stared sternly at Cang Nian for over 10 seconds, then lowered her head to grab him. Seeing this, Cang Nian quickly rolled onto his back, exposing his belly and hiding the scruff of his neck. He wanted to stay outside. He couldn't be dragged back. Despite Cang Nian's stubbornness, Mother Tiger persisted, lowering her head to try again. Clang! With no other choice, Cang Nian extended his claws to fend off Mother Tiger's attack. In a frantic swipe, his small claws grazed the tip of her nose. Mother Tiger paused, then lifted her head slightly. Soon a drop of blood fell onto Cang Nian's white neck, spreading out. Oh no! I scratched Mother Tiger. The sudden turn of events made Cang Nian's heart race. He could see a tiny cut on her pinkish nose with tiny beads of blood seeping out. Mother Tiger licked the stinging spot on her nose, the familiar taste of blood blooming on her tongue. Then she looked down at Cang Nian, her eyes gleaming. A 10-day-old cub had grown claws sharp enough to wound an adult tiger. My cub is definitely a genius. That was the only thought left in Mother Tiger's mind. Just as Cang Nian thought he had angered the tiger mother, her face broke into a human-like smile, and she gently pressed him with her paw, signaling him to stay put. Then the tiger mother trotted away, and soon returned with the tiger cub in her mouth. The cub had grown so fast. In just 12 days, he already weighed nearly 10 kilograms, making it quite a struggle for the mother to carry him. She placed the bewildered tiger cub beside Cang Nian, then took the lead, squeezing through a gap in the bushes she often used. With a low growl after a few steps, she turned her head and gestured. Then she lowered her body and wove through the underbrush, heading off into the distance. Is Tiger Mom taking us out for a walk? After mulling over her series of actions, Cang Nian suddenly understood. So he trotted after her, but after a few steps he turned back and swatted the tiger cub on the rear. Ding. Claw strike, once claw skill proficiency 1. 1100. Roar. Cang Nian imitated the tiger mother's tone, signaling the cub not to slack off, and to keep up. Whimpering pitifully after another inexplicable swat, the tiger cub felt Cang Nian's hits were getting more painful. As he grew, Cang Nian's claws were dealing less damage. But now, after a qualitative upgrade, the claw strike was very powerful. Even without extending the claws, it made the tiger cub wince in pain. Thus he dared not slack off, and quickly followed Cang Nian, crawling along step by step. Since the tiger cub was larger, his stride was also longer, so Cang Nian didn't need to slow down much for the cub to keep pace. The tiger mother wasn't ignoring them. She stayed about 2 meters ahead, leading the way. After about half an hour, the trio passed through the bushes and forest, arriving at a clearing devoid of tall trees. Beside it, a clear stream babbled with a crisp, tinkling sound. The stream was only 4 or 5 meters wide, likely shallow with a gentle current. Scattered animals could be seen drinking nearby. The most conspicuous were a herd of elk about 40 or 50 strong, with one exceptionally large male, whose massive antlers looked imposing. As Cang Nian spotted the elk, the herd naturally noticed the tiger mother. The elk, drinking water, immediately rose and stared warily at her. Even the elk king dared not be careless before the queen of this forest. However, the herd's sheer size kept them from fleeing immediately. Yet the tiger mother ignored the elk's vigilance. She wasn't hungry nor hunting and had no intention of clashing with them. As an exceptionally large female tiger, she weighed nearly 200 kilograms. She was certainly capable of hunting such a large prey, but with 2 cubs to nurse, she didn't want to risk injury. Moreover, an adult male elk weighed over 200 kilograms with over 100 kilograms of lean meat. The tiger mother couldn't finish it in one meal, and with the weather warming, even storing it in a pond wouldn't keep it long. Hunting it would only benefit other predators. When the 2 cubs grew up and needed ample nutrition, 3 adult tigers could finish 1 elk perfectly. It would be a suitable hunting target for the trio. Roar. But the next second, the tiger mother opened her mouth wide and let out a long, throaty roar. The astonishing tiger's cry pierced the afternoon forest, startling birds and sending all the animals drinking by the stream fleeing. Even the large elk herd, under the soul-stirring roar, dared not linger and immediately plunged into the dense woods. How majestic! Watching the tiger mother's roar shake the forest, a beast king commanding all creatures to retreat, Cang Nian was filled with envy. Yet it also delighted him. As long as he grew up healthy, he would surely achieve the same one day. And as a male tiger with a system, when he grew up, he would be an unprecedented tiger king, certainly even more majestic than the tiger mother. Roar. Driven by the tiger mother, Cang Nian instinctively opened his mouth and let out a loud cry. Ding. Baby roar. Once baby roar skill proficiency 1. 46,100. Though still a bit squeaky, it was an upgraded skill much louder than the initial baby sound, carrying a hint of a young beast king's might. Roar. The tiger cub, seeing the mother and Cang Nian roaring, felt he would be out of place if he didn't join in, so he lazily let out a couple of roars. Seeing this, the tiger mother's face twisted into a strange expression, then she shook her head. She walked to a shaded spot, stretched, and lay down comfortably. With a low growl, she looked at Cang Nian and the tiger cub on the grass. Was Tiger Mom driving away other animals, and now she's letting us play freely? Cang Nian interpreted her intention with suspicion. He glanced at the tiger mother, though resting her eyes were still open, following him and the cub. This confirmed his guess. The tiger mother, unable to dissuade him from going out, had simply brought them to this open clearing where they could run wild. Her roar had scared off other animals, eliminating most dangers at the source. And here, with a clear view, she could always keep an eye on them. A solid safety measure. With this realization, Cang Nian felt relieved. The clearing was neither too large nor too small, about 300 meters long and 200 meters wide, where there was no tall vegetation. An area of 60,000 square meters, comparable to a small school campus, was more than enough for 2 12-day-old cubs to play. Slap. Ding. Claw strike. Once claw skill proficiency 1. 2,100. With that thought, Cang Nian proudly swatted the tiger cub's rear, then dashed freely across the grass. The tiger cub, having been drilled so much, knew Cang Nian wanted him to move. Reluctantly, he got up and crawled after Cang Nian. Ding. Jog 1000 m. Jog skill proficiency 1. 2,100. As time passed, a system notification sounded in Cang Nian's mind. 1,000 meters was a huge amount of exercise for a little cub like him. Panting heavily, he hurried to the tiger mother and drank milk eagerly. After resting a while, Cang Nian dashed out again, persistently exercising. The The tiger cub, after drinking milk when Cang Nian did, was too tired and curled up beside the tiger mother to sleep soundly. Slap. But the next second a paw landed on his rear, jolting him awake. The tiger cub looked around only to see Cang Nian jogging on the grass. How strange. The tiger cub was baffled. Cang Nian wasn't beside him. Who had hit him? Then he felt a nudge from behind. Looking up, he saw the tiger mother smiling at him. Roar. The tiger cub let out a pitiful whine. Cang Nian wouldn't let him rest, and now even the tiger mother was denying him rest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Cang Nian and Hu Di, having exercised all afternoon, made their way back along the same path toward the cave at the call of their mother. Even at their current stage of growth, sleeping outdoors in the open would not have posed any problem for the two. Yet a shelter that could shield them from wind and rain was a fine place to elevate their comfort. When one could live comfortably, there was no reason to deliberately seek hardship. About on track with my plan. After unlocking the jog skill, I can run nearly 3,000 meters per day, accumulating 3 levels of proficiency. If I set out at dawn tomorrow, making good use of the time, I should be able to manage 4,000 meters. On the way home, Cang Nian calculated his gains, quite satisfied. Not a single drop of his sweat would go to waste. However, tigers apparently do not sweat, so when Cang Nian grew overheated from his slow jog, he could only open his mouth to dissipate the heat. Meanwhile, Hu Di beside him was utterly exhausted. This was because today it was not only Cang Nian who was driving him to exercise, Mother Tiger was also urging him on nearby. Apart from the essential activities of nursing, excretion, and rest, there was no chance for him to slack off. Part of the reason Mother Tiger acted this way stemmed from Cang Nian's influence, feeling that if Cang Nian could be so disciplined, Hu Di must not fall behind. The other reason, however, lay within Hu Di himself. Mother Tiger had finally noticed that Hu Di's growth rate was astonishingly rapid. Although she could not recall how fast she herself had grown as a cub, Hu Di's development was truly unbelievable. Only 12 days old and already nearing 10 kilograms. She could barely carry him without wobbling. Moreover, this cub not only ate voraciously and grew quickly, but was also remarkably lazy. If things continued this way, he might someday grow too fat to hunt and starve to death all on his own. Therefore, Mother Tiger was entirely supportive of Cang Nian, pushing Hu Di to exercise. On the 13th day after birth, without needing any pleading from Cang Nian, Mother Tiger took both the cubs out at dawn and once again headed toward that vast open clearing. This time the elk herd that had been drinking by the stream the day before was gone, but instead a group of sika deer appeared. Unlike the day before, Mother Tiger did not burst recklessly out of the dense forest. Instead, she gently pressed her paw upon the small heads of Cang Nian and Hu Di, signaling them not to move. Then Mother Tiger lowered her body and, using the cover of the thick woods, advanced step by step toward the stream. With each movement, the muscles beneath her resplendent fur flowed slowly while her padded paws touched the ground. Even upon the leaf-littered humus layer, not a single unnecessary sound emerged, as though a mute button had been pressed. Seeing this, Cang Nian's eyes lit up instantly. Mother Tiger was about to hunt. Counting the days, her last meal had been nearly 4 days ago. A single Chinese water deer yields only about 20+ kilograms of meat. Even if Mother Tiger did not need to nurse her cubs, she could endure at most 1 week without food. Now, however, both Cang Nian and Hu Di needed milk after every bout of exercise. 8 times a day at minimum and up to 12 times at most. A tremendous drain on her nutritional reserves. Add to this that the brothers were growing at a pace far beyond that of ordinary tiger cubs, and the toll on Mother Tiger was even greater. Thus it was likely that the nutrients from her previous meal had already been largely exhausted. It would be prudent to eat as soon as possible before true hunger set in. Waiting until she was genuinely starving before attempting to hunt would be too late. Watching Hu Di restless beside him, Cang Nian quickly pressed his paw over its mouth. Hu Di was not foolish. He could also tell that Mother Tiger intended to hunt. Yet still bearing a cub's temperament, he wagged his tail excitedly. Cang Nian feared his excitement might create noise and disrupt Mother Tiger's hunt. Being pressed by Cang Nian, Hu Di was thoroughly puzzled, but yielding to Cang Nian's authority, he could only obediently lie still. As long as he did not get beaten, everything would be fine. At the same time, Mother Tiger had patiently stealthed to within 100 meters of the stream. At this point, those sika deer had yet to sense the approaching danger. Nevertheless, Mother Tiger had no intention of launching prematurely. Instead, she slowed her pace and continued closing in. After all, the closer she could get during the stalking phase, the shorter the chase would need to be and the higher the probability of a successful hunt. Step after step, Mother Tiger drew within 30 meters of the nearest sika deer. She had already begun regulating her breathing, ready to spring at any moment. At this distance, she had a 70% chance of a successful hunt. Whoosh! However, at that very moment, from the flank of the sika deer herd, a remarkably agile figure suddenly erupted from the brush and launched itself at an adult female sika deer. Thud, thud, thud. Such an unexpected disturbance sent the entire sika deer herd into a frenzy. They scattered in every direction, bolting straight across the stream and deep into the jungle on the opposite bank. Mother Tiger, caught off guard by the sight, faltered for a fraction of a second before exploding into her initial pursuit, charging straight for her original target. Yet a full second's delay was more than enough for sicka deer, masters of sprinting, to create a gap of dozens of meters. Mother Tiger ran with all her strength, but ultimately her endurance fell short. After 300 meters of pursuit, her speed gradually slowed, and she could no longer catch her prey. Roar! She had originally hoped to display her hunting prowess before her two cubs, letting them witness just how formidable their mother was. But thanks to that uninvited guest, she had wasted time and energy for nothing. Enraged Mother Tiger let out a mighty roar that shook the entire forest. Then her fierce tiger eyes swept around, and suddenly they brightened. Not far away, a large feline covered in circular spots with sleek glossy fur was biting the neck of a hornless sicka deer whose four hooves were still struggling. Seeing this, Mother Tiger's mood lifted considerably. With elegant strides, she sauntered toward the large cat. Meanwhile, the big cat's gaze was filled with both alertness and fear as it dragged the still-living sicka deer backward. But after dragging it 2 steps, its eyes cleared. Then, with visible annoyance, it released the sicka deer and fled at top speed in the opposite direction of Mother Tiger. The sicka deer, driven by its survival instinct, immediately rose to its feet. However, having just been tackled by that big cat and bitten at the throat, it could not achieve explosive acceleration. Mother Tiger, already prepared, instantly pounced and knocked it down. Crunch! As an adult tiger, Mother Tiger's bite force was far more formidable. With ease, she severed the stolen prey's throat, allowing it to pass with minimal suffering. Though her own hunt had failed, fortune had gifted her a stolen meal. In high spirits, Mother Tiger dragged the prey and headed toward the hiding place of Cang Nian and Hu Di. Hunting ability was a skill for survival, yes, but so was robbery. As a fierce tiger in this jungle, apart from adult brown bears, which required caution, all other predators could only meekly hand over their prey. She was the queen of this jungle. Watching Mother Tiger successfully claim her prized Cang Nian, and Hu Di hurried out to greet her. Meanwhile, from within the bushes on the opposite bank, a pair of eyes quietly observed the entire scene. Approaching the tigress, Cang Nian rubbed his cheek against hers to praise her successful hunt, then led Tiger Brother off to begin his discipline training. Although the tigress had not personally secured her prey, it was only because of that leopard's interference. Otherwise, with her abundant hunting experience, once she had lurked so close to her target, she would never have missed. Based on Cang Nian's observations of the surrounding environment over the past 2 days, if this life was still on Earth, then it could be almost certain that this place was located within the Shui Ling region of Northeast Dragon Country. In that case, that leopard must be the Far Eastern leopardus subspecies, even rarer than the national treasure giant panda, also known as the Northeast leopard. Having witnessed the tigress's magnificent hunting prowess with his own eyes, Cang Nian felt an even greater urgency to grow stronger. If only I could hunt with such elegance, he thought enviously while jogging along. The more he thought this way, the more fervent Cang Nian's passion for training became. With the system at his side, every drop of effort would not be wasted. Perhaps before even reaching adulthood, he could achieve hunting feats just like the tigress. Meanwhile, the tigress beside him was greedily devouring the body of a sicka deer under the shade of a tree. This sicka deer was a female weighing approximately 70 kilograms. After all, even an adult Northeast leopard would find it difficult to hunt an adult male sicka deer exceeding 100 kilograms. However, such prey was perfectly adequate for the tigress. At 70 kilograms with roughly 40 kilograms of edible meat, it could satisfy the tigress's hunger thoroughly. A far better prospect than the previous foolish roe deer, weighing only 40 kilograms, which would sustain her for a considerably shorter time. Yet as she watched Cang Nian exercising and Tiger Brother trailing behind, pretending to be weary yet too afraid to actually slack off, the tigress began to think that it might not last much longer anyway. After all, both cubs were growing at an astonishing pace, changing day by day. Growth comes at a price, and that price is nutrition. Currently, both Cang Nian and Tiger Brother could only obtain nourishment from the tigress's milk. Therefore, how long a single meal could sustain the tigress depended entirely on the appetites of Cang Nian and Tiger Brother. As their bodies grew larger, their food consumption would only increase. But after a brief moment of concern, the tigress dismissed her worries. The two cubs could now walk freely, and the faster they grew meant that while their consumption accelerated, they would also gain the ability to protect themselves sooner. For instance, right now, despite being at an age when they should still be crawling slowly around the den and sleeping for most of the day, both cubs could already follow her everywhere. They stayed by her side without fuss, and she could even bring them along on hunts for protection. Perhaps before long, the two cubs would be able to hunt for themselves, making them no burden at all. The tigress thought optimistically, then swallowed another mouthful of deer leg meat with immense satisfaction. Ding! Jogging 1,000 meters, jogging skill proficiency increased by 1. 4,100, phew. Now that I've gotten accustomed to this jogging rhythm, my speed seems to have improved considerably. That kilometer probably took only about 2 hours. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Cang Nian thought happily. It should be June now, approaching the summer solstice, and the weather was growing increasingly hot. But at the same time, the daylight hours were growing longer. From sunrise to sunset, there were approximately 16 hours. Subtracting meals, rest, and necessary sleep, he had nearly 12 hours each day available for training. 2 hours to earn 1 layer of proficiency, meaning 6 layers per day. The higher the proficiency, the faster the speed. By that calculation, I might accumulate 100 layers in half a month, triggering a qualitative leap in my jogging skill. Cang Nian thought optimistically. Soon the time reached noon. The sun hung high in the sky, the weather was scorching, and even if Cang Nian wanted to keep running, his tender young body could not withstand such exertion. He could only bring Tiger Brother to rest in the shade beside the tigress, panting with his tongue lolling out. I accumulated a bit over 2 layers in the morning. The 3rd kilometer is just about done. I'll push harder this afternoon, and must complete today's plan of 6 layers. While resting, Cang Nian calculated in his mind. At this moment, Tiger Brother was also utterly exhausted, collapsing into the shade and falling asleep instantly. Snap! But just as Tiger Brother was sound asleep, he was suddenly startled awake. It jolted upright, quickly raising its head to look left and right, realizing it was some distance away from both Cang Nian and the tigress, utterly bewildered. It wasn't mother or elder brother who did it. What was that? Tiger Brother looked down and found a burst pine cone beside its paw, then raised its head to look upward. There on a branch about 4 or 5 meters up, a small creature it had never seen before was pulling at a pine cone with its tiny paws. Of course, there were many animals Tiger Brother had never seen. Apart from the tigress's prey, it had only ever encountered the common birds and insects found everywhere. But seeing the culprit behind the ruined nap, Tiger Brother was instantly consumed with fury. It crouched low, raised its head, and let out loud roaring cries. Although it couldn't match the volume of Cang Nian's once advanced roaring skill, Tiger Brother was ultimately larger in build with a powerful chest, and its roars carried considerable intimidation. What's Tiger Brother losing its mind over? The commotion immediately drew Cang Nian's attention from his resting spot. Tiger Brother rarely made loud roars, usually only crying out when being scolded. Seeing the furious Tiger Brother, Cang Nian followed its gaze upward and finally spotted the target of its roaring beneath the dense pine needles. This seems to be a sable, doesn't it? Looking at the small creature with its slender body and sleek fur, Cang Nian thought with some doubt. Like the Northeast tiger, this creature was also a first-class national protected animal, quite rare indeed. Looks like the natural environment of this forest is truly excellent. Not only Northeast tigers and Northeast leopards, but also sables. Cang Nian marveled silently. However, judging from its size, its body length was probably only about 10+ centimeters. Clearly still a juvenile. No wonder it could only resort to squirrel-like habits, gathering pine cones from trees to eat the pine nuts within. After all, adult sables primarily prey on squirrels and small birds. At this moment, the sable in the tree also seemed to have noticed Tiger Brother below, roaring angrily at it from the shade. Its small bean-like eyes cast a glance down from the tree, curious and puzzled. Seeing this, Tiger Brother took it as a provocation and grew even angrier. Unable to contain itself, the little one, who could barely crawl, slowly dashed forward 2 steps to the base of the pine tree, where the sable sat, propped its 2 front paws against the rough bark, and attempted to climb up. However, Tiger Brother's limb strength was still insufficient, and combined with its chubby body, it could barely raise 1 paw before toppling onto its back on the ground. Squeak, squeak. Seeing this, the sable in the tree burst into merry squeaking, further infuriating Tiger Brother. At this moment, Cang Nian, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, suddenly lit up with excitement. Right? How could I forget climbing trees? That's the best means of self-preservation before I have any real combat power. Cang Nian tapped his own head with a paw and sighed inwardly. Climbing trees is a fairly common ability in nature. It is also the best self-preservation tactic for many animals to evade predators. For instance, many fables and jokes include the example of encountering a bear and climbing a tree. Although in a real bear encounter, it's likely that a human can outclimb a bear. Bears are excellent climbers. However, if one truly could surpass a bear in climbing speed, then it would indeed offer a chance of survival. After all, a person who can climb trees generally weighs far less than a bear. If they climb onto a branch of suitable thickness, the bear won't dare to follow. If they can hold out long enough for the bear to lose patience or for rescuers to arrive, there is still a chance to live. And Cang Nian's expectations for the climbing skill were exactly the same. His goal didn't require that the opponent couldn't climb, only that they climbed slower than him and weighed far more. Then if he stood on a branch that was slender but could support him, the opponent wouldn't dare to grab him, unless the opponent was willing to risk falling from the towering tree together. Thus, climbing was undoubtedly a very practical skill. Thinking this, Cang Nian felt he had rested enough, so he walked briskly to Tiger Cub's side. Seeing his brother arrive, Tiger Cub quickly pointed a paw at the marten in the tree, grunting as if accusing it. In response, Cang Nian could only gently pat Tiger Cub's head with his paw, signaling him to be patient. Then Cang Nian placed his two front paws on the straight trunk of the pine tree, testing his grip. Next he climbed upward step by step with his front paws, his hind paws leaving the ground, but instinctively he spread his legs apart, leaving his paw pads suspended. After 2 attempts he found that he couldn't move upward this way, so he jumped down again. No, I have to break the habitual thinking of a human. The way humans climb trees doesn't suit a tiger's body structure. After his first failure, Cang Nian quickly summed up the reason for his failure. In his past life, he had climbed trees as a child, but the human body structure meant that climbing involved wrapping both legs around the trunk, alternately loosening and clamping coordinating hands and feet to ascend. But tigers are different. They lack the flexible legs of humans and the extraordinarily strong adductor muscles. They cannot perform the leg clamping motion. For a tiger, that motion would only pinch the testicles. But how does a tiger climb a tree? Cang Nian felt a headache, desperately trying to recall if he had ever seen a tiger climbing a tree in a documentary from his past life. Roar! At that moment, a low growl came from behind the two brothers. Turning around, they saw Tiger Mom approaching gracefully. Then, without any warning, Tiger Mom burst into a sprint in the blink of an eye, scaling the pine tree to a height of 4 or 5 meters, stopping right in front of the little marten. This move left Cang Nian utterly impressed, while Tiger Cub wagged his head in delight. As for the little marten, it trembled in fear. Oh no! It had provoked the little one and brought the parent. Squeak! My life is over. The little marten felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar, not daring to move a muscle. However, to its surprise, the tiger face now pressed against its head did nothing to it. Tiger Mom merely twitched her nose twice, then showed a look of disgust, turned, and lightly leaped down from the tree. Squeak! Seeing this, the little marten went limp all over, nearly falling from the tree. It quickly hugged the branch, still shaken. Luckily it stank, or else it would have been done for today. Roar! Tiger Mom, who had landed steadily, let out a low growl under the admiring gazes of Cang Nian and Tiger Cub, lifting her head as if to signal the brothers to give it a try. Seeing Cang Nian so fond of training, Tiger Mom took it upon herself to teach various skills. That was why she had demonstrated hunting in front of the two cubs. Now, seeing them attempt to climb trees without success, she came to show them how. As for that little mart, such a tiny creature with hardly any meat and a stinky odor was not on her menu. Besides, she had just eaten and was not so desperate for food. Moreover, her eldest cub was usually very lazy. This was the first time he had put so much effort into something out of anger. She couldn't just kill the motivation he had worked so hard to build. She would keep it for the eldest cub to play with. When he could climb the tree and catch the little marten himself, he could do with it as he pleased. Kill it or eat it. That was Tiger Mom's thinking. Meanwhile, Cang Nian was replaying the posture of Tiger Mom climbing the tree. So that's it. Tigers are digitigrade animals, and their claws can bend at a wide angle. So a tiger climbs a tree with all 4 claws attached to the trunk, as if walking on the trunk. Cang Nian suddenly understood. With a perfect demonstration, Cang Nian couldn't wait to try climbing with the correct posture. Imitating Tiger Mom's movements, he trotted toward the trunk, leaped, and jumped onto it. Ding! Jump once, jump skill proficiency 1. 1100. At that moment, a system notification sounded, causing Cang Nian to lose his balance and fall from the trunk. Fortunately, his jump height was low, and the fall didn't hurt much. An unexpected bonus. I hadn't thought about training my jumping ability before, but that makes sense. Before unlocking the jog skill, my limb strength wasn't enough to support jumping. Cang Nian shook his head, shaking off the weeds and leaves stuck to his fur, then adjusted his stance and tried again. Then he ran up and jumped again. Ding! Jump once, jump skill proficiency 1. 2100. This time, he wasn't distracted by the system notification. His 4 claws instinctively extended, their blades firmly anchoring him to the trunk. Feeling stable, Cang Nian took a deep breath, then boldly released his right front paw, took a step upward, and quickly secured it with his claws. It works. Keep going. After climbing 1 step very steadily, Cang Nian grew more confident. Following the habit of a tiger's walk, he lifted his left hind paw, stepped upward, and quickly secured it with his claws. Left front paw, right hind paw, right front paw, left hind paw. Step by step, Cang Nian climbed more and more steadily. His courage grew, and he shed his restraint, climbing faster with each step. Ding! Climb 1M, Oi, climb skill proficiency 1. 1100. After climbing a while, a system notification came, making Cang Nian break into a smile. Indeed, climbing can be considered a skill, and it seems not too hard to level up. Seeing this, Cang Nian was overjoyed. Compared to the jog skill, which was still hard to improve qualitatively, the newly acquired jump skill and the climb skill seemed to offer better value for the effort. Cang Nian calculated in his mind. Ooh! Just then an excited howl came from below. Cang Nian looked down and saw a tiger cub showing off in front of the little marten. It was as if he were saying, "Look, my brother's coming to get you." Squeak! Seeing Cang Nian crawling toward it, the little purple marten, whose body had gone limp with fright from the tiger mother just moments ago, swiftly transferred from the slender branch it was on to the trunk and began climbing upward with remarkable agility. Roar! Roar! The tiger brother at the base of the tree watching the little creature try to escape paced anxiously and yowled at Cang Nian as if urging him to catch the marten quickly. However, Cang Nian paid him no heed. Martens were naturally adept at climbing trees with slender bodies and light frames. Even if he evolved his climbing skill once, he might not surpass them. Thus, catching it was out of the question. Even chasing it was impossible. Treating the tiger brother's yowls as mere background noise, Cang Nian climbed step by step, savoring the joy of the ascent. Ding! Climbed 1 meter, climbing proficiency 1. 2100. Soon a system prompt came, invigorating Cang Nian. Such rapid feedback was exhilarating. Unlike the jogging skill, which had been upgraded twice and required 2 hours to accumulate a single point of proficiency, making it a tedious test of perseverance. But this newly unlocked skill was different. It improved very quickly. Maybe I can complete the 100-meter climb today and evolve this skill once. Cang Nian thought optimistically. If he could evolve the climbing skill, pausing the jogging for half a day to rest wouldn't be a loss. Thus, driven by the system's successive prompts, Cang Nian climbed higher and higher up the pine tree, temporarily forgetting everything else. After more than 10 minutes, he suddenly realized his stamina was running low. Compared to jogging, climbing, a motion that defied gravity, consumed far more energy. Unconsciously, his climbing proficiency had accumulated 15 layers. Wait. 1 layer per meter, 15 layers. At that moment, Cang Nian jolted awake and stiffly glanced downward. But that single glance made him dizzy. So high. It was already the height of a 5-story building. Moreover, the impact of height was inversely proportional to one's size. When he was human in his past life, standing 1.8 meters tall, the height of a 5-story building hadn't felt so daunting. Now his body length was only 40 centimeters. Furthermore, tigers were not upright animals. Their eye level, when standing, was only about 20+ centimeters. For him, a tiny creature, these 15 meters were equivalent to an ordinary person standing atop a 20-story building. That glimpse terrified him so much he nearly loosened his claws, but he quickly tensed his muscles, digging his claws deep into the bark to secure himself. Turning his head away, Cang Nian dared not look down again, and the dizziness subsided. Looking up, he saw that while he had been focused on climbing, the little purple marten had been driven upward and was now just 3 or 4 meters above him. However, the creature's condition was far better than Cang Nian's. As a natural tree climbing expert, the little purple marten was now leisurely and almost amused. It feared the tiger mother, whose climbing skills were formidable. If she truly wanted to catch it, it might not escape. But Cang Nian, a half-baked climber, could barely manage to stay stable himself. Catching it was a pipe dream. However, Cang Nian couldn't care less about what the marten thought. His only concern now was how would he get down, though the tiger mother had demonstrated how to ascend and descend the tree. If he remembered correctly, the tiger mother descended by turning around on the trunk and charging downward headfirst. This required excellent body coordination and strong limbs. Clearly, Cang Nian's current body and dwindling stamina were insufficient for such a feat. After some thought, he decided to back down, slowly retracing his steps. That way he wouldn't have to face the dizzying height. As soon as he thought of it, he lifted his left hind paw, felt for the bark, and hooked it. Then he repeated the process, descending step by step. After 2.5 minutes, he estimated he had descended 1 meter or 2, but his limbs were already trembling. The method worked, but his stamina couldn't support it. Sensing his remaining energy was nearly gone, Cang Nian used the last of it to sidle onto a thick, protruding branch, carefully steadying himself. Sigh. At this rate, it'll take forever to get down. Looking at the still considerable drop, he thought wearily. Fortunately, after this, while he had somewhat adapted to the high vantage point and felt less dizzy. Through the pine needles and branches, he could see the tiger brother still looking up and yowling, as if fixated on that little purple marten. Thinking of this, Cang Nian looked up and saw the marten just 3 or 4 meters above him. This guy, is he here to mock me? Staying exactly that distance away. Cang Nian ground his teeth in frustration, but there was nothing he could do about the marten. In the tree, it was the marten's domain. He was helpless against it. Ignoring the marten's mocking gaze, Cang Nian looked down and saw the tiger mother's figure. The tiger mother was standing under the pine tree looking up. Clearly, she was also worried about Cang Nian's climbing and kept an eye on him to prevent accidents. Seeing this, Cang Nian's eyes lit up. Roar. He steadied himself on the branch, took a deep breath, and roared with all his might. Ding. Roared once, roar proficiency 1. 85,100. As the resounding cry echoed, the system prompt rang in his mind. During his usual training, Cang Nian often let out a roar. On one hand, it accumulated proficiency for the skill, on the other, it helped him focus, much like shouting in a gym. But this time his roar had a different purpose. He was calling for help. Since he couldn't get down on his own and didn't want to waste time up the tree, calling the tiger mother to carry him down was the most efficient way. He felt no shame in it. What was wrong with a cub calling its mother when in trouble? The tiger mother below, hearing Cang Nian's fearful roar, perked up her ears. Without a second thought, she backed up a couple of steps, then burst forward, scaling the tree in an instant. Then like an orange rocket she shot upward, racing across the trunk as if it were flat ground. In just 5 seconds, she reached Cang Nian, stretched her neck forward, and deftly clamped her jaws onto the scruff of his neck. Having done that, she turned around on the trunk and charged downward, covering the dozen meters in 3 seconds, giving Cang Nian a weightlessness sensation more thrilling than a roller coaster. Phew. Finally down. When the tiger mother set him down, Cang Nian felt as if his whole body was floating on cotton. After the initial wave of fear subsided, Cang Nian did not climb trees anymore. The experience had been far too terrifying, and he was still somewhat shaken. After resting for a while, and with the scorching midday heat behind them, Cang Nian continued his running exercises alongside Tiger Bro. For the time being, he would hold off on climbing trees, waiting until the following day when he had fully recovered. However, he dared not climb heedlessly anymore. It was not shameful to call out to Mother Tiger for help once if one climbed too high and could not descend. But doing so again for the same reason, to fall in the same place twice, would be utterly humiliating. For the remainder of the day, Cang Nian followed his original plan to the letter, keeping himself thoroughly occupied from dawn until the sun dipped below the horizon, finally completing a full day's accumulation of 6 layers in his jogging skill proficiency. Having completed the day's tasks, the family of 3 returned to their nest for a comfortable night's sleep. On the 14th day since birth, as soon as the sky began to lighten, the trio arrived at a clearing not far from their cave. Cang Nian and Tiger Bro began another day of training together. Since they had eaten the previous day and Mother Tiger was in no distress, she simply lounged leisurely nearby, watching the 2 brothers exercise. Meanwhile, along the bank of the nearby stream, various animals came to drink, but dared not approach. The herbivorous creatures on Mother Tiger's menu were especially cautious, keeping one eye on the water as they drank, and the other fixed on Mother Tiger, ready to flee at any moment. However, having already eaten her fill, Mother Tiger paid little attention to their wariness. Her real concern now was to deter any foolhardy creature foolish enough to lay a hand on the 2 little ones. To save effort, Mother Tiger occasionally let out 2 majestic roars, scattering the surrounding animals. This was an act of sheer dominance. Simply for the sake of Cang Nian and Tiger Bro's playtime, she had staked claim to a substantial stretch of precious high-quality water source. Yet as the queen of this jungle, standing at the apex of the food chain, Mother Tiger had every right to do so. Even if she could speak, no other animal would dare utter a single word of objection. As for Cang Nian, he was sprinting with all his might, maintaining steady breaths, and keeping his pace at a level that allowed for sustained running without being too strenuous. Today his goal was to accumulate 7 layers of jogging skill proficiency. With constant eating and digestion, his body was growing rapidly. Even if his skill proficiency did not improve, his physical enhancements alone would make him faster over time. Combined with the system's skill proficiency increases, he was growing stronger every single moment. Therefore, one could never grow complacent. The purpose of training was not to achieve some fixed target, but to push one's physical limits to the breaking point and unearth the potential hidden within the body. Thus, one needed to continuously adjust training goals according to one's physical growth, striving for the most effective results. Ding. Jogged 1000 m. Jogging skill proficiency increased by 12,100. By late morning, Cang Nian had successfully accumulated 3 layers of jogging skill proficiency. Watching the sun climb ever higher, he could do nothing but return to the shade, with Tiger Bro panting with his tongue lolling out. Squeak, squeak. Just as the 2 little ones were resting, they suddenly heard a series of squeaks from above. Looking up, they spotted the small sable from the day before, perched 3 or 4 meters up on a nearby pine tree, mimicking the brothers' behavior by sticking out its tongue, pretending to be overheated. Ow, ow, ow. This enraged Tiger Bro. Not exactly the brightest of thinkers, he recalled the events of the previous day, jumped to his feet, and let out a fierce roar at the sable in the tree. However, the little sable showed no fear whatsoever. It even turned around, wagging its tail and swiveling its hips to taunt Tiger Bro. This little thing is truly insufferable. Cang Nian, unlike Tiger Bro, was not so easily provoked, though he couldn't help but mutter the thought in his heart. But seeing the sabled, Cang Nian's mind began to stir with ideas. The sun had been scorching these past few days, making outdoor jogging impossible. Why not give tree climbing another try? Although yesterday's experience still made him somewhat apprehensive, how could he master such a valuable skill if he never confronted his fears? After a brief moment of inner struggle, Cang Nian took a deep breath, stepped back 2 paces, sprinted forward with all his might, and sprang onto the tree trunk. However, armed with yesterday's lesson, he dared not climb recklessly anymore. Ding. Climbed 1 m. Climbing skill proficiency increased by 16,100. Upon hearing the system prompt, meaning he had reached a height of 1 meter, Cang Nian stopped. He then recalled Mother Tiger's maneuver for descending from the tree, twisting his body and turning around. Then, plop, he fell straight down from the tree. His technique was still unrefined, and his legs tangled during the turn, causing him to lose his grip momentarily. Fortunately, the height was only 1 meter, and for Cang Nian, whose body had already grown to 40 centimeters, it was not too high. He felt some pain upon impact, but was not injured. Squeak squeak. Seeing Cang Nian dared to climb only at such a meager height, and then fall down, the sable in the tree burst into uncontrollable laughter. Cang Nian ignored it completely. Learning a new skill. Was there ever anyone who didn't fail along the way? Failure is the mother of success. With a few more attempts and finding the right feel, he would surely master it. Preparing himself mentally, once more reviewing the reasons for his failure just now and anticipating solutions, Cang Nian climbed the tree again. Ding. Climbed 1m. Climbing skill proficiency increased by 1. 17,100. Once again stopping at 1 meter, Cang Nian tried turning around this time. His limbs did not tangle, and he successfully pivoted then ran along the tree trunk. However, because his forward momentum was too great, Cang Nian lost his balance and came face to face with the ground, the impact stinging sharply. Squeak squeak. This time the sable's mockery was equally on display. But Cang Nian refused to give in. After catching his breath and letting the pain in his face subside slightly, he climbed the tree once more. Ding. Climbed 1m. Climbing skill proficiency increased by 1. 18,100. Turn pivot dive kick. Thud. Cang Nian's forepaws landed lightly on the ground, completing the climb up and descent in one fluid motion. Phew. I finally did it. After 2 painful failures, he succeeded on the 3rd try, and Cang Nian's spirits lifted considerably. His hard work had not been in vain. Squeak squeak. Witnessing Cang Nian's success, the sable paused for a moment, then darted up the tree a few meters, and came back down, repeating this 3 times before looking at Cang Nian and chattering excitedly. Clearly embarrassed that Cang Nian had succeeded in climbing up and down while it had been mocking him just moments before, it demonstrated how effortless the maneuver was, as if to say that Cang Nian's tree climbing skills still needed plenty of practice. Seeing this, Cang Nian was not annoyed at all. Instead, he glanced at Tiger Bro beside him and gave its rear a gentle pat. Ayo. Tiger Bro looked at Cang Nian in confusion, utterly bewildered. Ow. Cang Nian raised a paw and pointed at the tree trunk, signaling for Tiger Bro to try climbing as well. Ayo. This simple gesture was enough for Tiger Bro to understand, and it immediately began shaking its head and taking 2 steps back. It had just watched Cang Nian fall twice, face first on the 2nd attempt, and it looked like it hurt. Ow. Seeing the creature revert to its habitual shrinking, Cang Nian growled in frustration and pointed instead at the sable in the tree. If you can't climb trees, you'll be mocked by that little thing for the rest of your life. The sable too was remarkably cooperative. Seeing Cang Nian point at it, it turned around, wagging its tail and swiveling its hips, displaying its full mocking posture. Ayo. At this, Tiger Bro naturally could not tolerate it. Its languid gaze instantly hardened, and it nodded resolutely. It would learn to climb trees. It would catch that little creature. Seeing that Brother Tiger had finally roused his spirit and shed his laziness, a smile spread across Cang Nian's face. Brother Tiger's talent was beyond doubt, but unlike himself, who was constantly spurred on by the system's numerical stimuli, he lacked motivation for training, shirking whenever possible, and was far too indolent. Now the presence of the little purple marten had ignited Brother Tiger's fighting spirit, which was undoubtedly a good thing. Though when both male tigers grew up, they would inevitably have to part ways, venturing far to find their own mates and pass on their bloodline. But Cang Nian hoped that before they separated, Brother Tiger would be strong enough to become the overlord of a forest. Otherwise, given the scarce population of Siberian tigers, finding a mate amidst fierce competition would be a daunting challenge. With this thought, Cang Nian let out a soft roar and commanded Brother Tiger to climb the tree. Brother Tiger was larger in build with slightly stronger limb strength than Cang Nian, but relatively plumper, making him slower in running. Thus, in Cang Nian's estimation, Brother Tiger's limb strength should be sufficient to accomplish climbing up and down the tree. Hearing his elder brothers urging, Brother Tiger recalled their mother's movements and the weight Cang Nian had just climbed. He stepped back a few paces, then suddenly charged forward. But just as he sprinted toward the pine trunk, fear seized him, and he squeezed his eyes shut. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Brother Tiger collapsed dizzily to the ground. Seeing this, Cang Nian quickly trotted over to Brother Tiger, using his paws to straighten the latter's head, only to find Brother Tiger's eyes rolled back. How could I have such a foolish brother, who charges in with their eyes closed? Cang Nian felt an impulse to cover his face, lamenting inwardly. Out of fear, Brother Tiger had closed his eyes and dashed headlong, knocking himself unconscious. Truly ridiculous. Squeak squeak. At that moment, another squeak came from above. Cang Nian looked up and saw the little purple marten now peering down at Brother Tiger, covering its mouth with a chuckle. Perhaps recovering his senses, or perhaps hearing the marten's muffled laughter overhead, Brother Tiger slowly came to swaying as he stood up. Looking up, he saw the little purple marten mocking him. Brother Tiger raised his head, indignantly roaring. It seems I need to demonstrate a few more times. Cang Nian sighed inwardly, seeing that Brother Tiger had not lost his enthusiasm. But there was no helping it. Brother Tiger was unlike himself, an adult reborn as a tiger with a more mature way of thinking. Brother Tiger was merely a 14-day-old cub. Other cubs at this age were still crawling awkwardly in the confines of their den, yet Brother Tiger could already move steadily and would soon be able to trot. Quite impressive indeed. He couldn't set too high a bar for his brother. After a moment's thought, Cang Nian let out a low growl to draw Brother Tiger's attention, then walked toward the pine tree. He raised his front paws, placed them on the trunk, and gradually shifted into a hind leg upright stance. After completing this, he stepped back, returned to a four-paw stance, and repeated the motion. Cang Nian performed this action 5 times before stopping. Then he looked at Brother Tiger, lifted a paw, and pointed at the trunk, signaling him to mimic the movement and try. Fortunately, although Brother Tiger was not particularly intelligent, the two had spent enough time together that he could understand much of Cang Nian's unique form of expression. Under Cang Nian's expectant gaze, he smoothly interpreted the body language, slowly walked to the trunk, and raised his front paws in imitation. Splat! But the next moment he fell flat on his face. It seems Brother Tiger's balance is still insufficient. He can't lift both front paws at once. Watching Brother Tiger tumble, Cang Nian instantly understood the cause and felt a bit awkward. But soon he devised a solution. He let out a low growl to get Brother Tiger's attention, then demonstrated again. This time the motion was almost identical, with only one difference. Instead of lifting both paws off the ground and placing them on the trunk simultaneously, he raised one front paw and then the other. This way Brother Tiger wouldn't fall. He repeated the action 5 times, then stepped back, signaling Brother Tiger to try again. Luckily, Brother Tiger's desire to learn climbing and catch the little purple marten was no fleeting whim. Despite the fall, he didn't get discouraged. He imitated Cang Nian's movements step by step. With the optimized steps, Brother Tiger, relying on his excellent physical condition, succeeded. Seeing this, Cang Nian nodded in satisfaction. Though there was still a long way to go before he could truly climb a tree, Brother Tiger had understood his instructions. It was now only a matter of time before he mastered the skill. Next, Cang Nian raised his paw in front of Brother Tiger's eyes, flexed his digits, and extended the claws hidden in the crevices of his paw pads. Brother Tiger was astonished, his eyes gleaming. Then Cang Nian placed his extended claws against the trunk. The sharp claws sank into the bark, and Cang Nian shook his paw with exaggerated force. The claws held fast, not slipping off. Seeing this, Brother Tiger raised his own paw, but found no claws. He let out a worried whimper. He understood Cang Nian's meaning, that one must embed claws into the bark to climb. But he seemed to have none. Cang Nian's heart skipped a beat. He had been so focused on teaching Brother Tiger to climb that he hadn't checked whether Brother Tiger had grown claws yet. Though Brother Tiger's current build was equivalent to a 3-month-old cub, so he should have claws. But he was still in fact a half-month-old cub. Whether he had claws was uncertain. Thinking this, Cang Nian had Brother Tiger place his paw on the ground and used his own to examine it. Eager to learn climbing, Brother Tiger obediently extended his paw for Cang Nian to fiddle with. Good, there are claws, and they aren't soft, strong enough for the task of climbing. Cang Nian breathed a sigh of relief. If Brother Tiger's claws hadn't grown properly, and he couldn't yet learn to climb, it would have crushed his enthusiasm. Then Cang Nian spent some time teaching Brother Tiger how to extend and retract his claws flexibly. Fortunately, this was one of the instinctive actions engraved in a tiger's genes. Brother Tiger had simply never witnessed it before, so he didn't know how to operate it. Once Cang Nian pointed it out, he quickly understood and became adept. Having learned to extend and retract his claws, Brother Tiger was like a child with a new toy, gleefully repeating the motion over and over. Extend, retract, delighting in the game. Then, as if remembering something, he raised his head, lifted one front paw, and brandished it menacingly at the little purple marten in the tree. Having witnessed their mother hunt, Brother Tiger knew that these were vital weapons of a tiger. His gesture seemed to say, "Just you wait. Once I learn to climb and catch you, I'll make you feel the power of these claws." Squeak! Squeak! Undeterred by Brother Tiger's swaggering, the little purple marten showed no fear at all. Even Cang Nian, who was far more agile in climbing trees, had only just begun, daring to practice no higher than a meter off the ground. Brother Tiger, who hadn't even managed to climb a tree, yet was utterly beneath the little purple marten's notice. Even if he could climb, so what? How could he ever catch a natural-born tree-climbing expert like itself, a marten? Impossible. The only threat to it was Mother Tiger, who for some unknown reason had not made a move against it. But that didn't matter anymore. All it knew was that Mother Tiger wouldn't catch it. If that was the case, what could those two little rascals do to it? Thus emboldened by its safety, the little purple marten sneered at Brother Tiger and continued its taunts unabated. This infuriated Brother Tiger, who stamped and roared in frustration. But this time he didn't just fume helplessly. After roaring a few times at the marten in the tree, he turned to Cang Nian, whimpering and pleading. "Teach me how to climb quickly." In Brother Tiger's eyes, Cang Nian had opened his eyes first, learned to walk first, and run faster than him. If he learned from Cang Nian, he would surely master it. Roar! Cang Nian's face lit up with joy. He gestured for Brother Tiger to watch his demonstration. Brother Tiger, spurred by the marten's taunts, was now eager to learn. Exactly the situation Cang Nian had hoped for. Adjusting his stance, Cang Nian first demonstrated the proper way to climb a tree at normal speed. Then he repeated the same movements at a slower pace. After that, considering Brother Tiger's current lack of balance, unable to lift both front paws simultaneously, he modified the climbing posture, placing one front paw after the other onto the trunk, using this method to ascend. Finally, he broke down the climbing process into several independent steps. The first step, front paw leaping. Given Brother Tiger's balance, a single leap onto the tree was still far too difficult to maneuver. But Brother Tiger was likely stronger than him. So dispensing with the initial momentum from a fast sprint, simply planting his paws from a standstill might be a more suitable climbing method for him now. After demonstrating this step 5 times, Cang Nian signaled for Brother Tiger to try it himself. As expected, this tailored adjustment suited Brother Tiger's habits perfectly. After only 5 or 6 attempts, he successfully leaped with both front paws to a sufficiently high position and locked them firmly in place. Seeing this, Cang Nian told him to practice this movement more to get used to the power. This time, Brother Tiger didn't slack off as usual. Instead, he repeated the motion with great seriousness. Meanwhile, Cang Nian began climbing the tree himself. As before, he climbed only to a meter high, received the system prompt, and then descended. After going back and forth several times, the climbing skill's proficiency accumulated to 30 layers. Cang Nian looked at Brother Tiger, who had become quite adept at the front paw leap, able to spring his paws higher than his head when standing on his hind legs. Seeing this, Cang Nian called Brother Tiger to stop and began teaching the next step. This time, Cang Nian repeated the front paw leap. But instead of stopping after the leap, he used his forelimbs to grip the trunk firmly, then gave a gentle hop, with his hind paws tucking them in to rest on the trunk's base 5 centimeters above the ground. At this point, Cang Nian had completely left the ground with his entire body attached to the tree trunk. As before, Cang Nian demonstrated the action of tucking and placing the hind paws 5 times, then let Brother Tiger try on his own while he went to climb trees to grind proficiency. At first, Brother Tiger kept losing his balance while tucking his hind paws and would fall flat on his back. But since the height was only 5 centimeters, it didn't hurt him much, and his enthusiasm for learning to climb was high. So he didn't complain or whine, practicing diligently. Hard work paid off. When Cang Nian's climbing skill proficiency reached 50 layers, Brother Tiger could finally complete this movement with perfect consistency. Seeing this, Cang Nian returned to Brother Tiger's side and combined the previous 2 actions, demonstrating how to climb step by step. After a few demonstrations, Brother Tiger couldn't wait to try it himself. This step was actually the simplest, as it was no different from walking normally. Except now, being perpendicular to the ground, he had to keep his claws extended, gripping the bark to stay attached. So without needing Cang Nian to climb trees to pass the time, Brother Tiger, once he gave it a try, could slowly inch upward. All that remained was for him to get familiar and increase his speed. Squeak! Squeak! Just as Brother Tiger was thrilled to have climbed a few steps, the mocking sounds of the little purple marten came from above again. Now that it knew Mother Tiger wouldn't harm it, the marten grew even more arrogant. Furious, Brother Tiger began alternating his limbs to climb higher. Seeing this, Cang Nian jolted. Yesterday, he had recklessly climbed to 15 meters without knowing how to get down, almost unable to descend. If Brother Tiger climbed too high, exhausted his strength, and accidentally fell, he could die. But Cang Nian himself had only just learned to climb, and Brother Tiger was much heavier than him. He couldn't possibly go up to bring him down. Watching Brother Tiger climb higher and higher, Cang Nian in a panic rushed toward Mother Tiger. Roar! Ding! Baby Roar used once. Baby Roar's skill proficiency 193,100. While running, Cang Nian let out loud roars. Hearing Cang Nian's roars, Mother Tiger awoke from her midday nap, opened her eyes, and looked at Cang Nian in confusion. Roar! Seeing this, Cang Nian pointed with his paw at Brother Tiger, who had already climbed over 2 meters high. Mother Tiger instantly understood the situation, and her expression darkened. These 2 little rascals were really troublesome. Yesterday, the younger one climbed up and couldn't get down, and today the older one was pulling the same stunt. But despite her dark expression, the cub's safety came first. So Mother Tiger sprang into action, dashed up the trunk, where Brother Tiger was, grabbed him in her mouth, and jumped down. A height of 2 or 3 meters was only a little taller than her own standing height. At that moment, Brother Tiger was still obsessed with the idea of climbing up to catch the little purple marten and teach it a lesson. But as he lifted his head, he saw Mother Tiger's stern face. Having taken care of the 2 cubs for half a month, Mother Tiger had already formed a certain understanding of the brothers' personalities. Cang Nian was clever and hardworking, requiring little worry. Brother Tiger was lazy, with intelligence typical of an ordinary cub, and acted without considering consequences. So when Cang Nian climbed up and couldn't get down yesterday, he had the sense to find a branch to conserve energy and roar loudly for help. Mother Tiger wasn't angry. But Brother Tiger, lacking these skills, had recklessly climbed upward. If he fell, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking this, Mother Tiger made her expression even more severe, ready to make Brother Tiger understand the gravity of the situation. As for Cang Nian, sensing the tense atmosphere, he dared not continue climbing. Besides, the hottest part of midday had passed, so he went to the clearing to practice his jogging skill. An angry tigress is not to be trifled with. On the 15th day after birth, Cang Nian went for his usual run. As for how Tiger Mom had disciplined Tiger Brother the day before, Cang Nian had no idea. All he knew was that Tiger Brother had been howling for quite a while. Ding. Jogging 1,000 meters, jogging skill proficiency 1. 17,100, the proficiency of the jogging skill was steadily increasing. Having successfully completed yesterday's goal of 7 levels, he naturally set today's target 1 level higher. After all, his body was growing every day, and even if no skill proficiency improved, his physical fitness was still developing. As expected, by noon, the jogging skill proficiency had reached 19 levels. After completing the 19th level, he ran a bit more, and the 20th level was not far off. After eating and drinking his fill, Cang Nian rested for a while, but saw Tiger Mom teaching Tiger Brother how to climb a tree. It must be because of yesterday's close call that Tiger Mom has to personally supervise the teaching. Cang Nian speculated. But this was good. With Tiger Mom teaching tree climbing, Tiger Brother should quickly master the technique of getting down, and he himself could have ample time to practice his climbing skill proficiency. With this thought, Cang Nian walked to a nearby pine tree and began reviewing the movements. Up the tree, down the tree, up the tree, down the tree. To minimize unnecessary danger, Cang Nian first performed 10 rounds of climbing and descending at a height of 1 meter. Squeak. At that moment, a familiar squeak came from the tree. Looking up as expected, the little purple marten was perched 3 or 4 meters high, watching him climb and descend, mocking him. Wasn't this little creature always on that tree? Why did it move? A doubt flashed through Cang Nian's mind, but the next second, he realized the truth. Tiger Mom was teaching Tiger Brother to climb that tree. The little purple marten wasn't afraid of Cang Nian or Tiger Brother, but it feared Tiger Mom. Although Tiger Mom most likely wouldn't bother with such a tiny creature, the fear ingrained deep in its genes kept the little purple marten from staying there any longer. The trees in the jungle were close together, and the little purple marten was an excellent climber, its body light and agile. Leaping from one treetop to another was a basic maneuver for it. Understanding this, Cang Nian decided to ignore it. His climbing skill was far inferior to the little marten's. Trying to catch it now would only bring humiliation. Not only could he do nothing to it, but he would also be teased. Cang Nian had no taste for being tormented. Better to endure for now, wait until his climbing skill had evolved a few times, and then catch it off guard. Today's display of tree hopping by the little purple marten made Cang Nian think that one evolution might not be enough to deal with it. Ignoring the marten, Cang Nian climbed to 2 meters this time, then turned and descended. The higher the height, the greater the impact when descending, requiring better technique to avoid injury. Tiger Mom's method was to kick off early, launching herself into the air, adjusting her posture mid-air to land on all 4 paws, increasing the contact area and reducing the impact on her limbs. If she didn't do that, descending from too high a height, only the front paws would bear all the impact, and the claws would be ruined. Cang Nian analyzed based on his own experience and Tiger Mom's movements. Then he climbed to 3 meters again and turned to descend. This time, following his analysis, he imitated Tiger Mom's technique, half a meter above the ground. He kicked off, pushing his body away from the trunk, and adjusted his posture midair. Lucky a smooth landing, and the impact on my front paws is much less than from 2 meters. Confirming his hypothesis, a smile spread across Cang Nian's face. Then he gradually increased the height to test his limits. Ding. Climbing 1M, Oi climbing skill proficiency 1. 100,100 ding. Congratulations, host, your climbing skill proficiency has reached maximum, and the skill has evolved into scrambling ascent. Just as he was conducting his 10th limit test, a system notification sounded. Immediately, he felt his limbs become stronger and more powerful, and his speed in climbing trees increased significantly. By then, he had already climbed to a height of 10 meters, and the little purple marten, driven away, had to climb higher. Turning, sprinting, descending, all in one fluid motion. He felt that the height he could descend in one go had greatly increased. During the last limit test at 9 meters, he had felt numbness in his limbs when he jumped down. This time at 10 meters, he landed steadily, only feeling a slight tremor. Clearly his limit height had increased significantly. However, for safety sake, he did not climb any higher. If he couldn't get down again, he might suffer the same fate as Tiger Brother yesterday. So to avoid angering Tiger Mom, Cang Nian used the 10-meter height to practice the proficiency of his newly evolved scrambling ascent skill. Just as he predicted, the first level of the scrambling ascent skill required 10 meters, and to evolve the skill, he needed to climb a total of 1,000 meters. After evolution, Cang Nian's climbing speed had noticeably improved. 10 meters took only a minute. At this rate, 100 minutes would allow this skill to evolve again. Although it couldn't be calculated, so simply considering the descent and necessary rest, half a day was definitely enough. With a stronger body, proficiency accumulated faster. When he was first born, it took 5 days to go from the crawling skill to the creeping skill, and 7 days from creeping to jogging. But now the scrambling ascent skill could evolve in just half a day. How wonderful. Cang Nian calculated the progress bar and beamed with joy. Wait. A stronger body means faster proficiency gain because the skill chain of crawling, creeping, jogging strengthened my limbs. That's why climbing skills develop so quickly. And since the evolution of the climbing skill also strengthens limbs, does that mean my jogging speed will also benefit from this feedback? Therefore, accumulating jogging skill proficiency will also become faster. Analyzing this causal relationship, Cang Nian was astonished. Previously, he had regarded different skill chains as independent and unrelated. But upon closer thought, some skills complemented each other. In fact, he had sensed this as early as when he was just born, but he hadn't analyzed it deeply. For example, the stronger the drinking skill, the more he consumed, and the faster the digestion skill proficiency increased. Similarly, the stronger the digestion skill, the greater the need for food, and the faster the drinking skill proficiency increased. And now he had discovered another pair of mutually reinforcing skill chains. Running and climbing both depend on limb strength, and after evolution, they both strengthen limb strength. And claw strike. Evolution not only strengthens the claws, but also boosts the explosive power of the forelimbs. And jumping targets the explosive power of the hind limbs. Additionally, there's the roar. Sound is produced by air vibrations, and a loud voice indicates strong cardiopulmonary capacity, which also enhances jogging endurance. It all connects. Everything connects. Cang Nian instantly extrapolated, gaining a deeper understanding of his various skills. After clarifying the relationships between all the skill chains, Cang Nian couldn't wait to put them to the test. The jump skill was about to evolve soon, and so was the milk whale skill. Let's max out the proficiency of these two skills first, then go all out to grind the climbing skill's proficiency. After glancing at the system panel, Cang Nian had already formulated his plan for the next steps. The jump skill strengthened the hind legs, the milk whale skill enhanced the heart and lungs, and the climbing skill fortified all four limbs, all of which could significantly boost jogging speed. Soon after a series of whales and sprinting jumps, the proficiency for both skills was fully accumulated. Ding. 1 milk whale skill proficiency, +1. 100100 ding. Congratulations, host. The milk whale skill has reached maximum proficiency and evolved into howl. Ding. 1 jump skill proficiency, +1. 100,100 ding. Congratulations, host. The jump skill has reached maximum proficiency and evolved into bounding leap. Immediately, Cang Nian felt his heart beating more powerfully, his breathing growing deeper and steadier, and his hind legs surging with explosive strength. Without hesitation, Cang Nian took 2 steps back and sprinted into a leap. This time he soared over half a meter into the air, an extraordinary height for a creature barely 40 centimeters long with shoulders under 20 centimeters tall. His bounding strides were like flying. Joy surged within him as Cang Nian climbed upward with incredible speed, reaching 10 meters in just 1 minute. Once the system announced that he'd earned 1 layer of climbing skill proficiency, he turned around and descended the tree. Descending came naturally faster, a single fluid motion ending in a light, graceful landing. Then Cang Nian continued round after round, climbing up and down without tiring. Only on the 5th round did Cang Nian feel the weariness setting in, so he paused to seek out Mother Tiger for nursing. This endurance was all thanks to the previous jogging training, which had greatly enhanced his stamina. Otherwise, he never could have sustained such intense physical exertion. But as he approached, Mother Tiger, little tiger brother, came sprinting over with mouth open and tail wagging as if eager to share his joy. Just as Cang Nian was puzzling over this, little tiger brother smoothly climbed the tree, scaling a few steps upward until reaching roughly 1 meter, then twisted around and descended, landing heavily on the ground. After demonstrating, little tiger brother darted to Cang Nian's side, pressing close against him like a child seeking praise. Cang Nian could tell that little tiger brother hadn't used any technique to soften the landing. Yet its physical constitution was astonishing. Despite only grasping the basics, it could likely endure the impact of a fall from any height below 5 meters through sheer brute resilience alone. Still learning this well was already quite impressive. Seeing little tiger brother's dusty, dirt-smudged face, Cang Nian knew that during those initial lessons on descending trees, it had taken plenty of face-first landings. Lifting a paw, Cang Nian brushed away the withered leaves clinging to little tiger brother's face and nodded with a smile to show his approval. At this, little tiger brother beamed even brighter. Through prolonged companionship with Cang Nian's gestural habits, both little tiger brother and mother tiger had not only learned to understand these movements, but were also beginning to mirror them to express similar sentiments. For instance, a nod meant agreement and approval, while a shake of the head signaled disagreement or disapproval. So when Cang Nian acknowledged his efforts, little tiger brother's delight knew no bounds. At that moment, as though struck by a sudden recollection, it dashed over to the pine tree where Cang Nian had been practicing. There, perched 3 or 4 meters up the trunk, the very spot where the little purple weasel had taken refuge after being driven from its higher perch by Cang Nian's tree climbing practice, was the small creature. In truth, with the little purple weasel's exceptional climbing and leaping abilities through the jungle, it could easily have avoided Cang Nian's training grounds entirely. Perhaps though it simply viewed the whole situation as an amusing game and was thoroughly enjoying itself. As long as Mother Tiger wasn't present to confront it, the little purple weasel was more than happy to tease Cang Nian and Little Tiger Brother. Upon arriving, Little Tiger Brother immediately adopted an aggressive stance and let out a series of threatening growls. Still, Little Tiger Brother hadn't completely lost his composure. He wouldn't recklessly challenge the little purple weasel who made its home in the trees using only his rudimentary skills. His older brother hadn't attempted such a thing, which meant there was still much training left to do. Moreover, should he climb too high and find himself in danger, Mother Tiger would surely reprimand him even more severely. So Little Tiger Brother had grown shrewder as well. After provoking the little purple weasel, he marched off with his chest puffed out, denying the weasel any chance to taunt him in return. The little purple weasel, caught off guard by Little Tiger Brother's behavior, stammered and squeaked in indignation for quite some time before composing himself. Meanwhile, Little Tiger Brother was already nestled beside Cang Nian at Mother Tiger's side, nursing. A soft howl of confusion escaped Little Tiger Brother as he finished nursing. Watching Cang Nian make his way toward the tree where the little purple weasel dwelled, he let out a questioning sound. Shouldn't this be the time for running practice in the clearing? Howl. Cang Nian spent considerable time explaining to Little Tiger Brother what he was doing, telling him to follow Mother Tiger and continue learning tree climbing since running practice would be skipped for today. Once he understood Cang Nian's intention, Little Tiger Brother's face lit up with a broad grin. Far preferring tree climbing to the grueling exhaustion of running, his spirits soared. After all, the very reason he'd cast aside his laziness and dedicated himself to training was to catch the little purple weasel. Practicing this targeted skill was undeniably the most effective approach. With those words, Little Tiger Brother scampered off to practice climbing trees with enthusiastic steps. Mother Tiger, though she favored her sleep, wholeheartedly supported her cub's willingness to learn and devoted herself to teaching with complete dedication. Cang Nian himself could see that Little Tiger Brother wasn't using proper technique to soften his landing when coming down the tree. How could Mother Tiger miss it? The rest of today would be dedicated to correcting her eldest cub's form. Otherwise, attempting greater heights would leave him vulnerable to serious injury, Mother Tiger thought to herself. Meanwhile, Cang Nian remained fully absorbed in grinding his climbing skill proficiency. Round 1, Round 2, Round 3. Each successive journey back and forth quietly but steadily fortified Cang Nian's physical constitution. Though each increment was imperceptibly small, their cumulative effect proved quite substantial. With proficiency steadily climbing, Cang Nian's ascent grew increasingly swift. From an initial pace of 10 meters per minute, he accelerated to covering the same distance in just 40 seconds. By the time the sun began its western descent, Cang Nian had paused 3 times for rest and milk, yet his 10-meter climb time had shrunk to a mere 30 seconds. Most crucially, his climbing skill had finally reached maximum proficiency. Ding. 10 meters climbed, climbing skill proficiency, +1. 100,100 ding. Congratulations, host. The climbing skill has reached maximum proficiency and evolved into soaring ascent. As the system notification echoed, Cang Nian felt his limbs surge with dramatic strength, his muscles visibly thickening, his body growing remarkably dense and powerful. This marked his second secondary evolution, a far more profound transformation than the first, his jogging skill. Without delay, Cang Nian sprinted down from the tree and gave himself a full-throated run. Whoosh! In a single bound, Cang Nian reached 10 meters above the ground, in merely 10 heartbeats by his own count. Though the system no longer announced the 10-meter milestone, the grooves carved into the trunk from countless previous attempts remained clearly visible. Meanwhile, the little purple weasel pressed a paw to its heaving chest, still shaken from the encounter. It had never imagined Cang Nian could scale trees with such terrifying speed that he'd nearly caught it. Now regretting its mischief, the little purple weasel chattered indignantly. That young tiger was nothing short of a monster. It should never have crossed paths with those two brothers. Squeak. On the 16th day of his birth, Cang Nian had just risen from sleep, filled with excitement, unable to wait any longer to go for a run. The day before, his leap skill had evolved into bound, and his climb skill had evolved twice in succession into ascend, greatly enhancing his limbs. Although the sky had grown too dark the previous day to continue testing exactly how much faster he had become on the way home, Cang Nian had already gained a general sense of it. Today he planned to try his limit for a full day of slow jogging to see how many layers of proficiency he could accumulate. Jogging ahead of Tiger Mother, Cang Nian raced toward the open clearing. But Tiger Mother quickly caught up in 2 strides and gently pressed him down with her paw. Seeing this, Cang Nian restrained his excitement and obediently lay on the ground. Meanwhile, Tiger Mother poked her head out from the dense forest, gazing at the clearing by the stream and observing carefully. Following Tiger Mother's gaze, Cang Nian looked as well, but saw nothing unusual. In fact, only small animals such as marmots and pheasants were drinking water by the stream. Roar! At that moment, Tiger Mother, no longer hid in the dense forest, rose to her feet and let out a low growl towards Cang Nian. It seemed that after living together for so long, not only could Tiger Mother and Tiger Brother roughly understand Cang Nian's expressions that differed from ordinary tigers, but even Cang Nian himself could understand their intentions from their growls. Tiger Mother wants to hunt, but due to our long-term fixed activities in the clearing, many medium and large prey no longer dare to come here. So she plans to hunt elsewhere nearby, telling me to play with Tiger Brother first, and then train in the clearing after she returns. True enough, 4 days had passed since the last hunt. Although one sika deer provided plenty of meat, his and Tiger Brother's consumption over this period had increased considerably. It was indeed time to hunt again. Though he did not know why he could extract such complex meaning from a single low growl, it was simply instinct. Ow! Having understood, Cang Nian immediately raised his head and let out a call. Don't worry. I will surely take good care of Tiger Brother. Ow! Seeing this, Tiger Brother stepped forward and stood properly, letting out a growl, as if to say he would certainly behave and allow Tiger Mother to hunt in peace. With such worrying-free cubs, a smile appeared on Tiger Mother's face. She then ran toward the dense forest on the opposite side of the stream. This side was where the family of 3 made their den. As an apex predator, Tiger Mother had resided here for a long time, and residual scents kept most prey from daring to approach. Thus, to find prey, they had to go to the other side. Watching Tiger Mother disappear into the forest, Cang Nian could only follow Tiger Brother and obediently lie on the ground. They were still very young, in the stage of rapid growth, and would grow hungry quickly with excessive exercise. Since Tiger Mother's hunt might take some time, it was better to conserve their energy for now. Tiger Brother, seeing Cang Nian not move naturally, had no desire to move either. His older brother was smarter than him, and whatever his brother did was always right. He only needed to follow along. Squeak, squeak. No one knew how much time had passed. Tiger Brother had already begun dozing off when a familiar cry came from above. Sure enough, upon looking up, they saw a little red sable standing on a tree branch 5 or 6 meters high, chirping at the 2 brothers. This guy really never learns. I almost caught him yesterday, and he still dares to provoke us. Cang Nian was utterly speechless, while Tiger Brother, nearly asleep beside him, looked up angrily and growled. Since Tiger Mother was not nearby, Tiger Brother's courage had increased considerably. He took 2 steps back and, following the method Tiger Mother had taught him, climbed directly into the tree, seeming intent on catching little red sable. Cang Nian did not mind much. Tiger Brother had undergone half a day of special training from Tiger Mother yesterday and had already learned to climb up and down trees, so there would not be serious danger. However, the very next moment, Cang Nian's brows furrowed. Little Red Sable's call was wrong. Previously, his cries had been unmistakably mocking, full of provocative flair. But now his call carried panic and urgency. Moreover, he was scampering up and down frantically rather than leisurely twisting his body and swaying his tail as before. Upon closer inspection, he was actually extending his tiny paw, pointing toward not far away. At this sight, Cang Nian quickly followed Little Red Sable's gaze. In just one glance, Cang Nian felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar. It was a pair of cold eyes. Those were the indifferent pupils of a fellow carnivoran. The familiar black and yellow spots made Cang Nian instantly recognize it. It was the Amur leopard from 4 days ago, whose prey Tiger Mother had stolen. When Cang Nian detected it, it too noticed his gaze and no longer hesitated, launching itself forward instantly. Ow, ding. 1 growl. Growl skill proficiency increased by 1. 1100. With danger approaching, Cang Nian felt an unprecedented calmness. He let out a loud roar, urging Tiger Brother to climb upward with all his strength. Tiger Brother was still clinging to the tree trunk at that moment, having not yet seen the Amur leopard. However, he always executed Cang Nian's commands without hesitation or second thought, scrambling upward with all his might. Yet he had only just learned to climb trees. Even exerting himself fully, reaching a height of 4 or 5 meters would still take at least half a minute. Moreover, the Amur leopard could also climb trees and would certainly be far faster than a young tiger cub who had barely learned to climb. Thinking of this, Cang Nian turned his head and saw that the Amur leopard, which had been 70 or 80 meters away moments ago, had already charged to within 40 meters. Even though this was not the open clearing, and there were many obstructions, the Amur leopard's agile figure ensured its speed would not slow too much. Last time I could only hide fearfully deep in the cave, watching you be torn apart, listening to your cries and howls of pain. This time I will not be cowardly again. Glancing at Tiger Brother, who had only climbed over a meter high, Cang Nian's gaze grew ever firmer. The very next moment, he actually charged toward the Amur leopard. Even the Amur leopard was momentarily taken aback, a look of bewilderment flashing in its brutal eyes. Could this little creature be a deformity born stupid? Since that day its prey had been stolen by Tiger Mother, the Amur leopard had remembered the grievance, planting the seeds of hatred. For these past few days it had been secretly observing the movements of Cang Nian's family. It knew it could not currently match Tiger Mother, but it could find trouble with the 2 tiger cubs. If it killed them both, that would serve as revenge for Tiger Mother's theft of its prey. Finally estimating that Tiger Mother should be going hunting today, it had earlier driven away the medium and large prey around the clearing, forcing Tiger Mother to hunt elsewhere. With such an opportunity, those two little tiger cubs would be at its mercy to be toyed with as it wished. However, to avoid Tiger Mother not yet having gone far, it patiently waited for quite some time before creeping toward the brother's location. Its initial target had naturally been the larger tiger brother. Killing it would yield quite a bit of meat. But since this smaller one was clearly addled and charging forward on its own, killing it as well would not be a bad thing. So the more leopard reasoned. But the very next moment, just as Cang Nian was about to collide with it, and it had already opened its bloody maw prepared to deliver a killing blow, Cang Nian executed a bound jump, leaping onto the nearest pine tree. Cang Nian's nimble movements left the northeast leopard momentarily stunned. Was this the agility of a 1-month-old tiger cub? In the leopard's eyes, Cang Nian appeared to be about a month old, while his brother, Hu Di, was nearly 3 months. Yet the leopard did not dally for long. Instinctively, it sprang up the tree, pursuing Cang Nian. But what astonished it even more was the startling speed of the tiny creature. In the span of a single day, it had already climbed 2 or 3 meters. The leopard hastened in pursuit, drawn ever upward by Cang Nian. Amidst his tension, Cang Nian allowed a faint smirk to curl at the corner of his mouth. This was exactly the effect he desired. Given Hu Di's climbing speed, if he did not restrain the leopard, his brother would surely be caught. The northeast leopard's bite force could not be compared to that of the fox that had once invaded their den. Hu Di had previously endured the fox's gnawing thanks to his thick hide, but this time was different. This was a predator capable of killing a 70-kilogram adult sika deer. Given Hu Di's weight, even if Cang Nian fled with equal speed, the leopard would unhesitatingly target the heavier cub. After all, more meat meant more allure. Thus Cang Nian had to intervene and restrain the leopard, or Hu Di would be doomed. Yet Cang Nian was not acting rashly, willing to trade his own life for his brother's. Even though the time spent together had fostered a deep affection for Hu Di, honestly, it had not yet reached the point where he would sacrifice himself. Choosing to lure the leopard was a gamble Cang Nian took with confidence. That confidence stemmed from his current climbing speed. Even Mother Tiger might not be significantly faster than him now. This northeast leopard, though lighter and nimbler, was far from an adult tiger. Even with its agility, it could not outpace Mother Tiger. As expected, Cang Nian scurried upward 10 meters in a flash, while the leopard lagged behind, unable to close the gap. However, the pine trees had a limited height, averaging about 20 meters in this dense forest, and the topmost section was beyond even Cang Nian's ability to climb. So he twisted his body and leaped onto a branch. Seconds later, the leopard arrived, glaring at Cang Nian with fierce eyes. It tried to swipe at Cang Nian with its paw, but fell short by half a meter. Then it adjusted its stance and attempted to step onto the branch, only to retract its claws at once. The branch was too slender, bearing only a small animal like Cang Nian. This leopard, likely an exceptionally large specimen of its kind, weighed over 100 kilograms. Such a fragile branch could not endure its weight. Seeing this, Cang Nian mimicked a sable, wiggling his rear and wagging his tail in provocation. The leopard was enraged, but powerless, fuming in frustration. Roar! Certain of his temporary safety, Cang Nian opened his mouth and let out a loud cry. The howl, imbued with a call for help, was a skill that had undergone a second evolution. Though Cang Nian's voice was still juvenile, its volume and reach were uncompromised. A cry of such intensity could travel 3 or 4 kilometers. The leopard panicked. Mother Tiger, to protect her cubs, would not hunt far from the den. Such a resounding howl would surely be heard. For an adult Siberian tiger, a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers was merely a matter of minutes. With this thought, the leopard began to reconsider. It resented Mother Tiger for stealing its prey, but it dared not challenge the queen of this forest head-on. It sought revenge, but not at the cost of its own life. Otherwise, it could have simply charged out and killed both cubs while they ran and exercised in the open. But doing so would have surely been caught by the watchful Mother Tiger. After tracking them for 4 days, the leopard's goal was to kill the cubs while leaving no clue as to the culprit. Now, with its attack failing and Cang Nian's cry so piercing, Mother Tiger would arrive soon. There was no time to hesitate. Realizing this, the leopard knew it had to flee or face certain death. Yet the thought of being toyed with by such a tiny creature filled it with rancor. Then a flash of inspiration struck its mind and clarity dawned. The leopard placed one paw on the branch where Cang Nian stood, gradually applying its weight. Its aim was to kill the 2 cubs, to make Mother Tiger suffer and regret for stealing its prey. Why bother capturing them alive? At this height, simply letting the little thing fall to its death would be perfect. Cang Nian immediately discerned its intention. Crack! The next moment, the branch snapped under the leopard's weight, and Cang Nian, losing his footing, plummeted downward. But having anticipated the leopard's move, Cang Nian leaped deliberately, adjusting his posture midair to land gracefully on the branch below. This required considerable balance, which climbing naturally honed. Though challenging, it was within Cang Nian's capabilities. The leopard was dumbfounded. Are you sure this is a tiger cub? A cub still nursing. But Cang Nian's display shattered the leopard's composure. It scrambled down a level and again heaved its weight onto the branch, snapping it. Having succeeded once, Cang Nian did not fail the second time. He jumped down again, landing on the next lower branch. The leopard, now frantic, descended another level and pressed down fiercely. Cang Nian leaped again to the next level. Crack! The fourth time the leopard tried to break the branch, it failed. The branch did not even creak. Looking up, the tiger and leopard had descended from near the treetop to about 10 meters, where the branches were thick enough to bear the leopard's weight. A cruel smile spread across the leopard's face as it placed its paw on the branch and advanced toward Cang Nian, who was near the tip. Cang Nian, however, was ready. He launched himself toward a nearby pine tree. Thump! The repeated climbing practice had paid off. Cang Nian managed to cling to the neighboring trunk, then turned back and made a face at the leopard. This utterly broke the leopard's spirit. It twisted around and dashed down the tree. Its weight made jumping between trees too risky. A misstep would spell its own death, not Cang Nian's. But the next second a harsh screech echoed from the trunk. Cang Nian looked and laughed. It was the sound of the leopard breaking mid-descent. The reason for its abrupt halt, a pair of furious eyes. During the time Cang Nian had been entangled with the leopard, mother tiger had just arrived, blocking the leopard's path at the base of the tree. Upon seeing the Amur leopard on the tree, the tigress immediately recognized it. Consequently, her fury intensified. In the natural world, it is a law of the jungle that one who cannot guard its prey is simply incompetent. After she had stolen the leopard's prey, this creature dared to take advantage of her hunting to attack her two cubs. Had the Amur leopard dared to challenge her in a one-on-one confrontation, the tigress would have respected its courage and might have let it off with a lesson after a good thrashing. But to set its sights on her cubs was a death sentence. With this thought, the tigress strode swiftly upward, climbing at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, the Amur leopard was completely panicked. It had only wanted to retaliate against the tigress, never intending to face her head-on. Even though it was an exceptionally large individual among Amur leopards, weighing over 100 kilograms, likely the heaviest of its kind given the species' rarity, it was still no match for the tigress, a massive female weighing nearly 200 kilograms. Its size was utterly insignificant. For a moment, it could only instinctively scramble upward, lacking the courage to confront the tigress. But the pine tree was only so tall. As it climbed higher, the trunk grew thinner and could no longer support its weight. Gritting its teeth, it steeled itself and leaped toward a neighboring pine. Had the tigress not been hot on its heels, it would never have dared such a jump. It was a matter of life or death. Crackling, the sound of branches snapping filled the air. Perhaps fueled by adrenaline, the Amur leopard cleared the gap between the two pines and landed on a branch of the adjacent tree. But due to its excessive weight, the higher branches could not support it. Layer after layer of branches broke under its weight, sending it plummeting downward. After falling several meters, the lower branches grew thicker, cushioning the impact, until finally it came to a halt on a relatively sturdy branch. This fall left the Amur leopard battered and dazed. The branches that caught it lashed its body like whips. Fortunately, it finally stopped. Ignoring the searing pain, it adjusted its posture and crawled toward the trunk of the pine. But just as it moved 2 steps, its body wobbled. Looking closely, it saw that the branch under its paw had a jagged crack at the junction with the trunk, as if the slightest additional weight would cause it to snap instantly. Seeing this, the Amur leopard could only shift its body gingerly, afraid that any sudden movement would sever the connection between the branch and the trunk. But the next moment, a paw appeared in its field of vision. Looking up, it saw the little tiger cub that had escaped its pursuit earlier, gazing at it with a mischievous expression. The cub raised its paw and slammed it heavily onto the branch. A terrified roar escaped the Amur leopard. Crack! The cub's blow was the final straw. With a snapping sound, the branch broke, and the leopard plummeted downward. This time, there was no branch protruding to break its fall. To make matters worse, a branch struck its head directly. The force of the fall knocked it unconscious midair, as if it had been dealt a heavy blow. A dull thud echoed as the Amur leopard crashed straight down from a height of over 10 meters, blood streaming from its 7 orifices. Ding! Killed a prey far beyond your own strength. Kill skill proficiency increased by 100. 100,100 ding. Congratulations, host. Kill skill proficiency has reached maximum. The skill has evolved into slaughter. Then a system notification echoed in Cang Nian's mind, leaving him stunned. So killing prey counted as a skill. And could this really be considered as kill? Still, this is the first time I've gained so much proficiency in one go. The skill was just unlocked, and it's already maxed out. Despite this, Cang Nian was overjoyed. Although there was an element of cleverness involved, the Amur leopard had indeed been killed by his own hand. Even if the tigress had frightened it into blindly leaping onto the tree he had just crossed, giving him the opportunity to strike. Strictly speaking, the tigress had not touched the leopard. Thus it could be considered his independent kill. As he rejoiced, he suddenly felt his milk teeth grow longer and sharper, and his claws become more acute and hardened. Furthermore, his muscles had strengthened to some extent, though the improvement was modest, as this was his first evolution. Nevertheless, it was still excellent. After all, none of the skills Cang Nian had unlocked so far had such a broad range of enhancements. Now my running speed should improve. I wonder how long it will take to run a kilometer. Cang Nian thought with eager anticipation. However, he did not linger in the tree. With a swift movement, he slid down. On the ground, the tigress was already waiting for him. In fact, when the Amur leopard jumped between trees, the tigress had immediately turned back and descended to block its escape. Yet even she had not expected the creature to die at Cang Nian's claws. Seeing Cang Nian descend, the tigress was immensely proud. She affectionately licked his face with her large tongue. Look, this is my cub. So young, yet capable of killing such a large Amur leopard. After licking him for a moment, the tigress suddenly stood up and let out a puzzled roar. Where is the older cub? She had been so focused on the leopard that she had almost forgotten about her second cub. Though puzzled, the tigress did not appear worried. Because when she had rushed back, she had not detected any scent of blood nearby. Since that was the case, the older cub must be unharmed. Right, I almost forgot about the little brother, Cang Nian said, a bit embarrassed. He raised his paw to point. But before he could indicate where the cub was, a soft, milky roar came from not far away. Cang Nian looked up, seeing only dense foliage. The sound seemed to come from the treetops. Hearing this, the tigress needed no further inquiry. She dashed to the pine where the cub was and climbed up swiftly. After several minutes, the tigress finally descended with the cub. The cub had climbed upward blindly under Cang Nian's command. With its strong physique and good stamina, though slow, it had reached near the top of the tree. It only stopped when the trunk became too thin to climb. Looking down, it was so terrified that it dripped urine. Its frightened cries attracted the tigress. A low growl. The tigress grabbed him by the scruff and pulled him down. Tiger brother pressed his forepaws together, his head hung low, not daring to look up. He still remembered how the tigress had scolded him the day before for climbing too high. This time he had nearly reached the top of the tree, and the tigress had to expend considerable effort to bring him down. So Tiger brother felt he had made a mistake again. Although it was Cang Nian who had urged him to make that mistake, he still believed the tigress would punish him. That was why he was so timid. A growl. Seeing Tiger brother admit his fault, the tigress's face softened into a smile. Instead of scolding him, she lowered her head and gently licked his fur. How could the tigress be angry at Tiger brother for an act that saved his life? Though she hadn't witnessed the entire event, she could imagine it clearly. If Tiger brother hadn't climbed desperately upward, if Cang Nian hadn't led the Amur leopard in circles, she would have lost at least one cub today. Seeing that the tigress wasn't angry, Tiger brother, though not understanding why, was overjoyed. He immediately returned to his lively self, nuzzling against her affectionately again and again. Cang Nian meanwhile turned his gaze to the corpse of the Amur leopard. The tigress left only 2 hours ago. She probably hasn't hunted successfully yet. But the meat of a carnivore should taste bad, so the tigress didn't eat this one. Still, its fur is quite good. If tanned, it would make a fine blanket. Cang Nian circled the leopard's corpse twice, sizing it up thoughtfully. In his past life, he had been an orphan and had worked odd jobs to save tuition, once following an old man to the countryside to collect hides. Usually those were rabbit, sheep, or cow hides. So he knew how to tan hides. Unfortunately, both plant ash tanning and animal brain tanning require fire. How can I make fire in this situation? Fire by friction. Forget it. It's not guaranteed to work, and if it does, I might set the whole forest ablaze. After a moment's thought, Cang Nian temporarily set aside the idea of tanning the hide. Still, he could keep the hide for now and test how sharp his claws had become. With this in mind, he approached the leopard's corpse, raised his forepaw, and extended his claws. After summer began, most animals shed their fur for a lighter coat, and the Amur leopard was no exception. With a sharp tearing sound like a blade cutting cloth, Cang Nian slit the leopard's hide open smoothly along its belly where the fur was shortest. Perhaps it was his past experience slaughtering livestock, or perhaps it was the innate instinct of a tiger. Either way, Cang Nian felt no discomfort as he deftly sliced through the opening. However, the size difference between him and the leopard was immense. Even with his multiple enhancements, his small body was utterly incapable of shifting the massive creature weighing over 100 kilograms. But his movements caught the tigress's attention. Curious, she first watched what Cang Nian was doing, then extended her own paw to help. In truth, the tigress had no idea what Cang Nian intended. She merely thought he was interested in the prey and casually lent a hand. Nevertheless, the tigress's powerful physique and immense strength proved invaluable, allowing Cang Nian to successfully tear the leopard's hide free. Just then, Tiger brother trotted over, curiously grabbed a corner of the hide with his mouth and tugged at it playfully, having a grand time. He had seen Cang Nian do the same. With a roar, Cang Nian, having finally removed the leopard's hide, looked up at the tigress. He called out, pointed at the hide on the ground, and then gestured toward the direction of their family's den. He wanted to bring the hide home. Though it would stiffen without tanning, the fur itself would remain soft. Once spread flat and left to harden, he could flip it over, fur side up, skin side down, and it would still make a comfortable blanket. He could tan it later when he had a way to make fire. A roar. The tigress, of course, had no idea what was going on in Cang Nian's mind. But she knew that his excellent response today had prevented her from losing any cub. So whatever Cang Nian asked, the tigress would do her best to fulfill. Bringing a hide home. Such a simple request. How could she refuse? A questioning roar. Seeing that the tigress had agreed, Cang Nian brightened considerably and turned to inquire about her hunting. A roar. The tigress shook her head, indicating she hadn't caught anything. However, the Amur leopard's ambush had left her shaken, and she felt it safer to stay close to her cubs. A roar. Regarding the tigress's concern, Cang Nian shook his head as well and urged her to go hunt. The Amur leopard was dead, its hide already stripped. There weren't that many dangers in the jungle. If the tigress stayed away from them out of fear, that would be the real danger. If she didn't hunt, she couldn't produce milk, and he and tiger brother wouldn't get enough nutrition. If the tigress grew hungry and weakened, she would starve the two of them. A roar. But even with Cang Nian's reasoning, the tigress remained worried. The cubs were only half a month old and had already faced 2 life-threatening crises. She was such a negligent mother. If the tigress won't hunt, what can I do? I can't just eat meat, can I? This gave Cang Nian a headache. Wait. I've probably met the conditions for eating meat by now, haven't I? Thinking this, Cang Nian froze for a moment, then quickly glanced at his system panel. Milk drinking 97100. 8 days had passed since the first evolution of the milk drinking skill. With at least 8 sessions a day, sometimes over a dozen, and with his consumption increasing daily, the skill's proficiency was nearly maxed out. Barring any surprises, after 3 more milk feeds, he would be able to eat meat. With that thought, Cang Nian approached the leopard's corpse, closed his eyes, and bit down hard on the thigh. The leopard's muscle was extremely tough, and even Cang Nian's newly strengthened teeth struggled to tear it. Ding. Bite once, bite skill proficiency 1. 1100. A system notification rang in his mind. I think this really is the first time I've used my bite. Cang Nian thought wryly. But unexpectedly, unlocking a new skill, especially one related to combat, was not a bad thing. Then a strong bloody scent burst in his mouth. Since Cang Nian was now a tiger, he didn't recoil from the taste of blood. Instead, he felt an instinctive excitement. He was demonstrating to the tigress that he could eat meat, so she would hunt for him to eat. That way the tigress certainly wouldn't refuse. Meanwhile, tiger brother noticed Cang Nian's actions and scampered over to imitate him, also chomping down on the leopard's corpse. But then Cang Nian paused. Wait. Shouldn't the flesh of a carnivore be sour and foul? This smell. It actually seems kind of appetizing. He had intended to take a bite of the leopard's meat, find it unpalatable, spit it out, and then persuade the tigress to hunt. Instead, he was completely dumbfounded. While Cang Nian was in a daze, Hu Di beside him had already begun tearing into the meat with large bites. Hu Di had higher talent and a stronger physique, so his teeth and jaws developed much faster than Cang Nian's. If not for Cang Nian's indirect killing of the northeast leopard this time, which had elevated him comprehensively, he would still be inferior to Hu Di in terms of jaw strength. As for Hu Di, after tearing off a piece of meat, he instinctively swallowed it whole, without any need for instruction. Ayo! After swallowing a mouthful of meat, Hu Di's eyes instantly lit up. This tasted even better than tiger milk. Having tasted the sweetness, Hu Di quickly lowered his head and continued tearing into the meat, eating with great relish. It seems it's not because I'm special that I find the northeast leopard's meat delicious, rather it is inherently tasty to tigers. But this is different from what documentaries show. The meat of carnivores should have accumulated a lot of acidic substances, so it shouldn't be delicious. Cang Nian was extremely puzzled, unable to make sense of it. However, since it was delicious and he could eat meat, there was no reason to refuse. Ayo! At this moment, Mother Tiger beside them was full of question marks. First, Mother Tiger hadn't expected that Cang Nian and Hu Di could eat meat so early. Second, she was amazed that the 2 cubs could actually stomach the meat of a northeast leopard. Inexperienced cubs would try to eat the meat of carnivores. Mother Tiger had also gone through this stage. However, she remembered that when she first started eating meat, she had tried to eat the wild wolf that her mother had killed. But that wild wolf's meat was too sour, disgustingly unpalatable. She took just one bite and spat it out, and even rinsed her mouth in the water pool for a long time. Therefore, seeing the 2 cubs eating so heartily, Mother Tiger was stunned. But watching the brothers enjoying themselves, a question popped into her mind. Could the meat of this northeast leopard actually be delicious? After thinking, Mother Tiger crouched down, lowered her head, and tentatively tore off a small piece with her sharp teeth, then closed her eyes and swallowed. The unpleasant taste of the wild wolf meat she had eaten as a cub was still fresh in Mother Tiger's memory. But then her eyes brightened. It really wasn't bad. In fact, it could even be said to be more delicious than the sika deer meat she had eaten a few days ago. So Mother Tiger instinctively tore off a large piece of meat. But just as she was about to swallow, Mother Tiger hesitated. This was the prey that her own cubs had hunted. In tiger habits, there is only the custom of cubs eating the mother's prey, not the mother eating the cub's prey. Would it be too shameless of her to eat her cub's prey? At that moment Cang Nian also noticed that Mother Tiger had stopped eating after trying the northeast leopard's meat. Ayo! Cang Nian called out the meaning in his voice, asking Mother Tiger whether the meat was hard to swallow. Ayo! Mother Tiger shook her head, and also let out a low roar. This meat is not unpalatable. Ayo! Cang Nian called again, meaning since it's delicious why not eat? Ayo! Mother Tiger responded, meaning that this was Cang Nian's prey, and she could not eat it. Ayo! After roughly understanding Mother Tiger's concern, Cang Nian went up to her and rubbed against her. Such a large prey, we can't finish it, and it will go bad. Cang Nian knew that explaining too complex a reasoning to Mother Tiger might be difficult, so he used the simplest practical problem to force her to eat. Sure enough, after understanding the meaning of Cang Nian's roar, Mother Tiger glanced at the massive carcass of the northeast leopard and the sizes of Cang Nian and Hu Di, one small and one slightly larger. Even the larger Hu Di now weighed just over 10 kilograms. Because tigers have dense bones and muscles, they appear smaller than some large pets. As for Cang Nian, he was even smaller, weighing only about 5 or 6 kilograms. Tigers have a huge maximum food intake. If they stuff themselves to the fullest, they can consume food equivalent to 1/5 to 1/4 of their body weight. Under such circumstances, a tiger can even endure 2 months without eating and not starve to death. But even so, the two cubs Cang Nian and Hu Di could at most eat 4 kilograms of net meat. This was negligible compared to the 100 kilograms of meat left after skinning the northeast leopard. And now the weather was getting hot, so the food wouldn't keep for long. Half a day would be enough for it to rot. Ayo! After understanding this, Mother Tiger licked Cang Nian's little face, full of maternal affection. In that case, Mother will eat. But Mother will definitely repay in the future. Ayo! At Mother Tiger's stubbornness, Cang Nian nodded, signifying a deal. If he didn't agree, Mother Tiger might indeed refuse to eat the northeast leopard's meat out of pride. However, regardless of whether Mother Tiger ate the northeast leopard's meat until he successfully hunted independently, his meals were still fully provided by Mother Tiger, weren't they? Having obtained Cang Nian's consent, Mother Tiger was overjoyed and graciously bent down to eat the meat. Having persuaded Mother Tiger to finally eat, Cang Nian also buried his head and started eating. Perhaps because the meat itself had higher nutritional density than tiger milk, Cang Nian felt very full after just a few bites. Ding! Ate 1 kilogram of evolutionary meat eating skill proficiency 2. 2100. At that moment a system prompt sounded. I can only eat at most 1 kilogram of meat per meal now. Wait. Evolutionary meat. What does that mean? Did this northeast leopard evolve? Cang Nian rubbed his belly with his paw, feeling extremely satisfied, then suddenly realized with a start. Evolution. I should be considered evolved, and Hu Di probably too. This northeast leopard looks ordinary, but it's actually at the level of an extremely large individual of its species. So this is the result of evolution. So the reason its meat isn't sour and stinky, but instead very delicious, is also due to evolution. Countless thoughts flashed through Cang Nian's mind in an instant. Evolutionary meat. 1 kilogram equals 2 kilograms of ordinary meat. So other animals should also benefit from eating it. Unfortunately, it can't be stored for long. We must eat it all and not waste it. It seems it's not just me and Hu Di who are evolving. Other animals may also be evolving. But the magnitude of their evolution isn't as obvious, so we can't directly perceive it. In that case, I must strive to evolve, and at the same time bring Hu Di and Mother Tiger along with me, so that we can always occupy the top of the food chain in this great era of evolution. Then Cang Nian's thoughts wandered. With that in mind, already full, he lowered his head and tore off a strip of meat about half a gene, 250 grams, from the northeast leopard's carcass. Then, carrying the meat strip in his mouth, he went to the tree where the little purple sable was. The next second, Cang Nian moved swiftly, and in one leap, reached the spot 4 or 5 meters high where the little purple sable was. Seeing Cang Nian charge up, the little purple sable quickly scurried a few meters higher, warily keeping its distance from him. However, Cang Nian was not there to trouble it. He didn't insist on catching the little purple sable. Instead, he placed that strip of meat on the branch where the sable had just been standing, and then climbed down. As for the little purple sable, it glanced at the departing Cang Nian, but its gaze was ultimately drawn to the meat strip on the branch. So fragrant. Returning to Mother Tiger, the younger brother had already eaten his fill. He howled at Cang Nian with urgency and confusion. Why give such delicious meat to that little thing? The younger brother was very displeased. The little sable had been mocking them for a long time. How can you aid the enemy like this? Cang Nian pressed the younger brother's head domineeringly. Be nicer to the little sable from now on. Don't harm it. The younger brother was even more confused, chasing after Cang Nian to ask. But Cang Nian didn't explain. Instead, he took a walk to digest and prepared to test how much his jogging speed had improved. It wasn't that Cang Nian didn't want to explain, but the younger brother's little brain could hardly comprehend such a complex matter. If the Amur leopard had ambushed him today, and the little sable hadn't given an early warning allowing him to know of the leopard's approach in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Given the leopard's stalking skills without external interference, it could likely have crept within 20 meters of him without his notice. With the explosive speed of an Amur leopard hunting a sick deer, 1 second. It would take only 1 second to clamp its jaws on his throat, and with its strength a bite meant death. Although he didn't know why the little sable, which had been acting cheeky and mocking them every day, had suddenly changed its attitude today and voluntarily warned them. But since it did so, it was a genuine life-saving grace. Even a drop of kindness should be repaid as a gushing spring. If he didn't acknowledge this life-saving grace, he would be worse than a beast. Therefore Cang Nian gave a portion of the evolutionary meat, which should be beneficial to the little sable. Given its size, half a catty might be more than it could finish in one meal. But when giving a gift, more is better than less. After all, with the Amur leopard's large size, even Mother Tiger might not finish it all, it would be waste anyway. As for the younger brother, he hadn't even seen the leopard at the time, as he was already climbing a tree in anger at the little sable. And he had told him to climb straight up, so by the time the younger brother saw the leopard, it was already a corpse. Therefore, with most of the information missing, the younger brother's little brain couldn't connect the little sable to the concept of life-saving grace. No matter how much he explained, the younger brother might not understand, so it was better to directly command him not to harm the little sable. He would explain it clearly when the younger brother became smarter later. After learning about evolution, Cang Nian realized that he had considered the younger brother stupid and dull. But in reality, given that the younger brother was only 16 days old, he was already exceptionally intelligent. So Cang Nian speculated that evolution might also boost animals' intelligence. Perhaps one day the younger brother's intelligence could rival that of humans. Shaking off those thoughts, Cang Nian glanced back at the younger brother and urged him to start running. As for himself, he strode swiftly, his figure agile, and dashed off in a flash. Sure enough, with multiple enhancements, his climbing skill evolving into ascend, his jumping skill into leap, his claw swipe skill into long claw strike, and his kill skill unlocked just now evolving into slaughter. His physical fitness had improved dramatically. Cang Nian felt as if he were riding a gentle breeze, moving with incredible speed. Moreover, as he ran, he could feel his stomach warming with nutrients being continuously delivered to every part of his body, sustaining his continuous running. A notification: jogging 1000 m, a jogging skill proficiency 1. 23,100. In less than 20 minutes, Cang Nian had completed 1,000 meters. A few days ago, it took him nearly 2 hours to run 1,000 meters, and he could only accumulate 6 or 7 proficiency points a day. Now he had done it in less than 20 minutes. This speed was more than 5 times that of a few days ago. Most astonishingly, after running 1,000 meters, he still had energy left and didn't feel hungry at all. 20 minutes per proficiency point, accounting for rest 30 times a day, is a bit tough. But 25 times should be doable. That way I can evolve the jogging skill in 3 days. Although he knew that after multiple skill evolutions his physical condition was incomparable, such a rapid pace still filled Cang Nian with pleasant surprise. Originally he had planned to max out this skill's proficiency only after the full moon. But now, less than 20 days after birth, he could achieve this goal. Indeed, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the cutting. I didn't jog these past few days, but I evolved other related skills, improving my corresponding physical attributes, which allowed me to overtake the original plan. Cang Nian thought with relief. If he had just kept running blindly, he certainly wouldn't be able to max out the jogging skill's proficiency so quickly. Of course, more importantly, if he hadn't first evolved his climbing skill into ascend, encountering the Amur leopard today would have left him with no escape. It seems I need to develop evenly from now on. The important skills must not have weak points. Advancing together and motivating each other, that's the way to quickly raise proficiency for each. Cang Nian nodded to himself. After resting a moment, he continued jogging. He didn't stop until the midday sun was at its peak, and the jogging skill's proficiency had accumulated to 30 points. By then Cang Nian saw that the Amur leopard's carcass still had plenty of meat uneaten. Mother Tiger was guarding the carcass, shooing away the flies that were gathering around the scent. It seems this evolutionary meat is more filling than ordinary meat. I ran 7 kilometers and barely felt hungry. Mother Tiger didn't leave much of the sick deer she ate earlier, but this leopard has so much left. Cang Nian pondered silently. This meat shows no signs of spoilage. It's been almost 3 hours, and it's the hottest time of day. Could evolutionary meat be more resistant to decay? However, looking at the leopard's carcass, Cang Nian frowned, sensing something off, and speculated. Still, this was good news. At least when he got hungry again, he could have another meal. By the way, my nursing skill is still a bit short of maxing out. But the meat-eating skill had already been unlocked. Wasn't this part of the same skill chain? Wait, my digestion skill hasn't evolved yet. So the digestion of evolutionary meat is slow. Could it be that I need to max out the nursing skill first, then evolve both skills simultaneously to digest meat faster? A flash of insight struck Cang Nian's mind. As soon as he thought of it, he trotted over to Mother Tiger, opened his mouth, latched onto the nipple, and sucked vigorously. Evolutionary meat was dense and small in volume, but it gave Cang Nian a feeling of fullness. So his stomach still had room for tiger milk, but his body's instinct was somewhat resistant. After struggling for nearly 2 hours, Cang Nian finally drank the last 1,500 milliliters of milk. A notification drank 500 milliliters of milk. Nursing skill proficiency 1. 100,100. A notification: congratulations, host. The nursing skill's proficiency has reached max. The skill has evolved into meat eating. After a while, the digestion skill also evolved simultaneously. Although the name didn't change, the resulting improvement made Cang Nian's bloated abdomen feel much better. Day 17 since birth. With the Amur leopard's meat solving the food problem, Mother Tiger no longer needed to hunt. Notably, the Amur leopard's meat left exposed to the air for a full day still showed no signs of decay, confirming Cang Nian's earlier speculation. Evolved creatures possess flesh far more resistant to spoilage than ordinary beasts. This was naturally a boon for the tiger family, so Mother Tiger dragged the remaining leopard carcass back to the den. As for the intact pelt of the Amur leopard, it had already air-dried. Without tanning, the leather side had become stiff, yet the fur remained soft. Thus Cang Nian used it as a mattress, finding it immensely comfortable to sleep on. Little Tiger also adored the leopard skin bed, insisting on sleeping beside Cang Nian. Fortunately, the two brothers were still small, and the single pelt sufficed for both. At dawn, Mother Tiger, as usual, led Cang Nian and Little Tiger to the clearing. This time, however, she also brought the remaining leopard carcass. Though it seemed unlikely to rot any time soon, Mother Tiger was unwilling to leave it in the den. Even with Mother Tiger's scent lingering, most animals would instinctively fear and stay away from the cave. Yet some bold creatures might sneak in and steal the leopard's remains. Though Mother Tiger knew nothing of evolution, she sensed that the Amur leopard's meat was exceptionally filling. After consuming only half, she could eat no more, and even after half a day, she felt little energy depletion. Cang Nian also noticed this. Unlike Mother Tiger, who conserved energy by remaining still, Cang Nian tirelessly exerted himself, exercising with disciplined self-control. After finishing the leopard meat yesterday and evolving his nursing skill, Cang Nian rested briefly before going for a run. Throughout the afternoon, he pushed his jogging skill to 50 stacks. That was a distance of 25 kilometers. Such a workload was considerable even for an adult tiger, let alone a cub. Yet despite this exertion, the kilogram plus of evolved meat he had consumed remained undepleted, and Cang Nian estimated it could sustain him for another 2 days of exercise. No wonder milk required a dozen feedings a day, while meat lasted for days. The energy and nutrient density of meat far surpassed that of tiger milk. Today and tomorrow should be enough to max out this jogging skill. This will be my first skill to evolve 3 times. With such demanding prerequisites, the enhancement after evolution should be remarkable, shouldn't it? Cang Nian ran, anticipation building. Soon the morning exercise concluded, and the jogging skill's proficiency reached 62 stacks, drawing closer to evolution. As noon approached, the heat grew intense. Cang Nian led Little Tiger to rest beside Mother Tiger under the dense forest shade. To his surprise, Little Tiger began eating the evolved leopard meat. Good heavens! What kind of digestive ability is this? Watching his hungry brother devour the meat, Cang Nian marveled. He himself had eaten less than 2 kilograms of evolved meat, and felt it would sustain him until at least the next day's workout. Yet Little Tiger, with far less activity, needed to eat again so soon. His own digestion had undergone a second evolution. Still, he couldn't match Little Tiger. Wait! Has Little Tiger grown larger again? Frowning, Cang Nian circled the feeding cub, increasingly convinced that his brother was extraordinary. Energy is conserved. Whatever is consumed must go somewhere. Little Tiger's exercise intensity was far below his own, so the bulk of the energy couldn't simply be expelled as waste. Only one truth remained: the surplus energy became fuel for growth. In simple terms, he could eat and grow prodigiously. Cang Nian felt a pang of envy. Such a constitution, the ability to eat and grow, was the finest physical gift a predator could possess. After all, a beast's strength was heavily influenced by size. Between two equally skilled predators, the heavier one held a decisive advantage. Consider Mother Tiger versus the former Amur leopard. Both were pantherine predators, yet Mother Tiger weighed nearly 200 kilograms, while the leopard barely reached 100. This near double weight difference left the leopard utterly without courage to fight. Overwhelming power trumps skill. With Little Tiger's exceptional physique, as long as nutrition kept pace during growth, he could reach over 300 kilograms as an adult without any combat technique. A hardware configuration capable of competing for the title of the mightiest tiger in history. I wonder what our father was like. Could he have been a top-tier tiger king? Probably right. An ordinary tigress weighs around 150 kilograms. Mother Tiger at 200 is an enormous individual among females. Only an exceptional tiger king could have subdued her, so Little Tiger's talent isn't without precedent. With both parents being oversized specimens, their cub's genetic advantage makes sense. Cang Nian reasoned logically, but then his expression turned odd. Then why was I so frail at birth? Without the system panel, I might not have survived. Could it be that little tiger evolved before birth, instinctively absorbing most nutrients in the womb, leaving me so weak? The more he thought, the more plausible it seemed. Slap. Ding. Claw strike. Once claw strike skill proficiency 1. 18,100. The more he considered it, the angrier he grew. So he struck little tiger's rump with full force. But even before the claws landed, he regretted it. His physical prowess, enhanced by the evolution from killing strike to slaughter, made each blow formidable. Ow wow. To his astonishment, little tiger, though struck solidly, seemed unharmed, merely letting out a pained yelp. Then he turned, instinctively cowering at Cang Nian, and scooted aside, whining ingratiatingly, as if inviting him to share the meat. Damn. No wonder he's a talent freak. That thick hide is just ridiculous. Cang Nian stood dumbfounded for a while before thinking sourly. This reminded him of the time in the den when Mother Tiger first went hunting. A fox had sneaked in and bitten Little Tiger. Back then he thought Little Tiger would die. But when he woke, Little Tiger was alive, only with a few scratches. He was fine, just scared and noisy. Although not particularly hungry at the moment, since Tiger Brother had yielded the spot, Cang Nian still lowered his head and took a few bites to ensure he was full. The carcass of the northeast leopard, though its decay had slowed due to evolution, was uncertain how many more days it could last. Before then he ought to eat as much as possible. Ding. Consumed 1 kilogram of evolved meat. Meat-eating skill proficiency 2. At 4,100, soon adding the portion Cang Nian had eaten earlier, another kilogram was accumulated, raising the skill's proficiency by 2 points. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the meat strip he had given to the little purple marten yesterday, wondering if it had finished it. With this thought, Cang Nian went to the pine tree where the marten stayed and looked up to search. After only a couple of glances, Cang Nian saw the little purple marten lying lazily on a branch with a meat strip still more than half remaining hanging before it. Clearly half a gene of evolved meat was far too much for the little purple marten, which likely weighed just over a gene. Its tiny stomach simply couldn't hold that much meat. However, with the evolved meat, it no longer had to busy itself picking pine cones and peeling pine nuts. As an omnivore, its diet was quite broad, ranging from nuts and insects to birds and squirrels. The evolved meat was already filling and far more nutritious than ordinary meat. Thus, after the little purple marten had eaten its fill yesterday, it couldn't consume any more. But the little creature remained highly alert. Hearing the commotion below the tree, it quickly turned over, its tiny mung bean-like eyes peering downward. Upon seeing Cang Nian, it tensed up instinctively at first, then gradually relaxed. Its small eyes darting, the little purple marten stood on its hind legs, first pointing its paw at the evolved meat before it, then bringing its front paws together and moving them back and forth as if expressing gratitude. Noticing its expression conveying thanks, Cang Nian felt a surge of wonder. This little thing seems far too intelligent. Could it also be an accidentally evolved individual? Cang Nian speculated with suspicion. However, he had no good way to determine whether it had evolved, unless he ate the little purple marten and checked if the panel showed it as evolved meat. But then, he would need to consume a kilogram of meat to judge if it was evolved meat, so the marten size was insufficient. Of course, Cang Nian would never repay kindness with enmity by eating the little purple marten. This was a life-saving debt. Thinking of this, Cang Nian stepped back 2 paces and then leaped onto the tree. Seeing this, the little purple marten instinctively fled upward. Cang Nian was the smallest among the tiger family, but to the little purple marten, he was a behemoth. His strength was more than enough to kill it. In recent days, Cang Nian's climbing skills had improved dramatically enough to toy with the northeast leopard. The little purple marten, though confident in its own climbing ability, had to be cautious. But facing such a Cang Nian, it had to be careful. Although Cang Nian had given it evolved meat yesterday as thanks, and it was grateful for the tasty gift, it dared not gamble with its life. Roar! Seeing this, Cang Nian called out to the little purple marten, which kept a distance of 4 to 5 meters. Come down. I won't hurt you. Cang Nian didn't know if the little purple marten could understand the tiger's roar. But how could he know without trying? Trying wouldn't cost him a piece of meat. Moreover, the little purple marten lived here every day and must be very familiar with his family. Perhaps it could already understand. Squeak. Sure enough, upon hearing Cang Nian's roar, the little purple marten's face showed hesitation, then it shook its head. No, I'm scared. Seeing this, Cang Nian's face lit up with surprise. This little creature could indeed understand the meaning of his roar. Moreover, perhaps after observing the interactions among his family for so long, the little purple marten had learned some of his body language and actually knew to shake its head to express refusal or unwillingness. Additionally, he seemed to understand the meaning behind the marten's squeaks. Roar. Then Cang Nian pointed his paw at the evolved meat on the branch beside him and called out, "Come down, and I'll give you more meat." Hearing this call, the little purple marten's face showed a longing expression. Although it hadn't finished the current portion, it knew well that this meat was not only delicious, but also beneficial. No amount was too much. But after taking 2 steps forward with its paws, it drew back. No. Still too dangerous. That's a tiger. Roar. Seeing that the lure of profit worked, Cang Nian continued calling. The meat on your body is less than what I gave you. Even if you offered it to me, I wouldn't bother eating it. Hearing this, the little purple marten thought for a moment and realized it was indeed true. It weighed just over a gene, less than a kilogram. After removing fur, bones, and inedible organs, it might not even have 7 liang of net meat. Seeing that the little purple marten had almost dropped its guard, Cang Nian continued climbing upward. The marten naturally noticed this obvious movement. It wanted to flee upward again, but recalling the meaning in Cang Nian's roar, it suppressed its instinct and stayed put. Seeing this, Cang Nian quickened his climb. Soon Cang Nian reached the little purple marten's side. It recoiled in fear, just enough to leave space for Cang Nian to stand. Looking at the trembling little purple marten, Cang Nian could only marvel at how deeply ingrained the instinct to fear natural predators was. However, a creature that could think rationally and overcome such instinct was likely an evolved being. With this thought, Cang Nian slowly lifted his paw and reached toward the little purple marten. Seeing this, the marten instinctively lowered its body, its fur bristling and puffing up, emitting a low hee-hee sound different from its usual squeaks. Cang Nian understood this was a threat display born of fear toward a powerful enemy. But when his paw landed on the marten and gently stroked it, the marten froze. Cang Nian wasn't going to crush it. The fear rapidly subsided due to this friendly gesture, leaving only bewilderment. Tisk tisk tsk. No wonder marten fur coats are the cream of luxury. The feel is simply exquisite. Cang Nian marveled inwardly. Compared to the little purple marten's coat, his own fur was far rougher. Squeak squeak. With the fear fading, the marten called out in confusion. Why don't you hurt me? The instinct encoded in its genes told the little purple marten that there was no friendship between different species. Only eat or be eaten. Moreover, the feline family had a nasty habit of playing with and tormenting prey, even without eating it. That Cang Nian neither ate it nor tortured it, with a hunter's mentality, felt like a dream to the marten. Roar. Cang Nian called out. Because you saved us and I gave you meat to eat, so we are friends. It's that simple. Squeak squeak. The little purple marten tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend. But it knew that Cang Nian would not harm it. Ao. Just as Cang Nian was letting the little purple marten lower its guard and interact in a friendly manner, the sound of Hudi's roar came from below. Cang Nian looked down and saw Hudi baring its teeth at the little purple marten. When Hudi noticed Cang Nian's gaze, it immediately excitedly raised its tail tips, spinning it in the air. As for the meaning behind Hudi's roar, it made Cang Nian's mouth twitch. This fellow, seeing that Cang Nian could already pin the little purple marten under his paw, actually demanded that Cang Nian drag the marten down, so it could teach the marten a proper lesson. Unaware of the full story, Hudi's small mind held no concept that the little purple marten had saved its life. It still remembered the grudge from being mocked earlier. Seeing Cang Nian capture the little purple marten, it was naturally overjoyed. Seeing this, Cang Nian also began considering how to make Hudi and the little purple marten coexist peacefully. But after a moment of thought, he decided to use force to subdue, first, then reason with them. So with a swift slide, he slipped down from the tree and arrived before Hudi. Ao. Seeing Cang Nian come down directly, Hudi grew anxious, complaining with roars and asking why Cang Nian hadn't dragged the little purple marten down. This little creature was too clever and might not be caught again next time. Ao. Hearing this, Cang Nian let out a serious roar. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Be kind to the little purple marten, don't harm it. How could you have forgotten so soon? Cang Nian tried his utmost to exert the authority of an elder brother, and Hudi immediately shrank its head, not daring to make a sound. However, only Cang Nian and Huma knew that biologically Cang Nian was actually the younger sibling. Seeing Hudi so afraid of him, Cang Nian couldn't bear to use force to suppress it either. So he exhaustively explained the whole story, using the meager, linguistic expression of a tiger. But tiger language was inherently vague in meaning, and Hudi's shallow experience and limited intelligence made it even harder for it to understand. Finally, through Cang Nian's persistent efforts, Hudi roughly grasped the relationship. The meat they had eaten yesterday and today belonged to the Amur leopard, whose prey Huma had snatched the other day. And yesterday that Amur leopard was about to eat the two brothers. The elder brother and itself couldn't defeat that big creature. If caught, they would die. And the little purple marten had given an early warning, giving the elder brother time to react, allowing itself to slowly climb up and avoid being caught and eaten. So without the little purple marten, neither the elder brother nor itself, who could still eat meat now, would exist. Therefore, the little purple marten had saved the elder brothers and its own life. So it must not harm the little purple marten, otherwise no other small animal would help them in the future. That was Hudi's complete understanding of the matter. Thus, although Hudi's gaze toward the little purple marten still carried some reluctance, it had softened considerably. Seeing this, Cang Nian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tigers are the kings of the jungle meant to be solitary. But Cang Nian possessed a human soul and had a need for emotional connection. Now with Hu Di as a childhood playmate and wrapped in Huma's selfless maternal love, he was not yet lonely. But in the future, he would inevitably set out to find his own territory. He still felt some fear toward the solitude of traveling alone. Hence, the clever little purple marten would be a good traveling companion. Neither its prey nor something scarce as food was abundant in this forest. However, before finding their respective territories, Cang Nian felt he would travel with Hu Di for a while. So the relationship between Hu Di and the little purple marten couldn't remain too tense. Ayo! Thinking this, Cang Nian raised his head and called out to the little purple marten, which was observing from the tree. Come down. It won't hurt you. Hearing this, the little purple marten hesitated for a moment, then slowly climbed down from the tree. It had been watching Cang Nian's family in this area for a long time and knew that although Hu Di was larger, Cang Nian was actually the one in charge among the brothers. Since Cang Nian said it would be fine, it had no fear. Cang Nian would not betray its trust. It had saved his life. Soon the little purple marten reached the ground and instinctively hid behind Cang Nian. It trusted Cang Nian to protect it rather than believing Hu Di would not harm it. Ayo ayo. Seeing this, Cang Nian let out a roar toward Hu Di and another toward the little purple marten behind him. The roar to Hu Di was an order to sit still and not move. The roar to the little purple marten was an instruction to reach out its paw and touch Hu Di. Ayo! Hearing Cang Nian's command, Hu Di immediately protested. It was a tiger. How could it sit still and let this little creature touch it freely? As the king of the jungle, albeit a cub, did it have no dignity? Growl. In response to Hu Di's protest, Cang Nian let out a low roar and glared at it. Hu Di immediately wilted. It felt that if it dared to keep talking, his elder brother would give it a good smack on the nose. Since opening its eyes, Hu Di had been led by Cang Nian in disciplined training, and whenever it slacked off, it would get beaten. Hu Di both admired and feared Cang Nian. Ayo! Seeing that Hu Di dared not object further, Cang Nian encouraged the little purple marten. Don't be afraid. If it dares to move against you, I'll beat it. Hearing this, the little purple marten cautiously stepped out from behind Cang Nian, circled around to Hu Di's back, and tremblingly extended its small paw toward Hu Di's back. It had allowed Cang Nian to touch it because Cang Nian had been very friendly ever since its warning yesterday. But Hu Di, because of the time when it had knocked a pine cone onto Hu Di's head while gathering pine cones, and because it had smugly mocked Hu Di a few times for not being able to climb trees, held a deeper grudge. Finally, the little purple marten's paw touched Hu Di's back, and both of them shuddered. The little marten thought it would be better to ease the relationship. So it pressed and scratched Hu Di's back with its paw as if giving a massage. Hu Di, on the other hand, felt a bit aggrieved at being forced by his elder brother to let the marten touch him. But feeling the soothing sensation on its back, it instantly cast aside all resentment toward the little purple marten. In fact, it was so comfortable that Hu Di simply laid down on the ground, humming and directing the marten to scratch a bit higher. Understanding Hu Di's request, the little marten's tiny eyes lit up. This method really worked. So it climbed onto Hu Di's back and diligently scratched and massaged Hu Di. This scratched Hu Di into pure bliss. It lay on the ground utterly content and enjoying itself immensely. This little one is indeed clever, using a massage to bribe Hu Di. If it were an ancient spirit, it would be a prime candidate for a treacherous court official. This reversal left Cang Nian both amused and exasperated. However, that the relationship between Hu Di and the little purple marten could ease in such a dramatic way, setting aside all past grievances, was a result Cang Nian was very happy to see. Huma, watching from the side, felt the gentle breeze and squinted in comfort. Whatever her two cubs wanted to do, Huma supported them 100%. Huma was only afraid that without the little purple marten's motivation, Hu Di would revert to its lazy nature. On the 18th day since his birth, a heavy rain fell, making it unsuitable to venture outside. Since being born, the weather had been nothing but clear skies and drifting clouds, so much so that Cang Nian had almost forgotten that rain could even occur. Still, it was unavoidable. Whether sunny or rainy, it was the natural order of things, not subject to Cang Nian's will. Though tigers were not afraid of water, galloping across the grass in a downpour was rather foolish, and soaking wet fur would severely hamper running speed. Since Mother Tiger showed no intention of taking the two brothers out in the rain, Cang Nian had no choice but to stay obediently in the den. To Cang Nian's surprise, however, Brother Tiger was even more eager to go outside than he was. The reason, of course, was the little purple marten. Yesterday, to dispel Brother Tiger's resentment, the little purple marten had ingratiated itself by scratching and massaging Brother Tiger, much to the latter's relief after a long day of exertion. Although Mother Tiger occasionally licked the brother's fur, her massive size prevented her from being thorough. The little purple marten, with its smaller frame and nimbler claws, provided a level of comfort in scratching and massage that far surpassed mere licking. Thus, Brother Tiger not only forgot all past grievances, but grew remarkably close to the little purple marten. Having tasted such pleasure being unable to go out due to the rain made Brother Tiger feel as though ants were crawling all over him, and he whined incessantly for Mother Tiger to take him outside. In response, Mother Tiger could only cover her ears with her paws to block out the annoyance. However, while Mother Tiger was reluctant to discipline her cub Cang Nian had no such qualms. Seeing Brother Tiger still howling, Cang Nian gave him a resounding slap, and the world fell silent save for Brother Tiger's pitiful whimper. Ding! Claw strike, 1 skill proficiency, 38,100. Cang Nian then let out a roar at Brother Tiger, signaling him to follow and train instead of slacking off. Though the heavy rain prevented going out, training could not be interrupted. Moreover, after yesterday's run, the proficiency of the jogging skill had already reached 82. Only 18 more levels remained. Although the den was cramped and made movement difficult, it would suffice. Even if the rain persisted all day, evolution should still be achievable. This would be the 3rd evolution of a skill. In truth, Cang Nian felt that his current running speed was already remarkable for his size. But the accumulation required for this evolution was so immense that the improvement after evolution would likely be staggering. The thought fueled Cang Nian's motivation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Like a streak of orange-yellow lightning, Cang Nian dashed around the den, which measured only 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Each level of proficiency brought a subtle enhancement to the corresponding body parts, making Cang Nian's current speed considerably faster than when he had dealt with the Amur leopard 2 days ago. However, the confined space limited each lap to about 30 meters. Circling repeatedly left Cang Nian dizzy and disoriented. With Brother Tiger's pestering ceased, Mother Tiger removed her paws from her ears and lifted her head, watching Cang Nian sprint around the den with immense satisfaction. Her cub's speed far surpassed her own at that age. He would surely become an excellent hunter, never going hungry, even after leaving her side. Able to hunt, he would grow strong enough to fight well. Upon reaching adulthood and seeking a territory, he would easily defeat other adult male tigers and claim his own domain. Then he would find a healthy young tigress with beautiful stripes, ideally one as large and skilled in hunting as herself, and produce equally outstanding cubs. Mother Tiger's thoughts were always so straightforward. But when she saw Brother Tiger dawdling and slacking off, her mood soured. In Mother Tiger's eyes, Brother Tiger's natural talent was undoubtedly superior. Born larger than Cang Nian, he had grown rapidly since birth, far surpassing the typical growth rate of cubs, a clear sign of top-tier Tiger King potential. Regrettably, Brother Tiger was far too lazy. Even for apex predators like tigers, survival demanded constant honing of hunting skills. The roughhousing among cubs was a rehearsal for hunting. If this little one remained so idle, he would grow into a pudgy, slow creature unable to catch prey. What then? Mother Tiger was deeply worried. Yet upon reflection, she felt somewhat better. Cang Nian's excellence had nearly made her forget what ordinary cubs were like. In truth, typical cubs at 18 days old were just learning to walk. Though Brother Tiger lagged far behind Cang Nian, he was still a cub capable of a slow jog, far surpassing other ordinary cubs. Slap. At that moment, Cang Nian spotted Brother Tiger slacking again, and as he ran past, raised a paw to smack him on the rump. Ding. Claw strike, 1 skill proficiency, 39,100. Stung by the slap, Brother Tiger let out a pained yelp and quickly scrambled to his feet, running without daring to be lazy. Seeing this, Mother Tiger's face broke into a genuine smile. Fortunately, though the elder cub was lazy, the younger cub showed the makings of a Tiger King, always urging his brother to train and preventing sloth. And while the elder cub was larger but weaker in will, he obeyed the younger cub's every word. Though he would slack off without supervision, the younger cub's discipline never faltered. This saved her, the mother, a great deal of trouble. Both cubs would grow up healthy, and with early training they would become formidable hunters, never going hungry. She hoped that the elder cub during his time with the younger would cultivate good habits, ensuring his survival when they eventually parted ways. Thus the day quickly passed. However, the heavy rain did not cease. Ding. Jog 1000 m, 1 skill proficiency, 100,100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Jogging skill proficiency has reached maximum. The skill has evolved into running. Though the cramped space slowed Cang Nian's accumulation of proficiency, he ultimately succeeded. As the system notification chimed, a surge of warmth flowed through his limbs and his strength skyrocketed. If before the evolution from jogging to running his limbs were merely strong, now they could be described as robust. In fact, his limbs visibly bulged, with muscle transforming from rounded to angular, brimming with explosive power. He then gave an experimental push with his legs, and his entire body shot forward as lightly as an arrow, with tail feathers nearly bursting out of the den. So this is true running. Cang Nian quickly braked, then raised a paw and clenched it, marveling inwardly. It was the 19th day after birth. What Cang Nian hadn't expected was that the rain from yesterday hadn't stopped today, and it was intensifying further. Fortunately, Mother Tiger had chosen a cave at higher ground for raising the cubs, so rainwater pooling outside wouldn't flow in. Helpless, the tiger family could only remain in the cave. Fortunately, there remained some portions of the northeast leopard carcass from earlier, slightly whitened, but not yet spoiled, still edible. The jogging skill has evolved into running, and the first-tier proficiency has already reached 10,000 meters. There's no point thinking about it for now. In that case, let's train other skills today. Unable to go outside, Cang Nian couldn't test his current maximum speed. But time must not be wasted. Fortunately, training other skills does not require much space. The running skill chain had always been the fastest evolving skill for him, but since it was difficult to improve now, it was time to shift his energy to other skills. Moreover, enhancing other skills could effectively boost running speed, and would also promote proficiency gains in this skill. Thinking this through, he checked his current skill panel. Defecation, urination, eye-opening, and sleep. These 4 skills couldn't be rushed, and their current effects were rather mediocre. For flesh consumption and digestion, there was insufficient food to grind proficiency for now, and his exercise expenditure wasn't fast enough either, so there was no rush. That left only claw, strike, leap, climb, howl, and listen, which came and went in reliability. As for climb without trees, it would be far too difficult, and Cang Nian had already discovered through previous attempts that like the transition from jogging to running, it was a qualitative leap requiring 1,000 meters per proficiency tier. Training efficiency in the cave would be even lower then. That left only 3 skills that could be effectively practiced: claw, strike, leap, and howl. Of course, Cang Nian had not forgotten the 2 recently unlocked skills, killing and bite. But with no other animals in the cave, where was he supposed to grind proficiency for killing? As for bite, it triggered occasionally while consuming meat, but he wondered whether gnawing on bones would prove effective once the meat was gone. Then I'll practice claw, strike, leap, and howl. None of these require much space, and today at least I can help each one complete an evolution. After planning today's training schedule, Cang Nian began his discipline practice. First up was claw strike. Since he had been beating Tiger Brother regularly, its proficiency was already approaching level 50. However, since Tiger Brother hadn't made mistakes or been lazy, Cang Nian naturally wouldn't use him to train skill proficiency. He wasn't a monster after all. He then approached the cave wall, raised his claw, retracted the talons, and struck with full force. Ding! 1 claw strike, proficiency 1. 48100 hiss. Better find something else to train with. The pain radiating from his paw pad made Cang Nian immediately back down. His limb muscles had indeed improved significantly, but he was nowhere near capable of splitting mountains or cracking rocks, especially since he was merely a 7-kilogram tiger cub. Having learned his lesson, Cang Nian settled for training on the northeast leopard's pelt instead. Slap. Ding. 1 claw strike, proficiency 1. 49100. This was much better. The thick pelt of the northeast leopard provided adequate padding, so even a full power strike didn't hurt as much, only causing slight numbness in the paw. Slap, slap, slap. Then Cang Nian continued striking the leopard pelt in rapid succession, and the system notifications rang out continuously in his mind with perfect rhythm. Huh. At that moment, Tiger Brother, noticing Cang Nian's strange behavior, approached with curiosity. Today his brother wasn't even taking him to train. However, recalling the slaps he had received before, Tiger Brother shrank back nervously, then mimicked Cang Nian's movements, pawing at the leopard pelt until it made a thunderous thumping sound. Being so well-behaved and following his brother's lead without needing to be urged meant he definitely wouldn't get beaten. In his heart, Tiger Brother gave himself a silent commendation for his cleverness. Witnessing this, Cang Nian was slightly stunned but quickly understood Tiger Brother's scheme. Paying no mind to the imitation, Cang Nian swiftly maxed out the claw strike skill progress bar. Ding. 1 claw strike, proficiency 1. 100,100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Claw strike proficiency has reached maximum. The skill has evolved into rending scratch. With the skill evolution, Cang Nian felt his forelimbs grow stronger, and the claws on his front paws extended by a third, becoming harder and sharper. However, compared to the power increase from jogging evolving into running, this enhancement to his forelimbs was not as significant. After all, the former represented the 4th stage of a skill chain, while the latter was only the 3rd stage. The difference between them was like night and day. But every bit of personal improvement brought Cang Nian joy. Slap. Ding. 1 rending scratch, proficiency 1. 110000 hiss. As expected, the transition from the 3rd to the 4th stage of a skill chain is a qualitative leap. The progress bar is terrifyingly long. 10,000 rending scratches. When will I ever finish accumulating them? After confirming his suspicion, Cang Nian felt an intense toothache of frustration. Even the evolution from jogging to running had consumed nearly half of his awake time since birth. For the remaining skills, crossing this stage would undoubtedly prove equally arduous. Nevertheless, thinking of the boost from his jogging skill evolving into running, Cang Nian felt relieved, although he hadn't yet tested his maximum speed after evolving into running. But Cang Nian estimated that his current speed should already allow him to compete with Mother Tiger, and he was still far from reaching the size of an adult tiger. Although a larger body and increased weight would slow him down, he also possessed more muscle mass. Cang Nian felt that if he matured immediately, his speed would exceed that of ordinary tigers by more than half. Such a boost justified all the discipline he had exerted thus far. Pondering this, Cang Nian set to work training his other two skills, leap and howl. Since the prerequisite for the leap skill was jump, merely performing powerful jumps would increase its proficiency. Under Cang Nian's relentless efforts, this skill's proficiency advanced quite rapidly. Ding. 1 leap proficiency 100,100 ding. Congratulations, host. Leap skill proficiency has reached maximum. The skill has evolved into Earth Launch. With the system notification, Cang Nian felt his hind limbs strengthen, his explosive power intensify, and his vertical jump from a standing position increase. At this thought, Cang Nian leaped again and instantly launched himself skyward, all 4 limbs clearing the ground by a full meter. Ding. 1 Earth Launch proficiency 1,100,000. Witnessing this, Cang Nian couldn't help but wince. As expected, advancing from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage of a skill chain meant a progress bar that was frightfully long. From here on, his training tasks would be quite daunting. The 20th day of my birth. Today the skies finally cleared. The torrential rain that had poured for 2 days and 2 nights had at last ceased. If it hadn't stopped soon, Cang Nian would have worried that a mudslide might block the cave where his tiger family resided. As the overcast weather lifted, the gloom within the tiger family's hearts also dissipated. Mother Tiger led her 2 cubs out early that morning. The thick layer of humus beneath their paws, along with leaves drenched in rainwater, crunched unpleasantly, producing a somewhat repulsive sensation. However, after the heavy rain, the entire world seemed refreshed, and the air they breathed was noticeably cleaner. Passing through the shrubbery and arriving at the familiar clearing, Cang Nian quickly shook off the dew and rainwater clinging to his fur, making himself feel comfortable once more. Ayo. At that moment, Tiger Brother let out a loud howl, tilting his head upward in search of Little Purple Weasel. He was deeply concerned that Little Purple Weasel might have perished in the heavy rain. This was his first time experiencing rainfall since birth, and he regarded it as some dreadful catastrophe, frightening and terrifying. Squeak. Fortunately, before long, Little Purple Weasel climbed down from the tree and called out cheerfully in response. The little weasel skillfully scrambled onto Tiger Brother's back and began giving him a thorough massage. Tiger Brother purred contentedly, asking Little Purple Weasel whether it had been scared during the rain. Squeak. Little Purple Weasel shook its head. Although it had not been alive for very long, it had experienced several rainstorms. However, it then pointed toward the distance with its paw and chirped repeatedly. Hearing this, Cang Nian followed the direction Little Purple Weasel was pointing with his gaze. Approximately tens of kilometers away, a mountain peak had exposed dark brown earth halfway up its slope. Upon seeing this, Tiger Brother was instantly stunned. He knew that was an enormous area, far larger than the territory his family roamed. Yet the once luxuriant jungle, just as verdant as theirs, had vanished, leaving only stark soil and boulders. Cang Nian too was seized by a wave of horror. Damn, it really was a mudslide. Thank goodness it didn't hit our area, or there'd be no escaping. Watching the landslide swallow a vast stretch of jungle, Cang Nian felt both lingering terror and profound relief. At the same time, his earlier smugness about having evolved from jogging to sprinting had completely evaporated. In the face of nature's immense power, his petty pride was utterly insignificant and laughable. There must be countless animals buried there, erased by an irresistible force. Then Cang Nian observed a moment of silence for the creatures that had perished in that direction. Having been reborn as a tiger, he could now empathize far more deeply with other animals, for he himself was now a member of the wild. However, after assessing the terrain, even though the mountainside remained unstable, it should not reach this far. Only then did Cang Nian secretly exhale in relief. Immediately he attempted to sprint at full power. Whoosh! He resembled an orange flash streaking across the grassland. Although the rainwater on the grass blades slightly impeded his speed, he was still incredibly fast. Witnessing this, Mother Tiger could not resist rising to her feet and gave chase after Cang Nian. Cang Nian caught this from the corner of his eye, so he slowed down momentarily, allowing Mother Tiger to line up beside him at the same starting position. Then, holding nothing back whatsoever, he pushed his body to its absolute limit. Every breath, every heartbeat, every movement of his limbs, and the frequency of his strides all reached a state of perfection. Whoosh! His speed surged again, causing Mother Tiger, who had just barely overtaken him, to instantly fall a body length behind. Seeing this, Mother Tiger also poured all her strength into an all-out sprint. She absolutely would not be outpaced by her own cub, who had not yet reached a full month of age. This allowed her to forcefully surge ahead by 2 body lengths, but she could not sustain her top speed for more than a few seconds. After leading and trading positions for barely 10 seconds, Cang Nian surpassed her once more. From that point onward, the distance between Mother Tiger and Cang Nian could only continue to widen. Tigers simply do not train for endurance. A hunt is merely a matter of split seconds. Prey that can be caught yields results within 10 seconds, while anything that cannot be taken down would only waste precious energy through prolonged pursuit. If not for having just finished consuming the carcass of a northeast leopard, mother tiger would not have been at the peak of her physical condition, and she would never have impulsively challenged Cang Nian to a race. But the result was utterly crushing to her pride. She had been completely outmatched by a cub not yet a month old. Mother tiger stood panting heavily with her tongue lolling, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. At this moment Cang Nian also came to a halt, breathing heavily. What he had just accomplished was already his current maximum speed, and tigers with their naturally poor endurance were no exception. It was only because of these days of training that he gained a few precious seconds over ordinary tigers, which is what allowed him to surpass Mother Tiger. However, when it truly came to hunting, Mother Tiger's ability to surge ahead by 2 body lengths in those opening seconds could very well have increased his chances of a successful hunt by 10 or 20%. Therefore, strictly speaking, Mother Tiger's explosive speed was far more practical. But being able to compete with her on equal footing already made Cang Nian deeply satisfied. He was not yet a full month old. Mother Tiger's speed was undoubtedly formidable among tigers, her top speed likely reaching approximately 20 meters per second. Although such velocity could not be sustained for more than a few seconds, the fact that he could keep pace with her was already enough to be proud of. Later, somewhat dejected, Mother Tiger simply collapsed where she stood to rest, while Cang Nian also prepared to catch his breath. An all-out sprint was more exhausting than jogging a kilometer. However, at his current speed, even maintaining a slower pace for long-distance running, covering a kilometer, would likely take only 2 or 3 minutes. 10 minutes later, as Cang Nian rose to begin his jog and accumulate proficiency for his sprinting skill, he noticed Mother Tiger's ears suddenly perk upright. Then Mother Tiger's nose twitched several times before she abruptly sprang to her feet, gazing across the stream into the dense forest. At this moment, the stream had risen significantly, due to 2 days of heavy rain, its width expanding from the previous 3 or 4 meters to a full 8 meters. A cool breeze drifted over from the opposite bank. Cang Nian imitated Mother Tiger, twitching his nose a couple of times, attempting to detect something unusual in the wind. One sniff revealed the problem immediately. The air carried a scent both familiar and foreign. What made it familiar was that this scent was similar to his own and to Tiger Brother and Mother Tiger. It was the unmistakable odor of a tiger. Yet what made it unsettling was that this particular scent did not belong to any member of their family. Moreover, the aroma was intensely pungent, reeking of masculine vitality. At this moment, Mother Tiger's body pressed low to the ground, her ears flattened into airplane ears, her jaws tightly clenched, her lips curled back to reveal grotesque fangs, and her eyes blazing with ferocity. Rustle. From the dim forest on the opposite bank of the stream came a rustling sound, and a massive silhouette emerged from the shadows. Its thick forelimbs, broad jaw, and desire-filled eyes radiating pure greed. It was a magnificent striped tiger. Roar. Upon seeing this, Mother Tiger turned her head to glance at Cang Nian, let out a deafening roar, and then charged toward the tiger on the opposite bank. Seeing Huma charging, the fierce tiger on the opposite bank was not to be outdone. With a short burst, it leaped across the 8-meter-wide stream. Upon seeing this, Huma's expression grew even more grim. It had anticipated that the opponent would swim over, intending to rush to the bank beforehand to block its landing. However, the opponent's leaping ability was so astonishing that it could jump across without even entering the water. And when that fierce tiger landed on this side, it leisurely strolled toward Huma, as if appraising a lamb to be slaughtered. But the truth was indeed so. The fierce tiger facing Huma was far too massive. Its head alone was a full size larger than Huma's, and its body length exceeded hers by a fifth. Its thick limbs were incomparable to Huma's, and it was estimated to weigh nearly 280 kilograms. Without a doubt, this was an adult male Siberian tiger, and a standout among them. The roar Huma let out before charging was urging Cang Nian to take Hudi and flee quickly. This reminded Cang Nian of a documentary he had once watched. If an adult male tiger in estrus, but without a mate, encountered a female tiger with cubs, it would only do one thing. That was to kill the female's cubs, forcing her back into estrus, then leave its own seed, so that the female would bear offspring carrying its bloodline. Without a doubt, this was exactly the situation. That male tiger's territory was likely on the opposite mountain. Due to 2 days and nights of torrential rain, large-scale landslides had devastated its territory, severely damaging the ecosystem. And it had survived the disaster by a stroke of luck, fleeing in panic from the terrifying calamity and arriving at the area where Cang Nian's family resided. Having survived the catastrophe, upon seeing a ready-made female tiger, this male tiger naturally felt the impulse to kill Cang Nian and take over Huma. With its strength, accomplishing this was far too easy. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Cang Nian immediately made a decision and swiftly fled toward the dense forest where Hudi was. The male tiger's goal was to reproduce. Even if Huma fought it, she wouldn't be in mortal danger. The opponent's target was him and Hudi. His own speed was similar to Huma's, so escaping would be easy. But Hu Di was different. In just a few seconds he dashed into the dense forest, but Cang Nian saw Hu Di climbing a tree, while the little purple marten was observing the situation from a low branch of a pine tree, keeping watch for Hu Di. Not stupid after all. Upon seeing this, Cang Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! Then he let out a roar at Hu Di on the tree, urging it to climb higher. Given Hu Di's speed, Cang Nian couldn't escape far with it. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with distant areas, which might lead to even more dangerous situations. Therefore, Cang Nian never intended to run. He planned to replicate the tactic that had killed the Amur leopard, toying with this fierce tiger that intended to kill both brothers and take over Huma. First, he needed to ensure Hu Di was safe, so he could operate without worry. Upon hearing Cang Nian's urging, Hu Di climbed even more vigorously. Having been trained by Cang Nian for a long time, its tree climbing speed was now considerable. In less than half a minute it had climbed to 10 meters high and was still going up. Seeing this, Cang Nian felt relieved, then looked toward Huma. There Huma was crouched low to the ground, retreating while observing the male tiger's movements. The male tiger, however, was in a playful mood, occasionally raising its paw to strike at Huma. While dodging, Huma extended her claws to block, but the difference in strength left her completely unable to parry. The size difference was too great. Huma could only be dominated. Yet the male tiger showed no impatience. It intended to gradually conquer this proud queen of the jungle, making her bear its own bloodline. A female tiger as large as Huma was a once-in-a-century phenomenon. The cubs born from such a union would combine the excellent genes of both parents, making them healthier and stronger. Roar! At that moment a loud but youthful roar came from the side. Hearing this, the male tiger turned its head toward the source of the roar, while Huma's heart tightened. Seeing Cang Nian's tiny figure, a human-like expression of amusement appeared on the male tiger's face. This little thing dared to come back. In that case it would kill the little thing first, then gradually conquer this beautiful jungle queen. Thus it walked toward Cang Nian, exuding a dangerous aura. Seeing this, Huma was terrified, but when she saw the male tiger expose its back to her, she seized the opportunity and leaped toward it. Smack! However, the male tiger was prepared. It sidestepped, turned around, and swiped its paw, knocking Huma out of the air. This strike was not restrained like the previous ones, sending Huma flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, and losing consciousness for a moment. Seeing this, Cang Nian's heart tightened, and his eyes toward the male tiger were filled with killing intent. Although this life had only lasted a mere 20 days, Huma's meticulous care and selfless motherly love had long made Cang Nian truly regard himself as her child. And now this male tiger had knocked Huma down, perhaps even severely injured her. Unforgivable. Roar! Thinking this, Cang Nian let out another loud roar, challenging the opponent. Seeing this, the male tiger, which had just downed Huma, had little patience left. It charged at Cang Nian. A quick resolution. Kill this cub and the jungle queen would be its. Upon seeing this, Cang Nian ran fearfully in a direction away from Hu Di and the little purple marten, but he controlled his speed to avoid alerting the male tiger. The male tiger's attention had been entirely on Huma, so it likely hadn't noticed his incredible speed. Besides, the distance between them was still 200 meters. Even with such pretense, Cang Nian didn't need to worry about being caught. Finally, when the male tiger was only 20 meters away, Cang Nian accelerated and rushed up the thickest, tallest pine tree. The sudden burst of speed startled the male tiger for a moment, but it didn't think much of it. Climbing trees. It was good at that too. Trying to shake it off by climbing a tree. This cub was still too naive. So it watched Cang Nian scurry upward and followed suit, climbing high into the pine tree. Although it weighed nearly 280 kilograms, its body was incredibly agile, and it ascended the tree in one fluid motion. However, Cang Nian's running skill had been evolved 3 times, and the enhancement of his limbs fed back into his climbing skill. His maximum tree climbing speed was far faster than the male tiger's. But he was skilled and bold, so he refrained from unleashing his top speed, maintaining a distance of over 3 meters from the male tiger, luring it to chase him. This tactic indeed worked. Seeing Cang Nian almost within its grasp, the male tiger was extremely excited and pursued relentlessly. As long as it killed this little thing, it could take over that jungle queen. It climbed all the way to near the treetop, where the male tiger below could no longer give chase. Its massive weight would prove too much for the slender trunk to bear. Even with such a powerful physique, falling from nearly 30 meters would surely be fatal. However, the male tiger was remarkably intelligent. Rather than risk further climbing, it swung its enormous paw and struck the trunk above with tremendous force. At this point, the trunk's diameter had already shrunk to less than 20 centimeters, too frail to support its weight, let alone withstand its claw strikes. Crack! As expected, under the tremendous force of that blow, the upper portion of the trunk groaned under the unbearable strain and began to lean and topple sideways. Seeing this, Cang Nian forcefully kicked off the tilting trunk and leaped toward a nearby tree. His light body combined with extraordinary leaping ability sent him flying nearly 10 meters through the air, where he landed gracefully on the branches of a distant pine. But the very next moment he felt that tree shudder violently. Looking down, he saw the male tiger had also jumped over. Though it had jumped from a lower position and was heavier, it had landed 5 meters below Cang Nian on the same tree, stabilized itself, and was now climbing upward. Damn! This guy's physical prowess is far beyond that of a northeast leopard. Upon seeing this, Cang Nian's heart sank. His plan had been sound in theory, but reality was merciless. An adult male tiger sat at the apex of the animal kingdom, a near-perfect creature in this world save for humans. Techniques that had slain a northeast leopard so brutally would prove useless against a male tiger. But there was no turning back now. He had to press on with everything he had. Moreover, there was still a sliver of hope. Stamina. The male tiger had traveled dozens or even hundreds of kilometers from a distant mountain range after a landslide, suffering considerable exhaustion along the way. Meanwhile, Cang Nian had eaten his last meal that morning, evolved leopard flesh, giving him peak physical condition. Furthermore, from the earlier race against the tigress, he could see that his long-term endurance running had made his stamina far superior to hers, and therefore also greater than the male tiger's. His tree-climbing skills exceeded the male's. If he could drag the confrontation until the tiger exhausted itself, carefully maintaining its focus on him, sooner or later the beast would falter from fatigue and plummet from the pine. Even if the fall didn't kill it, it would at least suffer grievous wounds. And at that point the tigress should have an opportunity to finish it off. What he needed to do now was keep the male tiger pinned above 15 meters at all times. That was the only height from which a fall could truly cripple it. With this realization, Cang Nian felt even more confident. He continued climbing upward, and upon reaching the treetop, he didn't wait for the male to shatter the slender trunk. He launched himself in a single bound toward another nearby tree. This infuriated the male tiger greatly. How could a fully grown predator fail to capture a mere young cub? But the provocation didn't end there. Having just landed on the adjacent tree, Cang Nian turned back toward the male that hadn't yet followed, a sly smile curling his lips. He twisted his hips, shook his tail, mocking the beast to the fullest. Already seething with frustration at being unable to subdue Cang Nian, the male tiger was pushed over the edge by this blatant taunt. It immediately bounded forward, leaping straight toward the pine where Cang Nian waited. Unlike Cang Nian's agility, the male tiger relied purely on terrifying limb strength to launch itself across. But this didn't mean it lacked technique. Still, against overwhelming power, skill was merely supplementary. Having landed once more below Cang Nian, the male immediately began climbing upward. Seeing this, Cang Nian repeated his earlier tactics, engaging in an aerial dance of evasion through the dense forest. And the male tiger's thoughts mirrored Cang Nian's quite by coincidence. Though furious, it had not lost its reason. As an adult male tiger, it was confident that its stamina far exceeded that of some suckling cub like Cang Nian. It would effortlessly overpower him in a contest of endurance. It simply pursued from behind, waiting patiently for Cang Nian to grow weak. When he could no longer leap to the next tree, a single misstep would mean death by splattered bones. Its only goal was to kill this young cub, nothing more. Meanwhile, the tigress, knocked unconscious by the male's earlier strike, gradually stirred back to consciousness. As soon as she regained awareness, she scrambled to her feet, frantically scanning left and right for signs of the male tiger and Cang Nian. At that moment, the commotion of the chase, echoing from the nearby forest, drew her gaze. Following the sound, the tigress hurried to the forest edge and craned her neck upward, searching through the dense foliage until she finally spotted them. A large and a small figure, one pursuing the other through the canopy. Desperate to join the chase and offer assistance, she attempted to climb a tree, but they were switching between pines far too quickly. By the time she had scaled 3 or 4 meters, Cang Nian was already leaping to another tree. Helpless, she paced anxiously in tight circles on the ground. She didn't know whether Cang Nian or the male tiger would collapse from exhaustion first, but she dared not gamble on it. What terrified her most was the possibility that it would be Cang Nian, her own child, who fell. At that moment, a figure suddenly surfaced in the tigress's mind. Biting her resolve together, she appeared to make a decision. She sprinted back to the open clearing, threw open her jaws, and with every ounce of strength remaining, let out a deafening roar. Roar! The piercing tiger's cry met no obstruction, reverberating through the jungle for who knew how many kilometers. Yet this call differed from her usual roars. It carried a subtle undertone of entreaty. Hearing this sound, both Cang Nian and the male tiger instinctively paused. What does this call mean? Is it a distress signal? But who would come to rescue the tigress? Cang Nian was deeply puzzled. Behind him, the male tiger first shivered, then its gaze turned vicious. It was normal that Cang Nian, having lived so briefly, couldn't grasp the precise meaning of that call. But this male tiger understood it perfectly. The tigress was calling out to her mate for help. The bond between mated tigers varied, some close, others distant. But when a female was nursing cubs, especially during the first few months, the father was typically absent. Even toward her mate, the female tiger remained wary. afraid he might harm the cubs. Now by summoning her partner, the tigress was making a last resort plea. Whether her so-called mate would actually come was still uncertain. And even if he did, the male tiger held no fear. His size and strength made him invincible across the mountain ranges hundreds of kilometers away. He had already slain 2 adult male tigers. Weighing nearly 280 kilograms, this was the foundation of his absolute confidence. Nothing could intimidate him. If the queen of this jungle wanted her original consort to arrive, so be it. Let him come. He would crush his rival with overwhelming force, kill the supposed mate, and show this jungle's queen who truly reigned supreme. Who alone had the right to pass on his lineage. Who alone could ensure his superior bloodline endured. With this thought, the male tiger abandoned the chase after Cang Nian and dropped from the tree to recover his strength. Though confident in his abilities, he remained exceptionally cautious. This battle, he had to win. Roar. But just then from the distant mountains a thunderous, domineering tiger roar erupted like a bombshell. This tiger's roar swept away the worry from the tigress's face, replacing it with ecstatic joy. Meanwhile, the male tiger beside her snorted contemptuously. What use is a loud voice? Size and combat prowess are the true markers of strength. Watching the tigress, whose eyes held hope, the male tiger was equally expectant. He eagerly anticipated whether the queen of the jungle would submit to his power when he killed the tigress's original mate. Could this be the tigress's full brother? Cang Nian, still not understanding who the tigress had called for help, speculated upon hearing the domineering roar. Because if it were him, even after reaching adulthood and going their separate ways, if he heard his brother's cry for help, he would surely rush to support him no matter what he was doing. At this moment, he only hoped that the tigress's brother would be formidable enough that together with the tigress they could deal with the male tiger, or at least drive him away. Just as the tigress was hoping, the male tiger was daydreaming, and Cang Nian was speculating, a rustling sound came from the bushes east of the dense forest. Then a massive figure burst out, its eyes filled with anxiety and anger, panting heavily. Roar. Seeing the familiar figure, the tigress was overjoyed and quickly trotted over to it. The male tiger, however, was instantly stunned, then instinctively stepped back 2 paces, his limbs trembling. Holy crap! This big? Can a physique like this grow in the wild? Watching the hastily arriving giant, Cang Nian was also stunned. The male tiger that wanted to kill him was already an exceptionally large specimen of wild Siberian tiger, estimated at nearly 280 kilograms, a true Tiger King-level beast. But this newly appeared giant was a full circle larger than the original male tiger, the entire tiger looking like a small, orange-yellow tank. Its heavy panting from the sprint made its shoulders heave, adding to the sense of intimidation. By estimation, this giant was probably pushing 320 kilograms. As for wild Siberian tigers, there seemed to be no recorded existence of such an oversized individual. Compared to the initial male tiger, the two were not even in the same weight class. No wonder the smaller male tiger had retreated before even engaging. Just seeing the other's size made him instinctively step back. Roar. Seeing the tigress, the giant's dignified face immediately broke into a smile. But when he leaned in and saw the scratch marks on her face, he quickly asked in concern. Roar. Hearing the giant's inquiry, the tigress turned her head to look at the retreating male tiger and growled angrily. Realizing that the male tiger had not only beaten his mate, but also tried to kill his cub, the giant was instantly enraged. Roar. A domineering tiger cry shattered the male tiger's spirit. He dared not stay any longer and immediately fled in the opposite direction. But despite his size, the giant was not clumsy at all. His muscles bulged and rippled, unleashing terrifying power as he pounced toward the male tiger like an orange-yellow lightning bolt. With just 3 strides and 2 bounds, the giant caught up with the terrified male tiger. His massive paw, like a palm leaf fan, came smashing down. Thud. Crack. Then after a dull thud, a crisp snap followed. Roar. The fleeing male tiger let out a heart-wrenching scream. With that single blow, his spine was broken. Then the giant relentlessly struck blow after blow onto the male tiger's head, each impact making a hollow sound, venting his fury. A weakling like you dares to steal my wife and kill my cub. Truly, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Although the creature under his paw was also a tiger, to the giant, killing it was no different from killing a monkey. In fact, killing a monkey was even harder for him than killing this male tiger. After all, the giant was too large and clumsy in trees, making it truly difficult to catch monkeys. In less than half a minute, the giant delivered over a dozen blows to the male tiger's head. The tiger's head became a bloody mess with red and white matter oozing from its 7 orifices, already dead beyond death. This is a pure one-sided slaughter. Maybe this uncle of mine is also an evolved creature. Witnessing all this, Cang Nian couldn't help but marvel. Even now, he hadn't connected the giant before him with the word father. As for the giant, seeing that the male tiger was dead, he paid it no more attention. The next second, he turned around and came to the tigress. His face shed all its dignity and dominance, leaving only fawning. Roar. Honey, how was your hubby? Was I impressive? Roar. Seeing this, the tigress rolled her eyes in annoyance. You came too slowly. The tigress would never praise the giant as she knew him too well. If she praised him, he would become insufferably cocky. Roar. Hearing the tigress's dissatisfied call, the giant immediately deflated and whined in defense. I came as fast as I could, but I was too far away, and you wouldn't let me stay closer. Roar. I was afraid you'd be too rough and hurt the cubs. The tigress growled in dissatisfaction. For a tigress raising cubs, the male mate is an unstable factor. So after he has left his seed, he is driven away and the female gives birth and raises the cubs alone. Only when the tigress fully trusts her mate will she summon him after the cubs are 3 months old and their demand for meat increases to jointly raise the offspring. But even then, the male at most will bring hunted food to the female and then quietly leave, rarely showing himself in front of the cubs. Roar. Hearing this, the giant perked up. Where are the cubs? Let me see. The tigress was a mother for the first time, and the giant was also a father for the first time. He was extremely curious about the cubs. If the tigress hadn't forbidden him, he would have wanted to watch the cubs being born. Roar. Follow me. Hearing the giant's request, the tigress hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Although the 2 cubs were only 20 days old, they were already very strong and not that fragile. As for the giant's performance today, although the tigress pretended not to care, she was quite satisfied deep down. With that, the tigress walked toward the dense forest. Entering the dense forest, the tigress lifted her head and called out loudly for Cang Nian and Tiger Brother. The way this giant interacts with the tigress doesn't look like siblings at all. Wait, could this be my biological father? Having observed the entire interaction between the tigress and the giant, Cang Nian belatedly speculated. Thinking back to Tiger Brother's ridiculous birth size, astonishing growth rate, and monstrous physical talent, Cang Nian increasingly felt that this might be the truth. A tiger father doesn't have inferior cubs. Similarly, tracing back powerful offspring, the parents must have exceptionally excellent genes. At the tigress's call, the younger cub, who had been waiting obediently in the tree, darted down in a flash. Through rigorous prior training, he had finally mastered the descent. With his thick hide and sturdy build, tumbling from the dozen-meter height left him completely unharmed. He trotted over to the tigress, nuzzling her nose with a blend of attachment and concern, whimpering softly as he checked on her. He had witnessed the tigress's battle with the rival Tom as well. Yet, bound by the tigress and Cang Nian's order to remain in the tree, he had no choice but to stay put. The Tom was momentarily stunned to see such a substantial ball of fur descend from the canopy. Good heavens, how had he grown so enormous? He had sworn the tigress's litter was barely a month old. How had he reached over 10 kilograms already? Observing this, the Tom stepped forward twice, eager to examine his own cub properly. The cub, however, was startled and quickly scrambled behind the tigress, daring only to peek out cautiously. A deep, discontented growl rumbled from the tigress. Clumsy oaf, you've startled the cub. Upon hearing her reprimand, the massive Tom immediately froze. Standing there awkwardly, he ultimately chose to sit and press his body flat against the earth, hoping to appear less threatening. Observing this, Cang Nian began to understand the Tom's nature and, assured he meant no harm, safely descended from the branches. Noticing yet another cub emerge from the canopy, the Tom immediately sprang to his feet, craning his long neck to peer up. Once on solid ground, Cang Nian first approached the tigress, nuzzling her to convey his worry and ensure she saw he bore no injuries. After reporting safe, he turned and walked toward the Tom. The sight filled the Tom with immense joy, and he yearned to bound toward Cang Nian. However, terrified that his sheer presence would terrify the cub, he held himself back. Consequently, he lay upon the ground, pacing restlessly, simply waiting for Cang Nian to come to him. Goodness, he's enormous. From afar, the true scale had been hard to grasp. Now facing him directly, despite the Tom's expectant eyes and remarkably gentle expression, the sheer aura of dominance he exuded was overwhelming. To Cang Nian in his current state, he looked like a looming hill. Gazing at the Tom, whose tail swished with palpable excitement, Cang Nian sighed in quiet admiration. Were he still human from his past life, laying eyes on such a beast would have undoubtedly scared the wits out of him. Yet as a mere cub and the Tom's own son, Cang Nian approached with unflinching calm. Beneath the Tom's deeply expectant gaze, he softly rubbed his nose and cheeks against the larger beast. Within the behavioral customs of tigers, such an act denoted affection and camaraderie typically exchanged among kin. The Tom had come sprinting to the tigress's aid at her first cry, dispatching the threat with effortless speed. A father such as this naturally commanded Cang Nian's respect. Feeling Cang Nian's delicate breaths, the Tom was overcome with a dizzying sense of euphoria. This was his own cub, the living continuation of his lineage. As a first-time father, the Tom experienced a floating, transcendent euphoria. To be recognized by one's own offspring is a dream every sire holds dear. After exchanging affection, Cang Nian extended a paw to prod at the Tom's foreclaw, only to find it absurdly massive. A single pad was broader than his own entire body. Detecting Cang Nian's fascination with his formidable frame, the Tom grew instantly eager. He hoisted his paw, splayed his digits, and fully extended his retractable claws, offering the cub an unobstructed view. Tipping his head back to assess, Cang Nian estimated each claw to span at least 8 centimeters, resembling a miniature scimitar. White and lustrous as jade, one could only imagine the catastrophic force behind a single swipe. Only then did the Tom recall that he had just bludgeoned the rival Tom to death, leaving his claws still smeared with fresh blood. Rather sheepishly, he withdrew his claws and lowered his paw. From the periphery, the tigress watched the father and son's heartwarming exchange, a smile of quiet satisfaction gracing her features. A soft rumble escaped her. Turning her head, she directed a low growl toward the younger cub still shrouded behind her. Go forth, bond with your father. Your elder brother showed remarkable courage. Heeding the tigress's encouragement, the cub timidly crept from behind her, then hesitantly shuffled toward the Tom. The Tom's colossal frame was naturally daunting, no terrifying. Yet seeing his elder brother interact so effortlessly and joyfully with the father, a fresh wave of courage welled up in the younger cub, emboldening him to speed up. Seeing his second cub approach, the Tom's delight knew no bounds. Upon reaching him, the cub tilted his head back to gaze at the towering, magnificent beast, momentarily stunned. It took Cang Nian's gentle paw nudge to snap him out of his trance. Trembling faintly, the cub mimicked his brother's action, tentatively rubbing his nose and cheeks against the Tom's massive face. Overjoyed, the Tom extended his massive tongue to lick the cub's face. However, inexperienced with such a diminutive subject, he exerted too much force and accidentally knocked the cub flat onto the ground. Quack! A whimper of pain escaped the Tom before he could recover. The tigress's paw had already stung his face. Despite his normally fearsome and imposing stature, he cowered like a wronged husband, utterly afraid to roar or protest. Quite the henpecked husband. Watching his subdued father, Cang Nian chuckled inwardly. Then again, given the sheer size disparity between the tigress and the Tom, a swat from her paws upon him was unlikely to cause any genuine injury, even if it wasn't entirely without sting. Consequently, the Tom's aggrieved demeanor was purely theatrical. A warning growl rumbled from the tigress. Mind yourself, or stay away from the cubs entirely. The Tom, after a few more performative whimpers, shrank his neck and offered a thoroughly sheepish grin. Nevertheless, though flipped onto his back by the rough lick, the cub was far from delicate. Moreover, thanks to this brief interaction, his intimidation before the Tom had substantially faded, his guardedness melting away by more than half. Thus he cheerfully scrambled back to his paws and began circling the Tom, his mind reeling with awe. So massive, I'll surely grow this big someday. The cub mused to himself. How could the Tom possibly miss the longing gleam in his offspring's eyes? It was only natural for a young cub to look up to a larger adult and yearn to one day match such prowess. The Tom himself had entertained such ambitions during his own youth. Thus he rose to his full height, raising his head proudly, so the younger cub could fully admire his magnificent silhouette. Meanwhile, Cang Nian rose to his feet and sauntered over to the corpse of the rival Tom his father had crushed moments prior. Though considerably smaller than the Tom, this fellow's near 280 kilogram frame suggests he may also be an evolved beast. I wonder what he'd taste like. Cang Nian wondered curiously. Consuming evolved flesh granted digestion skill experience far more rapidly than ordinary prey, and it should bestow subtle, profound benefits upon his physical constitution. Though this was undeniably a tiger his own kin, Cang Nian only considered those who posed him no threat as allies. Those who hunted him had simply accepted their fate as prey. With that, he tore a chunk of flesh from the rival Tom's crushed skull and swallowed it. Transformed into a tiger, he felt no disgust towards such bloody raw sustenance. Ugh! But in the very next instant his throat seized, and he violently retched it all back up. Uff! Even grown this big, you're still not an evolved creature. No wonder you couldn't catch me. You're truly a good-for-nothing. Swallowing the last of his meal, Cang Nian cursed grumblingly to himself. The northeast leopard meat he had consumed earlier had undergone evolution. Unlike ordinary carnivores whose bodies accumulated excessive acidic substances, making their flesh sour and unpalatable, this evolved meat was remarkably delicious. However, this male tiger was a standard, ordinary creature. Its flesh carried that familiar sour taste, nearly inedible. Cang Nian estimated that evolution purifies an organism's entire system, thorough cleansing and eliminating all impurities, which is why evolved meat lacks that sourness and possesses a superior taste and texture. But there was nothing to be done about it. Evolved creatures were rare and elusive. One could not simply encounter an evolved beast at will. Meanwhile, still posing for tiger brother and basking in the cub's adoring gaze, tiger father noticed Cang Nian eating the male tiger's flesh only to vomit it all up moments later. Roar! He let out a brief cry and immediately sprinted into the distant forest, vanishing among the dense trees. Roar! Watching his father retreat, tiger brother tilted his head curiously and turned to tiger mother. Where's father going? Arr! Tiger mother gave a low growl, soothing her cub. He has gone to fetch something delicious. Tiger Brother perked up at once, giggling foolishly for a while, before finally noticing Cang Nian working on the male tiger's carcass. He trotted over eagerly. No good. My claws are too small. I could manage peeling the northeast leopard's hide with difficulty, but this northeast tiger's fur is far too thick. And this specimen is a large individual. My claws can barely reach the skin when extended. Cang Nian examined the male tiger's corpse, gesturing with his own claws, muttering dejectedly to himself. Although the meat was inedible, the hide was a valuable resource, perfect for practical use. With such a massive tiger pelt, he could claim it entirely as his own sleeping mat, and shove Tiger Brother onto the leopard hide instead. The weather was growing increasingly warm, and both cubs were growing larger each day. Cang Nian refused to be squeezed onto a single mattress with Tiger Brother during the sweltering heat of July and August. A little tiger sleeping on a tiger pelt, completely reasonable. Ugh. At that moment, a vomiting sound erupted from beside Cang Nian. He turned his head to see Tiger Brother had spewed up a lump of meat and was now dry heaving. Too preoccupied admiring Tiger Father's magnificent physique, Tiger Brother hadn't even noticed Cang Nian's misfortune. With innocent bluntness, he took a bite of the tiger meat and followed suit, retching just as badly. Having only consumed evolved northeast leopard meat since birth, Tiger Brother naturally assumed all meat was edible and delicious. Without a moment's hesitation, he had simply dug in. Huh. Tiger Mother, noticing Cang Nian gesturing at the male tiger's corpse, approached and murmured softly, "Right? I can ask Tiger Mother for help." Cang Nian suddenly remembered that when they had peeled the northeast leopard earlier, Tiger Mother had assisted. On that occasion, he had handled the cutting, while Tiger Mother maneuvered the heavy carcass. Ow, ow, ow. Cang Nian carefully described his intentions and used his claws to trace lines across the male tiger's corpse, indicating where to begin and along which seams to split the hide. Understanding what Cang Nian wanted, Tiger Mother cooperated, following his directions precisely, as she carefully sliced through the male tiger's body and skillfully removed the hide in one complete piece. By the time the tiger pelt was removed, Tiger Mother was already panting heavily. The male tiger weighed nearly 3 times that of the northeast leopard, making it considerably heavier and requiring substantial effort from Tiger Mother. Rustle, rustle. A commotion arose from the distant bushes. The family of 3 turned their heads in unison. But in the next instant, Cang Nian saw a pair of massive, cumbersome antlers push through the underbrush. Then Tiger Father emerged, his powerful frame carrying a deer by the neck and his cavernous jaws slowly approaching the mother and cub. Only when Tiger Father dragged the entire elk free did Cang Nian truly grasp its enormous size. Tiger Father was already the pinnacle of wild tigers, yet compared to the elk clamped in his mouth, he appeared almost petite. Cang Nian could not accurately estimate the elk's weight, but without a doubt this was unquestionably a colossal specimen. Yet Tiger Father dragged the elk carcass, far heavier than himself, with zero visible strain, giving Cang Nian an even more visceral understanding of his strength. Absolutely ferocious. How long had it really been? Just moments ago he had sprinted in to rescue Tiger Mother, dispatching a nearly 280-kilogram Tiger King with dozens of claw strikes. In less than half an hour he had hunted down an absurdly massive adult male elk and dragged its carcass all the way back. Cang Nian was now utterly certain Tiger Father was undoubtedly an evolved creature possessing such a terrifying physique precisely because of it. Boom. Arriving before Tiger Mother, Tiger Father dropped the elk carcass, which struck the ground with a heavy thud. Roar. He then raised his head and let out an excited cry. "Wife, isn't your husband impressive?" Roar. Tiger Mother nodded with restrained dignity. "Not bad, I suppose." Though Tiger Father did not understand the meaning of a nod, hearing Tiger Mother's acknowledgement made his heart bloom with joy. He nuzzled eagerly against her, seeking affection. Smack. But all he received was Tiger Mother's paw. Roar. Tiger Mother rolled her eyes and yowled loudly. "What are you rubbing against me for? Hurry up and gut the prey so the cubs can eat." Upon hearing this, Tiger Father immediately scurried off to begin dismembering the elk. But just then Tiger Mother grabbed Tiger Father's attention and turned her head toward Cang Nian. Roar. Does he want the hide from this massive beast? Tiger Mother had not forgotten Cang Nian's hobby of collecting pelts. Prompted by Tiger Mother, Cang Nian froze momentarily. He collected pelts solely to use as sleeping mats, and with the northeast leopard and the male tiger hides already in his possession, he had little further need. However, reconsidering with Tiger Mother's suggestion in mind, and looking at the enormous size of this elk, even using its hide as a spare bed for Tiger Mother would be worthwhile. He stepped forward to the elk's carcass and stroked the hide with his claws. Then his eyes lit up. This texture was far finer and softer than he had imagined. He had assumed the hide of such a massive creature would be exceedingly rough. Ow. Cang Nian quickly signaled that he wanted the elk pelt. Tiger Mother glanced at Tiger Father and gave a slight chin tilt, indicating that Cang Nian should make whatever requests he wished and put this free laborer to full use. Ow, ow, ow. Cang Nian did not hold back, issuing commands to Tiger Father on how to properly skin the elk. Within moments, under his direction, Tiger Father had removed a complete, enormous elk pelt. With that accomplished, Tiger Father slit open the elk's abdomen, reached his paw inside, and retrieved a dark red, considerably sized organ, which he presented obsequiously before Tiger Mother. From its shape, Cang Nian could tell it was a liver. If he recalled correctly, animal liver was an easily absorbed, high-quality protein source rich in trace elements, a naturally nutritious superfood. All carnivores had a fondness for liver, and cubs eating meat for the first time were typically introduced to it as a gradual transition. Without a doubt, Tiger Father was deeply devoted to his mate, offering the most prime and nourishing portion of the prey to Tiger Mother first. Father Tiger offered the finest parts of the prey to Mother Tiger, yet she did not eat directly. Ayo! Mother Tiger looked at Cang Nian, then at little brother Tiger, and softly asked if the two cubs wanted to eat. Just as Father Tiger's first thought upon acquiring delicious food was Mother Tiger, Mother Tiger's first thought upon having delicacies was her two cubs. Cang Nian actually wanted to eat, but he couldn't consume much right now. After all, he had only finished the evolved meat of the northeast leopard this morning. Little brother Tiger, however, had no such concerns. With his top-tier physique that allowed him to eat and grow, he trotted over cheerfully at Mother Tiger's call, and without hesitation began tearing and gulping down the meat. Father Tiger watched little brother Tiger devouring the elk's liver, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Had he remembered wrong? Weren't his two sons not even a month old yet? He recalled that at his own age he was still nursing. However, Father Tiger didn't dwell on it. Eating meat early meant a big build. It was a good thing that the cubs could eat meat. Seeing this, even though Cang Nian wasn't very hungry, he came forward to eat as well. Keeping a full stomach at all times meant storing more energy, allowing for more intense training. A mouthful of liver, its tender, smooth, and bouncy texture amazed Cang Nian. The fresh and delicate flavor was incredibly delicious, even better than the meat of the northeast leopard. Perhaps because it was tasty, or because the liver was fine and easier to digest, Cang Nian ate quite a bit despite not being very hungry. Ding! Ate 1 kilogram of evolved meat. Meat eating skill proficiency increased by 9,100. Just as Cang Nian felt full, a system notification sounded in his mind, startling him. Wait! Evolved meat. This elk is also an evolved creature, and the proficiency gain per kilogram is even higher than that of the northeast leopard. Does this mean its evolution level is higher than the leopard's? Then Father Tiger must be an evolved creature too, otherwise he wouldn't have handled this evolved elk, which weighs at least twice as much as him, so easily. Then Cang Nian pondered for a moment. But regardless, this was a good thing. Evolved meat had a higher energy density, better texture, and was beneficial for the body. Moreover, and more importantly, evolved meat spoils much slower than ordinary flesh. Even with summer approaching, the evolved meat of the northeast leopard had remained fresh for several days without rotting. And this evolved elk was so massive that it had an enormous amount of meat. Even though Father Tiger's appetite was certainly large, there was no way he could consume meat weighing twice his own body weight. So based on Cang Nian's guess, Father Tiger, having not seen Mother Tiger for a long time, wanted to show off his masculine charm. Thus, he hunted the biggest prey possible without considering whether they could finish it or if it would be wasteful. But fortunately, since it was evolved meat, it should stay fresh for a long time, preventing them from watching it rot while their stomachs could hold no more. Cang Nian was full, but little brother Tiger was ferociously voracious. Weighing only a dozen kilograms, he managed to eat 4 kilograms of liver, his belly round and swollen, collapsing on the ground, unable to move. However, the elk was enormous, and its liver, the largest gland in a creature, weighed over a dozen kilograms. Even after the two cubs had eaten their fill, they hadn't consumed half of it. Seeing the two little ones full, Mother Tiger gracefully lowered her head and finished the remaining liver. Once Mother Tiger began eating, Father Tiger busied himself pulling out the elk's delicious organs, the heart, kidneys, and so on, and offering them to Mother Tiger. But because it was evolved meat, and since Mother Tiger, like the two cubs, had eaten not long ago and wasn't very hungry, she only finished the tasty organs and then stopped. After Mother Tiger had eaten her fill, Father Tiger finally began to eat. It was evident that Father Tiger, having not eaten for several days due to the rainstorm, and having expended much energy running around killing the male tiger and hunting, was already famished. With his large size, his appetite was astonishingly huge, and his immense mouth devoured meat quickly, giving Cang Nian a true glimpse of what it meant to wolf down food. In just a few minutes, the two thick hind legs of the elk had disappeared into Father Tiger's stomach, estimated to be about 60 to 70 kilograms of pure meat. But that was already Father Tiger's limit. Given his body weight of roughly 320 kilograms, consuming 1/5 of his body weight in evolved meat was truly remarkable. Ayo! Seeing so much meat left, Mother Tiger called out to Father Tiger with displeasure. What a waste. The whole family together hadn't even consumed 100 kilograms, yet this evolved elk weighed at least twice as much as Father Tiger, with pure meat alone estimated at 300 to 400 kilograms. At least 2/3 remained, and the family probably couldn't finish it within a week. Such a large prey would have been perfect to keep until the two cubs grew up and had bigger appetites to share together. Mother Tiger complained somewhat regretfully. Father Tiger, however, shrank his head, not daring to argue. He truly hadn't considered the waste when hunting this giant creature. Earlier, he had only thought of showing off his hunting prowess to his mate and cubs. Indeed, even though evolved meat spoils much slower, it probably can't be preserved for half a month or a month. With our family's appetite, it's unlikely we can finish it before it goes bad. Cang Nian nodded in agreement. Hey, wait, can I hang the extra meat up to dry? Even without salt, dehydrated and air-dried meat can be preserved much longer than raw meat. At this moment, an idea popped into Cang Nian's mind. Although unsalted, air-dried meat sounded far-fetched in certain environments with good ventilation and coolness, fresh meat could be dried without spoiling. Cang Nian wasn't sure if the area near his home met those requirements. But this elk meat wasn't ordinary fresh meat. Ordinary fresh meat in the current near-summer weather would fully spoil within a day at most. As for evolved meat, based on Cang Nian's experience, it showed no signs of decay within 4 days. Hanging it in a dry, ventilated place for 4 days would surely turn it into jerky. The more he thought about it, the more feasible this method seemed. Acting on the idea, Cang Nian immediately went to the elk carcass, which had only been gutted and had its hind legs eaten. Avoiding the large, thick muscle groups, he used his claws to cut out a strip about 1 kilogram from the edge and tore it off with force. Before the elk meat spoiled, the family would eat at least once more, totaling about 100 kilograms. So it was better to keep the large chunks for fresh eating. Then he carried the meat strip in his mouth, ran to the dense forest, and swiftly climbed a tree. After draping the meat strip over a branch to ensure it wouldn't fall, he returned and repeated the action. Watching Cang Nian's strange behavior, not only Father Tiger was puzzled, but even Mother Tiger was full of confusion. As for little brother Tiger, after watching for a while, he thought it was some kind of fun game. So he followed behind Cang Nian, imitating him by tearing off meat strips and carrying them up to hang on the trees, playing with great delight. Cang Nian tore the elk meat into long strips and carried them up to hang on the tree. Although Tiger Father and Tiger Mother did not understand his purpose, they did not stop him. After all, there was so much meat that they couldn't finish it, so some would inevitably go to waste. Rather than letting it rot, it was better to let their cub play with it. To make it easier for Cang Nian to transport, Tiger Father even picked up the elk carcass and dragged it to the foot of the dense forest, so that Cang Nian wouldn't have to run as far. Thus, trip after trip, the morning passed. Cang Nian had transported about 100 kilograms of meat strips onto the tree. Tiger Brother followed behind, imitating him, and carried nearly 30 kilograms. Ding. Bite once. Bite skill proficiency 1. 100,100. Ding. Congratulations, host. The bite skill proficiency has reached its maximum. The skill has evolved into sharp teeth. It was worth noting that as he tore meat strips from the elk carcass, the bite skill, which he had unlocked relatively late, also had its proficiency maxed out and evolved. Immediately, Cang Nian felt his teeth become a bit harder. Not a huge change, but perceptible. After all, it was only the first evolution of a basic skill. Additionally, the climb skill had also accumulated 1 level of proficiency from going up and down hundreds of times. A skill at the second evolution progressing toward the third was a major leap. Accumulating proficiency would be extremely difficult, just like the transition from jogging to sprinting. A skill at the second evolution progressing toward the third was a major leap. Accumulating proficiency would be extremely difficult, just like the transition from jogging to sprinting. But if it evolves successfully, it will be a true qualitative change. This should be about enough. There's still over 100 kilograms of meat left, enough for our family to have another meal. If it were ordinary fresh meat, Cang Nian wouldn't bother to go through the trouble of air drying and preserving it. But this was evolution meat. Although he had been eating evolution meat ever since he started eating meat, that didn't mean it was available everywhere. Cang Nian deeply understood the benefits of evolution meat. Not only did it have high energy density and taste good, but it also promoted growth. These days, Cang Nian felt that his weight was increasing faster than before. Tiger Brother was the same. His body was growing like a balloon, expanding rapidly. Additionally, whether it was an illusion or not, Cang Nian felt that Tiger Mother seemed to have grown a bit. Perhaps evolution meat could break the limits of racial growth, allowing Tiger Mother, who had long passed her developmental stage, to increase in size as well. In that case, the benefits of evolution meat were even greater. Therefore, such a precious treasure should not be wasted. Although he didn't know whether the beneficial substances within would be preserved after air drying, how could he know without trying? By noon, when it was scorching hot, Cang Nian rested under the shade of a tree. Tiger Father and Tiger Mother, on the other hand, had been cuddling nearby for a while. However, Tiger Mother was still modest and didn't let Tiger Father do anything inappropriate in front of the children. Roar. At this moment, Tiger Brother, exhausted from the morning's work, raised his head and roared at the tree. Without a doubt, he was calling for little Purple Sable to come down and scratch and massage him. Having enjoyed such attentive service before, Tiger Brother became addicted to it. In the morning, because the male tiger had come to cause trouble, he hadn't been able to enjoy it much. Now he could indulge without worry. Squeak, squeak. However, little purple sable stood on a branch about 5 or 6 meters up a pine tree, hugging the trunk and squeaking. It was afraid. Earlier it had become familiar with Cang Nian and Tiger Brother, so it wasn't afraid of them. As for Tiger Mother, she had only displayed her impressive tree climbing ability at the beginning, which intimidated it, but she hadn't harmed it. So although little purple sable didn't dare to get too close, it wasn't so scared when it came down to play with Cang Nian and Tiger Brother. But Tiger Father was different. This was the first strange tiger that little purple sable had ever seen. Moreover, it was so big, and it had killed another equally large male tiger with just a few swipes. How terrifying. And now Tiger Father and Tiger Mother were just a dozen meters away from Tiger Brother. How could little purple sable dare to come down? Hearing this, Tiger Brother tilted his head, thought for a moment. Then he backed up 2 steps and scurried up the tree with a rustling sound. Soon he reached little purple sable's side and lay down on a fairly thick branch. Roar. Start scratching. Tiger Brother urged in a low voice. Since little purple sable didn't dare to come down, he would just come up himself. How smart I am. Tiger Brother mentally praised his own cleverness. Little purple sable was stunned at first, then nodded in sudden understanding. Immediately it scrambled onto Tiger Brother's back and began its service. Seeing Tiger Brother's decadent and indulgent behavior, Cang Nian shook his head in disappointment. Maybe I should catch another small animal to give me a massage, eh? Cang Nian began to consider the feasibility of this idea. Little purple sable was a friend who had saved his life. It was one thing for Tiger Brother, who was still young and ignorant, to treat it that way, but Cang Nian would never do something so vulgar. But catching another small animal and using force to make it serve him, Cang Nian had no moral qualms about that. He was a tiger. He was the king of the jungle. Well, a cub. However, little purple sable was likely an evolved creature with a much smarter mind. Other small animals probably wouldn't be as intelligent, making them harder to train. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of time. By the way, I also have a kill skill that I can train. I haven't tried it since I indirectly killed the Amur leopard. Should I give it a try now? At this moment, Cang Nian suddenly remembered a skill he had overlooked. Thinking it, he acted on it and began searching the dense forest for a target to kill. Before long, he spotted an ant nest under a pine tree. This probably won't work right. Seeing the ant nest, Cang Nian muttered hesitantly. Let's try it anyway. What if it works? With a hopeful mindset, Cang Nian raised his paw and slammed it down hard. Slap. With one swipe, a large patch of ants was flattened into meat patties embedded in the soil so deep they couldn't be scraped out. As expected, nothing happened. Indeed, such an obvious bug is impossible to exploit. His illusion shattered, Cang Nian had no choice but to look for a larger target. Snail. Smashed. No use. Mantis. Smashed. No use. Mouse. Smashed. No use. Toad. Smashed. No use. After a flurry of activity, not a single level of kill skill proficiency was gained, leaving Cang Nian very frustrated. As expected, targets that are too small simply cannot count toward proficiency. Cang Nian finally accepted the reality and shook his head helplessly. Cuckoo. At that moment, Cang Nian heard a faint sound from the bushes. Immediately, he crouched low, moving quietly and cautiously step by step toward the source of the sound. This was his imitation of Tiger Mother's hunting technique. Before chasing prey, one must patiently approach it. Only when close enough can one strike with certainty. After about a quarter of an hour, Cang Nian finally saw the source of the sound. It was a ground-dwelling chicken with strikingly colorful feathers. Cang Nian had no idea what the exact scientific name of the ground-dwelling bird before him was, nor whether it was a protected species. After all, he was no expert in such matters. But none of that mattered. He was now a tiger, and eating anything had nothing to do with legality. He was simply hungry. If he wanted to devour a bear, it would be a natural law, and no one could interfere. Now Cang Nian was still 5 meters away from the resplendent ground bird. He intended to continue stalking to increase his chances of a successful hunt. However, it seemed his scent had given him away. The ground bird immediately flapped its wings and fled in panic. Seeing this, Cang Nian abandoned his concealment, his body moving like lightning as he lunged after the bird. This startled the bird into a frenzy, its wings blurring into motion as it actually took flight. But its flying ability was limited, reaching only a meter or so. With a burst of speed and a leap, Cang Nian swooped down from the air and brought it to the ground. Yet Cang Nian had no hunting experience, and his aim was poor. Instead of clamping down on its throat, he ended up biting its wing. Fortunately, the disparity in strength was immense. Even without a fatal strike, Cang Nian dragged it down, used his claws to reposition it, and after a struggle finally locked his jaws around its throat, ending its life. Rustle. At that moment, a sound came from the bushes. Cang Nian turned warily, only to find it was his father and mother tigers. It turned out that the commotion of his hunt, prolonged by the lack of a swift kill, had drawn the attention of his parents. Though she had been cuddling with father tiger, mother tiger had never relaxed her vigilance. She had kept an eye on the movements of both cubs, knowing Cang Nian had headed in this direction. Now seeing Cang Nian with a pheasant's throat clamped in his jaws, she was momentarily stunned, then a proud maternal smile spread across her face. That's my cub. Not even a month old, and he had already hunted alone. And succeeded. Mother Tiger was immensely proud. The exhaustion of nursing her cubs instantly swept away. Among animals, there was no concept of raising children for old age support. Nurturing offspring was not a matter of expecting care in later years, but a pure continuation of life and bloodline. Now seeing Cang Nian had learned to hunt, it meant he would be a master of survival. Their bloodline stood a better chance of enduring than that of other tigers. How could that not fill them with pride? Yet at that moment Cang Nian did not notice the expression on Mother Tiger's face. Ding! Kill the prey. Kill skill proficiency increased by 1,100. After trying so many targets, he had finally gained 1 level of proficiency in the kill skill. It seems that only targets meeting a certain size condition can be judged by the system as valid kills for increasing proficiency. Following the system's usual pattern, it's probably based on weight. This pheasant weighs about a kilogram, or so, roughly 1/6 to 1/7 of my own body weight. If it meets the requirement, then larger ones should too. But what is the minimum threshold? Cang Nian analyzed in his mind. But to figure it out he would need to experiment. As for the pheasant, he wasn't hungry now, and Father Tiger had not yet finished the evolutionary elk he caught. I used to think stray cats were annoying for killing birds even when not hungry, but now I've become such a creature myself. Cang Nian muttered to himself. Still, it was just a pheasant. If he didn't eat it, he could just discard it. Surely some other animal would scavenge it, so nothing would go to waste. Only a massive adult male Amur tiger like Father Tiger with his indiscriminate killing could disrupt the ecological balance of a region. Killing just one chicken wouldn't cause much harm. So Cang Nian dropped the pheasant, returned to the clearing, and began to run. Come to think of it, the running skill was the most convenient to train. Unlike the climbing skill, which required going up and down trees, and only counted the upward distance, not the descent. Now Cang Nian's speed was comparable to that of an adult tiger. 1 layer of proficiency every 10,000 meters. Training was not too strenuous. He could jog 1,000 meters in under 3 minutes. For him, that was just a slow jog sustainable for a long time. For 10,000 meters, even with rest intervals, he could finish in an hour at a relaxed pace. If I can evolve the running skill again, it will be the first skill to undergo a 4th evolution. Then all aspects of my physical fitness will undergo a greater qualitative leap, and raising proficiency in other skills will become much faster. Cang Nian pondered for a moment, and then decided on his next training plan. Previously, he had improved multiple skills, simultaneously boosting overall physical fitness and eliminating weaknesses, which dramatically increased his running speed and allowed the slow jog skill to evolve into running. Now he would rely on the leading edge of the running skill to act as the spearhead, driving proficiency gains in other skills. Unfortunately, most important skills were stuck at the 3rd stage. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th stage was a qualitative change. The experience bar wasn't lengthened 10-fold, but 100-fold. The running skill, however, was moving from the 4th to the 5th stage with only a 10-fold increase, making it comparatively easier. 1 layer per hour, at least 12 layers a day, plus the speed boost from each layer. Within a week, I should be able to complete the evolution of the running skill. Cang Nian set a short-term goal and began to sprint around the meadow clearing. Whoosh! Cang Nian was like a streak of orange lightning circling the grass tirelessly. At that moment, Father Tiger, lying in the shade, was stunned. What was going on? Was this the speed a cub less than a month old could unleash? It felt almost as fast as me. Originally, Father Tiger had thought that Brother Tiger was the more outrageous one. Looking like a 3-month-old cub before even a month, his physical talent was simply astonishing. But then Cang Nian had hauled elk meat up a tree, making him realize that this much smaller cub might be even more formidable. Carrying a meat strip that was sizable for him, he could climb that fast, and repeat it 100 times. His stamina was simply ridiculous. Even Brother Tiger, whom he had favored, could only manage less than 30 climbs in the same time. The gap was too vast. And now seeing Cang Nian run so fast, Father Tiger was even more astonished. Were all cubs these days so freakish? Father Tiger questioned his own existence. Hearing his stunned roar, Mother Tiger proudly lifted her chin. This is my cub. And this little one once toyed with a leopard cat in the trees, making it run in circles. As dusk fell, Tiger Mom turned to glance at Cang Nian and Tiger Brother, calling out, "Time to go home." Roar. However, seeing Tiger Dad following behind with a cheerful waddle, Tiger Mom let out a warning growl. Roar. Tiger Dad sat down on the ground with a pitiful expression. "Why won't you let me come home with you?" Roar. Despite Tiger Dad's pleading, Tiger Mom remained firm and refused without hesitation. Tiger Dad's massive size and overwhelming strength made even the slightest careless movement a potential danger to the 2 cubs. When awake, Tiger Mom could keep watch to prevent any mishaps. But once they returned to sleep, she couldn't keep an eye on him constantly. Given that Tiger Dad had never spent extended time living with the two little ones, how could Tiger Mom feel at ease? A single roll from Tiger Dad could crush Cang Nian and the other cub. So Tiger Dad absolutely could not follow them back to the cave to sleep. Seeing Tiger Mom's resolute expression, Tiger Dad's ears drooped and his spirits sank low. Roar. Out of love and submission to Tiger Mom, Tiger Dad finally relented. But he asked one last question: would she bring Cang Nian and Tiger Brother here again tomorrow? Roar. Tiger Mom nodded, sealing the promise. The two cubs needed to go out and exercise every day, so they would definitely come back tomorrow. Hearing this, Tiger Dad's spirits lifted considerably, and he nodded excitedly. Tiger Dad is definitely an evolved creature. In less than a day, he has already grasped the meaning of simple actions like nodding and shaking his head, and uses them flexibly in communication. This is not the intelligence of an ordinary animal. Seeing this, Cang Nian nodded to himself. Roar. Then he approached Tiger Dad, pointed with his paw at the strips of meat hanging on the tree. Dad, guard these meat strips well. Don't let other animals eat them. Cang Nian conveyed his thoughts, and Tiger Dad's face instantly lit up with a broad grin. Staying here to sleep not only reassured his mate, but also helped the cubs. How wonderful. Roar. Tiger Dad nodded vigorously, puffed out his chest, and waved his paw to show off his strength, almost learning to pat his chest. Don't worry. Dad will keep them safe. If anyone tries to steal them, I'll smash them flat. Having received Tiger Dad's assurance, Cang Nian rubbed his cheek against him, then followed Tiger Mom back to the cave. Day 21 after birth. Clear weather. Early in the morning, Tiger Brother dashed out excitedly. Some of the meat strips hung on the tree yesterday were the fruit of his labor. So when he heard Cang Nian asking Tiger Dad to guard the meat strips before leaving last night, Tiger Brother also became alert. Such delicious meat would surely attract other animals. Thus, even with Tiger Dad on guard, Tiger Brother still worried that a small animal might sneak the meat strips away while Tiger Dad was asleep. When they arrived at the clearing, Cang Nian saw Tiger Dad from afar yawning with his mouth wide open. Could it be that Tiger Dad stayed up all night just to guard the meat strips? Seeing this, a twinge of guilt rose in Cang Nian's heart. A casual request from him, and Tiger Dad had carried it out with such devotion, even willing to forego sleep. Roar. At that moment, Tiger Dad also spotted the three tigers, one large, two small, and immediately stood up ready to rush toward them. But then he remembered his duty to guard the meat strips, so he suppressed the impulse and only stood there letting out a few excited low growls. Seeing this, Cang Nian was deeply moved. He dashed to Tiger Dad and whimpered in gratitude. Roar. But Tiger Dad waved it off casually. A father helping his son. That's only natural, why thank him? Nevertheless, his efforts had earned the cubs' gratitude, which made Tiger Dad immensely happy, easing much of the fatigue from the sleepless night. Meanwhile, Tiger Brother had already scrambled up the tree and started checking whether any meat strips were missing. But he was a tiger cub less than a month old. How could he possibly count? So after just a couple of glances, his eyes blurred, and he squatted dejectedly on a branch. Are any meat strips missing or not? So frustrating. Just then he spotted little purple marten on the tree, clutching a meat strip and nibbling away bite by bite. Roar. That infuriated Tiger Brother. We went through so much trouble to haul these up, and you dare to steal them. So Tiger Brother, fuming, pounced toward little purple marten. However, while Tiger Brother's tree climbing skills had become fairly proficient under the rigorous training of both Cang Nian and Tiger Mom, they were still far inferior to little purple marten, a natural-born climber. Not understanding why Tiger Brother was angry, little purple marten quickly scurried behind Cang Nian, seeking protection. Little purple marten wasn't stupid. Between the two brothers, Cang Nian and Tiger Brother. Although Tiger Brother looked bigger, Cang Nian was the one who held absolute authority. Roar. Seeing little purple marten stealing the meat strip and then hiding behind his elder brother, Tiger Brother grew even angrier, roaring at Cang Nian to hand over the marten so he could teach it a proper lesson. Cang Nian found this amusing. Roar, roar, roar. But he knew that little purple marten wouldn't dare to steal meat strips right under Tiger Dad's nose. Such a tiger brazen act was impossible. So he explained to Tiger Brother. Clearly that meat strip in little purple marten's possession was still the one from the northeast leopard that Cang Nian had given him 5 days ago. It was a gift in gratitude for little purple marten's early warning, which had allowed Cang Nian to avoid being ambushed by the northeast leopard and killed on the spot. Since that meat strip weighed over a pound, and little purple marten himself weighed only a little over a kilogram, he hadn't finished it after all this time. But seeing little purple marten chewing on the meat strip, Cang Nian grew even more confident about drying the elk meat into jerky. Because the small piece remaining in little purple marten's possession had not rotted, it had dehydrated into jerky, perhaps due to its small size and the well-ventilated, dry, and refreshing environment here. While the northeast leopard carcass that Tiger Mom had brought back to the cave had started to turn pale, little purple marten's meat strip was already air-dried. Moreover, it had remained dry even through the 2 days of heavy rain, leading Cang Nian to suspect that little purple marten had hidden it in a tree hollow. After Cang Nian explained everything, Tiger Brother finally understood that little purple marten hadn't stolen the meat strips they had painstakingly carried up the tree. So at Cang Nian's request, he obediently apologized to little purple marten. Having resolved the misunderstanding, Cang Nian carefully counted the meat strips hanging on the tree and found none missing. Additionally, thanks to the favorable conditions, the surface of these 100+ meat strips had already hardened. They would probably be fully air-dried in another day or two. Moreover, perhaps because Tiger Dad had been stationed here, not only were no meat strips lost, but there were no flies or mosquitoes crawling on them either. It seemed they were all intimidated by the kingly aura radiating from Tiger Dad and dared not come near. Roar. After confirming the meat strips were safe, Cang Nian called out to Tiger Brother. Time to practice self-discipline. How come? These grasses seem to have grown taller. Is it because of the rain? After a morning of running, Cang Nian had already raised his running skill proficiency to level 20. However, the blades of grass on the ground were now taller, somewhat hindering his sprint. Perhaps evolution is becoming more common. Could it be the resurgence of spiritual energy? This subtle yet anomalous phenomenon sparked Cang Nian's thoughts. But after a brief moment of contemplation, he cast these ideas aside. Whether or not spiritual energy was reviving, and no matter how drastic these changes might become in the future, he would simply train and grow stronger. By continuously strengthening himself, he would be better equipped to face whatever bizarre and extraordinary future awaited him. Returning to the shade of the trees, Tiger Cub had already sprinted ahead to feast on the elk's evolved meat. Cang Nian felt a pang of envy. Tiger Cub's exercise was far less than his own, yet with just half a day of activity, the cub's insatiable appetite was truly remarkable. If only he could possess such a terrifying digestive speed like Tiger Cub, his growth would accelerate dramatically. To hasten the improvement of his digestion skill proficiency, Cang Nian forced himself to eat, even when not particularly hungry, keeping himself in a state of fullness as much as possible. Meanwhile, Tiger Dad opened his eyes. Having stayed awake all night, he could only snatch a few hours of sleep while the brothers trained. However, the battle-hardened Tiger Dad had long mastered the art of falling into deep sleep at will. Even with less than 5 hours of rest, he emerged fully refreshed and energetic. In truth, tigers are nocturnal by nature, but yesterday's exertion had left Tiger Dad unusually fatigued. Seeing the two cubs return, Tiger Dad patiently waited for them to finish eating. Once Cang Nian and Tiger Cub were sated, he approached, eager to play with them. He wanted to bond with the cubs as quickly as possible to strengthen their connection. That way Tiger Mom would feel at ease, allowing him to accompany them back home to sleep. Although the typical tiger custom dictates that the tigress raises the cubs alone, and the male tiger merely leaves prey near the den, without participating in the cubs' upbringing, Tiger Dad, now evolved and far more intelligent than ordinary tigers, thought otherwise. Wouldn't it be wonderful to sleep beside his mate and raise the cubs together? He was more than capable of providing for the entire family. With his hunting prowess, prey was always within his grasp. Cang Nian did not object to this arrangement. First, Tiger Dad's presence added an extra layer of security. Given the ecological structure of the northeast snowy ridge, the only threats to Tiger Dad aside from humans were perhaps adult brown bears of immense size. Of course, if there were other adult evolved tigers like Tiger Dad, they could also pose a threat. However, compared to the globally scarce Siberian tigers numbering only in the triple digits, brown bears were far more abundant and thus more likely to be encountered. Hence, Tiger Dad's long-term companionship meant ultimate safety until Cang Nian grew strong enough. Second, the emotions among animals were pure, especially familial bonds. Having been an orphan in his past life, Cang Nian cherished Tiger Mom's unwavering maternal love and found Tiger Dad's occasional reliability and childlike paternal affection quite endearing. After playing with Tiger Dad for a while, Cang Nian slipped back into the dense forest to hunt. The evolution of his kill skill into the slaughter skill was a comprehensive upgrade. Thus, the further evolution of the slaughter skill would likely bring about an equally comprehensive improvement. This made the skill highly cost-effective to upgrade. Yesterday, he had confirmed that prey weighing over 1 kilogram was sufficient for the system to register a successful kill. Today, he would attempt more such hunts. However, after searching extensively, Cang Nian failed to find a single eligible prey. In the northeast snowy ridge, aside from ubiquitous small animals, most creatures were substantial in size. Prey weighing between 1 and 10 kilograms was limited to a few species, various pheasants, marmots, and raccoon dogs. That was about it. Oh, and the sable. But the sable was even rarer than the Siberian tiger. Spotting one was difficult enough, let alone finding a second in the same area to hunt. As he wandered, Cang Nian arrived at the spot where he had left the pheasant after yesterday's hunt. As expected, even a dead prey, as long as it's fresh, will be scavenged by many animals. I wonder what creature took it. It ate everything so cleanly. Gazing at the spot where not a single feather remained, Cang Nian marveled. He then attempted to search for fresh traces, hoping to identify the animal that had devoured the pheasant. He didn't act recklessly, however, as the creature capable of consuming the pheasant was likely not small. Searching was fine, His speed allowed him to satisfy his curiosity without encountering danger, but hunting it would be another matter entirely. After a brief search, he did find some traces. On the ground covered in humus, Cang Nian discovered a fresh serpentine indentation about 10 centimeters wide. Wait, could this be a snake? A snake this thick? The thought made him shrink back, his scalp tingling. Fear of snakes was ingrained in him, whether as a human or a tiger. A highly venomous snake could kill even an adult tiger if it injected enough venom. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Cang Nian was about to retreat, 3 sharp sounds rang out from the clearing. What's that noise? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, followed by the terrified squeaks of the little sable. Squeak, squeak. Sensing something amiss, Cang Nian bolted without hesitation toward Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. Whoa, this tiger is enormous. Must be over 600 gene. Jackpot. 2 adults and 1 cub. That's at least 3 million yuan, right? 3 million. Just this big one alone is worth 3 million. Sell the cub abroad and those rich folks would easily pay $1 million. Haha, this anesthetic is potent. It took down even this giant in under a minute. Come on, give us a hand. This thing is damn heavy. After this job, we can all retire for good. Head overseas and live the high life. Why bother being human traffickers? That's beneath us. Boss is right. Let's go abroad and enjoy ourselves. Creeping to the edge of the dense forest, Cang Nian slowed his pace, listening to the voices beneath the shade, his teeth clenched in fury. They were poachers. Hearing their discussion, Cang Nian burned with anxiety, yet a fleeting sense of relief washed over him. At least the poachers were using tranquilizer guns, not live ammunition. If they had been wielding real bullets, Tiger Father, Tiger Mother, and Tiger Young would certainly be dead already. Even if Tiger Father had undergone some evolution, the current level was nowhere near sufficient to disregard the power of firearms. Treading cautiously, Cang Nian peered through gaps in the underbrush and took in the full scene before him. Tiger Father, Tiger Mother, and Tiger Young all lay motionless on the ground. Because of its small body, Tiger Young had the most visible tranquilizer darts, apparently shot into its hindquarters, and was completely unconscious. Surrounding them were no fewer than 10 burly adult men, 3 of whom held rifles that resembled sniper weapons. At that moment, 6 of them were binding Tiger Father with thick hemp ropes, preparing to transport him away. Roar! Just then the unconscious Tiger Father let out a sudden low growl and flailed all 4 paws wildly. You bastards! You nearly sliced open my belly. Damn it! This beast isn't properly sedated. Center, give it 2 more shots. The commotion startled the 6 men binding Tiger Father, who cursed under their breaths. Fortunately, they had been cautious while binding him, and while Tiger Father wasn't fully sedated, the tranquilizer was still taking effect. Otherwise, at least one of them would have met his end right there. Even so, Tiger Father's unconscious claw swipes tore through one man's clothing and left 3 shallow scratches on his abdomen, from which crimson blood seeped forth. Bang! 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 Instantly, the 3 men with tranquilizer rifles fired simultaneously at Tiger Father, who still retained a flicker of consciousness before falling back into stillness. Damn it, this big guy's gotten smart, so damn difficult to handle. That should do it for sure. Even an elephant would be knocked out by 4 doses combined. Center, give this female 1 more shot. Sensing caution, the boss issued the order to the poacher holding the tranquilizer rifle. Bang! Another shot rang out as Tiger Mother received a second tranquilizer dart. The earlier incident had left the poachers still shaken. Therefore, they waited 2 minutes to ensure the drug took full effect before cautiously testing Tiger Father. After some prodding and checking, Tiger Father showed no reaction whatsoever, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You damn beast. Weren't you so tough a moment ago? Show me what you've got. Seeing this, the poacher with 3 scratches on his abdomen saw his lingering fear turn to vicious anger, and he ferociously kicked Tiger Father's body several times. Enough, don't wake him up again. Let's move him to the truck. The poacher boss took a deep drag from his cigarette, flicked it to the ground, and ground it out with his foot as he urged them on. Immediately, the 6 poachers advanced, once more bound Tiger Father tightly, and lifted him together while chanting in unison. Although Tiger Father, after his full meal, likely weighed nearly 400 kilograms. But these poachers were quite robust, so lifting him wasn't excessively strenuous. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 poachers with tranquilizer rifles and the boss stayed behind as guards. Only 4 for now. My speed makes a sneak attack definitely feasible. But given my size, it's hard to inflict enough damage. And they have tranquilizer guns and crowbars. Even sneaking up on and killing one is nearly impossible, let alone all 4. Seeing the number had dropped by more than half, Cang Nian pondered the possibility of a successful ambush. But after consideration, his heart sank. The gap was too vast. He weighed only about 7 kilograms, roughly the size of a large pet. Although enhanced in every aspect, combined with the innate advantages of the panther subfamily to which tigers belong, he was stronger than almost all creatures. But his current combat power might not even match an average-sized gray wolf. With such strength, attempting to ambush the poachers would be practically suicide. Moreover, even in the worst-case scenario, if he could take down these for the 6 poachers, carrying Tiger Father would detect the anomaly the moment they returned. With wary opponents, he wouldn't stand a chance. I'll have to follow behind them and wait for an opportunity. After weighing the pros and cons, Cang Nian made a rational decision. Charging and fueled by pure anger would only get him captured as well. Right now, he was the only one who could save Tiger Father, Tiger Mother, and Tiger Young. So he must ensure he could rescue them before taking action. There was only one chance. Thinking of this, Cang Nian patiently waited. After about half an hour, 4 of the 6 returned. Is it secured? From afar, the boss bellowed his question upon spotting the 4. Don't worry, boss. A reinforced steel cage with bars as thick as a child's arm. No Tigress King could escape that. And Neo and the others are keeping watch. If it wakes up, we'll just stick it with 2 more darts. It's totally secure. Hearing this, one of the 4 chuckled. Then hurry up and take this female and the young one away. The boss nodded, then instructed the 4 to hand over the tranquilizer rifles, had the remaining 3 carry Tiger Mother, while he himself picked up Tiger Young, and the group headed eastward. This was the northeast snow ridge where dangerous animals were plentiful. So the poachers preferred making extra trips to ensure some of them maintained a vigil. Witnessing this, Cang Nian rose to his feet, preparing to give chase. Squeak, squeak. At that moment, a voice came from above his head. The little purple ferret. Within 2 seconds, the little purple ferret zipped down and arrived before Cang Nian, chirping and conveying the situation, expressing his own desire to rescue Tiger Father and the others. Understanding the meaning within the ferret's calls, Cang Nian was deeply moved. However, considering the long journey ahead, the ferret couldn't keep up, so he firmly declined. Moving alone as a tiger would be far more agile. The ferret's tiny frame simply couldn't endure the trek. Ayo! Seeing the ferret's disappointed expression, Cang Nian pointed toward the strips of meat on the tree. Guard the meat well. I'll bring Tiger Father and the others back. This was both an instruction for the ferret to stay and a goal Cang Nian set for himself. No, this was something he absolutely had to accomplish. Upon hearing Cang Nian assign him the task of guarding the meat, the ferret's dejected expression slightly brightened. Squeak, squeak. You must bring them back. Cang Nian nodded firmly, then sprinted forward without looking back. Following the familiar scent of Tiger Mother and Tiger Young, along with the pungent smell of smoke on the men. Even after the group had walked for several minutes, Cang Nian could still trace their path. Hearing the crunching of their footsteps, Cang Nian slowed his pace, maintained distance, and trailed behind. After roughly half an hour, Cang Nian heard the rushing sound of flowing water. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that this direction was downstream from the stream, near the clearing. Peering out, he saw the stream merge into a wider river with a fishing boat over 10 meters long anchored on the bank. The poachers were in the process of loading Tiger Mother aboard. I was wondering how they got the car into this deep mountain forest. Turns out they used water transport. Cang Nian suddenly realized. The key to poaching isn't so much how to hunt the wildlife, but how to transport them out. Especially for a big fellow like Hu Ba, without vehicles like cars or boats, moving them by manpower would be exhausting. Soon the group placed Hu Ma on the fishing boat, started the diesel engine, and left the shore with a puttering sound. Fortunately, the boat stayed close to the bank where Cang Nian was heading downstream. Seeing this, Cang Nian quickly followed, using the dense forest as cover, keeping a close distance from the fishing boat. Fortunately, the boat wasn't very fast. Cang Nian only needed to run a bit faster than his usual training pace to keep up, roughly around 10 to 15 kilometers per hour. Ding! Ran 1000 meters. Running skill proficiency increased by 1. 21,100. Ding! Ran 1000 meters. Running skill proficiency increased by 1. 22,100. As time passed, the high sun gradually sank and occasional system prompts echoed in Cang Nian's mind. This left him utterly exhausted. In his previous training, he hadn't pushed himself to the absolute limit, always conserving some energy, and would rest when tired. But now, to save Hu Ba and the others, he had to keep up with the boat. If he lost them, since water leaves no scent, he would almost never have a chance to rescue them again. Just as Cang Nian's running skill proficiency reached 25, the fishing boat suddenly turned. It didn't continue downstream, but headed toward the opposite bank. Cang Nian climbed a tree on the shore and peered across the river. He saw what looked like a small makeshift dock, though it was hard to make out. They're going to switch to another vehicle. I have to follow. His heart sank. Without a second thought, he plunged into the river. Fortunately, tigers are naturally good swimmers. Although Cang Nian had never swum before and was slow, he didn't sink. He kept only his head above water, paddling his limbs beneath the surface in the simplest, most quadruped-appropriate dog paddle stroke. However, with no swimming experience in either life, his dog paddle was painfully slow. Damn, they're almost ashore. At this rate, I'll lose them. Seeing this, Cang Nian grew frantic. Ding! Swam 1 meter. Swimming skill proficiency increased by 1. 1100. Just then a system prompt lit up his eyes. Right? I have the system. As proficiency increases, my swimming speed will get faster. This invigorated him, and he paddled more vigorously. Watching the poachers on the opposite shore transfer Hu Ba Hu Ma and Hu Di, Cang Nian could only push himself to the limit. Ding. Swam 1 meter swimming skill proficiency increased by 100,100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Swimming skill proficiency has reached maximum. The skill has evolved into bobbing. Finally, as Cang Nian reached the 100-meter mark, crossing the river, a system prompt came. Instantly, he gained a more precise understanding of swimming acceleration techniques, better power application, and a slight boost in limb speed. This translated into a noticeable improvement in his crossing speed. But then he saw that the last poacher had also left the fishing boat. Clearly, they had already transferred Hu Ba and the others to another vehicle. Seeing this, Cang Nian swam even harder, finally crossing the last 200 meters in 3 minutes. Without any rest, he shook off the water from his fur and immediately dashed toward the only trail marked by obvious footprints. Hurry up, I don't want to spend the night with a tiger. Almost there. This damn truck keeps breaking down at the worst times. Oh, fixed it. Running at full speed, Cang Nian heard the voices growing clearer. Gasp, gasp. Good, I made it. Cang Nian was panting heavily, his heart pounding wildly, his lungs burning. He had never exhausted himself like this nonstop. If not for his relentless training since birth, he wouldn't have even lasted the 50 kilometers following the boat. Virum. Just then he heard the roar of a truck engine and rushed out. A small truck was heading north on a dirt road. Despite the burning in his lungs, Cang Nian sprinted after it. Fortunately, the dirt road was uneven, preventing the truck from picking up speed. But soon he realized he had celebrated too soon. In less than 2.5 minutes, the truck turned its front, lifting as it climbed onto a wide asphalt road. Haha, let's get back to town fast. We made a big haul today, time for a good drink tonight. Now on the main road, the poacher leader laughed heartily, knowing they could speed up. But Cang Nian felt despair. His maximum burst speed was at most 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, while the truck could easily hit 70 to 80. How could he keep up? Yet he didn't give up. He ran with all his might, trying to get close enough to jump onto the truck. But the absolute speed gap widened the distance between them. He could only watch it fade away. Gasp, gasp, what do I do now? Damn it. I should have sneaked onto the fishing boat earlier when they were moving Hu Ba. Cang Nian was filled with regret, but he knew it had been nearly impossible. The fishing boat was small. 2 adult tigers and 10 men already filled it to the brim, leaving no hiding space. Beep beep. Just then Cang Nian heard a horn behind him. Turning, he saw a pickup truck approaching from the distance, heading in the same direction as the poacher's truck. A sharp bend ahead forced the driver to honk for safety. Seeing this, Cang Nian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he climbed a tree by the roadside. At that moment, the pickup slowed from 80 to 90 kilometers per hour to 20 or 30 to negotiate the curve. Now, Cang Nian leaped from the branch, landing precisely in the pickup's cargo bed. Thud! The impact nearly knocked the wind out of him. Fortunately, no serious injury, just a temporary breathlessness. Hippie, are you messing around back there again? Watch out, Daddy will come punish you. A somewhat carefree young male voice came from the cab. Woof. Cang Nian took a moment to recover and stood up, only to see a pair of beautiful sapphire blue eyes staring at him curiously, letting out a pitiful whimper. It was a husky. A low whine escaped the husky before him. Cang Nian bared his teeth, emitting a soft growl, and stepped forward 2 paces. Frightened, the husky shrank into the corner of the pickup's bed, trembling, but too afraid to make a sound. Seeing how compliant this little creature was, Cang Nian silently exhaled in relief. Good thing it's not fully grown, otherwise it might not fear me. He felt fortunate. The husky was not large, roughly his own size. Yet the bloodline suppression of an apex predator over domesticated animals left it no choice but to obey Cang Nian's will. With the little one secured and the driver in the cab ahead unable to stop and check, Cang Nian could finally rest for a while. 50 kilometers of marching hundreds of meters across the river plus the highway pursuit. It had drained his stamina far beyond that of ordinary tigers. If he didn't rest soon, Cang Nian estimated his heart might simply stop. While resting, Cang Nian unconsciously surveyed the pickup bed. Besides the small husky, there was a folded large sunshade, a fishing tackle bag, a small stool, a fish keep net, and an empty bucket. Well, looks like a fisherman, and a poor one at that. After a quick glance, Cang Nian couldn't help but mutter inside. Beep beep beep. What the hell, did you pave this road yourself? Driving slow and still blocking me, not letting me pass. You son of a bitch. Hippie, I'm not talking about you, don't mind. After a few minutes, as Cang Nian recovered his strength, a string of curses came from the front cab. Hearing this, Cang Nian quickly rose, gave a light leap, and hooked his front paws over the edge of the pickup roof, sticking his head out. There, only a dozen meters away from the pickup beneath him, was that familiar small truck. The very one that had captured Tiger Dad and the others. As the pickup sped up just a bit, the truck ahead swerved, slightly blocking the left lane to prevent overtaking. Boss, that idiot behind us wants to overtake. Just stay behind us and breathe our exhaust. In the cab of the small truck the poacher driving glanced at the rearview mirror and burst into laughter. Damn it, a poor bastard hauling livestock dares to mess with me. I want to see what you've got. You'd better not be heading to Kangqing or you'll regret it today. The fisherman on the pickup gritted his teeth furious. He stopped trying to overtake, but kept following the truck at a distance. Hey, turns out he's a coward after all. Seeing the pickup retreat in the rearview mirror the truck driver sneered contentedly. Looks like I won't have to risk jumping between vehicles myself, Cang Nian thought quite relieved. The pickup was still considerably faster than the truck loaded with 10 poachers and the 2 adult tigers, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. So his original plan had been to wait for the pickup to overtake the truck and jump from one to the other. But that was far too difficult and dangerously risky. Cang Nian's current vertical jump reached nearly 2 meters, his long jump almost 4 meters. Nowhere near enough to leap onto the roof of the truck's cargo box. The only place where he could cling without being seen was the junction between the cab and the bed. Between 2 vehicles racing at 70 to 80 kilometers per hour leaping across a gap, less than half a meter at the front-to-bed connection, then landing on a spot so narrow it was next to impossible. The difficulty was astronomical. Even with many of his skills having evolved considerably, Cang Nian had no sure confidence. But he had to attempt it, otherwise if the pickup and the truck went to different destinations he would lose them. Fortunately the poacher in front had provoked the fisherman, giving Cang Nian a free ride along the way. Back in the bed, ignoring the shivering husky, Cang Nian closed his eyes and continued to rest, restoring his strength. Only when they reached a place where humans gathered where the poachers would transfer Tiger Dad and the others to some confined spot would the environment be complex enough for him to have a chance to rescue them. Screech, sudden brakes made the tires skid against the ground with a piercing sound. Cang Nian quickly stabilized himself, avoiding a collision with the truck bed. Rising to look, he saw the sun setting and the surroundings had turned into an urban landscape with the first red light intersection ahead. Thank goodness this fisherman hasn't lost them. Seeing the truck carrying Tiger Dad and the others directly in front, Cang Nian nodded. After another series of twists and turns the truck finally came to a halt. Hey, kid, I just wouldn't let you overtake. Why follow us all this way? What, you want to pick a fight? At that moment the poacher driver walked over and tapped on the pickup's window. Sure enough, this tailing is too obvious. Anyone could notice. Cang Nian felt embarrassed for the fisherman. But this was a good opportunity. Taking advantage of their squabble, Cang Nian slipped from the truck bed into the roadside shrubbery under cover of darkness. Then moving cautiously toward the truck ahead, he glanced left and right, saw no one watching, and leaped onto the junction between the cab and the cargo bed. But this position was still unsafe, for the poacher who was scolding the fisherman might return and spot him here. To save Tiger Dad and the others, Cang Nian dared not gamble. He crouched low, coiled his hind legs, and sprang straight onto the roof of the cargo box. Given his size, this was an absolute blind spot. Half a minute later the poacher driver and the fisherman reached an understanding through friendly discussion. Boss, it's settled. No tail anymore. Returning to the cab, the poacher driver reported with a smile. Good. The boss nodded. Though their trade didn't carry the death penalty, it still meant a minimum of 10 years. They had to be careful. The truck set off again, and after another stretch of driving finally stopped at a place that looked like a factory. Immediately the cargo box opened, and the poachers carried Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, and Tiger Brother inside. Watching this, Cang Nian slipped down from the truck without a sound and hid in a patch of shadow. After the truck left, he approached the factory front and circled it, but found no easy way in. However, about 3 meters up the exterior wall there was a row of small windows, without glass, only reinforced steel bars. The gaps between the bars were narrow enough for him to squeeze through. Thinking this, Cang Nian extended his claws, dug them into the concrete wall, and climbed upward step by step. This was far harder than climbing a tree. There were no handholds at all, only his claws gripping the rough surface, which made his teeth ache. But finally he reached the small window. Barely squeezing through the steel bars, Cang Nian entered the unguarded factory. Yet the scene inside left him stunned. In the factory there were countless iron cages, both large and small. With Cang Nian's excellent night vision, he could see all kinds of wild animals inside the cages. Besides the tiger father and tiger mother that Cang Nian first spotted, there were also brown bears, lynxes, sika deer, and wild roe deer. Most of the nationally protected animals from the snowy forests of northeast China could be found here. Yet this was not the most terrifying sight. The most horrifying was that many cages were empty, and the area surrounded by cages had a patch of concrete floor stained with a dark rust-like color. On the open ground nearby, various animal skins were stretched taut over bamboo frames and hung on racks. Several tiger heads were placed on a table, seemingly treated with something, and looked like exquisite works of art. Moreover, antlers, bear paws, tiger teeth. In short, all those animal products that commanded high prices in the gray areas of the law could be seen here. Cang Nian even spotted a bucket filled with pinkish-white powder, and beside it lay a half-stripped bone. He suspected it was powder ground from tiger bones. Seeing this, Cang Nian finally understood why the poachers insisted on using tranquilizer guns. For one, live ammunition was strictly controlled in the Dragon Kingdom and hard to obtain. But equally, tranquilizer guns allowed them to capture live animals and obtain intact high-quality pelts. Although it was not unusual for animals to fight among themselves and kill each other. Even though the tiger father had killed a male tiger yesterday and skinned it to use as a mattress, seeing these wild animals slaughtered by poachers and turned into various products still filled Cang Nian with a sense of sorrow and sympathy. I must rescue the tiger father and his family as soon as possible, or they will end up like this. Seeing this, Cang Nian felt a chill, and a strong sense of urgency arose in his heart. This was the poachers' base for processing their prey. The captured wild animals were brought here where they were slaughtered, processed, and turned into finished products, all in one place. It was very possible that by tomorrow morning someone would come to slaughter the tiger father and tiger mother, turning them into items on the floor tables and racks. Thinking of this, Cang Nian quickly ran to the cage where the tiger father and tiger mother were held. Perhaps because the tiger cub was still nursing, the poachers had locked the cub with its mother. But looking at the thick steel bars and the fine wire mesh, a sense of helplessness rose in Cang Nian's heart. This was a cage strong enough to hold the tiger father. He had no way to break it open by force. Then Cang Nian searched the entire factory, but found no keys. Clearly the poachers had not left the keys to the animal cages here. This made Cang Nian frantic with anxiety. What should he do? In one night, if he couldn't rescue the tiger father and his family, they might be slaughtered tomorrow. Roar! At that moment, an excited roar came from the side. Turning around, he saw that the tiger father, who had been dosed with countless tranquilizer darts, had woken up and was calling out excitedly upon seeing him. But when the tiger father stood up, he realized he was trapped in a cage, so he raised his paw and struck the bars vigorously. However, no matter how powerful the tiger father was, he was still made of flesh and blood. The poachers, for their own safety, would certainly not cut corners on the quality of the cages. Thus, even though the tiger father's paws went numb from hitting the steel bars, did not bend in the slightest. The commotion from the tiger father woke up the tiger mother and the cub. The cub ran toward Cang Nian, but the wire mesh between the bars prevented it from passing through. Roar! As for the tiger mother, after waking up for a moment and realizing they were no longer in the jungle, a sense of danger rose in her heart. Seeing Cang Nian still outside the cage, she urged him to leave. Though she didn't fully understand the situation, if even the tiger father couldn't escape, then whatever they were facing was certainly dangerous. Since Cang Nian wasn't trapped, he should run away and stay far from this perilous place. The tiger mother's thinking was always this simple. Seeing that even while she herself was in danger, her first instinct was to keep him safe, Cang Nian was deeply moved. This made him even more desperate to rescue the tiger mother and the others. But although this place isn't extremely remote, there are no people around. Even if he roared as loud as he could, no one would notice. Presumably during the day, the poachers would run noisy machines to make it seem like they were processing goods, drowning out the sounds of the imprisoned animals. Moreover, having witnessed their own kind being killed, skinned, and dismembered before their eyes with their cries unable to reach the outside world, the animals had become numb. I can't save the tiger mother and the others on my own. I need outside help. Cang Nian analyzed the current situation. Got it. After a moment of thought, an idea came to Cang Nian's mind. Roar. Then he looked at the tiger father, tiger mother, and cub, and roared. Understanding his meaning, the three tigers nodded in unison. Roar. The tiger father even patted the cage and let out a low growl. Don't worry. Dad will definitely make it happen. Leaving the factory, Cang Nian firmly memorized the location. Then he dashed toward the nearest bustling city district. Though night had fallen, adults had worked all day and children had attended school all day. After a tiring day, they occasionally treated themselves in the evening. Thus for the city, the night was not a time of stillness, but rather a vibrant carnival full of energy. Arriving in the neon-lit, lively area, Cang Nian did not hide his presence as before, but instead strolled openly along the streets. The summer heat was intense, and even at night it was still quite warm. So the young ladies on the street were dressed rather lightly, bare thighs, colorful hot shorts, making it hard for Cang Nian to take everything in. His angle was rather awkward. Looking up, he could easily see under their skirts. Hey, whose little cat is this? It looks so tiger-like. Isn't that a little tiger? I've seen one at the zoo. I can't be mistaken. Does our Kong City have a zoo? I've never heard of it. Could it be wild? This is almost downtown, right? How did it sneak in without being noticed? Who cares how it got in? A little tiger. How cute. Let big sister pet you, okay? Wow, it's actually letting me pet it. Cang Nian's blatant appearance in the busy area quickly caught the attention of passers-by, and soon people were discussing it. A brave young lady even crouched down and tentatively reached out her hand. And this was exactly the effect Cang Nian wanted. Acting curious, he sniffed the young lady's palm and obediently let her stroke his head. But shouldn't wild little tigers be returned to the wild? Who's in charge of that? The Forestry Bureau. Who knows the phone number of the Forestry Bureau? In case of an emergency, call the police. At that moment, bystanders chatting nearby said this. Hearing this, Cang Nian's lips curled slightly. That's it. Yeah. It's over by Longhua Plaza on the pedestrian street. There's a little tiger. Of course it's real, why would I lie to you? Officer, don't go questioning my character on empty suspicion. Hurry up and come. A crowd has already gathered, so you'll see it as soon as you arrive. Please take this little tiger away and send it back to the mountains. It might just be lost and wandering into the city. Don't go summoning the mountain deity, would you? Though the young people around, especially the pretty young women, were eager to interact with Cang Nian a while longer, surrounding him so tightly that not a single person could squeeze through. But some of the elderly folks who had come out for an evening walk after dinner understood the urgency of the situation, and someone had already taken out their phone to call the police. And Cang Nian, standing at the center of a circle of young women, heard all of this, and a faint smile curled the corners of his mouth. Then, no longer content to stand still while strangers petted the tiger, he darted nimbly through the gaps in the crowd and bolted. Hey, the little tiger's running away. Catch it. Don't run around. Little cutie, watch out for the cars. Chase it quick. Don't let it escape. When the officers get here, it'll be such a mess. Cang Nian's escape left the onlookers, who had been snapping photos in confusion, shouting in disarray. Even some of the younger people who had wanted to take more photos and interact with the tiger, as well as certain middle-aged and elderly folks with a stronger sense of social responsibility, joined the pursuit. Fortunately, Cang Nian hadn't gotten very far. As though suddenly startled, he cowered fearfully in the bushes of the greenery nearby. But as soon as the crowd drew near, Cang Nian turned and ran. Taking advantage of a red light, he darted across the road to the opposite sidewalk. Seeing this, everyone chased after him, and Cang Nian kept running. But each time he only ran a short distance before stopping, as though he found the whole game amusing and was waiting for the people behind him to catch up. Hey, this little tiger is far too mischievous. How is it more agile than a cat? Didn't they say it was the tiger's master? Do you actually believe fable stories? But it really is a bit strange. How can such a small tiger have such athletic ability? The ones I saw at the zoo that size would stumble after 2 steps. Can you compare zoo-bred ones with ones raised in the wild? Exactly. The ones at the zoo are just fat tigers. The ones on the mountain are mountain deities. The crowd chasing after Cang Nian gradually thinned out, yet a sizable number of idle onlookers still kept following. Moreover, along the way, seeing such an entertaining spectacle, more and more people would join in the chase. And so Cang Nian toyed with the crowd ahead, drawing them in and pulling away, always keeping them at arm's length. What none of them realized was that Cang Nian's escape route was nearly a straight line, a line pointing directly at that factory. Finally, through Cang Nian's careful manipulation, he led them back to the industrial park where the factory stood. And Cang Nian himself slipped through a gap in the unstable gate. Seeing this, some stopped at the entrance while the bolder ones scaled the wall to enter. When they saw others climbing over, the rest soon followed suit. Though breaking into an industrial park at night and trespassing was strictly speaking unlawful behavior, but the law rarely punishes the crowd. Thus, even after Cang Nian had run back to the factory, more than 30 people still trailed behind him. Finally, seeing the familiar factory, Cang Nian quickly raised his front paws and clung to the factory door with both sets of claws. Ow, ow. A childish voice tinged with panic and fear issued from Cang Nian's young throat. Just as everyone was puzzled about why Cang Nian had stopped running and was instead howling at the factory, a terrifying roar erupted from within. Ow. The sound was soul-piercing enough to make even those with guilty consciences feel a sudden pang of unease. Ow. Ow, ow. Then 2 more voices answered, one large and one small. The first was slightly sharper than the initial terrifying roar, yet equally frightful. The second resembled Cang Nian's cry, unmistakably belonging to a youngster. What? Are there tigers inside? Definitely. I've heard tiger roars at the zoo. They're somewhat similar, but nowhere near this powerful. It made my heart tremble. Damn, you scared the life out of me. My legs went weak. What's going on? Why are there tigers here? And they should be adults. Could they be this little tiger's parents? From the sound, there seems to be another young one. Who cares? Kong City doesn't have a zoo, so these tigers must be illegally kept. Doesn't matter what they're for. Calling the police is the right move, right? Call the police quickly. Hearing the sounds emanating from the factory, the crowd that had followed erupted into chaos. Hello, police. I'm reporting a crime. There's a factory over here, and we can hear tiger sounds from inside. We suspect some criminal elements are operating. I was wondering if you could send officers. I'm pretty sure I'm looking at an automatic 3rd-class merit. I'm not entirely sure where we are, though. Hey, officer, wanna add WeChat? I'll send you the location. A young man took out his phone first to file the police report. You've got some nerve, kid. Harassing a female officer like that. Doesn't that count as assaulting an officer? An older man, a stranger who had come only to chase after Cang Nian, gave him a thumbs up and remarked, assaulting an officer? I didn't even touch her. What are you talking about? The young man rolled his eyes. In my opinion, based on your looks, asking for a girl's WeChat could absolutely count as assault. Beside him, a pretty young woman who had followed along spoke without expression. Hey, look, I actually succeeded in assaulting her. The young man was temporarily silenced, but when the friend request to the female operator went through, he turned his phone around and showed it off smugly. He then sent the location over. At this point, Cang Nian felt completely at ease. With police involvement, the factory would be forcibly entered soon enough, and all the sins within would be exposed to the sunlight. The police would arrest the poachers and bring them to justice. And his family? He guessed they'd be escorted back to the mountains by the armed police. Everything would turn out just fine. Just then a series of police sirens wailed through the night. The dark industrial park was bathed in brilliant light from the approaching headlights. Do police responses happen this fast now? I sent the location less than 2.5 minutes ago. Seeing this, the young man who had filed the report looked bewildered. Nobody move. Uncle Chin, look. I told you this place is harboring criminal elements. 30+ people not home at night, acting sneakily, clearly up to no good. At this moment, several police cars screeched to a halt in front of the factory. Then a voice Cang Nian found familiar rang out. He focused his gaze and was slightly stunned. Isn't that the fisherman? Officer, please don't wrong an innocent man. We are all law-abiding citizens. Seeing this, the young man quickly spoke. Uncle Chin, listen. This might be a spy from Sakura country. The angler pointed at the young man. What's going on here? Who'd like to explain? The middle-aged man in police uniform, unfazed by the angler's words, looked at the 30-odd people, clearly not belonging to the same group. Let me. We saw a little tiger on the street, called the police to have it captured, and returned to the mountains. As it tried to flee, we thought to ease the officer's task, so we followed it. But the little tiger was too agile, we couldn't catch up, and that's how we ended up here. It just yowled at this door, and from inside came the sounds of 2 adult tigers and another cub, so we just called the police again, waiting for backup. Officer, look, this is my call log. No criminal would call the police before you arrived, right? The young man hurriedly spoke, trying to clear his name. When he showed the call log on his phone, the middle-aged police officer nodded, already 70 or 80% convinced. Uncle Chin, see, I told you so. That guy is definitely up to no good. This is illegal poaching of wildlife. A national first-class protected animal. He deserves at least 3 to 5 years. The angler's heart leaped with joy. Looks like you didn't mess things up for me. Xiaozhang, get the bolt cutters and cut this lock. The middle-aged officer's lips curled slightly as he gave the order decisively. Captain Chin, shouldn't we get approval from above first? A young officer with clear eyes asked in bewilderment. Hearing this, the middle-aged officer couldn't help rubbing his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Approval, my ass. Open this door, and it's a collective third-class merit. Didn't you hear they just called the police? By the time your approval comes through, the bird will have flown. The angler, less concerned with protocol, said bluntly. Ahem. Mind the image. The middle-aged officer coughed twice, lowering his voice. But he couldn't suppress his grin. Hearing the angler, some officers who hadn't fully grasped the situation suddenly brightened and hurriedly fetched bolt cutters from the police car. Seeing this, Cang Nian quickly moved aside. With a crisp snap, the thick padlock fell to the ground. As the gate swung open, everything inside the factory was revealed. In iron cages, wild animals languished, some haggard, some numb. Skins, tiger heads, bare paws, powdered tiger bone. At this sight, the smile faded from the middle-aged officer's face. Shall we go back now and check the surveillance? Not a single criminal behind this gets away. Arrest them tonight. The middle-aged officer acted with swift decisiveness. Early the next morning, a batch of fresh food was delivered to the factory. Kong City had no zoo, so the rescued animals had to remain here. Naturally, Cang Nian was caged together with the mother tiger. From conversations among the officers passing by, Cang Nian learned that the plan for the rescued animals was to keep them until they regained health and were deemed capable of surviving in the wild, then release them in batches. So, funded by some department or other, the rescued animals were provided with nutritious, palatable food. But the good news was that, according to animal experts who arrived overnight, Cang Nian's family was in good health and could be released immediately. Moreover, the police were highly efficient. They apprehended all members of the poaching gang in one night, and from their hunting records identified the original habitats of the rescued animals. Thus, by noon today, once the armed police were ready, Cang Nian's family could be sent back to their original habitat. Cang Nian overheard all this from the officers chatting while guarding the place. There was also some news irrelevant to Cang Nian. Like, the poachers weren't just guilty of illegal hunting and trafficking, they had also committed murder and human trafficking, being a roving gang that had escaped justice in earlier years. Due to immature investigative techniques, the cases had been unsolved, allowing them to evade punishment. But this time they were finally caught, and the old cases were cracked, making this a significant contribution to crime fighting. Therefore, the police team, led by the middle-aged officer whom the angler called Uncle Chin, was almost certain to receive a collective second-class merit. Soon the tiger family tasted beef for the first time, and outside, an armed police transport vehicle arrived. Given the immense exertion along the way, Cang Nian, weighing 7 kilograms, managed to devour 2 kilograms of beef, leaving its belly round and full. Loaded onto the transport vehicle, Cang Nian eagerly anticipated returning home. Meanwhile, at the Kong City police station, a whole criminal investigation team was buzzing with excitement. But the team leader Qin Changyi and the angler remained in the surveillance room. On a split monitor screen, several clips played repeatedly. The first clip showed the angler's pickup truck tailing the poacher's truck into the city. In the truck bed, a small black, white, and orange tiger clung to the roof, seemingly observing the truck ahead. The second clip showed the angler's pickup and the poacher's truck stopping in a deserted alley. Unnoticed, the small black, white, and orange tiger jumped from the truck bed and slipped into the roadside shrubs. A moment later, a dark shadow darted from the shrubs, leaped onto the gap between the truck's cab and container, and within seconds the little tiger climbed atop the container, hidden from ground view. The final clip showed the truck leaving the industrial park. The little tiger was no longer on the container. "Uncle Qin, do you think this little thing might have become a spirit?" the angler said with lingering fear. Though Cang Nian's size posed no obvious threat, an animal of such intelligence inspired genuine dread. According to the poacher's statements, they hunted the 2 adults and 1 cub yesterday afternoon, and their habitat is a full 130 kilometers from Kong City. Even discounting the highway stretch, it's over 50 kilometers in a straight line crossing the Kong River. It ran all the way from its habitat with the clear purpose of rescuing those 3 tigers. And if our earlier speculation is correct, if it wanted to escape, no one could have kept up. So it's wandering into the bustling area, being spotted and surrounded, luring a crowd of onlookers back to the factory where the animals were held. All of it was meticulously planned. Qin Changyi spoke slowly, and the more he said, the more his scalp crawled. Meanwhile, Cang Nian was unaware that under the ubiquitous surveillance system, his abnormality had already been exposed. At that moment, Cang Nian and his family were being transported back to their original habitat by armed police. Clang! As the iron cage door opened, Tiger Father rushed out excitedly. Then Tiger Mother led the 2 little ones out from another cage. The tiger family did not linger there. They quickly slipped into the dense forest. After a moment, the heavily armed police retrieved the cages from the distant fishing boat. "TSK. I thought it would be troublesome, but this tiger family didn't turn around to attack us," an armed police officer exclaimed in amazement. "Hey, they're clever, especially the smallest one. Have you seen Douyin? Yesterday, many passersby filmed it. Everyone guessed that the little tiger specifically sought humans to rescue the big tiger." His companion, full of enthusiasm, spoke with conviction. "Really that miraculous?" The officer who spoke first was skeptical. "Miraculous? That's the mountain god, the pure yang body. How could any evil or ghost dare to approach the mountain god?" The armed police had released Cang Nian's family at the exact spot where the poachers had loaded Tiger Father and the others onto the fishing boat. Even the fishing boat they used was the same one. Thus, this was already Tiger Father and Tiger Mother's territory, a place they knew well. Soon the tiger family crossed the dense forest and returned to the open ground. However, the most conspicuous sight was the half-eaten elk carcass that had been lying on the ground, now reduced to a skeleton with only a few shreds of meat clinging to the bones. Obviously, during the time Tiger Father and his family were captured, without Tiger Father's deterrence, any creature dared to sneak a bite. Seeing this, Tiger Brother was furious, pacing indignantly around the skeletal remains of the elk. That was their family's food, and it had been devoured by other animals. Tiger Father and Tiger Mother, however, were not overly angry. Survival in the jungle always involves unexpected mishaps. Being captured by poachers and returning safely was already a blessing. As for prey, with Tiger Father and Tiger Mother's hunting skills, catching more was never a concern. So they took the loss of the unfinished meal in stride. Cang Nian, however, frowned. This evolved elk was so large that only Tiger Father in the entire forest could have hunted it. Now that most of its evolved meat has been eaten by other creatures, will it spawn a group of carnivorous evolved beings? Cang Nian thought with concern. Evolution could make creatures stronger and smarter, as evidenced by Tiger Father and Tiger Brother. If the carnivores in this forest grew stronger, their demand for meat would increase, their hunting prowess would improve, and they would indirectly encroach on Cang Nian's family's living space. But I shouldn't worry too much. It's only half an evolved elk. It's unlikely to produce a creature more powerful than Tiger Father. Tigers are born with one of the top physiques among land carnivores. Besides, I have the system. I can keep getting stronger through self-discipline. As a tiger at the top of the food chain, if I feared other animals evolving and threatening my dominance, I'd be too pathetic. But after a moment's thought, Cang Nian shook his head. Squeak. Just as Cang Nian was pondering, a squeaking sound came from the tree. Looking up, he saw the little purple marten joyfully dancing, as if welcoming their return. Squeak, squeak. Then the little purple marten ran down, approached Cang Nian, and cried out pitifully. Its voice carried a note of self-reproach, like a child who had done something wrong. So the evolved meat hanging on the tree was stolen. Understanding what the little purple marten meant, Cang Nian was not surprised. After all, many animals could climb trees, and some of them were stronger than the little purple marten. Without Tiger Father's deterrent, the elk carcass on the ground had been gnawed clean, so how could the dried meat hanging in the tree have escaped? Roar! Cang Nian raised a paw and gently patted the little purple marten's head to comfort it. It's okay, it's gone. We'll catch more prey later. He had asked the little purple marten to guard the meat strips, but at the time he hadn't thought much about it. Squeak! Not being blamed, the little purple marten was deeply moved and hugged Cang Nian's paw, squeaking. Roar! Just then Tiger Father stepped forward, approached Cang Nian and the little purple marten, and let out a low roar. Seeing this, the little purple marten fearfully hid behind Cang Nian. Having only known Tiger Father for 2 days, it was still very intimidated, unable to be as close as Cang Nian and Tiger Brother were. Is Tiger Father asking the little purple marten which animal ate the elk he hunted? Understanding the meaning in Tiger Father's roar, Cang Nian muttered. Clearly Tiger Father wasn't too upset about losing his hunted prey, but he still wanted to take revenge on the creature that had stolen his meal. Likewise, he wanted to tell the animals of this forest who was the king. Squeak! The little purple marten was clever. It understood Tiger Father's intent and immediately squeaked, recounting what it had seen. The scavengers included foxes, wolves, lynxes, and badgers, but in the end a large brown bear had taken over, driving away the others and eating the remaining elk meat alone. Not knowing how to name these animals, the little purple marten described their sizes and shapes by running on the ground, pointing with its claws at leaves of different colors to indicate their fur. After a while, Cang Nian and Tiger Father finally understood. After listening to and deciphering the little purple marten's lengthy description, Tiger Father's gaze turned sharp. He knew that brown bear. Its territory overlapped with his. Previously, to ensure Tiger Mother's safety during pregnancy and cub-rearing, Tiger Father had fought it several times, driving it away from the vicinity. He never expected that while his family was ambushed and captured by poachers, that bear would sneak in and devour the prey he had worked so hard to hunt. As for the other small creatures, stealing a little was forgivable. As the king of this forest, it would be beneath him to bother with them. But this bear, this could not be let slide. Roar! Tiger Father's eyes darted, then he gave a warning to Tiger Mother, Cang Nian, and Tiger Brother before dashing toward the opposite bank of the creek. With a single leap, he crossed the stream and plunged into the dense forest. Is Tiger Father going to pick a fight with that brown bear? A thought surfaced in Cang Nian's mind. After a brief consideration, he chased after Tiger Father. This kind of thrilling event, though he couldn't participate, he could at least watch from the audience. Reaching the creek, Cang Nian plunged into the water, paddling swiftly. Within seconds he had crossed, then shook off the water soaking into his fur, and quickly followed the scent of Tiger Father. Ding! Running one's running skill proficiency increased by 1. 26,100. Having followed Tiger Dad for quite a while, until the system notification sounded in Cang Nian's mind, Tiger Dad finally stopped. This place was more than 10 kilometers from the main habitat of Cang Nian's family. And when Tiger Dad was running, he did not exert his full strength, but instead maintained a good state. Having arrived here, even Cang Nian could smell a strong odor. It belonged to a large carnivore. A roar, as expected, only moments later came from not far away, carrying a warning tone. Cang Nian looked toward the sound and saw a massive brown bear on all fours roaring at Tiger Dad, who had not concealed his approach. The opponent was quite large. Cang Nian estimated it could weigh over 400 kilograms, perhaps even half a ton. Moreover, from the sound, scent, and the bear's fur and posture, it was apparent that, like Tiger Dad, it had not been an adult for long in its species and was at its physical peak. Seeing the bear's round belly, Cang Nian knew that little Sable had remembered correctly. It was this very creature that had scavenged and eaten the prey Tiger Dad had hunted so hard. At this moment, seeing the brown bear that had stolen his prey actually daring to bark at him, Tiger Dad's fiery temper flared up instantly. A roar, a resounding tiger's roar, echoed through the jungle. Without a word, Tiger Dad charged straight at the brown bear. The sturdy Tiger Dad, who seemed stocky in build, was actually extraordinarily agile. The speed he burst into instantly made Cang Nian certain that he could never keep up with him at his current level. Tiger Dad made a sudden charge, abruptly reaching the brown bear and startling it. The next second, Tiger Dad pushed off the ground with his hind paws, raised his front paws, and swung his pair of tiger paws at the bear's head. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of slaps connected one after another like firecrackers, exploding, suggesting how astonishing the force was. But the brown bear had never expected that Tiger Dad, who only used to drive it away, would be so ferocious this time. Instantly, it fled in panic, covering its head in pain. Fortunately, it was thick-skinned and bulky. Retreating repeatedly, it finally escaped Tiger Dad's terrifying onslaught. But in just a few seconds of attack, the brown bear was already bleeding from its mouth and nose. Clearly, even if it couldn't be killed by a direct blow, it had suffered considerable damage. Meanwhile, Tiger Dad, growing braver, chased after it in a few strides, lifting his paws to swipe left and right. This is too fierce. Is this the suppression of evolved beings over non-evolved beings? Watching Tiger Dad easily dominate the brown bear, Cang Nian was stunned. In a battle between apex predators, weight is a very important decisive factor. Greater weight means terrifying strength and powerful defense, an innate advantage. Yet the brown bear before him was estimated to be over 30% heavier than Tiger Dad, but the battle had turned out like this. Cang Nian had just been worried that Tiger Dad might be in mortal danger. However, Tiger Dad's flurry of attacks had inflicted many wounds on the brown bear, but not fatal ones, and instead had aroused the bear's ferocity. A roar. The enraged brown bear, disregarding everything, rose up on its hind legs and lunged at Tiger Dad, opening its huge maw and revealing long fangs aiming to bite Tiger Dad's throat. However, although Tiger Dad had come for revenge, he fought very rationally. Seeing the brown bear pounce, Tiger Dad leaped over its head. Then, with his forepaws pushing off from a thick tree trunk behind the bear, he executed a reverse maneuver and directly pounced onto the bear's back. The next second, without hesitation, Tiger Dad opened his huge mouth and bit down on the bear's nape. This made the brown bear terrified, struggling desperately to throw Tiger Dad off. Being bitten on the nape by a peer opponent, if not freed within a short time, meant death. If the spine was bitten through, the connection between the brain and body would be severed, instantly paralyzing it and losing all ability to resist. But how could Tiger Dad be thrown off so easily? His long, sharp, and curved claws dug into the bear's back, piercing through the fur and embedding deeply into the fat and muscle, firmly anchoring Tiger Dad in place. Unable to shake Tiger Dad off by thrashing, the brown bear quickly lay down on the ground, hoping that its weight and strength would force Tiger Dad to let go. However, Tiger Dad knew that now was the most critical moment to end the battle quickly. A tiger's stamina is far inferior to a brown bear's. If his physical strength quickly drained in the fight, the scales of victory would tip toward the bear. Tiger Dad had a clear understanding of both sides' strengths and weaknesses. Despite being slammed against the ground and pounded against tree trunks by the bear's struggles, making hollow thuds, Tiger Dad still held on to the bear's nape with a death grip, frantically increasing his force. Crack. Finally, with a crisp sound, the brown bear's limbs and torso were no longer under its brain's control, and it crashed to the ground. Only then did Tiger Dad release his grip, panting heavily. This battle seemed swift, but it had taken a heavy toll on him, especially when biting through the bear's spine. The opponent's neck had a thick layer of fat for protection. If Tiger Dad's fangs were not long enough, they would not even reach the bear's spinal bones, and all the force would have been absorbed by the fat layer. However, after catching his breath for just a moment, Tiger Dad quickly used his large paws to flip the bear over, then bit through its throat from the front. The broken spine only rendered it immobile. Only by biting through the throat could it be killed. Soon the brown bear was completely lifeless, an apex predator fallen near its own lair. A roar. At this moment, Tiger Dad let out a roar toward Cang Nian's direction. As expected, I can't hide from Tiger Dad. Cang Nian was not surprised. After all, Tiger Dad was an excellent hunter. It was impossible for him not to notice Cang Nian's clumsy tracking. Whether by sound or scent, it was enough for Tiger Dad to detect his presence. Hearing this, Cang Nian quickly jumped down from the tree and ran to Tiger Dad. Arriving there, Cang Nian could more directly appreciate just how huge this brown bear was. Tiger Dad had already torn open the bear's fur with his claws and was tearing off a piece of meat from its thigh to eat. Brown bears are not pure carnivores. The blood and flesh of omnivores do not accumulate high acidity. In fact, bear meat is quite delicious, and bear paws were once a highlight dish in state banquets. Cang Nian did not stand on ceremony. He tore off a strip of meat and wolfed it down. Perhaps because the meat he had eaten earlier was evolved meat, the ordinary beef he had for breakfast had already been mostly digested after running 10 kilometers. Ding. Eating 1 kilogram of evolved meat eating skill proficiency increased by 3. 14,100, huh? This is also evolved meat. The system notification in his mind made Cang Nian astonished. He had thought that Tiger Dad had succeeded in killing the brown bear by relying on the suppression of evolved beings over non-evolved beings. But he never expected that even though Tiger Dad was also an evolved being and weighed over 30% less than the opponent, he still managed to single-handedly kill it with almost no injuries. Compared to himself, who could only become stronger by grinding, Tiger Dad was truly the real protagonist of a tiger's power fantasy, wasn't he? Oh. Seeing Cang Nian stop eating, Tiger Father knew he was full, so he let out a low growl. Does this mean I should call Tiger Mother and Tiger Brother? But why would Tiger Mother need to bring 2 animal hides? Understanding the meaning behind Tiger Father's call, Cang Nian was quite puzzled. Then Tiger Father let out another growl to explain. I see. Tiger Father thinks humans are dangerous. Now that our habitat has been discovered by humans, it makes him uneasy. So it wants to migrate to another place so humans won't know our whereabouts. Immediately, Cang Nian realized the truth. Although it seems unnecessary at first glance, after all, the armed police force will transport them back to their habitat, and they should have awareness of abiding by the law. But upon closer thought, this isn't a top secret matter. Those armed police officers might boast to friends and casually reveal the location. What if someone with ill intent uses this location information to attempt poaching? That would be disastrous. This time it was lucky that the poachers only had tranquilizer guns, which prevented a tragedy. In the unpredictable future, what if someone with powerful connections obtains real firearms? That could cost his entire family their lives. Therefore, after a moment's thought, Cang Nian agreed with Tiger Father's decision. Migrate. Although this open space is convenient for his own physical training, life safety is more important. Oh. So Cang Nian nodded and let out a growl, then headed back the same way. Half an hour later, Cang Nian returned to the clearing. Seeing Cang Nian appear, Tiger Brother hopped over from afar, growling excitedly, asking if Tiger Father had fought with the big brown bear. Tiger Mother also showed a worried and concerned expression. She had also witnessed that big brown bear. The Tiger Father in the past wasn't as strong as now. His size was slightly smaller than that male tiger who wanted to kill Cang Nian and Tiger Brother and take over Tiger Mother. It was precisely because of this that when Tiger Mother encountered the threat from the male tiger and Cang Nian was in danger, she called Tiger Father for help. Tiger Mother was afraid that with Tiger Father's former size, he couldn't defeat that male tiger at all and would be giving away his life for nothing. As for that big brown bear, the former Tiger Father only dared to use his roar to intimidate and drive it away. Fortunately, the bear had no intention of being enemies with Tiger Father, so no direct conflict ever erupted. Therefore, Tiger Mother had no certainty whether Tiger Father could defeat the opponent. Seeing Tiger Father impulsively go to seek revenge, she was quite worried. Upon seeing this, Cang Nian hurriedly told Tiger Mother and Tiger Brother the outcome. Hearing that Tiger Father had easily killed the big brown bear, Tiger Mother breathed a sigh of relief. However, Tiger Brother was extremely excited. In fact, he had no idea what a brown bear was, even though there was a brown bear locked up nearby the previous night. But from Little Sable's description, it was a very, very big creature, even bigger than Tiger Father. Therefore, in Tiger Brother's eyes, that big brown bear must be very formidable. Knowing that Tiger Father had killed such a powerful big brown bear, Tiger Brother's admiration for Tiger Father grew even stronger. At this moment, Cang Nian told Tiger Mother and Tiger Brother about Tiger Father's decision and took the time to explain the considerations in detail. Tiger Brother understood only partially. He only grasped that they were going to live somewhere else. However, he didn't resist this. Having been exercised by Cang Nian, the originally lazy Tiger Brother developed the curiosity proper to a young animal towards the world, eager to see new things. Therefore, to Tiger Brother, migration was actually travel. As for Tiger Mother, she fully understood and after a bit of thought nodded in agreement. After being captured by humans this time, Tiger Mother also thought it better to be cautious. With Tiger Father's strength, their family could roam freely in the wild. Being farther from humans meant greater safety. Immediately, Tiger Mother trotted back to the cave to fetch 2 animal hides. Migration would be tiring. With 2 hides, the cubs would sleep much more comfortably. Moreover, the animal hides weren't heavy, so carrying them wouldn't affect travel much. While Tiger Mother was going to get the hides, Cang Nian called out to Little Sable on the tree. "Come down. Follow us." The meaning Cang Nian conveyed seemed like a command, but the tone was more like an invitation. Squeak, squeak. Upon hearing the sound, Little Sable slid down from the tree. For Cang Nian's invitation, it naturally agreed. Sables are omnivores with a very broad diet. They can eat pine nuts and wild fruits, insects and birds, even squirrels. Therefore, in this jungle, wherever it went, it wouldn't starve. But following Cang Nian's family, it could eat meat every meal. Very delicious meat. Although omnivorous when meat is available, who would munch on pine nuts? Moreover, most importantly, it's about safety. The presence of tigers intimidates all creatures except humans. Whether it's the leopard lynx or gray heron, these animals that could prey on sables dare not misbehave in front of tigers, nor even stay near tigers. Abundant high-quality food and an absolutely safe living environment, this was already Little Sable's most ideal state of life. So how could it not cling tightly to such a strong supporter? Seeing Little Sable willing to migrate with their family, Tiger Brother was also very happy, shaking his head and swaying. This was his private tiger masseur. If Brother Father Mother wants massage, it's not impossible to lend Little Sable. Tiger Brother's little head only thought about such things. Not long after, Tiger Mother returned to the clearing draped with 2 animal hides. With everything ready, 1 adult, 2 cubs, and an even smaller one, they began their migration. Due to 2 days of strong sun, the stream that had widened due to heavy rain had returned to its original width, with the narrowest part less than 4 meters across. Thus, Tiger Mother sprinted a stretch, leaped up, and landed lightly on the opposite bank. Carrying 2 dry animal hides wasn't taxing, but if they were soaked with water, they would be extraordinarily heavy. Therefore, considering this, Tiger Mother jumped directly across. Then Little Sable was very agile and swam across in a flash. Sables are very agile animals, climbing trees, burrowing, going into water. There's nothing they can't do. Upon reaching the opposite bank, Little Sable shook its body, flung off the water droplets, and looked back. Cang Nian was just about to dive into the water to swim across, when he saw Tiger Brother hesitating, standing anxiously at the edge of the stream, stamping his feet. He had never been in water. Tiger Brother, who had never entered water, feared the stream somewhat, and hesitated for a long time, daring not to step his paw forward. Seeing this, Cang Nian shook his head, and then patted Tiger Brother's bottom with a paw. Down you go. Tiger Brother plopped into the water with a splash, his forepaws flailing, as if they didn't know each other, fighting amongst themselves. The tiger cub flung ashore by Cang Nian initially struggled in frantic panic. But after thrashing for a while, it discovered it was not sinking to the bottom of the water. Soon its flailing paws stilled, and its body floated serenely upon the water's surface. Cang Nian had anticipated this. Tigers are natural swimmers. Even without knowing how to paddle, they would never drown. Especially for cubs, their instinctual buoyancy acquired while floating in amniotic fluid allows them to stay afloat even without prior experience in water. Seeing this, Cang Nian did not waste time plunging into the water and beginning to paddle with all four limbs. Observing Cang Nian swimming through the water, the tiger cub tracked his movements through the clear stream and attempted to move its own paws. Then its body, floating on the water's surface, began to move slowly. However, it had not yet mastered the correct posture for moving forward, progressing as sluggishly as a snail. Thus, Cang Nian swam nimbly to the cub's side, resting his chin upon its back and pushing it toward the opposite shore. The sole issue was that the tiger cub was far too heavy relative to Cang Nian, so much so that even with his evolved paddling technique, it took half a minute to push the cub to the far bank. Upon reaching the shore, the tiger cub instinctively scampered upward, stood on its legs, and vigorously shook the water droplets from its fur. Ow! Cang Nian, whose own fur had also dried considerably, looked back at the cub and urged it to follow. Hearing the call, the tiger cub immediately bounded forward with excitement, keeping pace with Cang Nian. And so they walked deep into the night. Fort Cang Nian, 10 kilometers, was merely a less than half-hour trek. 10 kilometers to Mother Tiger was but a short stretch during her pre-birth territory patrol. 10 kilometers to the diminutive Xiao Zijiao was a distance it could cover with gritted teeth. But 10 kilometers to the tiger cub was a grueling long march across mountains and rivers. From the moment of its birth until now, it could not recall ever having run such a distance. Fortunately, its physical endowment was sufficiently robust, allowing it to endure, albeit at a leisurely pace. Cang Nian had initially presumed Mother Tiger would grow impatient and simply carry the cub in her mouth. Yet in reality, Mother Tiger deliberately intended to train the cub, compelling it to grow through the pressures of its environment. Therefore, no matter how sluggish Mother Tiger showed no inclination to assist, she merely watched from behind, ensuring no reckless creature dared emerge to harm the cub. Meanwhile, Cang Nian was in no hurry. While leading the way ahead, he occasionally climbed trees to hone his arboreal skills and accumulate proficiency in his climbing ability. Self-discipline was carved into his very bones. Training could never cease. Finally, nearly 2 hours after dusk fell, the 3 tigers and 1 sable arrived at their destination. Upon catching the scent, Father Tiger let out a soaring roar. Upon seeing Father Tiger, the tiger cub instantly deflated, collapsing onto the ground in total exhaustion. It was nearly dead from fatigue. Yet the moment it lay prostrate, an intoxicating fragrance seeped into its nostrils like a creeping worm. Instantly, its eyes blazed with light. Struggling to rise, it followed the aroma to the brown bear's carcass. The tiger cub could hardly contain its eagerness, tearing into the flesh and blood with ravenous hunger. Its energy expenditure today had been tremendous. It needed to make good on that loss. Watching the tiger cub devour meat in great bites, Mother Tiger's face broke into a gratified smile. That was the way of it. Train more and eat more, and one would grow stronger. To eat without training would only produce a fat, lazy brute. At that moment, Father Tiger approached Mother Tiger and nuzzled her, urging her to eat as well. Mother Tiger naturally showed no hesitation. Eating the prey her mate had hunted was only natural, was it not? However, already well-fed, Father Tiger followed Mother Tiger to the brown bear's remains. He then tore off a strip of meat and carried it over to Xiao Zijiao. Startled at the sight, Xiao Zijiao quickly ducked behind Cang Nian, daring only to peek out with half its head, observing with its tiny bean-like eyes. Father Tiger first set down the meat strip, then uttered a roar to signify that it was intended for Xiao Zijiao. To this, Xiao Zijiao felt both bewildered and puzzled. Why was Great King treating him so kindly? Is Father Tiger rewarding Xiao Zijiao for the intelligence it provided? Meanwhile, Cang Nian could somewhat fathom the intention behind Father Tiger's gesture. Thus Cang Nian turned and called to Xiao Zijiao, urging it to accept Father Tiger's gift. Hearing Cang Nian's call, and though Father Tiger's oppressive aura was formidable, Xiao Zijiao still gingerly emerged from behind Cang Nian and approached the meat strip, somewhat dazed. Xiao Zijiao instinctively reached out with its paws to lift the meat strip, intending to drag it up a tree for safekeeping, but tumbled flat onto the ground. Too heavy, it could not budge it. This meat strip was larger than its own body, likely weighing 3 kilograms. There was no avoiding it. A father tiger's massive frame made precise portioning nearly impossible even with careful effort. And besides, as the sovereign of the jungle, how could one be so miserly? If the gift for the cub's friend was too meager, where would he save face? Unable to budge, Father Tiger's generously offered gift Xiao Zijiao could only rise from the ground, press its paws together, and sway back and forth in a gesture of reverence, expressing its gratitude. Ji. Great kings might overshadow all. Great king is invincible beneath the heavens. As expected, following the king meant having meat to eat. Though the king himself was not particularly adept at hunting, now Great King certainly was. With a single hunt, Great King could provide enough for a petite frame like his to feast upon for 3 lifetimes. Xiao Zijiao's perception of its role within the group differed from Cang Nian's view of it. Cang Nian regarded it as a friend, but it considered itself a loyal subordinate. After all, in a world governed by the law of the jungle, possessing formidable power was the absolute truth. To be able to serve as Cang Nian's subordinate was already more than enough. It dared not harbor aspirations of standing as an equal, a true friend. Other creatures in the jungle desiring to become the tiger's lackey did not yet possess the qualifications. Seeing Xiao Zijiao express gratitude toward him, Father Tiger felt considerable satisfaction and nodded contentedly. Who did not relish praise and flattery? Even when the object of praise was merely a tiny creature he would ordinarily never notice. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the pleasure derived from being complimented. After all, ancient emperors exalted above all mortals were no different. None possessed a status higher than the Son of Heaven, yet they still rejoiced at the adulation of lowly eunuchs. But just as Father Tiger was reveling in Xiao Zijiao's praise, his tail tip curling with satisfaction, Mother Tiger's roar echoed from nearby. Turning around, he saw Mother Tiger, already satiated, standing beside the brown bear's den with a dark expression. Immediately, Father Tiger trotted over and crouched on the ground like a child who had committed a transgression. Cang Nian deciphered the meaning behind Mother Tiger's roar. She seemed to be scolding Father Tiger for lingering so long, without preparing a shelter for the cub's nightly rest. It appears that even the most fearsome tiger king must submit before a tigress. Cang Nian thought with a suppressed smile. 26 days after birth. Ding. Completed a 10000 meter run. Running skill proficiency increased by 100,100 ding. Congratulations, host. Your running skill proficiency has reached its maximum. The skill has evolved into sprint. Finally maxed out the proficiency. Cang Nian panted heavily, filled with joy. With the skill's evolution, he felt his limb strength surge dramatically once again. Especially his tendons, which had grown noticeably tougher. He first rested for a while, restoring his condition to peak. Then he sprinted along a trail with few obstacles. Whoosh! He left afterimages in his wake, darting through the dense forest with unprecedented speed. My current top speed must far exceed that of ordinary tigers. On open flat ground, I might only be second to the cheetah. Cang Nian estimated his speed, deeply satisfied with this evolution. Now he had one stat that had thoroughly broken through mortal limits. However, he could sense that further improvements to his speed would likely be much harder to achieve. After all, the laws of physics were the limiting factor. A cheetah had sacrificed many things to become the fastest land animal. His current speed already approached that of a cheetah. Pushing beyond this would mean conquering the terrifying air resistance he'd face head-on. Still, this speed was sufficient to handle the vast majority of situations. To put it plainly, if he had possessed this speed 5 days ago, when chasing the poachers, he could have trotted through the first half of the journey as easily as a casual walk, and after crossing the river chased and jumped onto trucks on the highway. Because his family hadn't finished the brown bear meat in one sitting, they had remained where they were ever since. During this time, Cang Nian had been training his running skill intensively, while also helping Tiger Brother build his endurance. Otherwise, with the young tiger gasping for breath after just 10 kilometers, how could they continue their migration? Their original habitat was only 10 kilometers away, which was far insufficient for Tiger Father, who wanted to stay clear of humans. Fortunately, Tiger Brother's physical potential was no joke. Under Cang Nian's strict drill sergeant style, training his stamina improved remarkably fast. In just 4 days, he could complete a 10-kilometer jog in under 2.5 hours. Though still far slower than Cang Nian at his running skill level, it was considerably faster than when he'd only known jogging. For a cub about to reach 1 month old, this was already legendary. At this pace, they could cover 40 kilometers a day with 10 hours of migration. Before long, they'd be far from their original territory, safe from poachers' gaze. Roar! Just as Cang Nian finished testing his evolved speed, a roar echoed from afar. It was Tiger Father summoning him home. It was time to migrate. Impressed by the results of Cang Nian and Tiger Brothers, training Tiger Mother also developed the idea to exercise. Over these 4 days, she and Tiger Father took turns guarding the 2 cubs, while the other one exercised to burn calories. Under normal circumstances, Tiger Mother would never waste her energy this way. But Tiger Father's astonishing transformation combined with his perfect hunting accuracy convinced her that something beyond her understanding had occurred in him. With food now secured, she could train without worry, especially since they were in a hurry to migrate and couldn't afford to waste the brown bear meat. So the two adult tigers took turns exercising to consume energy and speed up their feeding. The method proved effective. While it didn't noticeably increase their speed, the food was indeed consumed much faster. Today the brown bear meat was finally finished. It was time to migrate. Since among the 4 family members only Cang Nian knew where the nearest human settlement was, he took the lead at the front. Since we're migrating, we should head somewhere with a better living environment. Let me think. First, there must be a convenient, clean, and continuous water source. At minimum, a stream would suffice. Second, there must be a reliable herd of medium to large prey, elk, deer, reindeer, red deer, moose, and so on. Additionally, there needs to be a flat grassland where I can freely sprint and train my various skills. It also needs to be sufficiently safe. Not like the mountain to the north where a heavy rain caused a landslide burying countless animals. Cang Nian pondered the requirements for a new habitat, his gaze sweeping around before settling on the southwest direction. To the northeast was Kong City, and due north lay the mountain that had collapsed into a mudslide after the previous heavy rain. The southwest was also mountainous, but the terrain was relatively flat with enough elevated areas to avoid being trapped by floods during heavy rains. Roar! Turning back, Cang Nian let out a roar toward Tiger Father, Tiger Mother, Tiger Brother, and Little Weasel, who were already then set off toward the southwest. Seeing this, the 3 tigers and 1 weasel had no objections and followed behind Cang Nian. After the previous experience of being captured by poachers and rescued by Cang Nian, even Tiger Father, who had spent the least time with him, understood that Cang Nian was far smarter than any of them. So there was no need for Tiger Father to worry about migration strategy. He left all decisions to Cang Nian. Tiger Father himself carried 3 animal hides on his back, following at the rear, walking slowly. The family of 4 tigers plus the little weasel, 5 animals in total, with Tiger Brother being the slowest. But migration was not overly urgent, so, to give Tiger Brother some exercise, they had agreed to proceed at his pace. Cang Nian's agility meant safety was never a concern. Only Tiger Brother, the chubby little one, ran slowly and had the most meat on him, so he needed careful watching. Thus Tiger Father positioned himself at the rear of the formation, both as a deterrent and to prevent any reckless creature from harming Tiger Brother. Yet honestly, this worry might have been unnecessary. After all, aside from humans, tigers were the overlords of the northeastern snowy mountains. 2 healthy young adult tigers, a male and female, were enough to deter anyone from provoking them. Cang Nian, leading from the front, occasionally hunted small animals weighing over 1 kilogram to practice and increase his killing skill proficiency. Even during migration, Cang Nian wouldn't waste time and would seize every opportunity to improve himself. Tiger Mother walked ahead of Tiger Brother, occasionally turning back to urge him not to slack off. Little Weasel stayed beside Tiger Brother, chirping encouragement so he wouldn't lose heart. Tiger Father, bringing up the rear, would also nudge Tiger Brother with his paw whenever he caught him trying to slack. After these few days together, Tiger Father already knew that both cubs possessed exceptional talent. Tiger Brother was merely being lazy, not physically unable to keep up. Thus he adopted a strict father's attitude, urging him onward. Roar! Only Tiger Brother howled in agony. Previously, only his big brother had urged him to train. Now his big brother led from the front and wouldn't bother with him, while Tiger Father, Tiger Mother, and even the little weasel who massaged and scratched him were all supervising. Woo-hoo-hoo. I don't want to migrate anymore. What began as a fun and relaxed trip quickly turned into exhausting labor for Tiger Brother. On the 28th day of his birth, ding. After 3 hours of opening his eyes, proficiency in the eye-opening skill has increased by 100,100 ding. Congratulations, host. Proficiency in eye-opening has reached maximum level, and the skill has evolved into far sight. While hunting during migration, Cang Nian suddenly heard a system notification echo in his mind. Immediately his vision grew significantly clearer, and looking into the distance no longer blurred as it once had. It was now perfectly sharp. It was as if a thin film of fog had once shrouded his eyes, but now the fog had entirely dissipated, and everything appeared remarkably refreshed. The eye-opening skill has finally evolved. That wasn't easy. Cang Nian mused in his heart. He had obtained this skill on the 5th day of his birth. However, the proficiency gained 1 level every 3 hours. He kept his eyes open. There was simply no way to accelerate it. He could only slowly accumulate progress. Fortunately, accumulating slightly more than 4 levels per day eventually led to its evolution. Not bad. My vision has improved, making it easier to spot prey. If any danger approaches, I'll also be able to detect it sooner. Cang Nian was in high spirits. They had begun migrating from the brown bear's territory, and it was already the 3rd day. Under the joint urging of Tiger Father, Tiger Mother, and Little Weasel, Tiger Brother hadn't slacked off. Following the notifications from Cang Nian's system, they had already migrated over 100 kilometers. During this time, tiger father and tiger mother had not hunted at all. Their larger bodies could store more energy, and the brown bear meat they had consumed earlier was still not fully digested. However, tiger brother was a bottomless pit, always hungry after eating, constantly gaping his mouth for more food. Fortunately, Cang Nian's own hunting skills had grown increasingly proficient. After evolving his sprinting skill into full gallop, no creature in this forest could match his speed. Whatever he targeted could not escape. Moreover, combined with his remarkable tree-climbing ability, even birds in the trees would be swooped down upon from midair. This delighted tiger father and tiger mother immensely. Before long, he would be a month old, yet already his hunts were nearly flawless. One born hunter. However, tiger mother knew the amount of hardship Cang Nian had endured to reach such a height. From the cub stage, he had relentlessly trained himself, first crawling, then toddling unsteadily, then jogging with wobbling steps, and finally sprinting freely across the grasslands. All this effort tiger mother had watched with her own eyes. And the prey Cang Nian caught, part was eaten by himself, and part was fed to tiger brother. Even so, it was never enough to finish. The prey Cang Nian caught were mostly small animals weighing between 1 and 5 kilograms. Too small for tiger father and tiger mother. They could devour them in 2 bites, and mostly bones anyway, so the tigers couldn't be bothered to gnaw on them. Thus, most of the prey was simply discarded. Just small prey after all. Along the migration path, Cang Nian's family had traveled, many other animals would consume these dead carcasses. Spread across over 100 kilometers, they couldn't sustain any truly massive creatures. However, after consuming so many small animals, Cang Nian discovered that the proportion of prey that evolved was not as high as he had previously assumed. He had hunted nearly 100 prey along the way, and his killing skill would soon evolve. He had tried tasting a bit of each, but none compared to the flesh and blood of the Amur leopard, the elk, or the giant brown bear. Their meat produced a wave of warmth spreading through his entire body, an indescribable sensation of pleasure. Obviously, none of these small animals had become evolved creatures. Cang Nian already had some hypotheses. Judging from their performance, tiger father and tiger brother were undoubtedly evolved beings. Tiger mother and little weasel also possessed intelligence far surpassing ordinary animals, making it quite possible they were evolved beings as well. Since the small animals he caught were not evolved, it was very likely that the probability of evolution was related to body size and strength. This was corroborated by the facts that the Amur leopard, the elk, and the giant brown bear were all evolved beings. Perhaps the stronger the creature, the higher the probability of evolution. Or perhaps the evolution factor is evenly distributed throughout every creature's body, and stronger creatures have a higher hunting success rate, consuming more of it. Through the cycle of eating and being eaten, the evolution factor accumulated and concentrated within the bodies of the strongest creatures. Once it reached a certain threshold, macroscopic evolution occurred. Of course, this was merely Cang Nian's hypothesis and might not be entirely correct. Perhaps both factors were at play, resulting in the highly uneven distribution of evolved creatures seen today. Oh woo! While Cang Nian was pondering these questions, tiger father at the rear of the group approached him and let out a low growl. Tiger father must have heard the sounds of a large herd of prey moving together, so he wants to hunt. Understanding tiger father's intention, Cang Nian nodded. They had been migrating for 3 days, which, while not too strenuous for tiger father and tiger mother, their appetites had likely been expanded by the evolved meat, and it was time to eat again. Besides, with tiger mother present, there was no need to worry about tiger brother's safety. As for himself, in this entire forest, no creature could match his speed. Seeing this, tiger father immediately darted into the dense forest ahead. A woo! Less than half an hour later, a loud and resonant tiger roar echoed through the air. Tiger father seems very excited. Is he calling us to regroup quickly? Cang Nian immediately understood the meaning behind the roar. Glancing at tiger mother, he ran behind tiger brother and gave his hindquarters a swat, urging him to hurry. Oh woo! Ding! 1 swipe scratch skill proficiency increased by 1. 486100000. Tiger brother let out a miserable howl. Soon Cang Nian, tiger mother, tiger brother, and little weasel followed tiger father's roar and found him. However, before even spotting tiger father, Cang Nian understood why he was so excited. From afar, Cang Nian heard the thunderous crackling of water crashing against rocks. Drawing near, the monotonous forest scenery gave way to a lush, sprawling meadow bisected by a river approximately 30 meters wide. Hundreds of meters upstream from the river, a somewhat narrower waterfall cascaded down, water splashing against jagged boulders and blooming into white spray like countless lotus flowers. At this moment, tiger father was resting in the shade beneath a towering thick pine. Beside him lay a massive deer estimated to weigh over 200 kilograms, already dead. With his evolved farsight, Cang Nian could see a herd of over 100 large deer grazing 1 kilometer downstream in the river, though he could not identify the exact species. In addition, several other large herbivores were scattered along the riverbank, drinking intermittently. This completely matches my ideal habitat. Taking in the surrounding landscape, Cang Nian was thoroughly satisfied. Clean flowing water, abundant food, vast open spaces for unrestricted galloping, elevated terrain. Simply put, there was no more perfect habitat imaginable. With a splash, seeing the clear flowing river, Tiger Mom didn't rush to eat, but instead excitedly jumped into the water to cool off. As time passed, the weather grew hotter. During the migration, water sources were scarce, only shallow streams, leaving no chance for a bath. Tigers, being fastidious felines, often groomed their fur to keep clean and pristine. Unlike humans, they lack sweat glands to expel heat through perspiration. This is precisely why tigers have such poor endurance. An efficient heat dissipation system is the cornerstone of stamina. Otherwise, with intense activity, the accumulated internal heat cannot be expelled, impairing bodily functions and diminishing endurance. That is why tigers fear heat, but not cold. Thus, cool river water is a favored environment for tigers, a key factor in selecting their habitats. It provides not only a stable water source, but also a crucial escape from the scorching summer. Seeing this, Cang Nian felt tempted and plunged into the river with a splash. The cool water washed over his fur, carrying away dust and parasites along with the oppressive heat. Cang Nian felt immensely refreshed. However, the river was not only wide, but also deep, about 3 to 4 meters. Sunlight danced on the rippling surface, creating a pleasing spectacle. Moreover, a few hundred meters upstream, a torrential waterfall fed into the river, which sloped downward. Unlike the placid Cang River, the current was swift and urgent. After just 2.5 minutes in the water, Cang Nian floated motionless, drifting 100 meters downstream. Ding. Paddled 10m, paddling skill proficiency 1. 23,100. Hearing the system prompts in his mind, a flash of inspiration struck Cang Nian. Hey, I didn't even swim, just drifted 100 meters, and it still counts as proficiency. Then why doesn't sitting in a car earn running skill proficiency? Anyway, this means I can use the river to grind paddling skill faster, floating from upstream to downstream. Then I can climb ashore and run from downstream to upstream on the grass, gaining dash skill proficiency simultaneously. No time wasted, both skills leveled up efficiently. Cang Nian grew increasingly excited. He turned to face downstream, paddling his limbs underwater. With the current, his speed soared as if running with the wind on land. Ding. Paddled 10m, paddling skill proficiency 1. 100,100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Paddling skill proficiency has reached maximum. The skill has evolved into swimming. In less than 5 minutes, Cang Nian had maxed out paddling and evolved it to the next stage. With the evolution, he felt his limbs become more powerful. Though the improvement was modest, it was tangible. Seeing that he was already hundreds of meters away from Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom, Cang Nian hurriedly swam to shore, shook off the water, and dashed back to Tiger Mom's side. Meanwhile, Tiger Brother, braving the scorching sun, crouched by the bank, tentatively testing the water with his front paw. He too wanted to jump in for a bath. But the swift current daunted him. Moreover, the river was far wider than the small stream at their former home. Through the clear water, he could see its depth, greater than the length of Tiger Dad's tail extended. Seeing this, Cang Nian crept up behind Tiger Brother and suddenly swiped a paw down. Ding. Tore and clawed once, tier and claw skill proficiency 1. 666100000. With a frightened yelp, Tiger Brother fell into the water with a splash. Cang Nian didn't idle. He jumped in as well to keep watch. Though Tiger Brother was still a size larger than him, Cang Nian's strength had grown considerably. With paddling evolved into swimming, he could ensure Tiger Brother's safety in the water. Tigers are natural swimmers, so Tiger Brother didn't sink, but the current swept him downstream, causing panic. Fearing being carried away, Tiger Brother frantically paddled his limbs underwater. Fortunately, his balance was decent, and his chaotic movements didn't capsize him, sparing him from gulping water. Seeing this, Cang Nian accelerated to catch up with Tiger Brother, drifting downstream, drawing alongside. With a low growl, he signaled Tiger Brother to watch his movements. Though still scared, having his brother nearby eased much of Tiger Brother's anxiety. He instinctively focused on Cang Nian. This was the result of Cang Nian's constant training since Tiger Brother opened his eyes. Over 20 days of such routine, Tiger Brother had learned that disobeying his brother meant a beating. Thus, even in distress, Tiger Brother obediently complied. Seeing this, Cang Nian faced upstream, moving his limbs underwater slowly and deliberately, so Tiger Brother could see clearly. Even with slow movements, the correct stroke gave Cang Nian enough power to resist the current, pulling him several body lengths ahead of Tiger Brother. So Cang Nian turned around, returned to Tiger Brother's side, and repeated the demonstration. After several repetitions, Tiger Brother finally grasped the key. With a splash, Tiger Brother tentatively mimicked Cang Nian's underwater strokes. To his surprise, his body, which had been drifting downstream, now surged 2 body lengths ahead of Cang Nian. Encouraged by the result, Tiger Brother gained confidence and quickened his strokes. Soon Tiger Brother mastered the technique, no longer drifting with the current. He maintained a stationary position relative to the riverside plants. Tiger Brother grew excited. So it's just like running on land, but in the water. Spurred on, he paddled harder, and the scenery around him slowly receded as he moved upstream, closing the distance to the waterfall ahead. Finally learned, Cang Nian thought with satisfaction. Summer had arrived, how could they survive without swimming? Unlike humans with air-conditioned rooms, wild animals needed baths to beat the heat. Fortunately, Tiger Brother only feared the unknown. With repeated exposure, he overcame his fear easily. Upstream, Tiger Mom lounged contentedly watching Cang Nian teach Tiger Brother to swim. A proud smile spread across her face. Which tigress has it this easy raising cubs? One cub learns on his own, then teaches the other. My cubs are so easygoing and adorable. Squeak. When the family of 4 finished bathing and eating, and were resting in the shade of the tree, the little purple martins squeaking came from above. Cang Nian looked up and saw the little purple martin extremely excited, urging him to climb the tree. At this, Cang Nian was quite puzzled, but thinking that the little purple martin wouldn't disturb him without something important, he climbed up the tree with a swift movement. This was an extremely thick and tall pine tree, larger than any pine Cang Nian had seen before. In their previous habitat, the tallest pine was only a little over 30 meters. Even after migrating hundreds of kilometers, Cang Nian had not seen a tree larger than this one. Based on his estimation, this pine tree was definitely over 50 meters tall. Because the tree had a broad canopy, lush foliage, and the nearby waterfall sent cool misty spray, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom chose this spot to rest. Following the little purple martin upward, they almost reached the top of the tree before the little creature stopped, then pointed its claw at a huge lump. Seeing this, Cang Nian leaned in for a closer look and realized it was a pine cone growing on the pine tree. However, this pine cone was extraordinarily large, probably even heavier than himself. Just as he thought, the little purple martin was being idle, calling him over for a mere pine cone. Seeing its enormous size made Cang Nian realize things were not so simple. Squeak. Seeing that Cang Nian had finished examining the pine cone, the little purple martin quickly squeaked and began to explain. The little purple martin is saying that this pine cone is extraordinary, it feels very tempting, and it senses that eating it would bring great benefits, but it's not yet ripe. Having understood the little purple martin's meaning, Cang Nian fell into thought. Since animals can evolve, it's impossible for plants not to evolve. This pine tree's height far exceeds the normal limit for pines, so it can almost be concluded that it is also an no-evolved creature. Then the fruit it bears, could it also have special effects? For example, accelerating evolution. The little purple martin, being a pinecone eater itself, is sensitive to its specialness. I just don't know what changes occur after a plant evolves. Does it just grow taller? Cang Nian pondered silently. With that thought, Cang Nian reached out his claw toward the extremely large pinecone, making a move as if to destroy it. Squeak. However, the pine tree showed no reaction. Instead, the little purple martin was startled, dashed in front of the pinecone, and begged Cang Nian not to destroy it. No. This line of thinking is flawed. For the pine tree, the pinecone is merely a swaddling cloth that wraps its offspring seeds. Moreover, plants probably don't even have the concept of protecting their offspring. Threatening the pine tree with the pinecone to reveal if it can move is indeed a bit foolish. Seeing this, Cang Nian immediately abandoned this test method. Only by threatening the pine tree's own existence could we force it to act if it can act. However, judging by the excellent ecological environment of this area, even if this pine tree could move and attack, it should be a relatively docile individual. Afterward, Cang Nian speculated based on the surrounding information. This was easy to judge. This area had large populations of herbivorous animals with a complete and rich ecosystem. If so, it was highly likely that this pine tree would not move. Or rather, even if it could move, it wouldn't attack passing animals. After all, if it had attacked, those herd animals would surely have noticed and fled in fear, drastically reducing the number of available prey here. As for further testing, Cang Nian felt it was unnecessary. Of course, there was another reason. That was, even if he wanted to test, he couldn't do it. To test whether this giant pine tree could move, he would have to threaten its life. To kill a 50-meter tall tree with a diameter over 1 meter. Apart from humans, no other creature could do that. Roar. With that thought, Cang Nian called out to the little purple martin. Guard this pinecone well. Squeak. Hearing this, the little purple martin, who had just been very anxious and afraid that Cang Nian would destroy the pinecone, immediately became overjoyed, quickly nodded and promised to keep a good watch over this pinecone. Squeak. Then the little purple martin added another sentence. If any other creature tried to steal the pinecone and it couldn't fight them off, it would definitely report to the king. Naturally, Cang Nian nodded in agreement. Since this pine tree, which had likely evolved, would not harm his family, they could settle down peacefully. As for the pinecone, since the little purple martin said eating it would bring benefits when it ripened, he would definitely bring it to share with Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, Tiger Brother, and the little purple martin. So what if tigers are carnivores? If there are benefits, eating a bit of vegetation is not beneath a tiger. If it's a good thing that can promote evolution, that would be a huge gain. Hey, wait, if the environment here is so good, why haven't we found any powerful predators? Logically, with Tiger Dad's roar earlier, if this territory belonged to an adult male tiger, it would have considered it an invasion by an outsider. Even if it was timid, it should have come to observe from a distance. At this moment, Cang Nian suddenly recalled a previously overlooked issue. This habitat was simply too superior. Clean flowing water, large open spaces for good ventilation, abundant food sources, and far from human facilities. Even without considering that much, it was an ideal habitat for any wild tiger. Yet there was not a single tiger here. This was unreasonable. So Cang Nian quickly scrambled down the tree and began searching meticulously around. Such an anomaly hinted at a potential crisis that could not be ignored. Found it. After searching for a while, Cang Nian finally found a pile of small lumps near a tree. Based on the shape and size, he could confirm it was tiger droppings. Roughly estimating by proportion, the tiger should be much smaller than tiger dad, not exceeding 250 kilograms. However, this pile of droppings had been here for quite a while. Thus it had no smell, and its color was grayish-white, as if it would crumble to dust at a touch. Expanding the search range, Cang Nian found several more places with such droppings. But again, they were all from a long time ago. Did it die? Suddenly no fresh droppings. Cang Nian guessed. As for the possibility of voluntarily leaving, Cang Nian directly ruled it out. Only a mad creature would leave such a good habitat. Did it die of old age, or did an invading tiger cause both to be injured? Cang Nian continued to speculate, exploring farther areas, trying to find the remains of the tiger that had previously inhabited this place. But just then a blinding reflection caught his eye. Moving closer, he saw a tranquilizer dart with a plastic tube that had become brittle, its metal needle glinting in the sunlight. It seems one of the victims of that wildlife slaughterhouse. Seeing this, Cang Nian was silent for a long time, feeling somewhat sorrowful. Whoosh! Amidst the slanting cascade of water, Cang Nian chopped through the currents racing downstream. With a system notification chiming in his mind, Cang Nian felt his limbs grow substantially stronger once more. The boost was remarkably significant. This marked the evolution of the swimming skill chain, advancing from its third stage to its fourth. Not only was the progress bar lengthy, but the enhancements upon completion were also formidable. However, since Cang Nian's running skill chain was far ahead in progression, it possessed a feedback effect that boosted proficiency accumulation across other skills. Therefore, a kilometer of swimming required barely any time for the current Cang Nian. Just a few minutes would suffice. In merely over a day, he had already evolved his swimming skill from swim stroke to swimming. Upon reaching the shore, Cang Nian did not waste a moment and sprinted toward the waterfall upstream. With the aid of flowing water, while honing his swimming skill, he was also training his sprinting skill. However, at the first layer of his running skill, proficiency now required 100 kilometers. Thus it would henceforth be a long and arduous discipline required to evolve the skill further. Evolving from swim stroke to swimming covered a total of only 100 kilometers, yet it had merely added one layer of proficiency to his running skill. Although he had discovered the day before that this was originally a tiger's habitat, and that tiger had been captured by poachers, most likely already killed, he had no intention of abandoning this excellent dwelling. After all, as long as he remained within Longgua's territory, there truly were few places completely isolated from human society. Longgua's population was vast, and its activity zones widespread. One could only do one's best to avoid them. As for the poaching team from before, they had already been brought to justice through his own efforts. Judging from the traces left by the previous tiger in this habitat, at least a month had passed since then, given that there was nothing to worry about. Regardless of whether those poachers could still remember the location after so long, the fact that the tigers here had already been hunted down significantly reduced the likelihood of another poaching incident. The reason the tiger family had abandoned their original habitat was precisely because someone knew live tigers resided there, making them vulnerable to covetous eyes at any time. But with this habitat's original owner already successfully hunted, under habitual thinking that poaching crew, even if they returned, would not choose a place they had already preyed upon to search for new targets. If he truly wished to reach an area devoid of human presence, he could head north all the way into Maoxionggua's territory. With its vast empty lands and sparse population, it was an ideal habitat for Siberian tigers. However, Cang Nian did not see it that way. Although Maoxionggua's laws also classified tigers as protected animals, their enforcement against poaching was not as stringent as Longgua's. Moreover, in Maoxionggu, owning firearms legally was a reality. After weighing the options, it was still better to stay in Longgua. At minimum, encountering poachers meant facing only tranquilizer guns, and he could more easily find official personnel for assistance. Roar! Just as Cang Nian reached the foot of the waterfall, Tiger Brother let out excited cries directed at him. Looking up, he noticed Tiger Brother had somehow climbed onto the scattered boulders beside the waterfall. Did Tiger Brother discover something interesting? Why so excited? Cang Nian muttered to himself, then took a few steps over to join Tiger Brother on the same massive rock. Roar, roar, roar. Tiger Brother continued calling out excitedly, and between each cry extended his paw to point at the splashing water spraying from below the waterfall. Cang Nian followed his gaze, but at first he saw nothing at all. But after a few seconds he spotted a rather plump, sizable fish surging out of the waterfall and into the river, Struck dazed by the impact of that fall, the great fish floated motionlessly for a moment like a corpse, then flicked its tail and sank toward the riverbed downstream. Seeing this, Cang Nian turned to look at Tiger Brother. His eyes were gleaming drool, trailing in ribbons through the wind. There was no need to guess. Tiger Brother wanted to eat fish. Their previous habitat had only been a shallow stream no wider than 7 or 8 meters containing no large fish. Furthermore, Tiger Brother had previously been unable to swim far, and his vision had not fully developed, leaving his eyesight poor. Thus, he had never noticed the tiny fish fry in that stream. Too small to even fill one's teeth. But this place was different. That fish just now was easily 3 kilograms. Most importantly, Tiger Brother had never seen such a thing nor tasted it before, so his curiosity was piqued enormously. Seeing Tiger Brother genuinely interested in something for once, Cang Nian's eyes darted thoughtfully. In the next instant, he plunged headfirst into the water, swimming forcefully toward the area where the waterfall met the river. The currents here were fierce. Had he not yet evolved to the swimming skill, he might not have been able to hold his position here. Before long, from the white, cascading waterfall, a fish with a snow-white belly dropped down, splashed into the water, and fell into a brief stupor. Seeing this, Cang Nian swiftly swam over, and before the fish could recover from its daze, caught it precisely in his mouth. Splash, splash, splash. Just as Cang Nian was about to make his way back to shore, the fish suddenly revived from its stupor and instinctively thrashed its tail, causing him to lose his grip. But Cang Nian was quick-witted. With a single swipe of his paw, he struck the fish's head with precision underwater. Thin tendrils of crimson blood began to diffuse through the water. Ding! Slaying a prey, killing skill proficiency increases by 1. Thus, Cang Nian seized the fish once more. This time the fish offered no resistance whatsoever. It had been killed by that single slap. This is quite a good method for accumulating killing skill proficiency. Small prey within a fixed area are ultimately limited, but a flowing river will constantly deliver new large fish from upstream. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Cang Nian's eyes lit up. The fish in the river not only met the size requirements needed to advance his killing skill, but there were also plenty of them. Once this skill evolves again, there will be a steady channel to continue improving it. Thinking this over, Cang Nian grew even more satisfied with this new habitat. While pondering, he carried the large fish ashore. Seeing prey he had never encountered or eaten before, Tiger Brother could barely contain himself and eagerly approached, extending his paw to grab it. Smack! But the very next moment, Cang Nian's palm came down on his face. Ding! Striking once, tearing skill proficiency increases by 1. Ow! Pain from Cang Nian's blow, Tiger Brother clutched his face and let out aggrieved cries, utterly bewildered. Why won't you let me eat? Brother always shares his hunted prey with me. Ow! Cang Nian would not be swayed by such tactics. Instead, he raised his paw and pointed toward the river. Wanna eat? Catch it yourself. Huh. After hearing Cang Nian's command, Hu Di became even more confused. Hadn't his brother always been willing to share prey before? Seeing this, Cang Nian felt even more convinced that his idea was correct. Hu Di was now too dependent on him, too reliant on their father and mother. Although strictly speaking, Hu Di was still a cub, and depending on his mother wasn't a problem. But regardless of whether they would separate later, it was best for Hu Di to develop the ability to be independent as soon as possible. As things stood now, their parents hunted prey for him to eat, and Cang Nian also gave him the prey he caught to hone his killing skills. This would cultivate a bad habit in him, turning him into a giant baby who only opened his mouth to demand. To be honest, the term giant baby was quite fitting for Hu Di. Whether it was his natural talent or the fact that he had consumed too much evolved meat with nutrients far exceeding ordinary flesh, Hu Di's current weight was no less than 20 kilograms. This growth rate was as if he had eaten some miraculous fertilizer. And Cang Nian himself now weighed only a little over 10 kilograms, far behind Hu Di. Therefore, Hu Di should not be judged by his birth time, but by his growth state. Thus, in response to Hu Di's confusion, Cang Nian simply ignored him, used his claws to scrape the scales off the large fish he had just caught, and began to lick and eat it with his tongue. A tiger's tongue has barbs that can be adjusted at will, making it easy to strip the meat from the fish without being choked by the fine bones. The tender pale pink fish flesh was smooth and slightly elastic, not only tasty, but also with a unique texture. Surprisingly, it had a distinct flavor of its own. No wonder felines loved eating fish. This raw fish was truly delicious. Nearby, watching Cang Nian relish the fish, Hu Di was immensely envious, his saliva dripping onto the huge rock beneath the waterfall, forming a small puddle. However, no matter how much he wanted to eat, Hu Di dared not snatch food from Cang Nian's mouth. Even though he was much larger than Cang Nian, Hu Di's fear of his brother had been continuously reinforced since he first opened his eyes. Moreover, Cang Nian's astonishing athletic ability made Hu Di understand rationally that even without considering the psychological suppression in a pure comparison of combat power, he was no match for his brother. So hungry. Watching Cang Nian eat with increasing relish, Hu Di stamped his paws in frustration. Smack! At that moment, the waterfall sent another sizable fish crashing into the river, its white belly floating up. Seeing this, Hudi could no longer restrain himself. With a splash, he leaped into the river and paddled noisily toward the fish. That's right, if you want to eat fish, catch it yourself. Watching this scene, Cang Nian licked his lips, quite gratified. However, unfortunately, Hudi arrived a little late. The fish had already regained consciousness. With Hudi's clumsy swimming skills, he couldn't even touch the fish in the water. With a deft flick of its tail, the fish vanished from sight. Roar! This infuriated Hudi, who thrashed his forepaws in the water, venting his impotent rage. But his craving for fish kept him from giving up. After venting, he stayed in the water, keeping himself from being swept away by the current, and waited patiently. A few minutes later, another fish was swept down. Hudi, quick of eye and swift of paw, swam toward it. The advantage of his larger size showed here. Hudi's swimming skills were poor, but by relying on brute force, he managed to reach the waterfall, and before the fish woke up, clamped his jaws around it. However, he made the same mistake Cang Nian had made earlier. Just as he was about to swim back to the shore, the fish in his mouth woke up, thrashing its tail with tremendous force and struggling desperately. Thus, unable to hold it firmly, Hudi's mouth loosened, and the fish with a twist escaped again. The action Cang Nian had taken earlier to kill the large fish by striking it was underwater. Because the water flow was too strong, Hudi hadn't seen it clearly, so he never thought to kill the fish. Smack! But just then a tiger claw swiftly swept through the water, striking the fish that had escaped from Hudi's mouth with precision. Ding! Killed one prey. Killing skill proficiency increased by 90,100. The one who struck was naturally Cang Nian. With a single claw, he killed the fish that had escaped from Hudi. Then with a flip, he picked up the fish in his mouth. Roar! Seeing this, Hudi was overjoyed. Brother is so amazing. However, under the admiring gaze of his little fan, Cang Nian swam toward the shore. Ignoring Hudi's gradually dazed expression, Cang Nian skillfully scaled the fish and began licking the flesh, eating with great relish. Roar! Seeing this, Hudi cried out in grievance. That's my prey. Roar! In response to Hudi's accusation, Cang Nian reluctantly stopped eating and called out indifferently. Only what reaches the mouth is prey. What escapes from the mouth is a failed hunt. Whimper. Hearing Cang Nian's response, Hudi could only whimper in frustration, having nothing to say. He knew Cang Nian was right. He had failed to bring the fish back to shore, eat it, and let it escape. That was indeed a failed hunt. And his brother, having killed the fish he failed to catch and brought it ashore to eat, had succeeded in the hunt. After being severely lectured by Cang Nian, Hudi felt aggrieved for a while, then adjusted his mindset and waited patiently again. After a short while, another fish fell from the waterfall. Hudi charged again, swimming vigorously to the fish's side. This time, instead of rashly biting the stunned fish, he steadied his body, aimed at the fish's head, and struck with his claw. However, due to light refraction, Hudi misjudged the position and missed. Seeing the fish wake up and sink toward the bottom, Hudi held his breath, plunged his head underwater, and struck again. This time, without the interference of light refraction, his claw accurately hit the fish's head. Smack! With just one claw, blood bloomed from the fish's head. Apart from reflexive muscle twitches, it was motionless. Seeing this, Hudi quickly clamped his jaws around the fish's body surface and swam toward the shore. Finally, bringing the fish ashore, Hudi first placed it on the huge rock beneath the waterfall, but feeling it unstable, he moved to an open area on the side before feeling relieved. After all that effort to catch it, better not jump back into the water. Watching Hudi succeed in the hunt, Cang Nian nodded approvingly. It seems I need to put pressure on Hudi, otherwise he doesn't know how capable he is. Relying purely on brute force, he achieved my swimming skill level after 3 evolutions. What a freak. Should I snatch the fish Hudi worked so hard to catch to teach him what treacherous tiger hearts are? Cang Nian pondered with a touch of dark humor. However, he was just thinking. The child was still young, going too far would dampen his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, ensuring the fish wouldn't escape, Hudi eagerly took a big bite. Roar! After a few seconds, a pitiful wail echoed throughout the entire habitat. Cang Nian turned his head and saw Hudi arching his back, trying to vomit. Seeing this, Cang Nian's expression became increasingly strange. Well, he had learned to catch fish, but not to eat them. He had a bone stuck in his throat. Ding! Having slain a prey, the proficiency of the killing skill increases by 100,100. Ding! Congratulations, host. The proficiency of the killing skill has reached its maximum. This skill has evolved into Massacre. As Cang Nian swatted a fish to death with one claw, a system prompt immediately echoed in his mind. Then a wave of warmth coursed through his limbs and extremities. Cang Nian could feel his entire body undergoing subtle, yet noticeable enhancements. His limbs grew stronger, his claws tougher, his teeth sharper. Even his breathing became smoother. Finally, I've evolved the killing skill. These changes brought Cang Nian immense satisfaction. By all accounts, evolving the skills along the killing skill chain had been the most cost-effective undertaking. After all, to date, this was the only evolution whose effects permeated his entire physique. So what? Moments later, Cang Nian dispatched another large fish that had tumbled down from the waterfall. Ding! Having slaughtered a prey, the proficiency of the slaughter skill increases by 110,000. The system prompt made Cang Nian's lip twitch. As expected, skills that have evolved to the third stage undergo a qualitative transformation in their next evolution. The prospect of 10,000 kills before the next evolution left Cang Nian feeling somewhat weary. Yet he quickly steadied his mindset. One cannot reach 1,000 miles without accumulating every step. If he desired true strength, he could not expect to gain it without effort. Moreover, the fact that mere training could make him stronger was something others, human or beast, could only envy. Even if the progress bar loomed dauntingly long as he persisted steadily, an accumulated progress evolution would eventually come. Additionally, this waterfall periodically sent fish tumbling down, most of them sizable, which greatly facilitated the accumulation of proficiency in his slaughter skill. Otherwise, hunting for prey in the jungle alone would consume considerable time. The efficiency here, merely waiting by the waterfall for fish, far surpassed that approach. Oh whoa! At that moment, a bark echoed from beneath a tall pine not far away. It was Father Tiger. Is Father Tiger wanting us to follow him? Having understood his father's intent, Cang Nian felt a flicker of suspicion. Father Tiger had never done this before. Still, since Father Tiger had called, and since his own skills were currently stuck at a bottleneck requiring prolonged accumulation before they could break through, he had nothing better to do. There was no harm in accompanying him to see what he wanted. So Cang Nian bolted toward his father. Witnessing how swiftly Cang Nian moved across level ground, Father Tiger's eyelid twitched. How could this little cub run so fast? Had he already fallen behind his own barely month-old offspring in speed? Ugh, what a worthless father I've become. Father Tiger's faith in his own abilities wavered. Yet beneath his outward composure, maintaining the dignified bearing of a father, turbulent thoughts churned within. Moments later, younger brother Tiger also panted his way over. Oh whoa! Seeing that all had assembled, Father Tiger rose to his feet and began pacing back and forth. While pacing, he emitted low vocalizations. Since we've settled into a new territory, Father Tiger is unfamiliar with the surroundings. He wishes to lead us on a patrol of the new domain. This would allow us to confirm whether any rivals have established themselves here, while also observing where prey tends to roam. It also serves to announce our presence to other predators who might consider encroaching, letting them know this land already has an owner. Upon understanding his father's intention, Cang Nian nodded inwardly. Though he had previously discovered signs of another tiger in these parts, formidable predators came in forms beyond just tigers. Brown bears were among them. While Father Tiger had hunted an evolved adult male brown bear before, that didn't mean he could face any brown bear without caution. What if there existed one even larger and more evolved than that specimen? Furthermore, though poachers had recently devastated this area, the apex predator niche had remained vacant for some time, and no one could predict whether other powerful creatures might move in. In short, patrolling the new territory upon settling in a fresh habitat was absolutely essential. Oh whoa! Yet upon hearing they would be patrolling the new domain, younger brother Tiger showed clear reluctance. It was no longer naive. Having once imagined migration as carefree travel, it had instead endured day after day of grueling journeys. Now patrolling meant running vast distances. No wonder it refused. Swat. Oh whoa. Ding. One swipe scratches skill proficiency increases by 1,800,10,000. But before the protest could fully register, Cang Nian's claw had already smacked onto his brother's rear, drawing a wretched cry. Rustle, rustle. The two adults and two cubs moved through the dense forest. For their first patrol of the new territory, the entire family participated, Mother Tiger included. Of the four, only younger brother Tiger hung back, his spirits dampened. Having finally managed to catch a fish earlier only to have a bone lodge in his throat on the first bite, the experience had left him deeply traumatized toward fish as prey. What surprised Cang Nian most, however, was how his brother simply heaved a few times and recovered, an almost trivial incident to him. Later, Cang Nian noticed that during those retching fits, several drops of liquid, unlike ordinary saliva, had been expelled. Upon striking the rocks, they sizzled and etched small pits into the stone. After a brief moment of reflection, Cang Nian realized this was hydrochloric acid from his brother's stomach. No wonder his appetite was so enormous. Nothing went undigested. With stomach acid capable of dissolving stone, how could his digestive capacity not be extraordinary? By my calculations, both my carnivore and digestion skills are approaching the halfway mark. Contemplating this, Cang Nian turned his thoughts to his own digestion skill. How much one could process depended entirely on how much they consumed. The brown bear meat he'd consumed earlier had significantly advanced both his carnivore and digestion proficiencies. Fish meat, while delicious, lacked sufficient nutritional density. Conversely, this made it ideal for grinding carnivore skill proficiency. With its low caloric density, one could consume kilograms at a stretch without feeling full and digest the meal quickly enough to continue eating. Once the patrol concludes, I'll use fish meat to grind both my carnivore and digestion skills to mastery. Cang Nian outlined his plans in his mind. Oh whoa! At that moment Father Tiger, who led the way ahead, issued a low growl, drawing Cang Nian and younger brother Tiger's attention. Patrolling their territory should have been a rather tedious task. However, since this was newly claimed land, the frequent sightings of large prey herds brought considerable joy to the Tiger family, dispelling any sense of monotony. After all, the abundance of prey determined whether the family could feast to their fill. With ample provisions, their future prospects were bound to be prosperous. Moreover, the prey here was remarkably diverse. Various species of deer, all social creatures, formed sizable herds across the landscape. Perhaps it is because the former apex predator was taken away. In the long absence of such a hunter, the large herbivores here have proliferated excessively, throwing the local ecology out of balance. As Cang Nian surveyed the territory, he gathered much information. The most striking observation was simply the sheer abundance of large herbivores. Furthermore, the underbrush and herbaceous plants in this dense forest were far sparser than those in their previous habitat. Clearly, with the apex predator gone, nothing checked the herbivore populations, allowing them to reproduce unchecked and relentlessly consume the vegetation across this region. Animals lack the complex concept of population control. An abundance of food coupled with a secure environment inevitably meant a surge in numbers. Cang Nian observed numerous fawns, each over half a meter tall, following closely behind their herds. Undoubtedly, in the absence of tigers, even the calf survival rate among these large herbivores had risen significantly. At this rate, the vegetation in this area would be devoured to the last blade. Only when the forage could no longer sustain them would the herbivores be forced to migrate elsewhere. They would never voluntarily split off a portion of their herd to seek new grounds before matters spiraled beyond control. After all, who would willingly abandon a sanctuary free from natural enemies? For herbivores, venturing into an unknown new territory was far more perilous than the migration of carnivores. However, with our family here, we can keep the local herbivore population in check. There was father, whose bulk far surpassed that of any other wild male tiger, and mother, who possessed a near-limit frame even among females. Then there was younger brother with his astonishing appetite, and myself still growing. Once my brother and I fully mature, our combined consumption could likely deal a severe blow to the local ecosystem. Cang Nian pondered silently. Nevertheless, he did not worry excessively. By the time he fully grew, his agility and hunting prowess would have sharpened considerably. Should the prey grow scarce here, he could simply follow the river downstream and roam farther afield. Food would never be an issue. Ow! Just then Cang Nian heard a cry from his younger brother. Upon hearing it, both father and mother turned their heads, as did Cang Nian. He saw that his brother had somehow wandered hundreds of meters away on his own. Cang Nian hurried over, only to realize it was not a cry for help. Seeing Cang Nian approach, his brother raised a paw and pointed toward the shrubbery ahead. Cang Nian looked in that direction. There beneath the bushes shivered a litter of no more than a dozen small creatures. Each weighed less than 3 kilograms, their spindle-shaped bodies covered in fur patterned like melon seeds. Baby wild boars. Cang Nian wondered aloud. Speaking of which, since migrating from their original habitat, he had hunted no shortage of smaller animals. Yet up to this point, ever since he had opened his eyes to this world, he had never once laid eyes on a wild boar. Never had he expected to encounter them here. Ow! Just as Cang Nian was lost in thought, his brother let out an impatient cry. He had never seen this before. He wanted to eat it. My brother really only remembers the meal, never the pain. Watching such familiar antics, Cang Nian was utterly speechless. Had he already forgotten being snagged on the throat by fish bones just a short while ago? Still, wild boars would not injure themselves while eating as fish might. Ow! At that moment, Cang Nian gave a soft vocalization. Wanna eat? Then catch it yourself. These boars are hardly larger than your paw. Do you still expect me to do the work? Cang Nian desperately wanted to swat his brother twice with a paw. The fellow was entirely spoiled. It was understandable when his brother came to him for prey, he could not take down on his own. But for something weighing less than 3 kilograms, he still expected his elder to intervene. What a waste of his growing size. Ow! Upon hearing Cang Nian's words, his brother tilted his head, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Exactly. He could take down something this small himself. He had managed to catch fish on his own before. These little ground-dwelling creatures would surely pose no problem either. With this thought, a greedier expression crossed his brother's face as he took step after step toward the little boars. Cheep! Cheep! Seeing a colossus like a tiger approaching them, the feral piglets shrieked in terror. Their blood-curdling screams sounded exactly like livestock being slaughtered. Thump, thump, thump. Just then Cang Nian suddenly felt the ground trembling, and the shaking grew increasingly violent. Without hesitation, Cang Nian instantly shifted from perfect stillness to blinding motion, his speed so great it left an afterimage as he slammed into his brother and knocked him aside. Boom! A tremendous concussion echoed through the forest, and Cang Nian heard a sharp crack as a tree trunk as thick as a person's waist splintered nearby. Ow! His brother was dazed from the impact, but Cang Nian did not falter. Turning his head, he saw a living wall blocking his view, a monstrous wild boar shaking its numb skull after crashing into the tree. Yet this beast was sufficiently thick-skinned and resilient. After merely a brief pause to recover, it readjusted its stance, its pair of crimson small eyes locking onto Cang Nian and his brother, brimming with irascibility and fury. Then its stout short hooves scraped against the earth. It was taking aim and gathering strength. Thump, thump, thump. A violent tremor shook the ground as the colossal boar charged once more, hurtling straight toward Cang Nian and his brother. It resembled a tank forged of flesh and bone, bearing down with momentum capable of crushing all in its path. Crash! But just as his brother's legs turned to jelly and Cang Nian hastily shoved him toward escape, a massive tremor struck. It was not the boar colliding with them. It was father arriving and slamming into the great beast to knock it away. But what was terrifying was that even after being struck by father, the massive boar had not lost its fighting capability, nor did it seem the least bit winded. Only then did Cang Nian truly grasp the sheer size of this boar. Although its body length fell short of father's, wild boars inherently possessed a stocky, compact, and formidable build. Even though its shoulder height was somewhat lower than father's, Cang Nian estimated that the boar before them must weigh well over 400 kilograms. This was an opponent on par with the great brown bear they had faced previously. Do not be fooled into thinking wild boars lack versatility, because they cannot rear up on their forelimbs like brown bears. Instead, this creature had honed 2 physical attributes and a single combat technique to their absolute pinnacle. One attribute was raw strength. The other was impenetrable defense. And the technique pushed to its zenith was the savage charge. In matters of comparable size, no creature could withstand a direct full-force boar charge without sustaining grievous injury. Compared to tigers and brown bears, the wild boar might lack overall balance, but within its domain of expertise, it was utterly unmatched. The wild boar was utterly enraged. After being knocked aside by father tiger, it steadied itself and redirected its attack toward him. Yet its fury was indeed justified. Its own offspring faced a mortal threat, bullied by other animals, perhaps even to be devoured. As a creature with evident nurturing instincts, it was naturally consumed by unbridled rage. Oink! It lacked patience, merely facing off with father tiger for 2 seconds before scraping its stubby hooves and charging with sudden ferocity. Facing the charge of such a massive boar, father tiger dared not meet it head-on. With agile movements, he swiftly evaded. Boom! The wild boar's brute force was formidable indeed. It crashed into a tree trunk, sending a shower of wild fruits and leaves scattering into the air. Had such force struck father tiger squarely, it would have spelled grave injury. Thus father tiger's expression grew more grave. He dared not underestimate the beast, watching its every move intently. Thump, thump, thump. Yet the boar had little patience. Once recovered from the dizziness of its impact, it charged again. Father tiger anticipated the path of its attack, dodging nimbly and evading once more. This time father tiger flipped his massive paw and swiped at the boar's flank. Boom! But when the boar collided with another tree trunk, no wound was visible on its body. Instead, father tiger's claws bore traces of blood. His own claws were injured. Good grief, how many times has it wallowed in mud to build such a thick armored plate of dirt? Cang Nian's sharp eyes caught it at once. The area where father tiger's claws had raked the boar's flank revealed not skin, but layer upon layer of mud-formed armor. Though people use pig to insult stupidity, in truth, even counting humans, few animals surpass the intelligence of pigs. Compared to dogs, humanity's loyal companions, or livestock raised for food, pigs are the more intelligent creatures. Wild boars wallow in mud partly to avoid insect bites. After all, they lack the dexterous claws of tigers and cannot groom themselves. Yet another reason: when the mud dries on their bristles, it not only cools them, but also forms an astonishing defense. This is no exaggeration. Though a mud armor sounds laughable, what defense could mud offer? But when mud combines with the coarse, stiff bristles of a wild boar, it becomes akin to cement reinforced with layers of fiber mesh, highly effective against biting, tearing, and impact. Feeling the pain in his claws, father tiger knew he faced a formidable opponent. Without removing that mud armor, he could scarcely inflict meaningful damage on the boar. At that moment, the boar charged again. This time father tiger dodged once more and raised his paw. But instead of slashing with his claws, he struck with the full palm of his tiger's paw. Bang! A loud impact echoed. The boar was merely knocked off course by a few degrees. Yet the dried mud jarred by the blow loosened from the coarse bristles, and chunks of surface mud shattered and fell away. Thump, thump, thump. The boar charged again and again. Father tiger struck with his paw each time. The boar did not perceive his intent, only feeling that its body seemed lighter. Ryup. Finally, after a prolonged struggle, father tiger's repeated blows had knocked off most of the mud armor, revealing the boar's true hide. Then Father Tiger extended his claws and left 4 bloody gashes on the boar's rough skin. Oink! This finally caused the boar intense pain, and it let out a high-pitched squeal like a pig being slaughtered. Seeing this, Father Tiger pressed his advantage. Before the boar could charge again, he closed in and continued to claw at its exposed belly. Thump, thump, thump. But just then a rumbling, earth-shaking sound approached from afar. Ryup, ryup. Cang Nian quickly turned his head only to see dense shrubs being trampled flat, the disturbance spreading rapidly toward them. No way. Cang Nian's heart skipped a beat, a foreboding feeling rising within him. The next second, a veritable tank of flesh and blood entered the tiger's view, its pace unbroken, its speed undiminished, charging straight at Father Tiger. Father Tiger tried to dodge, but the earlier struggle with the boar had exhausted much of his stamina. Tigers are creatures of poor endurance, and this time he failed to evade in time, getting grazed by the colossal beast. Bang! Father Tiger was sent flying several meters. When he landed, his hind leg, which had been clipped, seemed injured, and he stood up awkwardly. Boom! Then a thunderous crash echoed through the dense forest. Crack! Creak, creak! Bang! Then something even more terrifying unfolded. Where that tank of flesh had stopped, a sturdy tree as thick as a man's waist had toppled with a thunderous crash. Good heavens! What kind of monster is this? Cang Nian swallowed hard, utterly stunned. Such strength should have belonged only to elephants, rhinos, or hippos on land. Thump, thump. As Cang Nian stood in shock, the tank of flesh turned around. It was a wild boar. Its shoulder height surpassed Father Tiger's, its side broad as a wall, and it bore a pair of curved, towering yellow tusks. Only then did Cang Nian realize that the first boar, the one that had given Father Tiger such trouble, had no tusks. The first one was female. This one was male. Cang Nian had no idea how much this behemoth weighed, but the female boar, originally estimated at 400 kilograms, looked like a petite bride beside it. Snort, snort. The female boar approached the male, grunting in complaint. These orange-striped big cats are threatening our young. Oink! The male boar snorted a puff of air, signaling that he understood. Then he thundered toward Father Tiger. Of all those present, only Father Tiger posed any real threat. Oink! The male boar let out an excited bellow and charged at Father Tiger. He was like a speeding tank, crushing every obstacle in his path into dust, grinding them into the earth. Father Tiger struggled to flee on his injured hind leg. Meanwhile, Mother Tiger roared loudly at the male boar, trying to draw its attention away from Father Tiger and buy him time to escape. But once the male boar fixed on a target, it pursued with single-minded determination until it had crushed that target into pulp. Squeak, squeak. Just then, terrified squeals from a young boar came from the nearby bushes. Thump, thump, thump. Hearing the sound, the male boar, which had been accelerating, slammed on the brakes and whirled around. There stood Cang Nian, his paw gently tracing the belly of a young boar, as if he might disembowel it at any moment. Catching the gaze of the two boars, Cang Nian met the male's eyes and bared his fangs. It was an act of defiance. Oink! Seeing this, the male boar could no longer contain itself and thundered toward Cang Nian. Thump! 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 Watching the wild boar charging toward him like a tank, Cang Nian remained utterly calm. Without continuing to threaten the boar with its piglet, he transitioned from absolute stillness to explosive motion in mere milliseconds. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Cang Nian had already evaded the boar's reckless charge. This time the boar hadn't accelerated to full speed. Its heavy frame, propelled by powerful muscles, shifted direction and pursued him. After all, Cang Nian had just been near the piglet. Though enraged, the boar still possessed basic rationality and would not harm its own offspring to exact revenge. Once Cang Nian moved away from the piglet, the boar had no such restraint. Its stubby legs churned with astonishing speed. Boom! Crack! Thud! Another tree as thick as a bowl was snapped in two. One could only imagine the terrifying force behind such a collision. Oh! At that moment, Cang Nian leaped onto a nearby tree and howled at the boar, which was bulldozing through the trees like a demolition machine. His tone was mocking, as if ridiculing the boar for all its bulk, yet being unable to touch him. Oink! Provoked by Cang Nian, the boar's fury surged. It let out a high-pitched squeal and charged again. Yet Cang Nian moved through the dense forest with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Now sprinting on the ground, now leaping between tree trunks. He wasn't being hunted, he was dancing gracefully through the jungle. Watching the boar maddened to the extreme, yet unable to even touch a single hair on him, Cang Nian curled his lips. Indeed, I must not be intimidated by its massive size. Though its strength is monstrous, its agility is ultimately inferior to that of a tiger. It's only because Tiger Dad had exhausted himself dealing with the female boar that, even if he couldn't kill this behemoth, he would have had the initiative to maneuver. Cang Nian sighed inwardly. He had only just realized something. Why should he fear this male wild boar? Though he weighed only a little over 10 kilograms, and this boar might have evolved even further than Tiger Dad, possibly weighing over a ton, nearly 100 times his own weight. So what? Battle is not solely determined by size. The boar's strength and defense were far beyond his reach. but his speed. Even if the boar had 18 legs, it could never catch him. And that was just in a straight-line sprint. In the jungle, his agility advantage would be magnified infinitely. No matter how strong this boar was, if it couldn't touch him, it was useless. Moreover, his stamina, thanks to the feedback from repeated skill evolutions, was already exceptional. Most importantly, his light frame meant such evasive maneuvers consumed far less energy than long-distance running. For the boar, its massive size was the confidence that allowed it to fear no apex predator like Tiger Dad, but it was also a heavy burden. Huff, huff. With just a dozen nimble leaps, Cang Nian effortlessly dodged and neutralized the boar's attacks. Meanwhile, the boar expended astonishing energy in each futile charge. Each failure to hit only made it more frantic. Its heavy, labored breathing signaled that it had exerted its full strength, and its peak stamina had passed. It needed to rest. Large boars fear heat, small ones fear cold. In the scorching summer heat after such violent combat, in a dozen charges its body had accumulated far too much heat. Wild boars have sweat glands, but far fewer than humans, making heat dissipation almost negligible. If it continued to charge recklessly, it risked overheating, dehydration, and sudden death. Oh. Yet Cang Nian remained at ease, howling provocatively at the boar. Weren't you going to ram me to death? Why are you wilting after just a few charges? Not good enough. Cang Nian even wiggled his hips and swished his tail, launching a psychological attack on the boar. Oink! How could the boar tolerate such humiliation? Without a second thought, it took a deep breath, held it, and charged. But the result was no different. Their speeds were on entirely different levels. Dodging was far too easy for Cang Nian. Another missed strike. Already severely fatigued and overheated, the boar's breathing grew even heavier, like a bellows about to tear apart. Seeing this, Cang Nian became even bolder. He walked right up to within 3 meters of the boar and paced leisurely, as if saying, "I'm standing right here, but you can't hit me." Such humiliation drove the boar insane. Without warning, it lowered its head, trying to gore Cang Nian with its tusks. But since Cang Nian dared to loiter in front of it, he had the confidence to evade. With a simple leap, he vaulted over the boar's head and landed lightly on its broad back. Thump, thump. It's really thick. Cang Nian tapped the mud armor on the boar's back with his claw and clicked his tongue in amazement. This heavy armor made of mud mixed with coarse bristly hair was so tough that even Tiger Dad couldn't inflict real damage on this boar, let alone Cang Nian. Even just stripping off the mud armor would be no easy task for Tiger Dad. After all, when dealing with the female boar earlier, Tiger Dad had exhausted most of his strength just to knock off its mud armor. This male boar was larger and stronger, so it was uncertain whether Tiger Dad could even execute that tactic. Moreover, even without mud armor, the boar's hide would be far thicker than the female's. Oink! Feeling Cang Nian on its back, the boar squealed and slammed its body sideways against a nearby tree. It wanted to crush Cang Nian into pulp, but it still hadn't grasped how agile Cang Nian was. Such a crude method was easily dodged. Perhaps because Cang Nian was so small, even after he had left the boar's back for over 10 seconds, the boar didn't notice and kept slamming into trees. Trees fell one after another as if a logging truck had driven in. Huff, huff. After a long frenzy, the boar finally realized Cang Nian was no longer on its back and tried to attack again. But its breathing was so heavy it trembled, and its stubby legs supporting its massive frame were unsteady. It had reached its limit. Oink! Its tiny bloodshot eyes flickered for a few seconds, then it called to the female boar. Hearing the call, the female boar ran to the piglet's side. Then a dozen piglets trotted on their short legs, following their mother toward the river. The male boar first glanced at Tiger Dad, then at Cang Nian, as if memorizing them. Then it followed the piglets toward the river. It urgently needed to cool down. After the boar family left, the place was a mess. Little Tiger knew he had caused trouble and came to Father Tiger whimpering guiltily. Father Tiger licked Little Tiger's furry face and shook his head. It's only natural for a tiger to crave meat. The crisis today was because he as a father wasn't strong enough, leading them into such a predicament. Mother Tiger for once comforted Father Tiger, telling him not to blame himself. That boar was too big. It wasn't Father Tiger's fault for being unable to defeat it. Then Mother Tiger turned to Cang Nian and licked him repeatedly. Although it was clear that Cang Nian couldn't inflict any damage on the boar, he handled it with ease. But allowing her 1-month-old cub to face danger, while she could only watch anxiously, made Mother Tiger feel deeply guilty. Cang Nian rubbed his nose against Mother Tiger's, indicating that everything was fine. That boar couldn't even touch him. The patrol of the new territory had to be paused due to the fight with the boar family. Now Cang Nian's family knew that while they weren't sure if there were powerful predators here, there was a boar family even more terrifying than any predator. Fortunately, in this battle, only Father Tiger's claws and hind legs were slightly injured. With his evolved physique, he would recover in a day or two. Nevertheless, Cang Nian had no intention of moving out of this new habitat. The conditions here were too perfect, even though there was a terrifying boar that even Father Tiger couldn't confront head-on. But they just needed to avoid provoking them in the future. Boars are omnivores, they eat both meat and grass. As long as his family didn't appear threatening, they should coexist peacefully. If worst came to worst, he could deal with them when he grew older and his skills were more evolved. With that thought, Cang Nian went to the waterfall and began catching fish. Fish meat wasn't highly nutritious, but it didn't fill the stomach much. According to his system, 1 kilogram of fish still increased the proficiency of his meat-eating and digestion skills by 1 point. Since that was the case, fish meat was the perfect, divine item for grinding these two skills. Skillfully slapping the fish falling from the waterfall to death and carrying them ashore, Cang Nian quickly used the barbs on his tongue to scrape off large chunks of meat. Ding! Eat 1 kilogram, meat-eating skill proficiency 1. 56,100. Ding! Eat 1 kilogram, meat-eating skill proficiency 1. 57,100. Soon Cang Nian was full. He then jumped into the water again and swam downstream. Ding! Swimming 10,000 m. Swimming skill proficiency 1. 1,100. After swimming 10 kilometers downstream, a system prompt finally sounded in Cang Nian's mind. Just as he was about to go ashore and sprint back, he saw a familiar figure in the distance. So it was because of overheating from overexertion in the battle, almost getting heat stroke. That's why it left and came to the river to cool down. Cang Nian muttered to himself. What he saw in the distance was exactly the boar family he had encountered during the patrol. At that moment, a male and a female boar along with a dozen or so piglets were soaking in a sizable mud pond by the river with only their backs and heads visible. And that mud pond was clearly not natural. Without a doubt, it was dug out by the two large boars themselves at the riverbank. They let in just a little water and then thoroughly mixed the mud with the river water. This was the origin of their mud armor. Indeed, evolution greatly enhances the intelligence of creatures. Although boars were already smart, directly utilizing natural resources and modifying them to better suit their needs was a sign of high intelligence. Cang Nian sighed to himself. Without disturbing the boar family, he quickly went ashore and ran along the riverbank unimpeded and determined toward the waterfall upstream. On the 30th day of birth, Cang Nian and Little Tiger finally reached 1 month old. However, animals have no concept of a full month, so today was nothing special. As Cang Nian was swimming downstream, he saw a figure charging toward him along the bank. It was panting heavily, its running form distorted, but it kept going. Seeing Cang Nian's little head poking out of the water, it ran even harder, crossing paths with him. It's been hit hard, stimulated, and determined to become stronger. Watching Father Tiger run off, Cang Nian sighed. Indeed, the one who had been exercising early in the morning was none other than Father Tiger. Since meeting Father Tiger, Cang Nian had rarely seen him exercise. Even when there was an excess of bear meat and the parents took turns watching Little Tiger while the other exercised to burn energy, Father Tiger never really valued exercise. In Father Tiger's view, he was already strong enough. He could hunt hundreds of kilograms elk whenever he wanted. He could kill a brown bear that weighed much more than him. Such strength made Father Tiger feel invincible except for humans who defied logic. Therefore, he had little desire to become stronger. But this time, even a single female boar had exhausted him. And against the male boar, even at full strength, Father Tiger had no chance of victory. Yet Cang Nian, his own cub, had outmaneuvered the boar with speed and saved them from the predicament. As a father, he should have been like a solid towering mountain shielding his children from all dangers. But in the end, he needed his own child to save him. This filled Father Tiger with shame, ignited a long-lost sense of crisis, and made him desperately want to become stronger. He wanted to stand in front of his family, blocking all dangers rather than hiding behind and letting Cang Nian bear the burden. That was why he wanted to train. If he could train to become as agile and swift as the little cub, then he could protect them. Great, everyone wants to become stronger. I can't slack off either. Seeing Father Tiger's efforts, Cang Nian became even more motivated. The day of the full moon soon passed as the sun set. Ding! Eat 1 kilogram, meat-eating skill proficiency 1. 100,100. Ding! Congratulations, host, the meat-eating skill proficiency has reached maximum. The skill has evolved into meat-eating. Immediately, Cang Nian felt his teeth become harder and sharper. Finally evolved. Hearing the system prompt, Cang Nian felt immensely satisfied. Fish meat wasn't very nutritious, and his digestion had been greatly strengthened. So 10 kilometers of downstream swimming plus 10 kilometers of uphill sprinting consumed most of the energy. Repeating this cycle allowed him to eat again. Thus, after a dozen or so cycles, he finally evolved the meat-eating skill. A thumping sound. But at that moment, Cang Nian felt the ground tremble slightly, and a familiar sound approached from afar. Turning his head, he saw a massive figure charging toward him. Sensing the sudden assault, Cang Nian reacted without a second thought, his form flickering as he dodged the strike. Good heavens, indeed, the sharper the mind, the fiercer the vengeance. The grudge forged yesterday is already being settled today. Watching the familiar silhouette, Cang Nian clicked his tongue in amazement. It was that male wild boar. It had somehow tracked down their family's fixed habitat and come seeking revenge. The boar grunted smugly, taking delight in Cang Nian's stunned expression. But then instead of wasting more time on Cang Nian, it charged straight toward Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, and Tiger Brother, who were resting under the shade of the tree. Roar! Seeing the boar rush over, Tiger Mom urgently urged Tiger Brother to climb the tree. Heeding her call, Tiger Brother scrambled upward with all his might, huffing and puffing. Thanks to the training from Cang Nian and Tiger Mom, Tiger Brother's climbing skills had become quite impressive. In mere seconds he had ascended a dozen meters. Tiger Mom did not linger, either, knowing she was of little help against the boar. She followed Tiger Brother and scurried up the tree. Roar! Tiger Dad roared at the boar, trying to divert its attention and lure it elsewhere. But the boar's goal was unmistakable. It was after Tiger Brother. It was an eye for an eye. Previously, Cang Nian had threatened it with its piglets. Now, it would use Tiger Brother to threaten Cang Nian. Seeing the boar charging straight at him, Tiger Dad knew better than to meet its brutal ram head-on and swiftly dodged aside. Thud! A tremendous tremor shook the air as the boar slammed violently into the sturdy pine, which stood over 50 meters tall. Unlike their previous battle in the dense forest, this time, the boar's savage charge did not topple the pine. After all, a trunk over a meter in diameter was a colossal tree that no land animal could single-handedly shake. Even an African elephant would struggle to fell it. The boar staggered back 2 steps, shaking its head rapidly to dispel the dizziness from the impact. Though it hadn't knocked down the pine, the tree's branches still quivered considerably. Then the boar retreated a dozen meters and charged at the pine once more. Thud! Another mighty crash, and the pine shuddered. Does it really think it can knock this tree down? Watching this scene, Cang Nian wondered if the boar was overly confident in its own strength. Nevertheless, the boar was stubborn, relentlessly slamming into the pine, making it boom with each impact. And its skull was truly hard. Even after such frenzied collisions, its cranium remained intact. Any other creature would have had its brains turned to mush by now. Even Tiger Dad stared dumbfounded, unsure whether to engage the boar in battle or just wait for it to batter itself to death. Swish swish. Just then, Cang Nian suddenly heard a sound from the crown of the pine that didn't quite match the tremor of the impacts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thwack thwack thwack. A rapid succession of piercing sounds descended from above, leaving Cang Nian utterly bewildered. Then came a pained cry from the boar. Cang Nian focused his gaze and saw a puff of dust rise from the boar's back. Its thick mud armor was covered in a dense network of cracks, as if something had struck it. Looking closer, he could see blood seeping through the gaps in the mud armor. The injured boar squealed in agony and fled without looking back. Watching the boar disappear, Cang Nian was dumbfounded. What was that? Was it Tiger Mom and the others? He dashed to the base of the pine and looked up at Tiger Mom, Tiger Brother, and the little sable perched on the branches. But when their eyes met, he saw the same confusion in their gazes. Clearly it wasn't them, and they had no idea what had happened. So Cang Nian had no choice but to approach the spot where the boar had been attacked by the unknown force and examine it carefully. And indeed, he found a clue. Among the shattered fragments of the boar's mud armor and the scattered drops of blood, there lay several plump, glossy pine nuts. Could this be the pine tree's own defensive behavior? A flash of insight lit up Cang Nian's mind, filling him with awe. He had long been convinced that this pine, towering far above the other trees, was an evolved creature. But he never expected it to be capable of attacking. And not only that, it was a ranged attack formidable enough to shatter the boar's thick mud armor. It only retaliates when attacked. We've been on and around it for so long without being hit. It should be relatively friendly, nothing to worry about too much. Once he figured this out, Cang Nian relaxed a little. What he feared most was an undiscovered evolved creature that might threaten his family. Although the evolved pine could attack, he couldn't be completely at ease. But at least it never reacted when they showed no hostility. The most pressing issue now is that male wild boar, powerful, vengeful, and it has already found our family's permanent residence. Unless we either leave this habitat or stay on constant alert. Then Cang Nian turned his gaze toward the direction the boar had fled. Roar! He let out a resonant cry toward Tiger Mom, Tiger Brother, and Tiger Dad, then took off in pursuit of the boar. Whoosh! Cang Nian moved with incredible speed, and since the boar had been bleeding, the scent of blood was the perfect guide. Before long, he caught up with the boar, which was still running downstream along the river. Seeing this, Cang Nian didn't reveal himself, but followed silently. In less than half an hour, the boar returned to the mud pit Cang Nian had noticed earlier. The sow caught the scent of blood as the boar approached. She hurried over and nuzzled him with concern. The boar, still shaken from its long flight, panted heavily and grunted. It wasn't afraid of powerful enemies, but the fact that it had never seen what hit it. That unknown filled it with terror. Seeing this, Cang Nian stopped hiding and stepped out of the dense forest. Roar! Cang Nian's clear, slightly immature roar made both adult boars turn their heads in unison. The dozen or so piglets were startled and huddled together, squealing in fear. Spotting Cang Nian, the boar shifted its body to shield the piglets behind it. Whoosh! But Cang Nian was too fast, like an orange bolt of lightning darting straight between the boar's legs without even needing to turn. Before the boar could react, Cang Nian was right in front of the piglets. Seeing this, the sow hurriedly thrust her snout at Cang Nian to drive him away. Cang Nian didn't harm the piglets. He simply dodged the sow's attack with agility. The boar also scrambled to drive Cang Nian away, but Cang Nian was too nimble. He could leave whenever he pleased, and if he wanted to strike at the piglets, the two large boars could not stop him. Haha, you like to learn from me and harm the innocent. Then I'll make you live in constant fear every moment. Cang Nian curled his lips, revealing his gleaming white fangs. Ayo! With Cang Nian's agile figure constantly launching surprise attacks at the wild piglet, the boar and sow were in a frenzy. Above all, the boar was filled with deep regret. It should not have returned directly to the wild piglet's side after its failed retaliation against the tiger family. But what it did not know was that Cang Nian had already from a distance located where the wild pig family had made their permanent settlement. Cang Nian refrained from harming the wild piglet, instead forcing the two large boars into endless defensive maneuvers until they were exhausted. The piglet was truly what gave Cang Nian confidence in facing the boar. Even though the boar could not catch him, he could target tiger father, tiger mother, and tiger brother. This time, however, the boar's attack failed due to the evolved pine trees, and it fled in defeat. But his family could not remain in the trees or stay solely within the protection of the evolved pines forever. Tiger father in particular needed to hunt. The boar was a clearly evolved individual. Wild pigs were already intelligent creatures, and evolution had only made them sharper. With just a modest observation of the situation, the boar only needed to harass during tiger father's hunts to significantly reduce his success rate. Moreover, a simpler approach would be to wait until tiger father succeeded in a hunt and then seize his prey. The boar's massive size dominated tiger father entirely. Even at peak condition, the tiger could pose no real threat to it. In contrast, a single charge from the boar could severely wound tiger father. Ordinarily, when in good condition, tiger father could easily evade such charges. Yet when returning from a successful hunt, already having sprinted at maximum speed, dragging prey weighing over 100 kilograms would naturally slow him down. In such circumstances, tiger father would either be crushed by the boar's charge or forced to abandon his kill. While abandoning prey once was manageable, repeated losses would inevitably exhaust Cang Nian's family, whose appetite was astonishing. Cang Nian and tiger brother could sustain themselves on fish, but for adult tigers like tiger father and tiger mother, the nutritional density of fish was far insufficient. Therefore, since the boar could not be killed, the wild piglet had to be spared. Otherwise, while bearing an irreconcilable grudge was one concern, freeing the two large boars from their restraint was far more terrifying. Two unburdened jungle tanks could target his family with ease. Worse still, after such a blood feud, even if his family admitted defeat and migrated elsewhere, the two great boars might relentlessly pursue them, dragging his family to certain death. Ayo! Observing the heavily panting boar, Cang Nian called out. Although they were near the river and it was evening, so the heat accumulation in his body would not be as severe as before. Earlier at their home, it had crashed into trees numerous times, been wounded by the evolved pines pinecone barrage, and run back 10 kilometers. Now further humiliated by being outmaneuvered, the boar's stamina was depleting rapidly. Cang Nian's breathing remained steady. His top speed approached 100 kilometers per hour. Such evasive maneuvers were merely a warm-up for him. Ayo! At that moment, a resounding tiger roar echoed from nearby. While dodging the attacks of the two large wild boars, Cang Nian cast a glance in that direction. There stood tiger father panting not far away. Clearly he was uneasy about Cang Nian's retaliation against the wild pig family. Cang Nian could imagine that if not for tiger brother needing care, tiger mother would have followed without hesitation. Upon seeing tiger father arrive, the boar immediately charged toward him. Since it could not hit the little one, it would kill the bigger one first. GG. Before the boar could build up speed, a panicked cry came from behind. Turning around, it saw Cang Nian had already darted back to the wild piglet, now gently scraping its claws across the piglet's belly. Seeing this, the boar's eyes turned crimson with rage, and it could only sprint back to drive Cang Nian away. Cang Nian was not surprised by tiger father's arrival. However, even with tiger father present, it would make little difference. After all, neither Cang Nian nor tiger father could breach the boar's defenses. Moreover, it might lead to unfavorable changes. If tiger father tried imitating him by using the wild piglet as leverage against the two great boars and lost control, killing the piglet in the process, it would be disastrous. A live wild piglet served as the boar's constraint. A dead one would only become an adrenaline rush for the boar's retaliation against his family. Fortunately, the two great boars could not defend against the small, extraordinarily agile Cang Nian, but they could guard against the massive tiger father. Cang Nian's impressive performance reassured tiger father, who had been quite worried at first. The cub was fast. Too fast for the wild pigs to catch. Furthermore, the cub could make the wild pigs dance to his tune. Witnessing this, tiger father felt both pride and sorrow. Pride that Cang Nian, so small, was already this formidable. Sorrow that his own cub at such a young age achieved what he himself could not, filling him with a sense of inadequacy as a father. He couldn't even intervene to help. The two great boars focused entirely on Cang Nian, completely ignoring him. Meanwhile, by feigning attacks on the wild piglet, Cang Nian had already drained the boar's stamina. As for himself, his energy expenditure was not severe. He could continue this strategy indefinitely. Nevertheless, at this moment, he ceased his assault. Ayo! Walking leisurely, Cang Nian approached Tiger Father. Let's go. Home. Ayo! Hearing Cang Nian's call, Tiger Father was utterly confused. Not continuing. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Cang Nian shook his head. Not continuing. Even if the two great boars' stamina were completely exhausted, as long as they defended their throats and abdomens, well, Tiger Father would not have the opportunity to kill them. And even when exhausted, the two great boars could simply lie on the ground and retract their necks, denying Tiger Father any chance to strike. So why stay any longer? Did he truly want to kill the wild piglet and leave the two great boars with no ties, no restraints? After hearing Cang Nian's explanation, Tiger Father nodded. The little cub was so clever. He himself could never have thought of such complex strategies. With these thoughts, Tiger Father bared his fangs at the boar, warning it not to trouble his family again, then followed Cang Nian away. Watching Cang Nian and Tiger Father depart, the two great boars sighed with relief. Finally gone. Ayo! Having traveled barely a kilometer away from the wild pig family, with Tiger Father, Cang Nian called out once more. Follow me. Ayo! Tiger Father let out a light call of confusion, but obediently followed behind Cang Nian. Before long, Cang Nian led Tiger Father through the dense forest, slipping back to the wild pig family's location. However, the wild pig family had already departed, clearly too frightened by Cang Nian's relentless harassment to stay in this place any longer. How could I let you escape? Cang Nian chuckled, then pointed his claw toward the mud pit, twitched his nose twice, and looked at Tiger Father. Seeing Cang Nian's movements, Tiger Dad instantly understood. The cub wanted him to sniff the wild boar's scent and track them. After understanding, Tiger Dad approached the mud pit, twitching his nose and carefully smelling. Since the wild boar family had left no more than 15 minutes ago, the scent they left behind was very fresh, making it effortless for Tiger Dad to track. Roar! Having determined the direction the wild boar family had departed, Tiger Dad let out a low growl and summoned Cang Nian. Then father and son, one large and one small, followed the trail of scent. In less than 10 minutes, Cang Nian and Tiger Dad spotted the wild boar family again. This was one of the tributaries of a river over 30 meters wide, featuring another excavated mud pit that appeared to be one of the family's alternate shelters. Noticing this, Cang Nian instructed Tiger Dad to stay and rest there, warning him not to leave until he returned. Tiger Dad nodded in agreement without objection. Tiger Dad understood Cang Nian's strength well and knew there would be no issues. After settling Tiger Dad, Cang Nian charged toward the wild boar family once more. Squeak! The little piglets cried out again. The boar, who had been resting, immediately rose upon hearing the noise. When it saw Cang Nian's familiar figure once more, it nearly spat blood from shock. Hadn't it just left? Why had it returned again? And worse, it had found their backup residence. The boar, whose strength had not yet recovered, felt utterly desperate. Yet it could only hastily drive away Cang Nian to protect its piglets. Cang Nian, however, didn't care whether it had rested well, or rather Cang Nian intended to harass it precisely while it was still weakened. The game of hawk catching chicks resumed. But here the hawk was merely a little tiger weighing just over 10 kilograms, while the hens were two enormous wild boars, a contrast that was both astonishing and comical. After a full half hour, both large boars had exhausted their strength. Even with water nearby to cool down, the issue was no longer about temperature. Their vitality had been completely drained. Cang Nian himself was rather weary from this round of harassment. So he shook his tail and disappeared into the dense forest, leaving. Seeing this, the two large boars breathed a sigh of relief once more. But they did not fully relax. If the little tiger could come a first and second time, it could certainly return a third time. However, their strength could no longer support carrying the piglets to migrate to the next shelter. Thus, the two large boars could only lie where they were, recovering their strength and praying that Cang Nian's next arrival would come later. Rustle. But at that moment, a distinct commotion came from the jungle not far away. Looking up, they saw a massive, beautifully patterned, fierce tiger appear before them. It was Tiger Dad. Seeing this, the two large boars struggled to rise and pulled their piglets behind them. Yet Tiger Dad showed no intention of attacking the piglets. Instead, he paced back and forth about 10 meters in front of the two large boars. He neither attacked the piglets nor advanced toward the two large boars, nor did he leave. Yet it was precisely this behavior that prevented the two large boars from relaxing. They had no idea what Tiger Dad would do next, so they could only stay alert at all times. But Tiger Dad deliberately did nothing, merely pacing back and forth as if taking a leisurely stroll. Only after half an hour did Cang Nian reappear before the two large boars. At this moment his eyes gleamed brightly with not a trace of fatigue remaining. As early as his 25th day of birth, Cang Nian's sleep skill had already evolved into deep slumber. This evolution allowed him to enter deep sleep at any time. During deep sleep, his spirit and muscles achieved a high-level, profound relaxation, allowing his energy and physical stamina to recover remarkably quickly. During the second harassment of the wild boar family, he had nearly exhausted his stamina, and during those recent half an hour he had gone to sleep. Half an hour of deep sleep had restored his vitality and physical strength to their peak. Before sleeping, he had instructed Tiger Dad to simply linger before the two large boars. During these half an hour, due to Tiger Dad's interference, the two large boars' physical strength had recovered somewhat, but their mental tension had only intensified. Aru, Cang Nian, having fully recovered, called out to Tiger Dad, "Go sleep. Leave this to me." Hearing Cang Nian's call, Tiger Dad obediently departed from the area, flashing his teeth in a grin toward the two large boars before leaving. Tiger Dad, having already evolved, was remarkably intelligent and had grasped Cang Nian's tactics. This was about wearing down the two large boars through sheer attrition. And Cang Nian, regardless of the utter despair in the two large boars' eyes, charged swiftly toward the piglets. At this moment, the mother boar hastily rose, straining her already exhausted body to intercept Cang Nian's actions. Grr. But just then the male boar suddenly let out a low growl. Hearing his call, the mother boar, though still deeply concerned for her offspring, bowed to the male boar's authority and settled back down. Meanwhile, the male boar watched Cang Nian with gleaming eyes, a distinctly human-like smugness evident in his gaze. He had already seen through Cang Nian's plan. Cang Nian's strategy was to exploit the two large boars' instinct to protect their young, forcing them into exhausting exertion. Eventually, when their strength failed completely and their vitality waned to the point where they couldn't even tuck their necks to guard their throats, Tiger Dad would deliver the fatal blow. And the premise of this plan was that the piglets remained alive. Without the piglets, Cang Nian would have no means to threaten the two large boars. Therefore, he was now certain that Cang Nian dared not harm the piglets. So as long as he could maintain his composure and not be led by Cang Nian's scheme, he would win this contest of patience. Gazing at the smugness in the male boar's eyes, Cang Nian was momentarily stunned. How incredibly clever. Having completely deciphered my plan, even grasping its essence with such clarity. Observing this, Cang Nian's heart sank. His plan had targeted the two large boars' Achilles heel. But once the plan was uncovered, it lost all leverage. And if he himself dared to kill the piglets, the entire plan would crumble. In fact, he even suspected that the male boar had already grasped a crucial truth. Namely, the piglets could be replaced if they perished, but if he himself died, that would truly be the end. Therefore, the male boar had come to care little for whether the piglets lived or died. If the piglets survived, it could recover and respond with ease. If they perished, it would have no remaining ties and could fight Cang Nian's family to the death without hesitation. Mph. Seeing Cang Nian frozen in surprise, the male boar knew his gamble had paid off, and so he grunted with smug provocation. At that moment, inspiration struck Cang Nian, and a brilliant smile spread across his face. "I've got it." Seeing Cang Nian flash that signature smile again, the boar instinctively panicked for a moment, but then it quickly regained its composure. It had already seen through Cang Nian's plan. No matter what Cang Nian did, it would ignore him and focus on recovering its energy and strength. Regardless of whether the piglet lived or died, it would go all out to take revenge on Cang Nian's family afterward. Whenever Hu Ba and Hu Ma hunted down prey, it would steal it. It would make sure that Cang Nian's family, despite living in such a food-rich habitat, would still starve to death. With a roar, Cang Nian strode right between the two boars' heads and let out a loud bellow. Ding. 1 skill proficiency for roar, 2331000. Cang Nian's voice was not soft, especially this close, making the two boars' ears ache. However, it caused no real damage, so they didn't care. Similarly, they couldn't be bothered to attack Cang Nian anymore. They knew the speed gap between themselves and Cang Nian, and attacking him would only waste their energy. In less than half a minute, Hu Ba came charging over. Roar. But seeing that Cang Nian was not in danger, Hu Ba let out a confused call. Roar. In response, Cang Nian waved his paw. "Nothing's wrong. Dad, go sleep somewhere farther." Still groggy, Hu Ba could only nod, and then left in bewilderment. And so Cang Nian did nothing but stay by the two boars. An hour later, the boars had mostly recovered their stamina. Yet they still had no intention of attacking Cang Nian. In fact, the physical exertion and the mental strain of fear had made them drowsy. Their eyelids were already drooping. Roar. But just then Cang Nian let out a sudden loud bellow. "How dare you sleep? Get up and sleep again." The deafening volume jolted the two boars, banishing their drowsiness. At this moment, the boar's gaze at Cang Nian no longer held any trace of smugness. It had realized Cang Nian's new intention. Cang Nian was going to wear them down to death. But no matter how long it racked its brain, it could find no countermeasure. Unless it separated from the sow and the piglets, it simply couldn't shake off the relay harassment from Cang Nian and Hu Ba. No. Even if it separated from the sow and the others, Cang Nian and Hu Ba's harassment target would still be it. After all, it was the one who had gone to take revenge on Cang Nian's family. Its massive frame could never be hidden in the dense forest. But Cang Nian and Hu Ba could climb trees and hide in the canopy, it could never locate them. So it couldn't simply adopt this tactic to counter Cang Nian. But it knew it must not show weakness now. Cang Nian's plan was destined to be a war of attrition. As long as it didn't show weakness, Cang Nian's family might not be able to hold out. Although pigs are said to be lazy and sleep-loving, wild boars actually have sleep patterns similar to humans. 8 hours of sleep can fully restore a day's energy expenditure. In contrast, even adult tigers need more than 10 hours of rest. Thinking this, the boar suppressed its worry and closed its eyes to recover energy. Roar! But the next second, Cang Nian's bellow came. The intense noise dispelled the drowsiness that had just arisen, kindling a blaze of fury in its heart. Seeing the boar glaring at him with burning rage, Cang Nian provocatively wiggled his rear, utterly unafraid of an attack. His speed was his confidence. Day 31 since birth. The rising sun cast dawn light through the gaps in the dense forest. Roar. Ding. 1 skill proficiency for roar 33310000. Cang Nian let out another roar and yawned. Meanwhile, the boar family across from him was even more exhausted. The 2 large boars' eyelids were drooping, and some of the piglets had already fainted. Rustle. Just then a sound came from the bushes. Cang Nian turned to see Hu Ba approaching with vigorous energy. Roar. Little one, go to sleep. Having slept comfortably all night, Hu Ba was full of spirit. Roar, roar, roar. Cang Nian then stood up and gave Hu Ba some instructions. Just do nothing. When the 2 boars closed their eyes, let out a roar. This request was simple and not difficult at all. Hu Ba nodded gladly. At that moment, the boar, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, rose angrily. Thump, thump, thump. The boar channeled all its anger from a sleepless night into this one savage charge, dashing straight at Hu Ba. Although it hadn't slept all night, and its mental energy was completely unrecovered, its physical strength had been restored. It couldn't hit Cang Nian, but could it not hit Hu Ba? However, how could Hu Ba not be on guard against such a massive foe? Seeing it charge, Hu Ba with peak energy and strength easily dodged. Boom. Crack. Thud. Then a tree as thick as a bull's mouth fell. But the boar still refused to believe it. Its nerves were stretched to the breaking point, robbing it of rational thought, and it continued to charge at Hu Ba. But Hu Ba was at his peak, dodging its attacks with ease, evading time and again. The boar, meanwhile, kept crashing into trees, breaking them one after another. But each time, the time it took to recover from dizziness grew longer. At first, it only needed 3 to 5 seconds to fully recover. But later, even after 10 seconds, it could barely steady itself. If it had been a well-rested boar, it would have already sensed how dangerous its situation was becoming. But now, after a sleepless night and countless roars waking it up, it was already suffering from nervous exhaustion. And each new collision only added to the dizziness. At this point, it was like a person who had stayed up all night in an internet cafe, then downed several bottles of liquor, and finally mated with the sow 17 or 18 times. My head is so heavy. So dizzy. So sleepy. Where am I? What was I doing again? The boar's vision grew increasingly blurred. It tried to force its eyes open, but darkness fell. Thud. A tremendously heavy impact. The 1-ton boar collapsed heavily like a small earthquake. Squeal. Seeing this, the sow rushed toward the boar. But then she felt a dizzying spin. Her vision went black, and she too collapsed to the ground. Compared to the boar, her level of evolution was undoubtedly lower. The battle at noon yesterday, the harassment by Cang Nian at night. Worry for the piglets, coupled with a whole night of mental attacks from Cang Nian's roars, had pushed her already fragile nerves to the brink of collapse. And after sitting still for a long time, suddenly standing up and running caused insufficient oxygen to her brain, and she fainted instantly. Roar. Seeing the 2 down boars, Cang Nian called out to Hu Ba, "Time to strike." Seeing this, Hu Ba's face showed an expression of admiration. Then he opened his massive jaws and walked toward the 2 unconscious boars. A shrill cry echoed through the air. The male wild boar, which had just collapsed unconscious, struggled to rise to its feet. Father Tiger was equally cautious. Rather than rashly lunging to bite the throats of the 2 giant boars now lying on the ground, he used his claws to rake at the male boar's throat. Indeed, Father Tiger's caution had proven justified. At that moment, the whites of the male boar's eyes were already webbed with bloodshot veins, and its pupils had begun to lose focus. Yet it still forced itself to stay conscious. It knew that if it collapsed this time, the acute pain would bring it back. But whether it could awaken after a second fall was far from certain. It has not yet reached its limit after this entire day, so we should remain cautious. Dragging it to exhaustion as originally planned is the safer approach, Cang Nian concluded after observing the male boar's condition upon rising. Cang Nian raised his head and let out a call toward Father Tiger. "I am going to sleep. Keep them awake, Father." Hearing Cang Nian's call, Father Tiger gave a low growl and nodded. This modest task was well within his capability. He then approached the female boar and brought his paw down upon her head. Witnessing this, the male boar attempted to come to the female's aid, but felt his mind growing increasingly muddled and his movements no longer agile. He could only watch helplessly as Father Tiger's massive paw descended upon the female boar. However, the female boar had not yet reached her true limit. Struck by Father Tiger's blow, the searing pain instantly jolted her back to full consciousness. Father Tiger showed no recklessness either. His sole purpose was to keep both giant boars awake. He harbored no intention of seizing the opportunity to kill the female. He understood that if the female truly fought to the death, she would still unleash considerable power. Seeing this, Cang Nian nodded in relief. Father Tiger was quite dependable. Having confirmed that Father Tiger could hold out against both giant boars, Cang Nian yawned and slowly made his way into the dense forest. He needed to get far enough away to find a tree and sleep. Once he had fully recovered, he would return to relieve Father Tiger. Though this method was somewhat inefficient, as long as he could drag on until both giant boars were completely exhausted, dispatching them would become an easy task. Sensing that Cang Nian was about to leave and understanding that he intended to exhaust him to death, the male boar quickly grunted in distress. It then bent its two short, thick hind legs, stretched its forelegs forward, lowered its snout to the ground, and whimpered pitifully. "Is this begging for mercy?" Cang Nian was utterly stunned. This was the first time in his current life that he had encountered a wild beast groveling for mercy in the wild. From the male boar's grunts, Cang Nian discerned meanings of supplication, submission, and a plea for mercy. Honestly, this was truly tempting. Due to the existence of the system combined with his own family and his encounters with numerous evolved creatures, Cang Nian had long been aware of evolution's existence. The varying degrees of effects from consuming evolved meat time and again, along with the male boar's terrifying combat prowess displayed, now made Cang Nian realize that over time evolution would only become increasingly prevalent, and the degree of biological evolution would only grow ever greater. Therefore, the prospect of a powerful warrior, someone even Father Tiger could not easily overcome, submitting to himself was genuinely alluring. From this male boar, Cang Nian had already glimpsed that as evolution became ever more common, it would shatter the previously stable food chain relationships. Going forward, the traditional predator-prey restraint dynamics would matter far less. The degree of evolution would become the true standard by which combat power was measured. And this male boar's formidable strength was undoubtedly a testament to its remarkable evolutionary progress. If this creature could do it, then other animals could do the same, challenging the apex predators of the food chain with bodies that had never occupied the top of the food pyramid. Therefore, if he could tame such a top-tier fighter, his family's standing in the jungle would become considerably more secure. However, it is a pity. After a moment's contemplation, Cang Nian felt no wavering and simply turned away. The male boar let out desperate, bewildered cries upon witnessing this, even rising to its feet in an attempt to pursue Cang Nian. It could not understand why Cang Nian would refuse its submission. Was it not strong enough? Had it not yet reached a true dead end? It had already foreseen that continuing to oppose Cang Nian would inevitably lead to its death. That was precisely why it wanted to submit, to gain a chance at survival. Why? Why would Cang Nian not even accept such a humble plea? Watching the male boar attempt to pursue Cang Nian, Father Tiger rose and positioned himself between the boar and its target. It did not know why Cang Nian would reject the male boar's submission. Perhaps it simply thought eating the boar would be preferable. But whether it understood or not was irrelevant to Father Tiger. The little cub was remarkably clever and would undoubtedly make the most correct choice. Father Tiger's only duty was to follow the cub's will. Faced with Father Tiger's obstruction, the male boar could only halt its advance. Its head was far too clouded. Even if its stamina remained intact, it could no longer unleash the savage charges it had displayed earlier. Watching Cang Nian disappear into the distance, the male boar's face turned ashen. It knew its fate was sealed. Meanwhile, Cang Nian had run straight back to the base of the evolution pine tree. Tiger Cub ran over to Cang Nian excitedly upon seeing him return, grunting with curiosity about whether he had properly disciplined the male boar. Tiger Cub possessed an almost inexplicable confidence in Cang Nian. Even when facing a male boar of such massive proportions, it firmly believed that since Cang Nian dared to pursue, he would surely be able to teach the creature a lesson. At Tiger Cub's inquiry, Cang Nian nodded. Keeping the male boar awake throughout the entire night, tormenting it until it was dizzy and disoriented. That counted as a proper lesson, right? However, what he desired went far beyond mere reprimand. Mother Tiger gave a low growl, inquiring softly why Father Tiger had not returned. Cang Nian expended some effort in explanation, letting Mother Tiger know that Father Tiger was currently standing guard over the two giant boars and was not in any danger. Thereafter, he lay down beside Mother Tiger and drifted into slumber. Cang Nian had been tempted to tame the male boar, but certain qualities within it led him to abandon that idea. First among them was its intelligence. Compared to the evolved creatures he had encountered before, whose intellect was merely slightly elevated, the male boar exhibited not just intelligence, but genuine wisdom. For instance, the northeast leopard that seized the opportunity while Mother Tiger was hunting to ambush the two cubs certainly displayed cleverness, but it remained firmly within the realm of animal instinct. The male boar, however, could truly think. It could identify the crux of the problem from subtle clues and even devise strategies to break free from desperate situations. This alone, if he were still human, might have filled him with a profound sense of dread. But this in truth was not the decisive factor that prevented Cang Nian from accepting the boar's submission. The most critical factor was that it was sufficiently clear-headed and utterly ruthless. When it realized Cang Nian was using the little boar as leverage, it abandoned the young one, without the slightest hesitation, treating it merely as a bargaining chip in its game against Cang Nian, gambling that Cang Nian would not dare kill the juvenile. In a human, this would undoubtedly be the calculating maneuver of a ruthless schemer. But as an animal, Cang Nian dared not tame such a creature. Trapped in desperate circumstances, it saw only itself. Everything besides itself could be sacrificed without remorse. Now it could forsake the little boar. Then in the future, when faced with the choice, it would discard Cang Nian himself as its sworn loyalty's target, as readily, without a moment's hesitation. On the 33rd day after birth, Cang Nian and Father Tiger had been taking turns in 2 shifts for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the boar, having recovered its strength, attempted to migrate alone to a distant place. It had abandoned the sow and the piglet. Now it only wanted to survive. It believed that as long as it could migrate out of Cang Nian's family's territory, it would be able to live. But how patient was Cang Nian? Since birth, he had never stopped training, incredibly self-disciplined. No matter where the boar migrated, Cang Nian and Father Tiger followed it all the way. As for the boar, already on the verge of a nervous breakdown, its mobility was greatly reduced. It could not even migrate 30 kilometers in a day. Furthermore, later on, this creature became delirious, its mind so foggy that it could not distinguish directions. Thus, Cang Nian had Father Tiger block its path, causing it to wander around until it eventually circled back to Cang Nian's family's territory. Eventually, it even wandered to a spot less than 2 kilometers from the evolved pine tree. But by then it could no longer move. Having gone without rest for too long, its nerves had completely lost the ability to function. Now, with every 2 steps, it would stagger and collide with a tree, then fall into a deep faint. But every time it fainted, either Father Tiger or Cang Nian would wake it up. Roar! Cang Nian, seeing the boar's eyes that were nearly bursting with bloodshot veins close habitually, let out a roar. Ding! Roared once. Roar skill proficiency increased by 1. 777-10000 ding. Participated in killing a prey far beyond its own strength. Slaughter skill proficiency increased by 1,000. 102-410000. With this system prompt, Cang Nian felt a warm current throughout his body. His limbs became stronger, his teeth grew a little longer, and his claws lengthened a bit. Although far from reaching the level of evolution, a substantial increase of 1,000 skill experience points at once had a rather noticeable effect on his body. Wait. Participated in killing. Is the boar dead? Participating in killing gives 1,000 skill proficiency. That's too high, isn't it? A system prompt came, leaving Cang Nian momentarily stunned. Thinking this, he quickly jumped onto the boar's head. Then he used his claws to pry open the boar's eyelids. Although on the boar its eyes seemed small, compared to Cang Nian, they were not small. Lifting the rough eyelids, a dilated grayish-white pupil showed no sign of life. Obviously, the system hadn't made a mistake. The boar was truly dead. At this moment, Father Tiger, who had wanted to warn Cang Nian to be careful, also came forward to take a look. Roar! Confirming the boar's death, Father Tiger excitedly let out a loud tiger roar. These past few days had exhausted him. Although it wasn't a battle, he had to stay alert every moment, watching whether the boar closed its eyes, ready to wake it up at any time. A rather tedious task. But fortunately, it was finally over. To be honest, this had completely shattered Father Tiger's understanding. So there was such a way to hunt prey. Although the efficiency was too slow, being able to wear down a prey that he couldn't defeat in direct combat, Father Tiger was extremely impressed by Cang Nian. Indeed, my cub. So clever. Roar. After the excitement, Father Tiger let out a low growl, asking Cang Nian whether to drag the boar home. It's so heavy, can you drag it? Cang Nian looked at Father Tiger's size, and then at the boar's size, somewhat skeptical. Roar. As if reading the doubt in Cang Nian's eyes, Father Tiger immediately raised his head, showing a proud expression. Don't doubt your father. My strength is immense. With that, Father Tiger opened his huge mouth, bit into the boar's back bristles, and dragged at hair and flesh together. Chirp. Then Father Tiger's limb muscles tensed, and immense power burst forth, actually dragging the boar, which weighed over a ton, across the grass. Although the speed wasn't fast, it was indeed dragging, and very steadily. This strength is incredible. It just drags a ton-weight thing. It's only because this boar is thick-skinned and tough. Otherwise, if it were a deer-type evolved creature of the same weight, Father Tiger could definitely hunt it alone. Seeing this, Cang Nian sighed with emotion. After about an hour, Father Tiger finally dragged the boar home under the evolved pine tree that was over 50 meters tall. Speaking of which, this evolved pine tree had a little credit for dragging the boar to death. If it hadn't used its pinecone machine gun to shoot wounds on the boar's back when the boar came for revenge, constantly weakening the boar's condition, this creature might have lasted another day or two. Roar. Seeing Father Tiger, who had been away for 3 days, dragging the boar back, Tiger Brother was extremely excited. Thinking that this big beast had actually come to their home to take revenge, Tiger Brother raised his claws and scratched and clawed at the carcass, as if that could vent his anger. But as he scratched, he came to the boar's head, and his paw raised in the air suddenly froze. Swoosh. Tiger Brother at an unprecedented speed scurried behind Cang Nian, trembling as he looked at the boar's head. What did you see? So scared, Cang Nian looked over in confusion. At that glance, Cang Nian was amused. It turned out that after he had pried open the boar's eyelids to verify its death, the eyelids hadn't moved. Even though Father Tiger had dragged it nearly 2 kilometers, they hadn't closed. So when Tiger Brother saw the boar's wide-open bloodshot eyes, he was startled. He thought the boar wasn't dead. Seeing that, Cang Nian went to the boar's carcass and used his claws to close and open its eyelids. Seeing this, Tiger Brother also realized that the big beast wasn't alive, it just had its eyes open. Thinking this, Tiger Brother felt a bit ashamed. He had actually been scared by a dead beast. With that thought, Tiger Brother, in a fit of humiliation and anger, rushed to the boar's carcass and scratched even more fiercely, as if this could erase his previous cowardly image. Watching Tiger Brother struggle with the boar's carcass, Cang Nian smiled and shook his head. Roar. Then he looked at Father Tiger, who was still panting heavily, and let out a roar. Obviously, dragging a prey of over a ton was quite strenuous even for the immensely strong Father Tiger. Roar. Hearing Cang Nian's call, Father Tiger tilted his big head as if asking what was the matter. Roar, roar, roar. Cang Nian curled his lips. Let's go kill the remaining one. Hearing Cang Nian's words, Father Tiger was momentarily stunned, then revealed a confident smile. Don't worry. Without the boar's interference this time, Father will definitely kill the sow. Then the 2 tigers, one big and one small, walked toward the depths of the jungle. Longwa people, after all. They emphasized cutting the weeds and digging up the roots. Longwa tigers are no exception. Arriving in the jungle, Cang Nian let out occasional long howls until little purple marten finally responded. The moment it reached his side, it began reporting what it had observed. The instant the male and female wild boars had separated, Cang Nian had taken advantage of Tiger Dad standing watch and slipped home to fetch little purple marten, ordering it to keep tabs on the mother boar. Cang Nian and little purple marten had agreed beforehand a howl with an unusually long tail meant it was time to guide him. This was to distinguish it from the sharp barks that had roused the male boar earlier. The earlier call had only needed to be short and explosive, a quick burst to wake the male boar. Little purple marten, true to its word, had kept close pursuit of the mother boar without being detected. This was hardly surprising. Who would suspect a small purple marten of serving as a tiger's scouting vanguard? Soon, under little purple marten's guidance, Cang Nian and Tiger Dad spotted the mother boar and her piglets wallowing in a mud pit. However, the piglet count had dwindled. What had once been a litter of over a dozen had been reduced to merely 7. The others perished before the male and female boars had even parted. Unable to withstand the relentless terror and suffering from chronic nerve fatigue, they had simply died of fright. Cang Nian felt a flicker of guilt, but quickly cast it aside. The piglets were innocent, yes, but he refused to leave potential threats alive. These piglets were the offspring of that male boar, carrying the innate potential to grow into gigantic wild boars. Though they would most likely not remember these events, what if they evolved? If they evolved, their minds would sharpen, their memories would strengthen, and they would hold grudges. He certainly did not wish to, one night resting comfortably in sleep, be caught by a massive boar charging recklessly into him. Thus, eliminating every last one was the only path to survival. By the time Cang Nian had gone to fetch little purple marten, considerable time had already passed, so his approach had not been urgent or hurried. By now, the stamina Tiger Dad had lost dragging the male boar's corpse had fully recovered. Striding proudly and powerfully, he emerged from the dense forest and confronted the mother boar. The surviving piglets, startled like birds frightened by the sound of a bow, whimpered in terror at the sight of Tiger Dad and huddled together behind their mother. Having been separated from the male boar and freed from constant harassment, the mother boar had regained her full strength and vitality. Her gaze upon Tiger Dad carried fear, despair, and fury. The fear and despair stemmed from the harrowing memory of being tormented relentlessly by Tiger Dad and Cang Nian in alternating shifts, robbed of any peaceful rest. The anger, however, arose from her own suspicions. If Tiger Dad could now turn his attention to her, then the male boar must already be dead. Though wild boars were not monogamous creatures, the mother boar, now possessing considerable intelligence, still harbored deep affection for her mate. Her mate slain many of her offspring, scared to death, and now this tiger family showing no mercy and pursuing her to the very end. The mother boar seethed with righteous indignation. Yet Tiger Dad paid her fury no mind, though the conflict had originated from Tiger brothers spotting the piglets and desiring to eat them. A tiger hunting wild boar was simply the natural order. If the boar couple possessed the ability to protect their young, that was their capacity to wield. Had they been insufficient, the matter would have ended there. Cang Nian had no intention of further provoking the boar family, nor did Tiger Dad. But the male boar had insistently chosen revenge. Since that was the case, then both sides would see this through to its bloody conclusion. Tiger Dad would not waste breath debating right and wrong. Beneath his brilliantly patterned fur, massive muscles rippled, and he charged straight toward her. Only the survivors get to argue over who is right. Seeing this, the mother boar refused to yield, her stubby legs pounding the earth as she thundered forward in a ferocious charge. Smack! Agile and nimble Tiger Dad did not meet her charge head-on. Instead, he deftly sidestepped and delivered a vicious swipe of his tiger claws against the mother boar's flank. In a single blow, the mud armor caked upon the mother boar's body shattered, sending clods of earth and dust scattering. Smack, smack, smack. Leveraging his agile footwork, Tiger Dad danced through the forest, circling and harrying the mother boar relentlessly. With each successive strike, the mother boar's mud armor cracked, crumbled, and dissolved away. Riot roar. Finally, during another clash, the mother boar anticipated another blow to her side. But this time, razor-sharp claws sliced open her belly. For long gashes spewed blood, saturating the ground. The mother boar let out a piercing wail, but it did nothing to halt Tiger Dad's assault. With repeated tearing slashes, the mother boar's abdomen resembled a tattered net. Numerous wounds splitting her flesh, even her internal organs beginning to spill. Profuse blood loss made her vision blur and her thoughts grow sluggish. Meanwhile, Tiger Dad was faring no better. The repeated blows against her mud armor and the sustained tearing at her belly had taken a severe toll on his already limited endurance. Panting heavily, Tiger Dad steadied himself. He continued advancing toward the mother boar, preparing to deal an even more devastating blow. Tiger Dad knew the mother boar was incapable of running in her current state. Otherwise, she would not need him to finish her. Her own movements would cause her viscera to pour from her gut, already reduced to a sieve. Thud! Just as Tiger Dad was about to close in for another strike, the mother boar collapsed with a heavy thud. Beneath her, the ground was already stained crimson. Ding! Participating in the slaughter of prey far exceeding your size grants 40 killing proficiency. 10641000. At that moment, a system notification echoed within Cang Nian's mind. It seems the system allocates skill proficiency based on contribution to each kill. I contributed far more to the male boar's death, so I received a larger share of proficiency points. The mother boar had already recovered her strength by then, so my earlier contributions were minimal, which is why I only received a token amount of proficiency. Analyzing the system notification in his mind, Cang Nian processed the information. Next, he approached the cluster of piglets and raised his claw. Ding! Slaying 7 prey items grants 7 killing proficiency. 107110000. Finally, it's all over. Cang Nian exhaled deeply. This had been the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. After waiting for Tiger Dad to recover, he dragged the mother boar's carcass and followed Cang Nian back home. Tiger Dad now felt that the 3-day rotating watch system was not quite so tedious after all. Just finished hauling a ton of heavy cargo, and now after the fight, I have to drag another 400 plus kilograms of smaller load. And that's over 10 kilometers. Just let me collapse from exhaustion. Tiger Dad thought despairingly. Half an hour after Cang Nian and Tiger Dad departed. Rustle, rustle. A rustling sound moved toward the piglet corpses. Within minutes, not a trace of the 7 piglet corpses remained, as though they had never existed in this world at all. With a loud crash, the father tiger collapsed heavily to the ground. The wild sow he had killed at noon was only dragged back by him in the evening. The reason was simple: it was too far. The wild sow weighed over 400 kilograms, which was not particularly heavy for the father tiger, who could drag a male wild boar weighing over a ton. But the problem was that the location of the wild sow was far too distant from the current residence of Cang Nian's family. Moreover, having just completed a difficult kill, dragging the wild sow was even more exhausting. Covering a distance of over 10 kilometers, the father tiger rested dozens of times before finally returning home. Seeing the father tiger bring back the wild sow's carcass, the younger tiger was overjoyed. Then it rushed fiercely to the wild sow's side, granting it the same respect as the male wild boar. The younger tiger tore and bit wildly at the wild sow's carcass. It remembered clearly that it was this large creature that had first rammed into it. If not for its brother shoving it aside, it would have surely died. Having vented its anger on the wild sow's carcass, the younger tiger trotted happily back to the father tiger, rubbing noses affectionately. "Father, you worked hard." The younger tiger remembered that the wild boar family's territory was far from their home. The father tiger must have been very tired dragging such a heavy creature back. Otherwise, the father tiger wouldn't have collapsed from exhaustion. Hearing the younger tiger's concerned voice, the father tiger, despite being exhausted, forced himself to rise, rubbed noses with the younger tiger, and licked its fluffy little face. At that moment, the father tiger felt that all the hardship of dragging the wild sow back was worth it. What could be more joyful than gaining a child's recognition? His first cub, only a month old, already cared about him. How fortunate he was as a father. Meanwhile, the mother tiger slowly approached the father tiger, rubbing her cheek against his to express her approval of his efforts. This made the smile on the father tiger's furry face even brighter. While the parents were being affectionate, the younger tiger hopped over to Cang Nian, circled him several times, then tilted its head in confusion. Where were the little wild boars? The younger tiger still couldn't forget them. It had never eaten such an animal before. Although it knew that big wild boars and little wild boars were of the same kind, just like the relationship between parents and brothers, the younger tiger, having already started eating meat, had some experience in it. For the same type of prey, smaller ones had more tender and delicious meat. You never learn. If you hadn't found the little wild boars and wanted to eat them, none of this trouble would have happened. Seeing the younger tiger still asking for the little wild boars, Cang Nian's resentment from spending 3 days grinding down the male wild boar surged up instantly. With 2 giant prey, the male wild boar and the wild sow, the family wouldn't need to hunt for a long time. Moreover, they had to worry about whether they could eat all the meat before it rotted. So the few little wild boars had little meat anyway, and bringing them back over 10 kilometers would be pointless. It wouldn't even be worth the energy he consumed. Besides, even if he wanted to bring them back, he only had 1 mouth, and could only carry 1 at a time. Would he make 7 trips just to satisfy the younger tiger's craving? He was too spoiled. The more Cang Nian thought about it, the angrier he became. He raised his paw and struck. Ding. 3 strikes, claw skill proficiency increased by 3. 88810000. After being suddenly hit 3 times by Cang Nian, the younger tiger whimpered in confusion and fled, not knowing what it had done to anger its brother again. Day 34 after birth. Due to the excessive exertion, the father tiger was completely exhausted and lacked the strength to tear open the wild boar's hides for meat, so the whole family did not eat. After all, the prey was right there, and the meat of evolved creatures had a longer shelf life. It wouldn't spoil overnight. The mother tiger Cang Nian and the younger tiger weren't hungry, so they didn't start. Early the next morning, the father tiger woke from deep fatigue, ravenously hungry. So he eagerly began skinning both the male wild boar and the wild sow. Perhaps because the male wild boar had been slowly exhausted to death without any wounds, and it was covered in a thick mud armor. When the father tiger tore it open, the inside was still warm. He then removed the most delicious parts of the male wild boar's organs, the liver, kidneys, and heart, and placed them before Cang Nian. As the greatest contributor to the male wild boar's death, Cang Nian deserved the finest parts of this boar. With a thud, the father tiger set down the liver, and Cang Nian couldn't help but marvel. This creature was indeed massive. The liver alone weighed over 10 kilograms. It might even be heavier than Cang Nian himself. So Cang Nian couldn't finish it alone. Thus Cang Nian took about 3 kilograms from the liver for himself, then another 6 kilograms, and divided the rest equally. 3 kilograms for himself, 6 for the younger tiger, and the remaining half divided between the parents. Seeing so much food, the younger tiger was thrilled, licking its lips and starting to eat eagerly. The father and mother tigers, seeing that Cang Nian had thought of them, wore heartwarming smiles. Cang Nian simply began eating. Ding. Eating 1 kilogram of evolved meat, meat-eating skill proficiency increased by 710,000. As Cang Nian swallowed the first kilogram of boar liver, a system notification echoed in his mind. Turtle. 1 kilogram gives 7 points worth of regular flesh. This male wild boar's evolution level is truly insane. The system notification made Cang Nian marvel. He remembered that the first evolved meat he had eaten from the Amur leopard gave only 2 proficiency points per kilogram. The giant elk his father had hunted and the brown bear killed by his father while the parents were taken by poachers gave only 3 points per kilogram. So far, this male wild boar's evolution level was far ahead. No wonder it was so formidable. As the liver entered his stomach, Cang Nian felt his body grow warmer, a surge of heat flowing through him as if purifying his physique. Soon he felt extremely comfortable. No wonder it gives 7 proficiency points per kilogram. This evolved meat is truly effective. Cang Nian felt quite pleased. It seemed his decision was correct. Gaining a powerful ally was certainly tempting, but only if that ally was loyal enough to be a reliable support in any situation. Otherwise, when he was in danger, the ally might not only refuse to help, but even kick him while he was down to break free from his control. In that case, it would be better to kill and eat the meat, strengthening himself. A feast of voracious consumption stretched on for a full 2.5 hours. It was not that Cang Nian's family ate with any delicacy, but rather that this evolved meat simply refused to be devoured quickly. Each mouthful sent a warm current coursing through their bodies, and if they ate continuously, they would overheat. To avoid this, they were forced to alternate between eating and pausing. Yet even with the prolonged effort, Cang Nian managed only 3 kilograms of liver and 2 kilograms of kidney. Tiger brother being considerably larger than Cang Nian naturally possessed a greater appetite. He consumed twice the amount Cang Nian had, and now his belly was swollen and round. Another bite, and it would all come right back up. Tiger mother of course understood that the male wild boar's flesh and blood were precious. But even forcing herself, she managed only over 50 kilograms. Tiger father, having been utterly exhausted from prior exertion and burned through enormous energy, ate the most, yet still managed barely over 100 kilograms. Altogether, the tiger family had consumed less than 200 kilograms. Meanwhile, the entire male wild boar weighed over a ton, yielding well over 600 kilograms of net meat, not something they could finish in 2 sittings. Additionally, the female wild boar weighed over 400 kilograms, providing at least 200-odd kilograms of net meat. Ow! At that moment, Tiger father let out a series of howls directed at Cang Nian. Wait! Is Tiger father suggesting we preserve the leftover meat from both wild boars? Understanding the meaning woven into those calls, Cang Nian felt a spark of delight. Tiger father had grasped the truth: if this meat was left too long, even evolved flesh would spoil before it could all be consumed. He wanted to hang the meat on trees, just as Cang Nian had done before. This meant Tiger father had understood the purpose behind Cang Nian's act of hanging cured meat. Could it be that consuming the evolved meat of the male wild boar had elevated Tiger father's level of evolution, making him more intelligent? Cang Nian speculated with a hint of doubt. Whether this was true, he could hardly judge. After all, he himself possessed the soul of a normal human. His intellect had never been particularly outstanding. At the very least, it had raised him to the average standard of a modern human. This male wild boar was highly evolved, and consuming its flesh clearly brought tangible physical benefits. As for improvements to intelligence, Cang Nian had no way to measure any change in himself. After all, he had originally been a human. He would hardly be outsmarted by a pig. Probably. Recalling the extraordinary cunning of the male wild boar, its quick-witted adaptability and commanding presence, Cang Nian felt somewhat uncertain. Nevertheless, Cang Nian readily agreed with Tiger father's proposal. So much meat. There was simply no way they could finish it all in a short time. And 1 kilogram of this evolved boar meat equaled 7 kilograms of ordinary flesh. How wasteful it would be to let such a precious thing spoil and go uneaten. Last time the dried meat hung on the tree had been carried off by a great brown bear and other animals, precisely because Tiger father and the others had been captured by poachers, leaving no powerful guardian to protect it. Now that the threat of the wild boar family had been eliminated, this area had become a perfect habitat. From here on, this would be their long-term home. With Tiger father and Tiger mother standing watch, no animal would dare steal the meat, even if it were hung on a tree to dry. Should any dare approach, Tiger father would swat them dead. If any evolved creatures lingered nearby, they could stockpile even more dried meat. We can also take this opportunity to test whether this evolved pine tree reacts when we place the evolved meat upon it. If it were to consume evolved meat in some unusual manner, it would pose a danger to our family, and we would need to relocate immediately. But if it remains completely unresponsive, then we can settle here with total confidence. It only retaliates against things that attack it. Tiger father's single suggestion had set Cang Nian's thoughts racing. Ow! After a moment of consideration, Cang Nian raised his head and agreed to the proposal. Ow! Hearing his proposal approved by the little one, Tiger father immediately puffed out his chest with pride. My cub is so clever. If my suggestion is accepted, that must mean I am clever as well. Tiger father thought to himself. With Cang Nian's backing, Tiger father was suddenly full of motivation and attempted to rise. But then, thud. His own heavy belly pulled him back down. No good. He had eaten far too much and could not get up. Nearly retching, Tiger father quickly took deep breaths to ease the discomfort caused by his belly pressing against the ground and the churning food in his stomach. Watching this, Tiger brother lay on the ground laughing uncontrollably. However, he dared not attempt to rise either. While Tiger father had consumed a third of his body weight, Tiger brother had done far worse. He had eaten food equal to half his own body weight. Far too much to stand. 2.5 hours later, the Tiger family finally recovered from their bloated state. They then set to work together as one. Tiger father was responsible for tearing large and small strips of meat from both wild boars. Tiger mother Cang Nian and Tiger brother made repeated trips back and forth, carrying the strips Tiger father had torn to the branches of the evolved pine. Little Weasel also wished to help, but his tiny frame was far too small to even drag a kilogram of meat. Tiger father, finding him a hindrance, ordered him to wait and give the two brothers massages once they grew tired. Upon hearing Tiger father's command, Little Weasel immediately sat upright, his tiny dark eyes gleaming with determination, as resolute as one pledging to a grand cause. This was a task entrusted by the great king himself. He must complete it properly. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Tiger father had assigned Little Weasel to give him a massage, Tiger brother let his true nature surface. Having hauled just 10 strips totaling 20 kilograms, he wandered over to Little Weasel and demanded his massage. Little Weasel naturally agreed gladly, for this was precisely the task Tiger Father had given him. But the moment he climbed onto Tiger Brother's prone back, he gave a violent start and leapt away. Smack! Ding! Scratch skill proficiency increased by 1. 911100000. Ow! Tiger Brother, who had just gone limp, felt a sharp sting on his rear and cried out in pain. Turning his head, he found Cang Nian staring at him with a chilling, frosty gaze. Caught red-handed by Cang Nian, Tiger Brother shamefully lowered his head, unable to meet those eyes. Ow! Cang Nian growled low. What are you dawdling for? Get to work. Smack, smack, smack. Ding. Scratch skill proficiency increased by 1. 9141000. Lazy, lazy. All you know is how to slack off. Under Cang Nian's loving, disciplined, Tiger Brother let out happy yelps and scurried off to Tiger Father, picked up a strip of meat in his jaws and scampered toward the tree. Watching this, Cang Nian shook his head in helpless resignation. Tiger Brother was fine in every other way. It was this laziness of his that proved so stubborn to correct. Soon, through the coordinated effort of the family of 4, over 400 kilograms of meat from the 2 large wild boars were all torn into strips suitable for air drying and hung from well-ventilated branches. The remaining nearly 200 kilograms of meat was left on the ground to be consumed fresh in the days ahead. After all dried, meat was merely a preservation method, certainly not as delightful to eat as fresh flesh. Even as fresh meat, the evolved flesh could remain unspoiled for several days, so this stock would suffice for their consumption over the coming days. On the 35th day after birth, it turned out that the evolved pine tree did not eat meat. Even though the evolutionary meat of the male wild boar, which had considerable benefits for Cang Nian's family, did not arouse any interest in it. More than 400 kilograms of evolutionary meat hung on the tree all night, without being reduced by even a single gram. This relieved Cang Nian quite a bit. After all, the most advantageous place in this vast habitat was the largest clearing where the evolved pine tree stood. It was near the river, not far from the waterfall, making it easy to catch fish. Moreover, it allowed him to conveniently practice his climbing skill. The other trees were not as tall, making going up and down too troublesome. What pleasantly surprised Cang Nian was that his digestion skill, which had evolved along with the meat-eating skill, allowed him to digest food much faster. The evolutionary meat he had eaten yesterday was digested within a few hours and stored as energy. The arduous task of carrying the meat strips up the tree, going up and down repeatedly, had consumed a considerable amount of Cang Nian's energy. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that the female wild boar was also an evolutionary creature, without a doubt. However, its evolution level was lower than that of the male. 1 kilogram of its evolutionary meat could increase the proficiency of the meat-eating skill by 5 levels. Thus, Cang Nian could rest assured that the meat of the female wild boar could also be preserved for several days. Even without salt for curing, it could be successfully air-dried. Roar! Early in the morning, Tiger Dad let out a resounding tiger roar full of vigor. Then it ran to Cang Nian and Tiger Brother and called out. Hearing Tiger Dad's call, Tiger Brother's originally joyful little face instantly fell. Because Tiger Dad meant to take Cang Nian and Tiger Brother to patrol the territory again. Previously, due to the unexpected incident with the wild boar family, the patrol work of Cang Nian's family had just begun when it was forced to halt. Now, of course, they had to continue from where they left off. And Tiger Brother was inherently lazy and did not want to patrol the territory. Although Tiger Brother had enjoyed marking the territory before, patrolling required walking a long distance, and he did not want to go. Moreover, the wild boar family had caused him quite a fright, making him even more reluctant. Slap. Woo. But then, after Cang Nian showed his brotherly affection with a deep lesson, Tiger Brother responded very positively to Tiger Dad's call for territory patrol. Before long, Tiger Dad led the 2 cubs to the spot where they had first encountered the wild boar family. Many trees had been knocked down there, leaving a mess under the trampling of the 2 large boars. However, such a huge threat had been resolved through the cooperation of the tiger family. Because there was a lot of meat at home that required enough strength to guard, Tiger Mom stayed behind. An adult female Siberian tiger, unless encountering something as abnormal as the wild boar family, would generally have no problems. During the patrol, Cang Nian did not idle either. Now the speed of the patrol by the 1 adult and 2 cubs depended on Tiger Brother's pace. However, as time passed, Tiger Brother grew better and stronger with a more robust physique. Coupled with frequent consumption of evolutionary meat, he had long been able to run. But compared to the running speed of an adult tiger, he was still far behind, let alone keeping up with Cang Nian's pace. Therefore, to avoid wasting time, Cang Nian would sometimes climb trees, sometimes leap, and occasionally kill a few small prey to grind the proficiency of his main skills. As for these small animals he killed, even Tiger Brother would not eat them, let alone Cang Nian. There was still plenty of meat at home to eat, and it was the most highly evolved evolutionary meat encountered so far. Why would they bother with small animals? Evolution not only increased nutritional density, but also enhanced the texture and flavor. After getting used to evolutionary meat, especially such highly evolved meat, the taste of other meats became bland. After a full round of patrol, it was noon. Tiger Dad was quite satisfied with this patrol. Except for the wild boar family, there was no threat to their family within a radius of 15 kilometers. Along the way, the only large carnivores spotted were 2 lynxes. However, this was normal as the herbivores here had overpopulated. If there were other large carnivores, the scene would not be as it was now. Only animals like wild boars, which primarily ate plants no matter how large they grew, would not affect the herbivore population of an area. Yet once they grew large enough, they could threaten top predators like tigers. Although lynxes were classified as large carnivores, they were actually much smaller than tigers, weighing only 20 to 30 kilograms. Now Tiger Brother was only slightly smaller than those 2 lynxes. What was even more gratifying was that the herbivores here were thriving. Various deer were fat and large with sizable populations. Such an environment could sustain the food needs of the family of 4 even when Cang Nian and Tiger Brother grew up and continued to live together. After a single patrol, Tiger Brother was exhausted. Unfortunately, as an adult male Siberian tiger, Tiger Dad's daily patrol route exceeded 100 kilometers. This was nothing to Cang Nian, who possessed the sprinting skill and had immense endurance. But for a chubby little guy like Tiger Brother, it was quite a challenge. Yet in the end, Tiger Brother weighed over 20 kilograms, and the benefits of evolutionary meat to his body were obvious. The road that took 3 days to travel during migration could now be endured in half a day with gritted teeth. However, upon returning home, Tiger Brother caught the scent of evolutionary meat that made his mouth water. Ignoring his fatigue, he rushed to the meat and tore into it, devouring large chunks. Cang Nian had also expended a lot of energy and began to eat as well. On the 36th day after birth, early in the morning, Tiger Dad took the 2 cubs to patrol the mountain again. Patrolling the territory was a daily task for tigers. Otherwise, without marking the territory with their scent, unfamiliar tigers might wander into their domain. Whether it was to steal his mate or kill his cubs, no male tiger could tolerate that. Tiger Brother, as usual, was full of complaints. Cang Nian, as always, did not forget to train. But at this moment, Cang Nian suddenly froze in his movements. This seems to be the spot where I threw a prey yesterday. Cang Nian looked at the ground where there was a trace of heavy pressure, and his expression turned serious. Because it was recent, he remembered it quite clearly. At that time, he had killed a fat rabbit weighing 3 kilograms and simply left it here. But now the fat rabbit was gone, and a 30-centimeter wide indentation was left behind. This brought memories from over half a month ago flooding back. This should be a trail left by a snake. 30 centimeters wide. A snake this thick must be at least 10 meters long, right? Could it be the same snake that left the trail we detected in our previous habitat? Seeing this, Cang Nian was filled with shock and suspicion. Half a month ago, before Father Tiger and the others were captured by poachers, Cang Nian had already seen a trail clearly pressed by a snake. However, that snake trail was only 10 centimeters wide. Large, but not astonishing. But now this trail is 30 centimeters wide, undoubtedly an evolved giant serpent. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that if this snake is the same one from before, it means it has followed their family for over 100 kilometers from their original habitat. During this process, it might have scavenged the prey that Cang Nian killed to practice his skills, but couldn't finish eating. Or perhaps it hunted other prey on its own. In short, this snake had grown from 10 centimeters thick to 30 centimeters thick. This was a tremendous threat. Moreover, it was a threat targeting their family. You see, Cang Nian's family did not migrate in a straight line. They went wherever the terrain was easy and the environment favorable. So why did this snake appear in their new habitat? By chance? Absolutely impossible. It must have tracked them all the way here. What was its purpose? Cang Nian never hesitated to assume the worst about the current situation. Perhaps when the snake was still weak, it only scavenged the food left behind on their migration path. But now that it had grown so large, and their family had been in this new habitat for a while yet it hadn't left, that undoubtedly meant it harbored ill intentions toward them. A snake's muscles and skin are extremely flexible. 30 centimeters wide, it still looked less than half the thickness of Father Tiger's mighty foreleg. But a snake's expandability is excellent, when swallowing prey. It could forcibly swallow prey more than 3 times its own diameter. Naturally, it couldn't swallow Father Tiger, but swallowing Cang Nian and Tiger Brother would be no problem at all. Ayo! At this moment, Tiger Brother saw Cang Nian stop and not move, so he came over curiously, tilting his head to look at the ground where Cang Nian's gaze was fixed. Father Tiger also came over to see what Cang Nian had found. If it were Tiger Brother stopping halfway during patrol, Father Tiger would think he was slacking off. But since it was Cang Nian, Father Tiger had no worries at all. Cang Nian had been self-disciplined since childhood, not comparable to Tiger Brother, that little slacker. Ayo. Seeing Father Tiger and Tiger Brother approach, Cang Nian recounted his discovery. After listening, Tiger Brother looked utterly bewildered. He had never seen a snake. In Tiger Brother's little mind, an animal without legs. Wasn't that a cripple? How could it walk without legs? That kind of animal must be very pitiful. No legs, unable to run, unable to catch prey, only able to go hungry. That's why it followed their family, picking up the prey that Big Brother didn't want. Tiger Brother thought so. In contrast to Tiger Brother's wild imagination, Father Tiger was more experienced. Upon hearing Cang Nian's description, Father Tiger immediately knew there was a snake of considerable size. Most animals have a natural fear of snakes, a warning etched into their genes through long-term survival evolution. Especially in the northeast snow ridge, when encountering a snake, the vast majority were venomous. When Father Tiger was a sub-adult, he had been bitten by a snake. However, that snake's venom wasn't very strong. It paralyzed half his body for half a day, but didn't kill him. But that strange and formidable attack left an indelible memory in Father Tiger's mind. In Father Tiger's eyes, snakes were extremely dangerous. Although they didn't have massive bodies, their venom, which ignored size differences, was terrifying. And the trail Cang Nian discovered was so wide. It must be a large snake. Although Father Tiger had never seen a snake this large, since he himself had grown a bit after adulthood and become so big, and that male wild boar could also grow to over a ton in massive size, it wasn't incomprehensible for a snake to grow larger. Ayo! Then Father Tiger let out a roar at Cang Nian. No more patrolling. We must find that snake. Father Tiger was well aware of the danger of snakes, and didn't want such a creature lurking in their territory, able to harm them at any moment. If it were a venomous snake, he might be able to withstand it with his massive size and robust physique. But for tiger cubs like Cang Nian and Tiger Brother, a single bite might mean certain death. Cang Nian nodded in deep agreement with Father Tiger's concern. How do we find this snake? There's no particular smell left around. Aren't venomous snakes supposed to be very smelly? If we rely on the trail to find it, who knows how long that would take? Let me think. Got it. Since they needed to catch the snake, Cang Nian began to think. Immediately a plan popped into his mind. Ayo! Cang Nian first called out to Father Tiger and Tiger Brother, then quickly dashed away. Stay here, don't move. Seeing this, Father Tiger and Tiger Brother were quite puzzled, but they obediently stayed put. After a short while, Cang Nian returned. When he came back, he had a fresh marmot carcass in his mouth. In the northeast snow ridge, the variety of small herbivores was actually not as rich as large herbivores. There were only wild pheasants, hares, marmots, and the like. Seeing this, Father Tiger's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood Cang Nian's idea. It was fishing. Since that snake liked to follow behind Cang Nian and scavenge the prey he discarded, it surely wouldn't refuse a fresh marmot. Then Cang Nian found a relatively sturdy tree and placed the marmot carcass in a clearing beneath it. Ayo! After doing this, Cang Nian called out to Father Tiger and Tiger Brother. Climb the tree. So the three tigers, one large and two small, scrambled up the tree. The family of three didn't climb too high. They stopped at about 5 meters for observation. They waited quietly for nearly half an hour. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, a rustling came from the nearby bushes. Cang Nian immediately focused his attention. But then a familiar figure appeared in his sight. It was a large cat with streaks and spots, thick fur, pointed ears, a round face, and a very short tail. It was one of the 2 lynxes they had discovered during yesterday's patrol. It crept stealthily toward the dead marmot, moving cautiously, its large ears swiveling left and right as if on guard. What a nuisance, coming here to mess with me. Seeing this, Cang Nian was utterly speechless. He was trying to catch a big snake, not a big cat. However, groundhogs were also on the lynx's menu. No animal would refuse a meal without having to hunt for it. But he was too angry to let it go, so Cang Nian immediately leaped down from the tree. And indeed, the lynx's ears were no joke. The moment Cang Nian moved, it heard the sound. Its reaction speed was sufficient, but its absolute speed couldn't keep up. In less than a second, Cang Nian was in front of the lynx, startling it. But seeing it was just a tiny tiger cub, the lynx relaxed again. Fortunately, it wasn't a full-grown tiger, or today would have been the end. Slap. Ding. Scratch once. Scratch. Skill proficiency 1. 100. 0100000. But the next second, it didn't think that way anymore. Although Cang Nian was much smaller in size as a member of the top-tier family of terrestrial carnivores, the top 3 land predators, his innate advantages were immense. Despite being small, Cang Nian's paws were actually larger than the lynx's. With one swipe, the lynx, weighing 20 to 30 kilograms, was sent crashing into the tree trunk behind it. That strike made the lynx feel as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer, leaving it breathless and gasping, almost spitting blood. In that moment, the ease in its eyes turned to terror. What the hell? How could this little tiger cub have such immense strength? The lynx struggled to its feet, saw Cang Nian raising his paw again, and fled in panic, nearly colliding with a tree trunk. And Cang Nian didn't give chase. In truth, with his current strength, killing a lynx much larger than himself wasn't difficult. But this creature had only inadvertently disrupted his plan to catch the big snake. There was no need to kill it. It wasn't prey, and the conflict wasn't irreconcilable. Cang Nian wouldn't kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, that strike just now would have been a claw with extended blades, not a palm with retracted claws. With the lynx's fragile defense, one swipe would have drawn blood. Having driven away the intruder, Cang Nian climbed back up the tree. Roar! Seeing Cang Nian return, Tiger Brother barked excitedly. Big Brother is amazing. That was a big cat, so much bigger than Brother, yet Brother drove it away with one swipe. But then remembering that Cang Nian had recently hunted a wild boar with Tiger Brother thought it was nothing special. Compared to the wild boar, this lynx was too small. Even the wild boar was killed by Brother, as scaring off a big cat was nothing to be proud of. Cang Nian had no idea what was going on in Tiger Brother's head. He simply pressed his paw over Tiger Brother's mouth to silence him. Cang Nian couldn't quite recall the level of a snake's hearing, but being careful and making no noise was always the right move. Another half-hour passed. Rustle, rustle. Then a faint rustling sound came from under the bushes. I hope it's not another troublemaker. Cang Nian perked up and quickly looked over, and this time he wasn't disappointed. A head emerged from the bushes, slightly pointed at the front, flat, overall pitch black, and quite large. Then behind the head, a uniformly thick body followed, slowly crawling toward the groundhog's corpse under the big tree. Arriving at the groundhog's corpse, the massive creature flicked its tongue, seemingly judging the size before opening its mouth. After a moment, its mouth opened a full 120 degrees, and it began swallowing the groundhog's corpse from the head. Wow, that's magnificent. Isn't that a black king snake? And it's huge. Seeing the big snake finally lured out, Cang Nian marveled inwardly. In his past life, as an orphan with few friends, he had been quite interested in many pets. Besides the common cats and dogs, birds, fish, and turtles, he had also taken an interest in reptile pets. Among them, the one that caught his fancy the most was the black king snake. This snake was non-venomous, but had an immunity to the venom of other snake species. And its sleek, pitch-black appearance was the dream snake of many reptile enthusiasts. Of course, a poor guy like Cang Nian couldn't even afford a cat or dog, let alone such an exotic pet. He could only satisfy his desire by watching videos online and virtual petting. However, this snake was actually an imported pet snake from abroad. There should be no wild species in the Dragon Kingdom. Probably some rich bastard didn't close the breeding box properly, and it escaped. After identifying the species, Cang Nian relaxed a bit. After all, what makes snakes most frightening is their venom. A non-venomous snake poses a much lower threat. Don't underestimate it. This one was 30 centimeters thick and could be nearly 10 meters long. However, its actual weight wouldn't exceed 200 kilograms. Compared to Tiger Dad, it was far weaker. But it might be fast. To finish it in one go, I'll go down first to draw its attention. With my speed, if I'm careful, there shouldn't be any danger. Then let Tiger Dad take it down while it's distracted. Seeing this, a concrete plan formed in Cang Nian's mind. Then Cang Nian gave a signal to Tiger Dad and Tiger Brother and ran down from the tree. Whoosh! Sensing the movement, the black king snake jerked back, retracting its head as it was swallowing the groundhog. Then its pitch-black eyes, like the night sky, fixed on Cang Nian. It stopped swallowing, raised its front half, lowered its head, and spat out the groundhog. Seeing this, Cang Nian tensed every muscle, ready to leap away at any moment. This creature was alert. It knew its most powerful weapon was its mouth, and it knew that swallowing prey would hinder its next move. This was a black king snake, no less intelligent than a wild boar. Facing such an enemy, Cang Nian dared not be careless. But then, after spitting out the groundhog, the black king snake used its huge head to push the corpse towards Cang Nian, as if it thought Cang Nian wanted to eat the groundhog, and it was giving up the prey. What is this? Pretending weakness. Making me lower my guard to deliver a fatal blow. Seeing this, Cang Nian became even more wary. Good heavens, were these evolved beasts so clever now? They could use the 36 stratagems without any guidance. Figuring out the black king snake's intention, Cang Nian stayed put. Wait for the enemy to make a move while staying still. Then the black king snake, finding that Cang Nian wouldn't come to eat the groundhog, pushed the corpse again with its big head all the way to Cang Nian's front. Pretending to yield the prey to me while slowly approaching. Do you think I can't see that? Seeing this, Cang Nian sneered inwardly. Clang. Ding. Scratch once. Scratch skill proficiency 1. 100, 110000. Sensing the black king snake's intent, Cang Nian did not hesitate and swiped a paw straight at its massive head. Cang Nian did not expect to inflict any damage given the vast difference in size. However, relying on his speed, he could at least test the opponent's strength. However, this creature's head was truly hard. Striking it felt like hitting a blue stone, lacking the soft plush fur and flesh pads of Hudi, and leaving Cang Nian's paw aching. Landing a hit, Cang Nian immediately leaped away, giving the opponent no chance to counter. But the black king snake, after being swatted by Cang Nian, immediately it retracted its head, coiled its body, and stared at Cang Nian with eyes as dark as the night sky. Surprisingly, Cang Nian detected confusion and grievance in those eyes. I must be hallucinating, or it must be my pet filter for the black king snake. Cang Nian shook his head, dismissing this bizarre conjecture from his mind. Although Cang Nian had never owned a black king snake in his past life, its extraordinary beauty had utterly captivated him back then. But this one before him was a malicious creature that had been following his family all the way. No matter how much he liked this species of snake, he could not risk his family's safety. Since you're pretending to be wrong, don't blame me for being harsh. Cang Nian snorted inwardly. Then he stepped forward again and swiped a paw at the Black King Snake's head. To his surprise, the creature did not dodge or evade, but simply took the blow. This made Cang Nian feel underestimated, so he intensified his paw attacks with increasing ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. Again and again, Cang Nian's paw struck the Black King Snake's head like a drum. Yet the Black King Snake did not dodge even once. Roar. Watching Cang Nian dominate such a massive Black King Snake, Hu Di on the tree forgot Cang Nian's warning to stay quiet and let out an excited roar. As if sensing Hu Di's voice, the Black King Snake raised its head to look at the tree. Seeing this, Cang Nian cursed Hu Di inwardly while attacking the snake with his paw to prevent it from striking Hu Di. But after a few more strikes, Cang Nian realized that the creature remained coiled on the ground, showing no intention of moving. Hu Di's roar made Hu Ba realize that he was also exposed, so he climbed down from the tree. Seeing this, the Black King Snake slightly retracted its neck in fear. But when it saw Cang Nian's paw coming, it actually stretched out its head again to let him hit it. This time, even Hu Ba, who had just descended, was stunned. Why would an animal willingly submit to being hit? What is the deal with this creature? If its previous actions were all to lure and deceive me, then now that Hu Ba has appeared, it should feel fear and want to flee, right? It has no venom, and with its size it is no match for Hu Ba. Now Cang Nian was also puzzled. However, after careful observation, he suddenly noticed that the Black King Snake's body was trembling slightly. It doesn't have the confidence to face Hu Ba. It is still very afraid of Hu Ba, but why doesn't it run? Noticing this, Cang Nian grew even more confused. But then an absurd guess surfaced in Cang Nian's mind. No way. This guess was too far-fetched, yet all the phenomena pointed to it. So Cang Nian tentatively raised his paw. This time his paw did not fall directly, but hovered in midair. Sensing that Cang Nian did not strike down the Black King Snake, extended its head forward, as if to make it easier for him. This made Cang Nian's heart leap, and he grew bolder, slowly moving his paw toward the Black King Snake's head. Roar. Hu Ba, who was nearby, saw this, and quickly warned him. Snakes are terrifying. You could die from a bite. Hu Ba, who still didn't know that the Black King Snake was non-venomous, was very worried about Cang Nian. Roar. In response to Hu Ba's concern, Cang Nian indicated that he knew what he was doing. His paw inched closer to the Black King Snake's head. The Black King Snake noticed Cang Nian's movement and waited quietly. But when Cang Nian's paw was very close, it couldn't help but eagerly lean forward a little. Hiss. The Black King Snake's tongue flickered rapidly over Cang Nian's paw, as if memorizing his scent. Yet it never opened its mouth to attack him. Seeing this, Cang Nian grew even bolder. His paw landed on the top of the Black King Snake's head. However, this time it was not a quick strike followed by a swift withdrawal. Instead, he gently placed it on top. Hiss. Sensing Cang Nian's kind gesture, the Black King Snake gently swayed its large head, rubbing its scales against Cang Nian's paw, just like a cat or dog being petted by its owner. I was right. It has a strong fondness for me, even gratitude. Could it be that it knows the food it found along the way was all hunted by me? By the way, the Black King Snake is not a native species, it's definitely a domesticated pet, and perhaps it never possessed the ability to hunt in the wild. So it's possible that as it grew larger due to evolution, its owner either became afraid or couldn't provide suitable live food and thus abandoned it. Once in the wild, the Black King Snake, lacking the ability to hunt on its own, might have gone hungry for a long time. It was only after encountering me that it had its first meal of meat since being abandoned. Later, it followed my family to this new habitat. Along the way, I kept hunting small prey, and it ate alongside me. In a sense, I saved it from starving to death, which is why it feels grateful to me. That's also why when it first saw me, it didn't attack or flee, but instead spit out the ground squirrel and pushed it toward me. It thought that the prey was something I still wanted, not something I had discarded. So no matter how much I hit it, it wouldn't fight back and even extended its head to make it easier for me to strike. After confirming the Black King Snake's friendliness toward him, Cang Nian connected all the strange occurrences. Roar. Hu Ba, on the other hand, was utterly astonished. The little cub was actually touching this huge snake with his paw. And what's more, the big snake didn't even bite the cub. At this moment, Hu Di also came down from the tree. However, being timid, he was somewhat afraid of the Black King Snake, and hid behind Hu Ba, curiously observing. Now that Cang Nian was over 90% sure of the Black King Snake's friendliness, he grew even bolder. He directly climbed onto the snake's rather broad back. The Black King Snake did not move recklessly, it even controlled the expansion of its ribs to make its back wider. Roar. Cang Nian let out an excited roar, commanding the Black King Snake to move forward. Rustle, rustle. In truth, Cang Nian was just fantasizing about having a bit of fun. He didn't really expect the Black King Snake to understand his command. But to his surprise, at his command, the Black King Snake actually began to slither across the forest floor. The Black King Snake's movement was naturally serpentine, its slender body twisting and pressing against the ground as it advanced. Fortunately, during its crawl the front half remained relatively stable, preventing Cang Nian from swaying left and right. Thanks to his long-term training, Cang Nian possessed a remarkably good sense of balance. Thus, after only a brief adjustment, he stood steadily on the Black King snake's back, which was roughly 30 centimeters wide. From the contact between his claws and the snake's back, Cang Nian could feel the firm muscles contracting and relaxing, rich in rhythm. Meanwhile, the Black King snake's speed was not slow. Carrying Cang Nian, it could still maintain about 15 kilometers per hour. This might seem unimpressive at first glance, but it was clearly not the Black King snake's instantaneous burst speed. The ability to maintain such a pace over a long duration was already quite remarkable. Cang Nian discovered that this Black King snake was quite intelligent, although not as proficient in tactical maneuvers as he had previously imagined. Yet it would actively observe the path ahead, choosing routes that ensured Cang Nian would not be snagged by bushes or branches. Throughout the journey, there was no need for Cang Nian to dodge anything. Apparently, it not only deliberately sought to make Cang Nian's ride as comfortable as possible, but also possessed excellent spatial judgment, accurately determining where it could pass without colliding with him. Whoa! As Cang Nian was enjoying the snake ride, a cry came from behind. He saw Tiger Father and Tiger Younger Brother chasing from the rear. Tiger Father had no issue. His inherent speed was not slow, and with the deepening evolution, even if his endurance wasn't exceptionally strong, keeping up with the Black King snake's pace was still manageable. But this proved arduous for Tiger Younger Brother. To match this speed, he needed to run near his absolute limit. Whoa! Seeing this, Cang Nian quickly let out a call instructing the Black King snake to halt. As expected, the giant creature understood the meaning in his cry. Under Cang Nian's command, it gradually slowed down and came to a stop. Who? After a while, Tiger Younger Brother finally caught up, trailing behind Tiger Father. Once he had caught his breath, his eyes immediately lit up as he gazed at the Black King snake. This is excellent. With this giant creature, he could follow his brother and father to patrol the territory without having to walk on his own. Although the sight of the Black King snake, nearly 10 meters long and 30 centimeters wide, initially frightened Tiger Younger Brother. But since his brother had already subdued it, there was nothing to fear. In Tiger Younger Brother's view, the Black King snake was intimidated by Cang Nian's claws and thus allowed itself to be ridden. He could relate to this sentiment. He had also been beaten into submission by his brother. Whoa! Thinking made him act, Tiger Younger Brother excitedly cried out to Cang Nian, indicating he too wished to ride the Black King snake. But before Cang Nian could respond, the Black King snake coiled its body and raised its head. Clearly, it did not wish to carry Tiger Younger Brother. It was only because Cang Nian had thrown down hunted prey to nourish it that the snake developed gratitude towards him and was willing to let him ride. Tiger Younger Brother had done nothing. Why should it allow him to ride? Since the Black King snake could not express its intentions through cries, seeing this posture, Tiger Father mistakenly thought the giant creature was about to attack Tiger Younger Brother. Immediately, he stepped forward, claws raised, ready to strike at any moment and teach this dark-scaled fellow a lesson. Whoa. Seeing this, Cang Nian hurriedly intervened, explaining the circumstances to Tiger Father. After some time, Tiger Father finally understood that this giant creature had followed them from their original territory. Because Cang Nian continuously hunted small prey, devouring what he could and discarding the rest, he had sustained this giant creature. Thus it harbored deep goodwill towards him. Meanwhile, Cang Nian expressed to Tiger Father his desire to keep this Black King snake. On one hand, he needed to occasionally practice his slaughtering skill to improve his proficiency. But a family of tigers could only consume so much. Hunting without eating would be wasteful. Keeping the Black King snake could serve as a trash bin. And the result of casually discarding leftovers was the breeding of such a giant creature. This alerted Cang Nian. In the context of evolution, abundant food would accelerate physical growth. For his own family being tigers with inherent size limitations, the growth appeared less pronounced. However, wild boars and Black King snakes were creatures without obvious size constraints. With ample food, they could grow immensely large. And evolution had magnified this effect significantly, to the extent that when the Black King snake was first encountered in Cang Nian's family's original territory, it was only 10 centimeters wide. After a bit over half a month, it had now grown to 30 centimeters wide. He did not know if there were other evolutionary creatures like the Black King snake lurking within this jungle. If there were, his behavior of hunting during territory patrols and then discarding the prey would inadvertently nurture other evolutionary creatures, would it not? But now this Black King snake could be said to obey him completely, making it a quite ideal subordinate. Of course, Cang Nian was not an expert and could not determine whether the Black King snake was male or female. Nevertheless, such a Black King snake was undoubtedly a more ideal choice for a companion beast compared to the cunning and ruthless male wild boar. Moreover, its strength must be considerable. In this environment where all creatures could evolve, it would be a rather beneficial ally. Incidentally, it would also fulfill his minor wish from his past life to keep a Black King snake. A nearly 10-meter-long black king snake was far more magnificent than those finger-thin spicy snacks. Oh woo! Patiently listening to Cang Nian's explanation, Tiger Father nodded. His little cub was so clever he must have his reasons for doing this. However, Tiger Father did not forget to warn Cang Nian to be extremely cautious around this giant creature. After all, in terms of raw strength, Cang Nian was clearly no match for such a beast as the black king snake. If this creature gained his trust and launched a surprise attack, it would be extremely dangerous. Hearing Tiger Father's warning, Cang Nian nodded seriously. He was certainly not so blinded by infatuation with the black king snake as to lose his caution. Necessary vigilance was still required. But compared to the risks involved, the benefits of taming the creature were clearly greater. SSS. Understanding the meaning behind Cang Nian's call, the black king snake was overjoyed. It raised its head and gently nuzzled against Cang Nian's body. Its movements were extremely gentle, a clear indication of carefulness given its massive size. It had found a new master. It would never go hungry again. It knew Cang Nian, quite well aware that his hunting skills were formidable and always successful. Keeping snakes had many advantages, but their intelligence was too low, lacking interaction. Now evolution had boosted its intellect significantly. With the most handsome appearance paired with perfect interactivity, what better pet could there be? Feeling the black king snake's affectionate gestures, Cang Nian also nuzzled it. The cool, smooth touch of its scales felt absolutely delightful. Although he now had the serpent as a mount, Cang Nian chose not to ride it during the subsequent territory patrol. After all, riding upon it would not help improve the proficiency of his galloping skill. Cang Nian was not one to be idle. Like Hu Di, naturally having acquired a mount did not mean he would abandon walking on foot. Hu Di would have loved to ride on the black king's serpent and idle away the hours, but on one hand neither Cang Nian nor Hu Ba would ever approve of such laziness, and on the other the black king's serpent itself had no desire to carry Hu Di upon its back. Thus Hu Di was still confined to running on the ground. The family of 3, accompanied by the black king serpent that Cang Nian had subdued, went forth together to patrol their territory. Having learned that the black king serpent could grow rapidly, whenever fed, Cang Nian's enthusiasm for hunting prey during the territory patrols grew even greater. With loyalty virtually assured, there was every reason to invest unremitting effort into nurturing it. Moreover, each hunt also contributed to improving the proficiency of his slaughtering skill. And so it continued until high noon, when the territory patrol concluded and Cang Nian found his slaughtering skill proficiency had risen by nearly 50 levels. Including the hunts from the previous day along with the fish slaughtering exercises interspersed throughout his afternoon skill training, the proficiency of his slaughtering skill had already reached a staggering 1,300 levels. But what was most staggering was the appetite of the black king serpent. No matter what prey Cang Nian hunted, it would swallow it forthwith. By Cang Nian's calculations, the total weight of prey it had devoured might have exceeded 200 kilograms. This was nearly equivalent to its own body weight. Even a glutton like Hu Di could only manage to consume food weighing half of his own body mass. It was simply a matter that innate racial endowments could not be matched. Ow, ow, ow. Upon seeing his mother approaching with a visibly wary expression toward the black king's serpent trailing beside them, Cang Nian hastily offered an explanation. Though her understanding of Cang Nian's meaning remained somewhat limited, upon grasping his intentions, Mother Tiger nonetheless gave her support to his decision. Her little cub would never do anything that held no benefit. Just as when Cang Nian had first been born crawling about aimlessly, what appeared to be a waste of energy was in truth a means of tempering himself. Ow! Swiftly thereafter, Cang Nian raised his head and let out a call toward the little purple marten perched upon the evolved pine. At the sound of his voice, the drowsing marten poked its head out from between the branches. But upon catching sight of the remarkably long black king's serpent lying upon the ground, it was instantly startled. Squeak, squeak. Every hair on the little purple marten's body bristled on end, its back arched and tail raised, as though by inflating its apparent size it might yet deter any threat. It was only upon witnessing this that Cang Nian recalled the purple marten's diet indeed included serpents. Yet most snakes native to the northeastern snow ridge harbored venom, most lethal, which explained why members of this species had quite possibly perished at the fangs of their prey on more than one occasion. No wonder then that the little purple marten reacted with such terror upon beholding the black king serpent. The two species were in essence natural enemies unto one another. But at present the black king serpent at Cang Nian's side was of a magnitude rivaling that of an apex constrictor. Should the little purple marten still fancy itself the serpent's natural predator, it would truly be displaying a lamentable lack of self-awareness. Witnessing the profound dread of the little purple marten, Cang Nian could do nothing but first undertake a conversation with the black king serpent. Ow, ow, ow. Cang Nian turned his gaze upon the black king's serpent, conveying clearly that the purple marten above was a friend, and that should it wish to remain in his company henceforth, it must absolutely refrain from harming the creature. Upon hearing Cang Nian's explanation, the black king's serpent lifted its head and cast a glance toward the marten. It then lowered its considerable bulk and nodded its massive skull in acknowledgement. Evidently having trailed behind Cang Nian's family for no less than half a month, it had come to comprehend the meanings of gestures such as nodding and shaking its head, and could now execute them with considerable finesse. No matter what command Cang Nian issued, it would carry it out without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, the little purple marten residing in the tree, having accompanied Cang Nian for an even longer span, naturally grasped precisely what Cang Nian was explaining to the Black King Serpent. In an instant its back ceased arching and its fur ceased bristling. Yet the look directed toward the Black King's Serpent shifted from one kind of alertness to another. The former vigilance stemmed from recognizing a dangerous organism. Now the vigilance pertained to threats against its own standing. Thus the little purple marten swiftly overcame its terror, sliding down the evolved pine in a flash and appearing at Cang Nian's side in the blink of an eye. The little purple marten crouched upon the ground, its upper torso upright, tiny paws clutching at Cang Nian's leg. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Woohoo! Could it be that I am simply too useless, which is why the Great King has taken on a new subordinate? Great King, please do not abandon me. I can keep watch. I can stand sentry. What on earth is this about? The pitiful, tearful pleading of the little purple marten left Cang Nian utterly bewildered. Ow! After but a moment's reflection, Cang Nian comprehended that the little purple marten was experiencing a sense of crisis upon observing him accepting yet another creature of a different species into their midst. Consequently, he could only offer a wry, half-amused explanation. Subduing the Black King Serpent was never meant to replace you, little purple marten. Moreover, you are my friend. How could I ever forsake you? Squeak. Upon hearing Cang Nian's explanation, the little purple marten finally calmed, though it emitted a single lingering cry, fraught with lingering uncertainty. Really? Cang Nian nodded patiently, affirming the truth of his words. Only then did the little purple marten brighten considerably. Squeak, squeak. True to its nature, the irrepressible creature actually began making faces at the Black King's Serpent, wagging its tail and swiveling its rear end in a clear display of provocation. Ha! I am the Great King's companion. You are but the Great King's subordinate. Do not let your size deceive you, for my standing far exceeds yours. Hiss! Just as Cang Nian feared the Black King's Serpent might be provoked to anger, it instead approached him, repeatedly nudging against him, with its massive head applying somewhat greater force than before, as if persistently seeking validation. Ow! Observing this, Cang Nian hastened to soothe it. I regard you as a friend as well. The two of you share equal standing. There is no hierarchy between you. Only after hearing Cang Nian's explanation did the Black King's Serpent obediently coil its body, gently swaying its head back and forth, as though thoroughly content and in excellent spirits. Yet the moment Cang Nian turned his head, the little purple marten had already retreated to the upper branches of the evolved pine. It had momentarily believed that when the Black King's Serpent extended its head to nuzzle Cang Nian, it was about to swallow the creature whole. Ow! Swiftly thereafter, Cang Nian bounded up the tree in a few leaps, arriving beside the little purple marten, and gently tapped its head with his paw. Do you possess even the faintest notion of your own capabilities? To provoke a creature of such tremendous magnitude, had I not been present, you would already have been devoured. Cang Nian reprimanded the little purple marten in no uncertain terms. This had been its pattern since their original habitat. When both he and Hu Di were still frail and had not yet learned to climb, the marten would frequently go out of its way to provoke the two brothers. And now, daring to pick quarrels with the Black King's Serpent, it truly was as though it had grown weary of living. Squeak, squeak. Having received such a reprimand from Cang Nian, the little purple marten at last recognized the profound foolishness of its recent conduct. It lowered its head feebly and emitted soft cries indicating its remorse. Upon returning home, Cang Nian first ate to replenish the energy consumed during the morning patrol of his territory, then began to refine the proficiency of his various skills. First, he climbed up and down the evolution pine 25 times to gain a level in the climbing skill. Next, he went to the waterfall and killed the fish falling from it. After killing 10 fish, he swam downstream at a fast pace for 10 kilometers to gain a level in the swimming skill. Then he came ashore and sprinted all the way home across the grassy riverbank that offered almost no cover. After resting for a while, he repeated the previous routine. In this way, the important skills of climbing, leaping, slaughter, swimming, and sprinting were all exercised. During rest periods, Cang Nian would also practice the tearing and clawing skill on several animal hides. Although most of the proficiency in the tearing and clawing skill was gained on Little Tiger Brother, Cang Nian was no demon. He only used this skill on Little Tiger Brother and nowhere else. In short, the entire training routine was very fulfilling, allowing him to thoroughly hone almost all his important skills and increase their proficiency. Now, with ample food, the family of 4 had all started training together. However, to guard the food stores, Father Tiger and Mother Tiger would take turns practicing swimming and running. Little Tiger Brother, on the other hand, trained in swimming, hunting, and running near the den so that at least one adult tiger, Either Father Tiger or Mother Tiger could keep an eye on him and ensure no problems arose. For the first time, Hei Wang Snake came so close to watch Cang Nian train, and it eagerly followed him. The skill of climbing trees was also quite good for Hei Wang Snake. Although it could not match Cang Nian's speed, it was still much faster than Little Tiger Brother. As for killing fish while Cang Nian slapped them dead, Hei Wang Snake followed along and ate them. In swimming, it could keep up the whole way since a snake's body is naturally suited for swimming. But when it came to running, it was completely left behind. Even when sprinting a full 10 kilometers, Cang Nian could maintain a speed of over 30 kilometers per hour. Hei Wang Snake could at most reach 20 kilometers per hour, and any faster it could not sustain for long, so it was left far behind by Cang Nian. After that, it became wise and only followed Cang Nian for the tree climbing and fish killing training. Of course, its main job was to eat the fish. And the longer Cang Nian stayed with this big creature, the more he liked it. There was no helping it. It was the height of summer. Even though he deliberately avoided the hottest noon hours, the afternoon was still scorching hot. Under the blazing sun, even the upper layers of the river were not very cool. Only the deeper areas were icy cold. Hei Wang Snake itself was a cold-blooded animal needing external heat to maintain its body temperature and carry out vital functions. Therefore, unlike Cang Nian's family who had to take shelter in the shade, Hei Wang Snake quite enjoyed basking in the sun. After exercising, Cang Nian, unbearably hot, pressed his entire body against Hei Wang Snake. The icy touch was as refreshing as a glass of iced cola on a dog day of summer. To cool down quickly and make himself comfortable, Cang Nian rolled on Hei Wang Snake's body like a maggot. Hei Wang Snake noticed Cang Nian's behavior. So it carefully coiled its body, wrapping Cang Nian in its rings, allowing its cool scales to fully contact Cang Nian's hot fur. So refreshing. Feeling the sensation of being enveloped in coolness, Cang Nian felt pleasure from his head down his spine to the tip of his tail. Roar! Seeing this, Father Tiger, who was taking over from Mother Tiger, was startled and rushed over. The little cub was being wrapped up like a zongzi by the big snake. Father Tiger knew that large snakes attack by constriction. But when he saw Cang Nian's small head sticking out from the coils of Hei Wang Snake, looking utterly content, and noticed that Hei Wang Snake's body was not tightening at all, Father Tiger realized it was a false alarm. Seeing Cang Nian's comfortable expression, Father Tiger grew curious and reached out a paw to touch Hei Wang Snake. This startled Hei Wang Snake, who quickly released Cang Nian and slithered swiftly across the grass, retreating more than 10 meters away. At that moment, Cang Nian, who had been enjoying with his eyes half closed, opened them in confusion. Seeing Father Tiger's action and then the nearby Hei Wang Snake, he understood what had happened. Roar! So Cang Nian called out to Hei Wang Snake. Come back. Don't be afraid of Father Tiger. He won't hurt you. Roar! Hearing Cang Nian's explanation, Father Tiger called out in agreement. I just wanted to touch you, not scratch you to death. Out of absolute trust in Cang Nian, Hei Wang Snake hesitated for 2 seconds, then obediently crawled back. Seeing this, Father Tiger's big ears twitched, and he lifted his paw, carefully reaching toward Hei Wang Snake's body. In fact, due to an experience in his subadult years, Father Tiger still harbored some fear of snakes. But since Hei Wang Snake had been tamed by the little cub, there was no need to be too afraid. He was the little cub's father. How could he show fear in front of his child? His paw gently pressed against Hei Wang Snake's smooth, scale-covered body, and Father Tiger's eyes lit up. So cool. Tigers have no sweat glands. Their main ways to dissipate heat, aside from opening their mouths and panting, are through the few exposed parts not covered by fur, the plump pedal pads on their forepaws. Once his paw pads touched Hei Wang Snake's body, Father Tiger felt an immense coolness, and much of the accumulated heat in his body was carried away. The nearby stream was good in every way except that it had no shady spots. It was either soaking in the cool river under the sun or hiding in the shade. Only one of the two. After Hei Wang Snake was sure that Father Tiger would not harm it, its body stopped trembling. Time spent in self-discipline always passes in a flash. Soon the sun slanted westward, and the entire day was about to end. However, Cang Nian was no longer the weak, fragile cub he once was. He could even train in the dead of night. After countless sprints to the waterfall and countless climbs up and down the evolution pine, Cang Nian came to the base of the waterfall, ready to go into the water and kill fish. But at this moment, he suddenly froze. Did something happen upstream? Why has the river become so turbid? Looking at the grayish-brown murky water, Cang Nian frowned. He had been sprinting just now and hadn't noticed the change in the river. Then looking down at the water, he saw that the sky reflected in the river also seemed off in color. Then he looked up at the sky and found it was a bloody red. This was not the sunset's fiery clouds, but as if blood had been splashed across the sky. Roar! At this moment, Father Tiger and Mother Tiger had also stopped their alternating training, having noticed the inexplicable phenomenon that had appeared without warning, and they called out to Cang Nian uneasily. Boom! At that moment, the blood-red sky suddenly exploded with a roar. Streaks of crimson lightning flashed across the bloody sky, weaving into a web of thunder that flickered repeatedly. Immediately Cang Nian felt a current of air from beneath him. No, it was something like an upward draft from the ground covering the entire area of this new territory. Cang Nian sensed something strange in this current of air, something that made every cell in his body cheer and leap with excitement at their presence. Boom. Then Cang Nian felt unsteady under his feet as the ground emitted a thunderous roar unlike the lightning in the sky. An earthquake. Feeling the ground tremble, Cang Nian's heart first panicked. But then he remembered that he was now on open ground with no steep slopes or mountains around and no risk of being buried by an earthquake. At this moment, Tiger Dad and the others were panicking, hastily lying down on the ground. Even the little purple marten which had been on the evolving pine tree swiftly scurried down, trembling all over. At the same location, even if it is on a seismic belt, it is rare for two strong earthquakes to occur within 3 or 4 years. The northeast snow ridge, in fact, is not on a seismic belt. Therefore, even the adult Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom had never experienced such a terrifying natural disaster as an earthquake. Luckily, Tiger Dad had the foresight to choose a safer migration to another place. Otherwise, if we were still in our original habitat at this time, we would have returned to the cave to sleep. A little more intensity, and we could have been instantly buried by collapsing rocks and soil. Feeling the horror of the earthquake, Cang Nian was filled with relief. But what he found extremely absurd was that the earthquake lasted far too long, didn't it? Even an 8.0 magnitude earthquake only lasts for a minute or two in terms of strong shaking. After that there would be intermittent aftershocks, but not too intense. This earthquake's intensity, Cang Nian estimated, had not reached the level of an 8.0 magnitude that could split mountains and crack the earth, yet it had lasted at least 15 minutes. Could it be that we are very far from the epicenter, and the actual earthquake at the epicenter far exceeds 8.0 magnitude? Thinking of this, a terrifyingly plausible guess emerged in Cang Nian's mind. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As time passed, Cang Nian felt the earthquake's tremors becoming increasingly faint, and the first wave of the earthquake finally ended. But Cang Nian did not fully relax. Instead, he quickly took the opportunity to run to where Tiger Dad and the others were. Roar. Seeing Cang Nian join them, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom, who had barely been able to move during the violent quake, rubbed against him gratefully. Having never experienced such a calamity, they had no idea how to respond, only lying in place and praying for the earthquake to stop. Roar. Cang Nian also rubbed against Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. By now the family of 4, along with the little purple marten and black king snake, had all gathered. But Cang Nian knew this was not the end, so he cautioned Tiger Dad and the others that they still needed to stay on open ground, otherwise they would still be in danger. Tiger Dad and the others didn't understand it all, but since Cang Nian said so, he must have his reasons, so they huddled together and moved to the center of the clearing. There were no high mountains, no huge rocks, no dense trees. Even if aftershocks occurred, nothing around could fall and hit them. Unless the ground split open right here. Although it was already dark and by the family's usual habit, it was time to sleep. Not a single one of the 4 family members plus the little purple marten and black king snake dared to close their eyes. Not even Tiger Brother, who was usually the laziest. What was that airflow surging up from underground earlier? Why did my body involuntarily feel a craving? Could it be spiritual energy revival? No, actually evolution had already begun, but it had been subtle until now. Now this might be called a spiritual energy revival tide. Brief and violent, as if the entire air is filled with spiritual power. With the danger past, Cang Nian had the energy to think, his mind wandering. But just then he saw Tiger Brother yawning widely, then lying down and closing his eyes. Can he really sleep at a time like this? This guy is totally spoiled. Seeing this, Cang Nian got furious, raised his paw, and aimed it at Tiger Brother. However, before his paw could land on Tiger Brother, a sudden wave of drowsiness surged into his brain. What's happening? Cang Nian felt his consciousness rapidly blurring, and before his questioning thoughts could fully form in his mind, his eyelids heavily closed. Chirp, chirp. The morning insect chirps echoed in his ears as Cang Nian slowly opened his eyes. But now he felt his eyesight had become incredibly clear, as if all the filth before his eyes had been washed away. What's going on? How did the far gaze skill change? Such an anomaly made Cang Nian quickly open his skill panel. There, the original far gaze skill had been replaced by the words insight. Checking the skill level, it should be the advanced version of far gaze, of 3rd tier skill. A full tier upgrade. Is this the benefit brought by the spiritual energy revival tide? A sense of joy from misfortune rose in Cang Nian's heart. Next he checked the levels and proficiency of his other skills. What pleased Cang Nian most was that all skills that had not yet reached tier 3 were directly upgraded to tier 3. As for skills that had already reached tier 3, each gained a chunk of skill proficiency. However, unfortunately, skills that had already reached tier 4 or above remained completely unchanged. The most typical among these was the dash skill, which had not gained a single point of proficiency. This is still quite good. As a tiger, one shouldn't be too greedy. Cang Nian nodded contentedly. Ding. detected that the host has acquired an ability, numerologist. Integrating into the system. Please wait. Just then a system prompt he had never heard before suddenly appeared in Cang Nian's mind. Ability, numerologist. Cang Nian's heart skipped a beat, then surged with joy. In his past life, he had been an avid reader of web novels and had read many stories about spiritual energy revival. Spiritual energy revival paired with ability awakening was as standard as rebirth paired with a system. Although he already had a system who would complain about having too many cheat codes. Even though this numerologist sounded a bit odd, having an ability was better than none, right? Ding. Ability, numerologist, has been integrated into the system. Please check. Just as Cang Nian was getting excited, another system prompt came. Then Cang Nian saw a new independent panel appear on his system interface. This panel looked rather crude with only a few lines of text. Strength 10, Speed 50, Defense 10, Stamina 20, Spirit 10, Maximum Free Attribute Points 10. The entire panel was just a few simple lines, leaving Cang Nian somewhat puzzled. Maximum Free Attribute Points. Numerologist. Could it be that I can freely allocate my various attributes? Thinking this, Cang Nian used his will to move 5 attribute points from the speed column to the strength column. As Cang Nian's thoughts settled, the numerist panel instantly changed. Strength 15, Speed 45, Defense 10, Stamina 20, Spirit 10. No other attribute bars changed except that the speed attribute decreased by 5 points and the strength attribute increased by 5 points. With that operation done, Cang Nian immediately felt his muscles swell violently. 5 attribute points were merely a tenth of his speed attribute, but for his strength it represented a 50% increase. Such a surge was akin to transforming an ordinary man into a muscle-bound powerhouse in the blink of an eye. Then Cang Nian slammed his claw heavily onto the grass. Slap. Ding. Scratch skill used once, proficiency 1. 4500100000. The weeds on the ground were instantly severed, and a distinct claw print was left in the dirt. Thanks to the previous spiritual energy title surged, Cang Nian's scratch skill, which had already reached level 3, had gained a substantial boost in proficiency. Hiss. A bit painful, but this ability is really something. Its practicality is off the charts. The power was not his own, and striking the ground lacked the pleasant feel of Tiger Brother's soft fleshy body, so Cang Nian felt considerable pain. Yet the effect was enough to thrill him. Currently the numerist could only move 10 of the maximum attribute points. As he grew stronger, would this limit increase? By shifting his strongest attributes to his weaknesses when needed, he could raise his overall ceiling by a huge margin, though it was a far cry from the flashy, cool, and explosive abilities he had imagined. Pure numbers had their own charm. Moreover, once the proportion of free attribute points increased, he would have no weaknesses. Weaken strength. Shift all speed to strength and instantly become an invincible muscle beast. Weaken defense. Shift all speed to defense and become harder than a turtle. Hey, since I have an ability, shouldn't Tiger Dad and the others have one too? Having figured out his own ability, Cang Nian's mind began to wander. He stood up immediately, only to find the surrounding weeds were several times taller. Hey, I seem to have grown quite a bit. Noticing his eye level had risen significantly, he guessed. Roar. Then a familiar yet somewhat different voice sounded in his ears. Turning his head, he saw a tall, large figure standing before him. Holy crap! How did you get so big? Recognizing the voice as Tiger Brother's Cang Nian almost couldn't recognize him when he saw his current form. Tiger Brother had originally weighed about 20 kilograms. Now he was several times larger, and Cang Nian wondered if he had eaten some miracle fertilizer. He must be at least 50 kilograms now. How did he grow so fast? Roar. Then came the calls of Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. Cang Nian turned to look. Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom had changed considerably too. Tiger Dad was already huge, but now he was even taller and thicker, likely weighing 500 kilograms. But compared to Tiger Mom's change, that was nothing. Tiger Mom's size hadn't increased much, from about 200 kilograms to 280. The strangest thing was that the orange parts of her fur had completely vanished, leaving only black and white. Tiger Mom had turned into a white tiger. In reality, white tigers are mutations of Bengal tigers. No white tiger has ever been recorded from an Amur tiger. If a biologist specializing in tigers saw her, she'd probably be taken away for research. Roar. Just as Cang Nian was about to ask Tiger Dad if they had noticed anything new on themselves, Tiger Brother cried out first. He was so hungry. He wanted to eat meat. Grr. Interrupted by Tiger Brother, Cang Nian realized his own stomach was empty and every cell in his body was urging him to eat. Thus the tiger family, though still confused, headed toward the leftover meat of the wild boar. But as he turned, Cang Nian was stunned. Holy crap. So tall. So big. The evolutionary pine tree, originally about 50 meters tall, had shot up. Cang Nian couldn't estimate it, but it might have doubled in height. Looking around, he found the entire jungle had changed. Everything was different. The northeast snowy ridge had never had many thick tall trees, so it lacked the atmosphere of a primeval forest seen in documentaries. But now everything had grown so much that it felt like stepping into a tropical primeval forest from a documentary. Howl! Howl! While Cang Nian marveled at the astonishing scene and Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom stood dazed, Tiger Brother had already run to the leftover boar meat and was devouring it. Seeing this, Cang Nian stopped dwelling on the environmental changes. The spiritual energy surge was irreversible, and whatever changes occurred, the family had to face them. For now, eat first. Ding. Ate 10 kilograms of evolutionary meat. Meat eating skill proficiency 70. 105-10000. Only after eating 10 whole kilograms of evolutionary meat did Cang Nian feel fully satiated. Phew. I guess the evolution process directly consumed the energy stored in our bodies, and then the fat. I probably weigh around 20 kilograms now. With that kind of conversion, even a body full of fat couldn't sustain it. No wonder Tiger Brother was so desperate for meat. After eating his fill, Cang Nian finally recovered and understood why they were all so famished. SSS. Then he felt something gently bumping against him. Holy crap. Cang Nian didn't know how many times he'd said that since waking up today. It was none other than the Black King snake who would remind him like this. And now the snake's size had swollen dramatically, from 30 centimeters thick to 40. As for its length, Cang Nian couldn't tell. Seeing Cang Nian look at him, the Black King snake coiled up, raised its head, and opened its mouth. Oh, you're hungry too. Cang Nian understood the simple body language instantly. Turning his head, he saw that after the family's voracious feeding, the boar carcass, which had had about 200 kilograms of net meat, was now just a skeleton. Under normal circumstances, the family would have taken days to finish it. But the sudden spiritual energy tidal surge had left them starving, and they cleared the food in an instant. Howl. After finishing the wild boar on the ground, Cang Nian instructed Black King Python to wait a moment while he climbed the tree to fetch the dried meat. Although evolved meat was precious, Cang Nian knew things were no longer as they used to be. In the past, there were not many evolved creatures. Once the wild boar meat was consumed, who knew when they would next manage to hunt an evolved beast? But after the earlier surge of spiritual energy revival, even if not every creature had evolved, the proportion of evolved beings had increased significantly. In the future, evolved creatures would not be so difficult to encounter. And with the hunting prowess of his family, even if the prey had evolved, hunting would not be a hardship. Cang Nian had this confidence. He was originally a predator at the top of the food chain and had evolved much earlier than the vast majority of creatures. If he could still be pushed down from the apex of the food chain by creatures from the bottom, that would be too humiliating for a tiger. Hiss. However, upon hearing that Cang Nian was going to retrieve the dried meat, Black King Python shook its head. Then it slowly slithered toward the corpse of the male wild boar, which had already been reduced to a skeletal frame by Cang Nian's family. It then opened its mouth, stretching its jaw to an exaggerated width, and swallowed the scattered bones of the male wild boar in one gulp. However, although a 40-centimeter opening was wide, it was still Apip dream to swallow the entire wild boar carcass whole. Watching from nearby, Tiger Father curiously observed the scene, then casually lifted his paw and delivered a fierce blow to the wild boar skeleton. Yet the wild boar's bones were too tough. Even with Tiger Father's 500-kilogram build and terrifying force, it was difficult to break them. Seeing this, Tiger Father looked somewhat embarrassed, then grew serious. Every muscle on his body pulsed and swelled. Whoosh. In the next instant, pitch-black flames erupted from Tiger Father's paws, rapidly ascending and enveloping his entire body, consuming his black, white, and orange fur in their glow. Whoosh. Black King Python, the closest to Tiger Father, and in the midst of swallowing the wild boar bones, was startled. It promptly spat out the bones and retreated hastily. Tiger Mother and Tiger Brother were also thrown into panic. What the heck is that? Seeing this scene, Cang Nian initially thought Tiger Father was under attack by something. But upon closer inspection, there was not a trace of pain or fear on Tiger Father's now completely blackened face. It seemed as though he had been expecting this. Could this be Tiger Father's innate ability? A bold guess flashed through Cang Nian's mind. Meanwhile, Tiger Father raised his paw once more and struck the wild boar skeleton. Crack! This time the thick and hard bone could not withstand Tiger Father's ferocious blow and shattered. Slap, slap, slap. Savoring his newfound strength, Tiger Father finally felt pleased and continued enthusiastically striking the wild boar skeleton claw after claw. Within just a few strikes, the massive wild boar skeleton had been broken into smaller segments that would no longer be difficult to swallow. Huh. Then the pitch-black flames on Tiger Father's body quickly dissipated, and he reverted to his original black, white, and orange coloring. However, it was apparent that Tiger Father looked noticeably 3 parts more fatigued. Evidently, that previous state had taken a considerable toll on Tiger Father. Tiger Father's innate ability is a transformation-type skill. In that state, his strength increased significantly. Could there be other attribute enhancements as well? Having witnessed the entire process, Cang Nian quickly began summarizing the effects based on what he had just observed. Although the summary was incomplete given that Tiger Father had achieved such a significant increase in strength alone, this innate ability was already quite powerful. Ow! Having finished everything, Tiger Father pointed with his paw at the scattered wild boar skeleton on the ground and let out a call. Let's eat quickly. Although Tiger Father did not understand why Black King Python still wanted to eat bones when it had already consumed evolved meat since it wished to eat them, so be it. Black King Python did not hesitate, opening its massive jaws and beginning to swallow. Compared to before the spiritual energy revival tide, its swallowing speed had increased considerably. In no time, the entire pile of skeletons was gone, devoured by Black King Python. Just as Cang Nian worried whether bone fragments might tear open Black King Python's belly, the serpent's previously bulging body began to writhe. Soon those unevenly protruding areas became smooth and rounded. After another short while, Black King Python returned to its original figure. Wait, it hasn't returned to its original figure. It seems to have grown thicker by a ring. But at this moment, Cang Nian's farsight skill had already evolved into the clairvoyant skill. Though it did not reach the level of seeing every minute detail like a measuring tool, Cang Nian was still quite sensitive to changes that were not too subtle. He would certainly not be mistaken. Black King Python's body had thickened by a ring. Though the difference was not large, it was undoubtedly present. Could Black King Python's innate ability be one that allows it to digest nutritionally worthless matter and simply by digesting it increase its size? Upon witnessing this, Cang Nian instinctively began analyzing and summarizing again. Ow, ow, ow. Next, Cang Nian turned to Tiger Mother and called out, Mother, do you feel any changes besides the size difference? Any special abilities? Perhaps due to another evolution, Tiger Mother had become smarter, instantly understanding Cang Nian's meaning. Then she fell into thought. After a moment, she closed her eyes and raised one paw. Seconds later, something miraculous occurred. A little tiger appeared on the ground before Tiger Mother. Wait, that's not me. That's me from before. Upon seeing this, Cang Nian was momentarily stunned. Through Tiger Father and Tiger Mother's eyes, as well as the calm river downstream, he could clearly see what he looked like. The little tiger Tiger Mother had created was exactly his appearance. And moreover, from when he had only weighed 10+ kilograms. Seeing this, Cang Nian could not resist using his paw to touch the little tiger. But to his surprise, his paw passed right through the little tiger, making no contact at all. I see, so Tiger Mother's innate ability can project phantoms, achieving a degree of realism that is hard to distinguish from reality. Though it had no combat effectiveness in certain specific situations, it could certainly play a remarkable role. By now, Cang Nian roughly understood what Tiger Mother's innate ability was. Ow, ow, ow. Next, Cang Nian turned to Tiger Brother, whose belly was already round and full from eating. His current size compared to his own was even greater than before the spiritual energy revival tide. Aside from the size changes, are there any other transformations on your body? Since Tiger Father, Tiger Mother, and Black King Python had all gained innate abilities following the previous spiritual energy revival tide, Tiger Brother should not be the exception. Hearing Cang Nian's calls, Tiger Brother pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Ow! He immediately stuck out his rear end and charged toward Cang Nian. Come on, hit me. Cang Nian raised both paws and rubbed his face, doubting whether he was still half asleep. At the sight of Hu Di's actions, an unfamiliar thought surfaced in Cang Nian's mind. Such a request was one he had never encountered in his entire life. However, since Hu Di is willingly inviting my strikes, it must have awakened a defense-related ability, right? In that case, I must play along properly. A smirk curled the corner of Cang Nian's lips. Smack! In the next instant, Cang Nian's claw rose high and came crashing down with precision, landing squarely on Hu Di's rear. Ding! Scratching proficiency increased by 1. 45000. As Cang Nian's claw made contact with Hu Di's rear, he felt a sensation he had never experienced before. Remarkably elastic. Previously, despite Hu Di's chubby frame, the touch beneath the fat still revealed the firmness of muscle and bone. But now Cang Nian felt as though he were striking a soft rubber pad, bouncing back with extraordinary resilience. However, this strike yielded no other change. It seemed to be purely about elasticity. Yet upon observing Hu Di's expression, Cang Nian detected no sign of pain whatsoever. Although his frame was considerably smaller than Hu Di's, Cang Nian's strength far exceeded that of a typical young tiger of his size, thanks to his constant training regimen. His earlier encounter with the lynx served as proof. He'd swatted it flying with a single claw strike. As for the recent surge in spiritual energy, his and Hu Di's size increase had been roughly proportional. He now weighed approximately 25 kilograms, while Hu Di had grown to around 50 kilograms. Consequently, in practical terms, his attacks against Hu Di should inflict damage roughly equivalent to what he could achieve before the spiritual energy surge. Could Hu Di's ability simply be invulnerability to pain? Perhaps I've beaten him too frequently, causing him to awaken such a meager ability. Gazing at Hu Di with his rear end raised and eagerly soliciting strikes, Cang Nian felt a flicker of guilt. Ayo! Having endured Cang Nian's slap without any discomfort, Hu Di's ears twitched with delight, and he turned his head to call out. Keep going. Don't stop. At such unreasonable demands, Cang Nian's lips twitched involuntarily. Still, the fact that Hu Di could withstand his full-strength strike unharmed and painless gave him considerable relief. He then mentally accessed the system panel and used the numerologist ability to shift 5 stat points from speed to strength. Smack! This time enhanced by half his base strength, the claw strike landed with tremendous force on Hu Di's posterior. Ayo! This time Hu Di lost his composure and let out a shriek of pain. As expected, there is indeed a threshold. Witnessing this, a smile spread across Cang Nian's face. If he couldn't affect Hu Di at all, wouldn't the little tiger run wild? Acting on Hu Di's earlier request, he raised his paw and began delivering repeated forceful blows to Hu Di's rear. Smack, smack, smack. A series of crisp sounds erupted across Hu Di's rump, sending yelps of pain echoing as the tiger tried to scramble away. Yet how could its speed possibly match Cang Nian's? Even after transferring 5 speed points to strength via the numerologist ability, Cang Nian's speed stat remained at 45. He was merely 10% slower than before, not slower than Hu Di by any means. Ayo! After a few seconds of triumph, the fleeing Hu Di was swiftly overtaken by Cang Nian, who forced the reality upon it. Realizing escape was impossible, it began wailing and begging for mercy. At this sight, Cang Nian immediately stopped. He was merely testing Hu Di's ability after all, and since Hu Di was done, he naturally had no intention of forcing the matter. Nevertheless, compared to Black King Snake and Tiger Father's abilities, Hu Di's power proved rather underwhelming. It was roughly on par with Tiger Mother's ability to create illusory phantoms. Yet this also meant that even in dangerous situations, Hu Di would possess a degree of self-preservation capability. Having exceptional durability. How could that not count as a survival strategy? Though Hu Di wailed intensely after Cang Nian boosted his strength, the ability likely absorbed the vast majority of the damage. It was only the excess damage beyond its capacity that caused Hu Di actual pain. Ayo! Just as Cang Nian was drawing conclusions about Hu Di's ability, the tiger let out a cry toward him. Come with me. Could there be another effect that hasn't been revealed yet? Watching Hu Di gesture for him to follow, Cang Nian speculated inwardly. Nevertheless, if additional effects existed, Cang Nian would naturally be pleased. Should Hu Di's ability surpass his own, he would harbor a touch of envy. Yet the stronger Hu Di's ability proved, the greater its self-preservation value, and that was inherently a positive thing. Before long, Hu Di led Cang Nian to a fallen log lying on the ground. Ayo! Immediately, Hu Di pointed at the log with its paw, gesturing for Cang Nian to strike it with full force. Though uncertain of Hu Di's intentions, Cang Nian proceeded to hit the log with all his strength, utilizing his 15-point power stat. Smack! Ding! Scratching proficiency increased by 1. 454300 with a single strike. Cang Nian carved a deep claw mark into the log, though the impact left his own paw aching. It would be ideal if I could invest in defense attributes alongside attack. Cang Nian reflected briefly. Upon witnessing the claw scar Cang Nian had carved, Hu Di wore a smug expression. Immediately it raised its paw and brought it down with tremendous force upon the log. Crack! With just that single blow, the 30-centimeter diameter trunk splintered and snapped, sending wood chips flying. Although the dead wood, weakened by prolonged infestation from insects and microorganisms, could hardly compare to a healthy log in terms of durability. The fact remained that a mere 50-kilogram young tiger snapping such a thick trunk was nothing short of astonishing. What the a? It's not merely a pain tolerance ability, it's charge and release. In an instant, Cang Nian comprehended the true nature of Hu Di's displayed ability. Every brutal strike Hu Di had endured earlier wasn't futile. Each blow's force had been absorbed and stored within its body. Now unleashed in one concentrated burst, its destructive power far exceeded anything Cang Nian could achieve alone. For now, Hu Di's ability proved significantly superior to his numerologist's skill. Indeed, it appeared even more formidable than Tiger Father's ability to coat his body in pitch-black flames for a temporary combat enhancement, or Black King Snake's capacity to grow through feeding and digestion. Such instantaneous explosive power, how overwhelming. Ayo! Just as Cang Nian harbored jealous envy toward Hu Di's extraordinarily potent ability, a heart-rending wail pierced his ears. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Turning his head, Cang Nian saw Hu Di lying on its side, its right paw curved upward in an exaggerated arc, writhing on the ground in agony. A fractured bone. Damn, why do I have such a foolish younger brother? All this showing off without considering whether he could even withstand it. Watching the tiger cub wailing on the ground, Cang Nian could only laugh and cry at the same time. The nature of the tiger cub's ability was now quite clear. Essentially, it could be divided into 3 effects. The first was to make its flesh elastic, granting excellent energy absorption and significantly boosting its defensive capabilities. The second effect was to store the damage received during an attack within its body. The third was to release the stored energy all at once, producing destructive power far exceeding its own strength. But force is mutual. Whatever energy the tiger cub released at once and struck against would bounce back with equally ferocious force. Thus, even with the first effect enhancing its physical defense, it still couldn't withstand the terrifying explosive force accumulated from Cang Nian's dozens of claw strikes. Although Cang Nian's individual strength wasn't particularly formidable, the energy concentrated from dozens of blows should have been comparable to a full-force strike from an adult female Siberian tiger like the tiger mother. The fate of such an attack landing on a little tiger weighing around 50 kilograms was easy to imagine. Fortunately, the tiger cub only bore the brunt on its right paw, resulting in just a fracture. Had that kind of force been distributed evenly across the tiger cub's body, it would certainly have perished. The cub's agonized cries naturally drew the attention of both tiger parents. Seeing the grotesquely bent angle of the cub's right paw, the tiger parents were utterly at a loss. Having never suffered such severe injuries themselves, they had no idea how to handle it and could only fret helplessly. In reality, any wild tiger, regardless of size, suffering injuries of this severity would essentially be given a death sentence. We must reset the cub's bones and immobilize them. Otherwise, even with an evolved creature's healing constitution, it would inevitably grow up deformed. Seeing this, Cang Nian urgently scrambled for a solution. He wanted to use his own claws to reset the bones, but a tiger's paws were far too inflexible to perform such delicate work. Wait. The little purple weasel's claws were far more dexterous than a tiger's and should be capable of this task. Just then a flash of inspiration struck Cang Nian, and he remembered the little purple weasel he had previously overlooked. Alo! He quickly let out a loud howl, calling for the weasel. Squeak, squeak. Before long, the little purple weasel darted down from the tree. It had actually woken up later than the others. Upon awakening, driven by hunger, it had climbed the tree to eat the dried meat strips hanging there. Hearing Cang Nian's call, it immediately came to his side. Alo, ao, ao. Seeing the weasel, Cang Nian quickly explained the situation and asked it to treat the cub's fracture. Then Cang Nian searched through the broken deadwood that the tiger cub had just smashed and found 2 wooden slats of suitable shape and size. Next, he ventured into the jungle and soon retrieved a thin vine. Alo. Having gathered these materials, Cang Nian looked at the tiger mother, signaling her to hold the cub still. Although the tiger mother didn't understand what Cang Nian intended, she followed his direction, gently pinning down the cub's body and exposing only its right paw. The cub struggled wildly in pain, but it was still merely a 50-kilogram young tiger with no chance of resistance against an adult tiger like the mother. Cang Nian then instructed the weasel to begin. At first, using both tiny paws, the weasel carefully manipulated the cub's grotesquely bent right paw, gently easing it back into the correct position. Then, under Cang Nian's guidance, it placed the 2 thin wooden slats above and below the cub's paw. Finally, after considerable effort, it secured the slats tightly around the right paw using the vine. The weasel tested it by shaking a few times, and when the slats didn't shift, Cang Nian finally felt relieved. In the wild, there were no medical facilities, so they could only reset the cub's paw and immobilize it with splints. Based on the self-healing abilities demonstrated by the tiger father earlier, this treatment should be sufficient to prevent any lasting sequelae from the cub's fracture. Alo. Having completed the procedure, Cang Nian called out to the tiger mother. It's okay to release it now. Hearing the call, the tiger mother carefully let go of the cub. By this point, the tiger cub had nearly collapsed from the pain. This was equivalent to a bone-setting surgery performed without anesthesia. The level of agony was unimaginable. However, having endured the procedure, the cub's temporary pain tolerance threshold had risen considerably. Therefore, the discomfort of the reset and immobilized fracture was far less severe than during the procedure, and the cub's wailing gradually subsided. Witnessing this, the tiger parents inquiredly asked their cub how it felt and whether it still hurt. Upon hearing this, the cub nodded, then shook its head. It still hurt, just not as much as before. Seeing the cub's response, Cang Nian understood that everything should be fine. Now all that remained was proper rest and recovery. However, with the 2 wooden splints now restraining its once free right paw, the tiger cub felt deeply uncomfortable and instinctively attempted to walk normally. Ayo! But the next moment, a blood-curdling scream once again echoed through the forest. The moment the cub placed its right paw on the ground, the movement aggravated the injury, sending fresh waves of fracturing pain through its body. Alo! Seeing this, Cang Nian quickly used his paw to support the cub from beneath its armpit, preventing its right paw from touching the ground. After a moment of rest, the tiger cub gradually understood that it could not place its right paw on the ground. At the slightest touch, pain would flare up. It could only walk on 3 legs, keeping the injured paw suspended in the air. But this didn't last long before the cub felt its right paw growing tired, slowly drooping downward. Seeing this, Cang Nian suddenly remembered that humans after bone-setting surgery required not only splints, but also bandages to suspend the injured limb. He immediately sprinted into the dense forest, and soon returned with a longer, thicker vine. Alo, then directing the weasel, Cang Nian had it wrap this natural bandage around the cub. The cub, understanding this was for its own good, cooperated carefully. Before long, after the weasel's busy climbing and jumping, a vine was looped around the cub's neck multiple times, supporting the splinted paw. With this arrangement, the weight of the cub's right paw was borne by its neck, preventing it from drooping from fatigue and accidentally striking the ground in pain. Phew. Finally done. That little brother truly never fails to give me a headache. Now look at this. He awakened a top-tier ability, and yet he ended up injuring himself. Watching the cub walking on 3 legs, Cang Nian wiped away imaginary sweat, his heart heavy with exhaustion.